Yuanchao. Yuanchao, wake up. Yuanchao, what's the point of dragging on like this? Zhong Yuanchao was caught in a whirlwind of confusion, his head pounding. Was this just the aftermath of drinking too much? But he quickly regained his senses. The world around him came into focus. This was a shabby office area, dimly lit. The woman beside him was so familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar. Familiar, because he had lived with her for many years. No one could be more familiar. Unfamiliar, because her face, which should have been deeply lined with wrinkles, now looked as if she had turned back the clock to her youth. Why? Zhong Yuanchao was dazed. He looked down at his hand, still gripping the woman's forearm, then at his own hand, wrapped in a cardboard splint and bandages. This wasn't a high-end restaurant, nor a promotion celebration banquet. There were no subordinates approaching with glasses raised, saying things like, "Director Zhong, you take it easy, I'll drink up." This place was the Civil Affairs Bureau. On the wall hung a slogan, "Don't rush into marriage, think twice before divorce." On the other side, family planning is China's fundamental national policy. Late marriage, late childbirth, fewer births, better births. Zhong Yuanchao shook his head violently. The two-child policy had already been fully liberalized. With aging and childlessness becoming major trends, opening up to unrestricted births was imminent. How could he still see slogans like fewer births, better births here? Considering the people and environment around him, and his own injured state, the middle-aged Zhong Yuanchao had no choice but to accept the reality. He had been reborn. Why wasn't he reborn at 18? Why specifically on this day? Zhong Yuanchao thought. Perhaps the greatest regret of his life began on this very day. Maybe heaven wanted to give him a chance to choose again. Zhong Yuanchao murmured to himself. "Yuanchao, didn't we agree at home?" The woman in front of him brought him back to reality. If he remembered correctly, this was the closest he'd ever come to divorce. Zhong Yuanchao was a veteran. When the college entrance exam was reinstated, he could have been recommended to university, but due to special circumstances, he joined the military instead. He earned honors, was promoted to officer, and, after demobilization, was assigned to the grassroots management of Huqing Canned Food Factory. Huqing Canned Food Factory was a renowned state-owned enterprise, earning foreign exchange through exports. He served as deputy director in the worship, a position others envied, and one that attracted admiration and pursuit from many women. His wife was a Chinese teacher at the factory school, and her father was the deputy factory director of the canned food plant. It was a common practice in old state-owned factories. Workers paired with workers, female workers sought cadres, cadres' daughters married cadres, or promising young men. Zhong Yuanchao met all the criteria, making him a highly sought-after bachelor. In the 1980s, marriages without a foundation of love were everywhere. People just got by with attitudes like it's all the same, just make do or bear with it, and live like that for decades. Zhong Yuanchao's previous life had probably been just like that. Of course, his marriage and career faced their greatest crisis in 1988. Injury and convalescence, job reassignment, divorce crisis. All these difficulties piled onto Zhong Yuanchao in that single year. An ordinary person would have collapsed, but due to his family upbringing and military experience, Zhong Yuanchao developed an indomitable, defiant character. That year, Zhong Yuanchao chose to stay, to endure, to bide his time and accumulate strength. He worked hard to make his wife feel she had married a good husband and made his career adversaries grit their teeth in frustration. He lived a life others envied. Zhong Yuanchao often reflected, was this choice truly right? Maybe it was right, but it wasn't happy. Whether it was a dream or rebirth, since he had this chance, he might as well live however he pleased. Zhong Yuanchao released the woman's forearm, looked at the staff member in a small collared floral cotton shirt, and said, "Comrade, please process our divorce. Are you sure you don't want to think again?" Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. "I've thought about it my entire life. I've long since made up my mind." The woman clearly hadn't expected Zhong Yuanchao to suddenly let go and agree so readily. She was momentarily stunned, but quickly broke into a relaxed smile. Obviously, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. The world is bustling with people coming and going, all for profit. Marriage is sometimes no different. The staff member, perhaps feeling sympathy for Zhong Yuanchao's pitiful appearance, especially with his hand still bandaged, asked gently, "Comrade," he's shioling, "why don't you consider it again? Look, your husband's hand is still bandaged." Zhong Yuanchao knew the staff member meant well, but saying this now was truly inappropriate. He shioling looked full of virtue, as she always did. As long as she pouted, tears seemed to well up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. At this moment, if Zhong Yuanchao just pleaded with his shioling for a moment, the divorce would be dropped, and the opportunity for divorce would never come again. But in front of the staff and He Shilling, Zhong Yuanchao began to unwrap the bandages, then flexed his swollen hand. My hand got better long ago. I kept the bandages on to look pitiful. Comrade, it's fine. Please process our divorce. Zhong Yuanchao's honesty surprised He Shilling. Had he finally given up? Or was he eager to divorce? People are like this. When the dynamic of initiative and passivity shifts, their psychology changes subtly. Zhong Yuanchao signed the divorce agreement with a broad stroke, then handed the pen to the still-dazed He Shilling. As He Shilling's pen tip was about to touch the paper, it paused for a full 3 seconds. This tiny detail gave Zhong Yuanchao an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As they walked out of the hall, the staff member frowned and muttered to himself, "These two are strange." When they came in, the man didn't want a divorce. When it was time to divorce, the woman hesitated. "Huh, hee. Yuanchao." As they left the Civil Affairs Bureau, He Shilling called out to Zhong Yuanchao, "Let's find a place to sit and talk." Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. "Say it here." He Shilling had originally assumed Zhong Yuanchao would always accommodate and obey her. Even after divorce, there would still be lingering feelings. But Zhong Yuanchao's complete 180-degree turn left He Shilling somewhat disoriented. He Shilling ground her teeth and said, "I hope our relationship ends today. From now on, don't come to my house. Don't try to win me back or remarry me in any way. Don't do anything meaningless. Yuanchao, take care of yourself." Perhaps as a form of retaliation for Zhong Yuanchao's calm attitude, He Shilling felt a sense of pleasure as she said these words. But then He Shilling suddenly noticed that Zhong Yuanchao's face showed none of the despondency, sadness, or even a trace of bougon she had expected. Zhong Yuanchao looked relaxed and content. "Shilling, promise me, if one day I make something of myself, don't come looking for me to remarry, okay?" He Shilling's face darkened. Who the hell would come looking for you to remarry? Zhong Yuanchao still wasn't reassured. "Swear it. If you do come, your whole family will." Before Zhong Yuanchao could finish, He Shilling shouted, "If I ever come looking for you to remarry, may my entire family die." "Hoo!" Zhong Yuanchao exhaled deeply, watching He Shilling's retreating back, then shouted loudly, "Shilling." He Shilling froze on the spot. She heard Zhong Yuanchao behind her yell, "Don't go, okay?" The corner of He Shilling's mouth curled up not in secret joy, but in triumph. A man's reluctance was the foundation of a woman's pride. She was about to loudly reject him. But to her surprise, Zhong Yuanchao added, "Don't go, run instead. Run fast." He Shilling. Chapter 2. Perhaps it's a sense of guilt. May 20th, 1988, Friday. Inauspicious day for marriage registration. Maybe some people who register today will regret it later. This day was deeply etched in Zhong Yuanchao's memory from long ago. On this day, he had salvaged his marriage, his career rebounded from rock bottom, his path to promotion smoothed out, and he lived a life others envied. But this time, Zhong Yuanchao chose to abandon his marriage and take a different path to live a life he himself would envy. Huqing Canned Food Factory bustled with people coming and going. After experiencing massive urban changes, Zhong Yuanchao still hadn't adjusted to the sight of factory girls in floral shirts and braided pigtails, or the strange-looking men with long hair they refused to cut, piled on their heads like cow dung. Those riding large 28-inch bicycles were showing off their superiority. Factory workers marched with confident strides, their faces lit with spring-like smiles, carefree scenes Zhong Yuanchao hadn't witnessed in many years. Actually, it somewhat resembled North Korea 30 years later. Fortunately, he was someone who had lived through this era. The heavy atmosphere of the late 1980s quickly filled Zhong Yuanchao's mind. He walked into the factory area, headed to the office building, and went to the personnel department to collect his transfer order. The personnel officer was a middle-aged man in his 50s, surnamed Su, an old acquaintance who felt a bit sorry for Zhong Yuanchao's plight. Here was a promising young man, graduated from high school, served in the military, and earned honors, assigned to a state-owned factory. His future should have been bright. So why couldn't he play the game? Always defying his superiors, who else would they target if not him? Director Su muttered to himself, then handed Zhong Yuanchao a form. "Xiao Zhong, fill out this form. Then take your transfer order to report to the school." It was a personal information registration form. Everything else was the same as before, except in the marital status section. Zhong Yuanchao wrote divorced. Director Su glanced at it. Divorced? This was his internal thought, but he blurted it out, immediately regretting and looking embarrassed. Zhong Yuanchao, however, calmly filled out the rest. Just finalized this morning. As a matter of human nature, some comforting words were expected now. Otherwise, the air would suddenly freeze, making everyone uncomfortable. Xiao Zhong, I'm not blaming you, but you really need to change your personality. Don't be so stubborn. This is a state-owned factory, a place where interpersonal relationships matter. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Tell me, why be so impulsive? Just lower your head, admit your mistake, endure for a few years. With your qualifications, you might not become factory director, but becoming a section chief shouldn't be a problem. Now you're being sent to the school. The wages and benefits at the factory school are far below the main factory. They can't even pay teachers' pensions. And you actually applied to become a teacher? In his previous life, Zhong Yuanchao's fate changed precisely when he became a teacher. First a substitute teacher, then studying at night school, then a chance secondment to the Education Research Institute, followed by a formal transfer. This was the path he had followed all the way. But this time, Zhong Yuanchao clearly had no intention of taking this route. He smiled at Director Su. Thanks for your concern, Director Su. My hand hasn't healed properly yet. I'm afraid I'll need a few more days before I can report to the school. Director Su sighed. I'll inform the school. Rest assured. A broken hand doesn't affect your tongue. How could it impact teaching? Director Su grumbled internally, but he understood that Zhong Yuanchao had faced career suppression and marital crisis, experiencing a massive life upheaval. Feeling down and unwilling to see people was only natural. Of course, this was all Director Su's assumption. What Zhong Yuanchao truly wanted was to use these few days to visit his parents, whom he hadn't seen in many years. Were they still doing well? Returning from Huqing to his hometown would take about 3 days. Zhong Yuanchao's current financial situation couldn't support air travel, and even if it could, his rank required applications and approvals, which would take time. Air travel wouldn't become fully accessible to the general public until the end of 1992. Train tickets were narrow, less than 2 fingers wide, made of stiff cardboard. The trains were green carriages. Everywhere, people could be seen carrying gunny sacks and carrying poles, coming to Huqing for work. Conversely, few people were heading towards Sichuan. Passing through Rongdu, entering Yangcheng, getting off the train, then taking a public bus to the county town and transferring to another bus, he arrived at the district. The district now was fundamentally different from the districts 20 years later. Later, this district in his hometown would be called Zhen at the township level. From the district to the commune was 6 li, about 3 kilometers from the commune to the brigade, another 6 li, and from the brigade into the village, another 2 li. The closer Zhong Yuanchao got, the more excited he became, his sweat-soaked face beaming with happiness. Yet this smile also held a tinge of bitterness, not because of his current low point, but because of a sense of guilt. When he got married, he had set up a few tables at his workplace. Zhong Yuanchao originally planned to bring his parents up, but He Shioling refused, saying there wasn't enough room for relatives. Considering they had just married and didn't want to argue over such matters, and since He Shioling promised they would visit his hometown after marriage, he didn't bring his parents up. When the couple finally visited his hometown, the family slaughtered a pig, and all the villagers came to celebrate. His parents told He Shioling, a city girl, that she wasn't used to the countryside, so she should just sit properly in the main room, not go around toasting, and avoid stepping in chicken droppings. After 2 days, He Shioling used the excuse of a tight school schedule to return to Huqing. After that, she never came back to visit Zhong Yuanchao's parents and wouldn't allow Zhong Yuanchao to bring his parents to Huqing. Unlike the flat fields of Jiangnan, his hometown was surrounded by mountains. The fields and plots in the mountain hollows were uneven, yet diligent farmers had leveled them, and the crops were planted as neatly as if guided by a string. This sight was extremely pleasing to Zhong Yuanchao, who had military experience. A newly built tractor path ran hand-guided tractors, a sight most people 30 years later would probably never see. A few little kids, just out of school, carried canvas bags and hitched a ride on the back of the tractor's trailer, daringly saving themselves several li of walking. It was harvest time for wheat and rapeseed. The fields were bustling with activity, some cutting, others carrying bundles of wheat to square barrels to thresh, using beating to separate the heavy wheat ears into grains that fell into baskets, a primitive yet simple farming method. On the other side, after harvesting the rapeseed stalks, they were all spread on drying mats. They needed to dry for 2 days until crisp, then be beaten. Crossing an irrigation ditch, passing 2 ponds, he saw earthen houses in the distance. In a nearby field, several figures were bent over, working hard. On the narrow field path, barely wide enough for one person, a sturdy pole swayed rhythmically under the weight of 2 heavy bundles of wheat, steadily carried by an elderly man. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao's eyes grew moist. He cupped his hands and shouted loudly toward the figure, "Dad!" The figure froze for an instant. Zhong Yuanchao, overwhelmed with emotion, began deep breathing to control himself, afraid that at 30 years old, he would cry like a child in this place. The figure slowly turned around, still 200 or 300 meters away from Zhong Yuanchao. Yet a hoarse, familiar voice rang in Zhong Yuanchao's ear. "That's your younger brother." Zhong Yuanchao shivered, turned his head, and saw his real father standing right beside him. So embarrassed he wanted to jump into the irrigation ditch. Chapter 3. Dear hometown, you have kept me waiting for far too long. Even your own father would hardly recognize you. Zhong Fu cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Yuanchao, then strolled leisurely along the tractor path towards home, hands clasped behind his back. His steps were notably lighter, his hands swaying rhythmically, and a cheerful melody danced upon his lips. This reflected a father's joy upon the return of his wayward child. The earlier blunder swiftly plunged Zhong Yuanchao back into a whirlwind of emotions, oscillating between the joy of reunion and the sorrow of separation. Taking a deep breath, he hurried to catch up with his father. At merely 26, the younger Zhong felt as if he were already an old man. He chuckled softly and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to his father. From a distance, Zhong Fu glanced at his younger son, who was rushing over, burdened by the weight of life at such a young age, and he let out a silent sigh. As the villagers, who were busy collecting their harvests, spotted Zhong Fu, they greeted him warmly, calling out, "Hello, secretary," and animatedly welcoming Zhong Yuanchao. "Yuanchao has returned. Is your wife not with you? It's been 2 years since we last saw you." Yuanchao has truly made a name for himself. He is now a high-ranking official. Zhong Fu, the village secretary, had lived a life devoid of personal ambition. When opportunities arose, he was quick to consider others before himself, fearing the whispers of gossip behind his back. This selflessness earned him the respect and admiration of the entire village. When the college entrance examination was reinstated, Zhong Fu had the chance to recommend a student for university, but chose to pass it on to another instead of his own son, Zhong Yuanchao. This decision ultimately led to Yuanchao's military enlistment and subsequent rise in rank. In the rural community, familial ties dictated specific terms of address. If one was not an elder, all around were regarded as such. As Zhong Yuanchao warmly acknowledged the elders and distributed cigarettes, he felt a twinge of guilt as he accepted their flattering remarks. For these villagers, merely stepping outside their village to the city was a mark of success, let alone a person like Zhong Yuanchao, who had ascended to a position of authority, once a mischievous child in short trousers, now surpassing even his father. Zhong Fu stood a bit taller, pride swelling within him for having such an exceptional son. Though he spoke not a word of it, his body language betrayed his sentiments. Zhong Yuanchao had anticipated being the first to reach his elder brother, yet the family's loyal dog outpaced him. The dog, aptly named Short-Lived, bounded towards Zhong Yuanchao, circling him with a lowered head and raised rear, tail wagging and emitting soft whines, embodying both submission and affectionate longing. Indeed, Short-Lived was its name. Zhong Yuanchao knelt to pet the dog, which promptly flopped onto the uneven ground, exposing its belly. Breathless, Zhong Yuanchao finally reached his elder brother, while Short-Lived, ever alert, perked up at the sound of his voice, darting away faster than one could imagine. "This is the younger brother, Zhong Danin, who spoke with a flourish." Zhong Yuanchao cast a weary glance at him and retorted, "You still can't outrun it. You'd be too slow even to catch a warm meal." With a hearty laugh, Zhong Danin swayed with amusement, cautioning, "Do not touch it, brother, it has fleas." Startled, Zhong Yuanchao clapped his hands and opened his arms to embrace his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen in many years, jokingly adding, "If it has fleas, we shall both be bitten." Initially filled with excitement, Zhong Danin quickly pushed his elder brother away, and they playfully exchanged punches. The trio returned to their homestead amidst the gazes and murmurs of the villagers. Zhong Yuanchao did not rush to enter the house, but instead hurried towards the fields. Their mother, Yi Zhen, was gathering farming tools, while their younger sister, Zhong Xian, who was bundled up snugly, gazed at Zhong Yuanchao for a long while. Her expression shifted from dazed to joyful, and she shouted, "Mother, elder brother is back." As a cultured woman, even while engaged in agriculture, their mother exuded a distinct aura, characterized by her methodical nature and serene demeanor. When she turned to see Zhong Yuanchao, her eyes softened, and a smile gradually illuminated her wrinkled face. At that moment, the emotions Zhong Yuanchao had been striving to contain finally overwhelmed him. At 30 years of age, he wept like a child upon the ridge of the fields. It dawned upon him that his mother, Yi Zhun, had aged beyond recognition. This time, Zhong Yuanchao finally caught up with the reflections he had previously neglected and seized the opportunity to mend past regrets. Among his greatest sorrows were, first, having devoted all his thoughts to his career, he failed to fulfill his filial duties before his parents passed away. Second, not letting go when he should have, leading to a lifetime of frustration. And third, never having a child of his own. Thus, when he faced his mother, his emotions were difficult to manage. It was a moment of joyous tears, a catharsis for the regrets of a past life. Gently, his mother wiped away Zhong Yuanchao's tears, saying, "Come, let us go home. I will cook for you." A simple phrase laden with boundless love and concern. Zhong Xian snatched the farming tools from their mother's hands, swiftly removing the cloth that covered her face, revealing her delicate features, and cheerfully declared, "Mother, I will cook tonight." This was both out of concern for their mother and to welcome her elder brother back home. In the presence of their parents, this younger sister always displayed such understanding. As the family entered the yard, the old secretary, who had been standing at the entrance to greet his eldest son, turned and hurried back inside, feigning indifference upon seeing their return. Once Zhong Xian stepped into the yard, Zhong Fu's gaze fixed on the empty ground as he uttered, "Let us kill a chicken. Take a piece of the cured meat hanging on the wall in the kitchen." Upon hearing the head of the household issue orders, the family dog leaped into action, pinning the unconfined chicken to the ground, taking it in its mouth without biting, wagging its tail in pride. Zhong Xian pouted. "We toil for days at home and can't even manage a meal of meat. Yet the moment elder brother returns, it's chicken and cured meat. Want chicken? Want meat? Humph. What a joke." Anger began to brew within her. As Zhong Yuanchao was pulled into the courtyard by Yi Zhan, Zhong Xian immediately inquired, "Elder brother, didn't sister-in-law come back with you? Have I offended you?" Zhong Yuanchao silently complained within, his expression turning increasingly unnatural. Zhong Fu, who was just about to enter the house, stood frozen at the high threshold, waiting for Zhong Yuanchao to provide a reasonable explanation. The truth was an undeniable flame. Zhong Yuanchao had no intention of concealing it. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Dad, Mom, I have divorced He Xiuling." The parents, Zhong Daling and Zhong Xian, directed their gazes towards Zhong Yuanchao. Their expressions a blend of skepticism, surprise, comfort, and of course, anger. Zhong Xian whispered, "Dad, are we still killing the chicken?" Zhong Fu's voice emerged from gritted teeth. "What nonsense is that?" Chapter 4. This time, never to part again, the short-lived tail, tightly clamped, released the chicken that was destined for slaughter, retreating to the side. "I will go boil some noodles." Zhong Xian shivered slightly, casting a pitiful glance at her mother and elder brother, thinking to herself that she should have eaten dinner before asking. Her mother tenderly caressed Zhong Yuanchao's face, whispering, "You have suffered these past 2 years." Casting a glance at the furious Zhong Fu, Zhong Yuanchao believed that his divorce had brought shame upon the Zhong family, perhaps even jeopardizing his father's standing as the village secretary. After all, in this era, divorce was far from a respectable affair. "Mom, I will go assist the third one." This was a tacit understanding formed between mother and son over the years. Whenever Zhong Yuanchao angered his father, Yi Zhun would step in to soothe Zhong Fu's ire. "Your son hasn't returned in 2 years. What are you angry about?" Yi Zhun poured Zhong Fu a cup of water, scalding hot and barely drinkable, transferring it back and forth between a small cup and a bowl to test the temperature before finally handing it over. Yuanchao and Xiuling must have encountered issues. Hence the divorce. The eldest is 30 and only cast a glance at me on the field, tears rolling down. What great grievances must he have endured? Zhong Fu, initially fuming, glanced in surprise at his wife, then lowered his head to observe the cup, taking a sip of water as he meticulously replayed his daughter-in-law's behavior since her arrival. Yi Zhan gently remarked, "Their family is of prominence. Seeing the eldest cry so fiercely, it is highly likely that they pressured him into leaving. While others may grieve for their daughters, we must also empathize with our son." She placed her hand on Zhong Fu's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. There was reason and a plea in her words. Zhong Daling, straining to catch the sounds outside, tiptoed closer to her elder brother. "He's calmed down, calmed down. Only mother can temper father." Zhong Yuanchao was amusing a dog, and whether he could be soothed or not was moot. The events had already transpired, and he had no intention of hiding the truth. Regardless of what occurred, nothing could overshadow Zhong Yuanchao's joy at reuniting with his parents and siblings. Even scolding felt exhilarating. Sit down. Zhong Yuanchao commanded the dog. The dog complied and sat. Lay down. He instructed again, and the dog laid down obediently. Zhong Daling remarked in admiration. This creature ignores everyone at home, yet the moment you return, it becomes utterly submissive, just like a person. As Zhong Shiyin tossed noodles into the pot, she spat in annoyance, challenging him to train his wife to be as obedient. In front of his elder brother, Zhong Daning appeared meek, yet he was fierce towards his sister. Shut your mouth, you little brat. What wife? Brother doesn't have one right now. When she continued to provoke, he warned, watch it, or I'll slap you. Put down the knife and speak properly. Humph. Zhong Shiyin set down the kitchen knife with a huff and retorted, we are twins. Stop pretending to be my brother all day. Zhong Daning claimed, I came out first. To which she responded, who came out first is still debatable. Go and prepare the seasonings. Zhong Shiyin was evidently upset, likely due to her brother's divorce. She grumbled, you thought you could find me once you stabilized in the city. But the moment you married, our parents forbade me from visiting, fearing it would affect your relationship with your sister-in-law. And now you've divorced. All those years have been wasted. Zhong Yuanchao understood his sister's yearning for the outside world. The city he resided in was her sanctuary. From the day he Xiuling married into the Zhong family, their mother realized that this daughter-in-law, spoiled in the city, would never allow relatives from the hometown to intrude upon their lives. Zhong Shiyin had tried multiple times to visit Huqing, but their mother always stopped her, urging her to abandon such notions. Even when she expressed a desire to work in Guangdong, their mother wouldn't let her go, fearing she would head straight to Huqing. In Zhong Shiyin's eyes, her brother's marriage to that city girl was a hindrance to her aspirations. The little brat, so considerate in front of their parents, had given up pretending behind their backs. Zhong Yuanchao was well acquainted with his sister's cunning nature. Her little schemes were relentless, and she was indeed a formidable character. As the noodles cooked, Zhong Daning served 2 bowls, while Zhong Yuanchao followed suit with 2 larger ones. When everyone gathered at the table, Zhong Shiyin cheerfully rushed out, declaring, brother, eat this bowl. I added pork fat. It's delicious. Just moments ago, she had been brooding in the kitchen, yet now her mood had shifted dramatically, revealing her true capability to handle significant matters. The subsequent decades of their lives would affirm this. With Zhong Yuanchao's return, he felt compelled to forge a new path, ensuring his younger siblings would not be left behind. A reluctant sound escaped the lips of the short-lived one, who sat on the bench, his expression more forlorn than anything else. Initially, he had hoped for chicken bones tonight, but now he could only settle for noodles. Zhong Shiyin, indeed, poured the excess noodles from the pot into the bowl of the short-lived one, who eagerly stuffed his face into the battered basin, shoveling the food with abandon. Old Secretary Zhong Fu wore a sour expression, yet their mother gazed at Zhong Yuanchao with tenderness, her eyes reflecting both concern and compassion. Before the meal commenced, Zhong Yuanchao could no longer restrain himself and declared, Dad, Mom, second brother, third brother, I've divorced He Xiuling. They are probably still celebrating with firecrackers. Why should we be so sorrowful? Zhong Fu was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he viewed the divorce as his son's fault, but upon hearing this, coupled with what his wife had just said, it became clear that the situation had escalated only because He Xiuling no longer wished to continue their life together. Amidst the jubilant celebration of divorce, one cannot help but feel a twinge of unfairness in the father's reproach towards his son. It is a well-known truth that the older generation rarely admits to their missteps, even if they recognize them. However, they have their own simplistic ways of expressing the passage of such matters. Grasping a cigarette with a filter still in its pocket, he lights it with a match. In a frenzy, Zhong Dingyin, seemingly under the influence of some potent substance, emerges from the room with a string of firecrackers, igniting them with a speed that would astound, creating a cacophony of explosions as he covers his ears and rushes back to the main room, seeking approval from his elder brother. We shall also set off firecrackers in celebration. Zhong Fu, nearly toppled by anger, snatches up his worn yellow rubber shoes, ready to chase after this mischievous rascal. Amidst a flurry of footsteps outside, a figure bursts into the room, breathless and inquiring, what has happened? Why are there firecrackers at home, brother? You've returned? This youth, strikingly similar to Zhong Yuanchao, yet bearing a youthful innocence, is none other than Zhong Yuanchao's youngest brother, Zhong Shengli. Upon hearing of his second brother's antics with the firecrackers, Zhong Shengli rolls his eyes and exclaims, Second brother, have you lost your senses? We only set off firecrackers at night for the deceased. No wonder father is furious with you. Tossing aside his satchel, He embraces Zhong Yuanchao tightly, declaring, "Brother, I've missed you dearly." Zhong Yuanchao gently lifts a hand to pat his back, and in that moment, 1,000 unspoken words condense into the simplest of inquiries. "Have you eaten yet?" Zhong Shengli nods vigorously and turns to Zhong Jiyan. "Sister, where's my noodle soup?" Zhong Jiyan retorts, "Who could have known you were coming back? I just disposed of the last bowl to feed the dog." Zhong Shengli mutters about the old secretary's incessant scolding. Teacher Yi's gentle gaze sweeps over each child, while Zhong Jiyan's eyes dart about, perhaps calculating her next move. Even as Zhong Dingyin endures the reprimands, he wears a foolish grin. Zhong Yuanchao lights a cigarette, and at this moment, he comprehends the warmth of family, tangible and visible. This time, we shall never part again. Chapter 5. Not lovers, but enemies. With the resolution of his marital issues, Zhong Yuanchao now savors the warmth that family brings. His thoughts now turn to his career. To safeguard his family and ensure they remain united signifies that he must grow stronger. Strength, he realizes, necessitates two key attributes: wealth and an abundance of it, enough to influence local circumstances. Such prosperity would allow his parents and siblings to gather together. The notion of a family business swiftly surfaces in his mind. Zhong Yuanchao begins to contemplate what opportunities 1988 may hold. It seems as though any venture could yield considerable profit. Yet, he ponders, how shall he acquire his first fortune? Should he venture to Shenzhen? The stock subscriptions are still 2 years away. Should he head to the southern islands? Real estate has long been an abomination to Zhong Yuanchao. The very last straw that shattered his marriage with He Xiuling, and the chief culprit behind the depletion of the nation's wallets for the next 3 decades. Naturally, Zhong Yuanchao has no intention of engaging with it, nor does he possess the funds to do so. What alternative avenues exist for amassing one's first fortune? Zhong Yuanchao swiftly turned his attention to the school-run enterprises, with opportunities laid bare before him. "Elder brother, you're not asleep, are you?" Zhong Dayan inquired softly. "I am," Zhong Yuanchao retorted. "Nonsense. If you were asleep, how could you converse?" Zhong Dayan, exhibiting a clever demeanor, added, "Elder brother, you're not still pondering over that woman, are you? With your talents, you shall surely ascend to a prominent position in the future. What sort of wife could you possibly not find at that time? Perhaps you could find us a beautiful sister-in-law, preferably one with a younger sister. Then let the elder sister introduce her to me." This impish lad harbored fanciful dreams. Elder brother's days at the workplace will not be easy. Suddenly interjecting, Zhong Shengli, who was also sleepless, remarked. Zhong Yuanchao, immersed in the whirlpool of corporate power struggles in Lake City, recognized the prevailing rules. Yet, for a senior high school student, who had not yet encountered the world beyond, to articulate such thoughts transcended mere intelligence. Why would it be difficult? Elder brother hails from the military, has achieved commendations, and is a cadre. Surely he will ascend through the ranks? Zhong Dayan expressed his dissent. "What do you know, you young whippersnapper?" Zhong Shengli, undeterred, continued. He Xiuling's decision to divorce elder brother was not made in haste. She had the backing of her parents, which fortified her resolve. Once divorced, she would undoubtedly face scrutiny. Elder brother is under the watchful eye of He Xiuling's father, who will undoubtedly seek to undermine him. As long as He Xiuling's father remains in his position, elder brother will struggle to rise. Such is the reality. Zhong Yuanchao exhaled deeply. Zhong Dayan, springing from bed, asked, "Elder brother, is what the fourth brother said true? Sleep now, there's work to attend to tomorrow." Zhong Yuanchao's words carried a hint of resignation. His rise was inevitable, yet facing He Xiuling's family daily was similarly unavoidable. How distressing it must be for them to watch his ascent. Shaking his head, Zhong Yuanchao sighed. "I do not wish to put on airs, yet the script dictates it. What can be done?" In the dawn of Lake City, a unique gentleness enveloped the air. Countless bicycles traversed the narrow lanes, while electric trams glided along their overhead wires. The passengers basking in the spring breeze, infused with zeal and longing for life. The canned goods factory's loudspeaker resonated with the passionate voice of the national broadcaster, delivering uplifting news to the populace, embodying the essence of early motivational discourse. Workers emerged from the canteen in small clusters, some headed to procure vegetables, while others carried breakfast home. When He Xiuling returned with breakfast, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered. It was once Zhong Yuanchao who fetched the morning meal. Now, upon returning to her familial home post-divorce, these responsibilities fell solely upon her. Meanwhile, Her brother remained lazily tucked in bed. In a fit of anger, He Xiaoling plopped down at the table. Her face darkened as she tore into the glutinous rice dumplings, shoving them into her mouth. Their father, He Gui, washed his face and took a seat, selecting a scallion pancake. He Xiaoling initially intended to maintain a stern demeanor towards her father. Yet her desire for assistance compelled her to glance at him repeatedly. He Gui, aware of her unspoken words, refrained from inquiring. Dad, could you possibly transfer Zhong Yuanchao to another location? He Gui asked. Where would that be? He Xiaoling replied. I don't care. You know I've already divorced him. Yet we still work together at school daily. It's quite absurd, isn't it? Please, Dad, I implore you to remove him. He Gui paused, exhaling heavily. Isn't your former partner supposed to take you to America? What difference does it make if you work together? He Xiaoling, agitated, retorted, precisely because of that reason. If he returns to school and we happen to cross paths, it would be utterly awkward. For my happiness, please assist me. He Gui, irritated, thought to himself that Zhong Yuanchao had truly given up on himself, offending the factory director without yielding, divorcing his wife without a second thought. Seemingly determined to walk a path of no return. He had initially intended for Zhong Yuanchao to remain married to He Xiaoling once the current factory director retired. He Gui would facilitate Zhong's return to the factory, ensuring a secure future for him. However, this young man had resolutely chosen a different route. The factory director's wishes were clear. Transferring Zhong Yuanchao to the school was part of his agenda, a decision no one could alter. He Xiaoling, on the verge of tears, pouted in dismay when He Gui added, however, moving to the school doesn't necessarily mean teaching. I will call their principal shortly and arrange for Zhong Yuanchao to handle logistics. Though He Xiaoling was not particularly content with this arrangement, the thought of not encountering Zhong Yuanchao frequently brought her some solace. He Gui comprehended the factory director's intentions. Since last year, the canning factory had faced some operational difficulties, prompting the decision to transfer certain subordinate units to local management as a means of alleviating the company's burdens. The school was the first to be affected. Zhong Yuanchao's reassignment there was tantamount to exile, signaling the end of his status as a corporate cadre. Those who fail to appreciate their worth often find themselves cast aside. He Gui chose to deliver his blow during work hours, contacting the factory's affiliated school to ensure Zhong Yuanchao's downfall. The He family had already resolved to diminish Zhong Yuanchao's standing when they realized they could not elevate him. No longer partners in marriage, they had become adversaries. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuanchao remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. He cheerfully covered the chicken droppings in the courtyard with sawdust, using a spade for the task. With a stone resting in a basin of water, he produced a hissing steam as the limestone transformed into lime powder, which he mixed with water to disinfect the silkworm room. His brother, Zhong Shengli, had gone to his second uncle's home to tend to the oxen, intending to plow the fields today. Breakfast is ready, brother, called Zhong Shiyan. While everyone else had only one egg in their bowls, Zhong Yuanchao enjoyed 2 fried eggs, indicating that Zhong Shiyan definitely sought something from him. Chapter 6. I want to build a career, brother. Do you know about Deep City? I've heard it is breathtaking, filled with tall buildings, and the streets are paved with concrete, bustling with those small, low four-wheeled vehicles. Brother, is Lake City as beautiful as Deep City? Zhong Xian casually guided her brother into the topic she wished to explore. Zhong Yuanchao reflected for a moment, stating, I am not particularly familiar with Deep City at present, but from 1979 to now, a decade has passed, and the changes must be substantial. It is quite normal for towering skyscrapers to rise from the ground, especially since it is the heart of the economic special zone. Zhong Xian inquired further, so, which is more beautiful, Lake City or Deep City? At this juncture, both Zhong Dan and Zhong Shengli perked up their ears, while only Zhong Fu, the elder secretary, continued to believe that the beauty of home lay in the fields once they were sown with crops. Yi Zhen understood the girl's intentions. Eldest brother, why don't you share your thoughts with the younger siblings? Zhong Yuanchao shot a glance at Zhong Xiyan, explaining, Deep City embodies the splendor of a modern metropolis, while Lake City represents the picturesque beauty of Jiangnan. The essence of each is different, and so too is the experience of nature. Currently, Deep City resembles the most favored son in the family, bearing the weight of revitalizing the clan, with resources entirely concentrated upon it, aimed at fostering national prosperity through localized affluence. Lake City, in comparison, simply cannot compete. As Zhong Yuanchao hastily devoured the poached egg in his bowl, Zhong Xian retorted indignantly. I refuse to believe it. I think Lake City is wonderful. My brother is in Lake City, making it 100-fold, 1,000-fold more endearing than Deep City. What a cheeky girl, Zhong Xian remarked. Once I have the opportunity, I shall definitely visit Lake City and compile a list of its merits, so those working in Deep City can witness its beauty. Zhong Xian was indeed strategic and tactical in her thinking. Previously, she had wished to visit Lake City, but their mother had disallowed it. The parents felt that their eldest had established a firm footing in the city, and with the superiority of their daughter-in-law's family. They were apprehensive that if the younger siblings were to move there, it might appear as though they were relying on their sister-in-law's family, potentially complicating the relationship between Zhong Yuanchao and He Xiuling. Now that the couple had parted ways, those constraints had effectively been lifted. Zhong Xian appeared to be asking her brother while actually gauging their parents' attitudes. With the conversation having reached this point, they were certain to understand. Adding 2 more poached eggs to breakfast, the clever sister was simply hoping for her brother to speak kindly on her behalf. Zhong Yuanchao set down his bowl and chopsticks. Addressing his parents, Mom, Dad, the primary reason for my return this time is that I missed you both. Additionally, with the farming season upon us, I thought I would lend a hand at home. There is also an important matter at hand. I plan to take the second and third siblings to Lake City. Wow. Zhong Xian jumped up from her stool, her braided pigtails almost flying over her head, a true spring-loaded dynamo. Excitement was clearly etched on her face, yet she remarked, Brother, what are you thinking? If I leave with the second brother, what will happen to Mom and Dad? They are getting older and need care. How can you ask us to be so unfilial? Humph. Zhong Fu slurped down his noodle soup and scoffed. You truly take filial piety to the extreme. Zhong Xian remained unfazed. Dad, Mom, I truly cannot bear to part with you. However, given the current circumstances, my brother also requires someone to look after him. I may not possess the labor capacity of the second brother. As she spoke, Zhong Dayan's expression began to shift, an ominous premonition settling in. Zhong Xian continued. While I may not be as capable as the second brother in work, I excel in providing care. Thus, I assert that the second brother remains dutiful at home, tending to our parents, while I shall care for the elder brother in Lake City. Why should it be any different? Zhong Dayan, unable to contain his agitation, sprang to his feet. You are unfilial. Zhong Xian coldly pointed at Zhong Dayan, uttering those 3 words. The expression on Zhong Dayan's face shifted to one of discomfort as he mechanically turned his head to gauge their father's reaction, nervously swallowing. Suddenly, Zhong Xian adopted a sorrowful demeanor, sighing as she suggested, perhaps it would be better for the second brother to go instead. I would feel more at ease caring for our parents at home. When you accompany the elder brother to Lake City, remember to look after him. If anyone dares to bully him, you must stand up for him, unlike during your school days when you were such a coward. If He Xiuling's family dares to trouble him, you should confront them. Zhong Dayan recoiled slightly. Such confrontations were truly beyond his capabilities. After pondering for a moment and observing the calm demeanor of his elder brother, he resignedly concluded, Very well, let the third brother go. I shall remain at home to tend to the land and care for our parents. Zhong Xian's persuasive words had effectively quelled Zhong Dayan's resistance, compelling him to accept the decision. The old secretary donned a pair of worn-out rubber shoes and, despite the sweltering heat, put on a jacket, seemingly prepared to leave without any intention of dissuading Zhong Xian. She triumphantly winked at her elder brother. Zhong Laer contemplated retreating to the lavatory to weep, lamenting the loss of such a splendid opportunity. Observing Zhong Dayan's pitiful expression, Zhong Yuanchao reassured him, Don't worry, both of you shall go. The previously morose Zhong Dayan's brows lifted, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Zhong Yuanchao interjected, Father, please hold on a moment before you rush out. I wish to discuss my future plans with you. He continued, Having divorced He Xiuling, my life at work is bound to be challenging. Therefore, I wish to embark on a new venture and require assistance. Both the second and third brothers must join me. Once everything is settled, I will bring you all over to enjoy a life of ease. Initially incensed, Zhong Fu found satisfaction in his eldest son's words, though he maintained an air of disdain. As the village secretary, if I abandon my post, who will oversee the work? In this era, village officials possessed a strong sense of honor and responsibility. Otherwise, how could one explain the ambition of village leaders to pass their positions onto their sons? In truth, it was possible to establish a livelihood back home. Yet Zhong Fu's stern and unyielding nature would not only fail to assist Zhong Yuanchao, but but would likely hinder him. Zhong Yuanchao refrained from revealing to Zhong Fu that his tenure as secretary was nearing its end. Thus, he chose not to engage in argument, planning instead to bring their parents away when the time was right. Zhong Fu retorted, "You forsake a stable job to pursue some business venture? Are you attempting to undermine socialism?" Pointing to the small radio nearby, which broadcasted new policies daily, Zhong Yuanchao asserted, as the secretary, "You must keep pace with the evolving consciousness. Across the nation, the emphasis is on economic development as the primary goal, allowing a select few to prosper first, who will then uplift the impoverished. Why shouldn't I aspire to be among that select few?" The usually undebatable elder brother silenced their biological father with a single remark, causing him to grunt heavily and return to work. The previously quiet Zhong Shengli also expressed his desire to visit Lake City, asking, "Brother, what about me?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "In 2 months, you will be taking the college entrance examination. Your grades will undoubtedly secure you a place at a university. You should consider applying to the Lake City Institute of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering." He grasped Yizhen's hand, saying, "Mom, it won't be long before our family can be together." The smiles of the entire family at that moment were the very essence Zhong Yuanchao yearned to protect. Chapter 7. Go forth and conquer this world. Zhong Yuanchao harvested seeds, plowed fields, and transplanted seedlings at home, and by the time he prepared to leave, the sky had darkened considerably. In 30 years, businessmen will take their employees to tea gardens and farms to experience life through tea picking and farming. Zhong Yuanchao, too, began to appreciate such joys. The weather had been splendid. After several days under the sun, his back burned fiercely, and he anticipated shedding a layer of skin soon. He did not take his younger siblings along. First, he needed to establish a direction for his career and secure a place for them to stay. Moreover, the farm work at home was abundant. While the irrigation channels were flowing, he still had to water the cornfields. Relying solely on his parents for these tasks would be far too strenuous. At dawn, when the first light broke, Zhong Yuanchao set out for the silkworm room. After this rest, the silkworms would begin to spin silk. The freshly harvested wheat stalks were just right for weaving into a straw dragon to house the cocoons. Along the edges of the fields, the red snake fruit glowed vibrantly, and he occasionally spotted a few clusters of red thorny fruit. Plucking them without needing to wash, he tossed them into his mouth, relishing their sweet yet tangy flavor. Such delightful tastes evoked a profound sense of nostalgia for his homeland. As he left the village, his mother held Zhong Yuanchao's hand, gently caressing his face with a hint of regret. "Go, take good care of yourself, and when your younger siblings arrive, look after them as well." His parents and siblings paused, and the short-lived dog stubbornly accompanied them for another 200 to 300 meters before stopping. They turned back to glance at their family, then at Zhong Yuanchao. Though reluctant, they understood that their home lay nestled in the valley. Whether sending someone off, welcoming guests, or tending to the family dog, one must eventually return home. Zhong Yuanchao sighed, realizing that he once felt inferior to that dog. Many truths only become clear after many years, hence the saying that one wishes to care for their parents, but it is too late. As Zhong Yuanchao turned to look back at his parents, he faintly heard his mother's gentle voice echoing from afar. "Do not fret that the road ahead is devoid of kin. Who in the world does not recognize you?" At that moment, tears welled in Zhong Yuanchao's eyes. A single line of poetry encapsulated the misfortunes of his first 30 years while paving the way for his next decade of triumph. If not for Zhong Xian's name and the sudden appearance of that poetic line, many would remain oblivious to Yi Zhen's status as an intellectual. Diligently rooted in the countryside, she initiated literacy movements. Anyone who had received an education in several villages became her student. Yang Qieji's radiance, Yang Qieji's beauty. This is the name bestowed upon her daughter by her mother. But what of the names Yuanchao, Dayan, and Shengli? One must inquire with the old secretary, for it was due to the Korean War that the name Zhong Yuanchao came into existence. Similarly, the Sino-Indian self-defense counterattack prompted the insistence on the name Zhong Zuwai. However, the reason for the eventual alteration to Zhong Dayan remains a mystery. Lastly, the youngest son, Zhong, was named with the hope that victory would accompany any adversary faced. Only the name Zhong Xian represents the final insistence of the mother. The return journey took nearly 3 days as well. Upon arriving at the Lake City canning factory, night had just fallen, and upon entering the small room, he found it completely emptied. Reluctant to utilize it, he was aware that Xiaoling had taken the savings book. Had this single dormitory not belonged to the state, she would have likely moved out as well. Zhong Yuanchao was left with less than 200 yuan. Nonetheless, he felt no urgency, retrieving the work notebook and pen that Xioling had deemed unworthy of taking. He inscribed several significant dates upon its pages. There remained 2 years and 4 months until the Asian Games in the capital, and 2 years and 11 months until the closure of the Lake City canning factory. A certain Wei Yingzhou, a rogue from Taiwan, had already traversed the mainland, preparing to establish a factory named Kong Shui Fu. Coca-Cola and Pepsi were poised to make their moves against Shanhaiguan, the North Pacific, and the sales champion Tianfu Cola. Zhong Yuanchao had devoted the majority of his previous life to studying the history of domestic industrial development over several decades, a knowledge that he recalled with remarkable clarity. Little did he expect that this knowledge would ultimately prove useful. That night, as he tossed and turned, he finally fell into a deep slumber, where he dreamt of the battlefield, facing those guerrillas he had executed without hesitation. Killing was killing, and there was nothing to regret. Upon waking, Zhong Yuanchao splashed water on his face, quickly becoming alert. In the mirror's vibrant reflection, his refined visage bore no trace of wrinkles. At 30, one stands firm. He chuckled as he adjusted his undergarments and gave his hips a little twist. The milk vendor arrived punctually downstairs, providing exactly what Zhong Yuanchao desired. He gathered 3 yuan from a pile of small change and purchased a large basin of milk. Since ancient times, the emphasis has been on civilizing the spirit while fostering physical prowess. Yet, it was during his execution of tasks that Zhong Yuanchao truly realized he embodied the principle of barbarizing the spirit while civilizing the body. It was precisely for this reason that he had been ordered to transition to civilian life, and thus, he resolved to embrace his true self. After decades of contemplation, Zhong Yuanchao discerned that entrepreneurship was his most fitting path. Milk would serve as the raw material for his business venture, proving to be immensely beneficial. The 3 yuan spent on milk could potentially yield 30 yuan after processing. Go forth, conquer this world. However, Yuanchao, as it stands, our school currently has no shortage of teaching staff, so you will have to endure a temporary placement at the retirement office. With determination, Zhong Yuanchao confidently stepped into the personnel office, only to find himself outmatched by the world rather than conquering it. Is this the chasm between ideals and reality? Zhong Yuanchao let out a bitter laugh. If he were to passively accept this arrangement, future endeavors would be significantly hindered. To preserve some bargaining power for himself, he stated, "Director Tang, the factory's transfer order has instructed me to come here as a teacher, to arrange for my logistical duties. It is essential to have the personnel documents from the factory's administration." Tang Huawen, a seasoned individual approaching 50, is quite astute. Should he encounter someone more malleable, he could easily dismiss them with a few words. He is aware of the recent transfer of Zhong Yuanchao to the school and possesses knowledge of various rumors regarding Zhong's past in the military. Such a person demands caution, and in this scenario, the most prudent course of action is to deflect responsibility. "Yuanchao, please do not put me in a difficult position. Although personnel matters fall under my jurisdiction, without directives from above, I cannot take decisive action." Tang Huawen rose and peered into the corridor, carefully closing the door behind him. Lowering his voice as he continued, the principal personally intervened. "I find myself in a bind. Perhaps you should discuss this further with the principal? However, let me be clear. You must not disclose that I informed you." Had Zhong Yuanchao been a mere novice in the organization or possessed only a few years of experience, he might have regarded Tang Huawen as a commendable personnel director. However, with decades of experience, Zhong has keenly discerned the underlying motivations behind Tang's demeanor. While he may outwardly appear empathetic and sincere, he has long been in communication with superiors, clearly instructed to redirect any grievances to him. Under these circumstances, Tang Huawen's attitude is merely a gesture of goodwill towards Zhong Yuanchao, demonstrating his shrewdness. Zhong Yuanchao entered the principal's office. Chapter 8. The first step in building a career. Zhong Yuanchao encountered Principal Chen Furong unexpectedly. Chen was carrying a kettle, preparing to fetch hot water. "Principal, allow me." Zhong Yuanchao seized the kettle from Chen's hands and headed to the water room. This small act impressed Chen, who mused about the young man's adeptness in navigating situations, wondering why he was at odds with the factory director. Upon returning, Zhong Yuanchao first filled Chen Furong's teacup with hot water and added tea leaves. Chen retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his drawer and offered Zhong one. Zhong struck a match, lighting the principal's cigarette first before igniting his own, then filled his teacup to the brim and sat across from the principal. With a smile, Chen remarked. I am genuinely pleased that you have been assigned to the school. Pleased? You must have been quite frustrated. Zhong thought. A person bold enough to confront the factory director publicly is a volatile presence, difficult to manage and even harder to control. Chen had been anxious for several nights upon learning of Zhong's arrival. Zhong Yuanchao replied, in truth, my greatest aspiration has always been to teach. I am delighted to have this opportunity and am grateful for the leadership's arrangement. I look forward to working under your guidance. Principal, I kindly ask for your support. Chen's gaze faltered slightly. Yuanchao, did you not go to personnel? Zhong shook his head. No, I came directly to you. By not mentioning that Director Tang had sent him, Zhong subtly shielded Tang and accorded the principal the respect he deserved, acknowledging Chen Furong as a figure of authority within the school. This encapsulates the wisdom of navigating the world. Chen Furong was momentarily taken aback. After a few awkward chuckles, he clasped his hands on the desk and said, Yuanchao, the higher-ups may not be fully apprised of the school's situation. With 4 classes in each grade, there's a designated spot for each teacher. Your sudden arrival leaves us uncertain about which class to assign you to. If you are abruptly thrust into teaching a class, the students may struggle to adapt, and should parents voice their grievances and come to the school in uproar, the repercussions would be unfavorable. I intend to assign you to the retirement office for a while. You can interact with retired teachers and glean insights from them, which would benefit your future endeavors. Zhong Yuanchao appeared remarkably composed, catching Chen Furong off guard. He had anticipated an outburst. Principal, isn't it true that the retirement pensions for the retired teachers have not been disbursed for 2 months? Zhong Yuanchao inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke. Every family's circumstances are challenging. Despite being educators, they too experience emotions. I've just arrived, and I'm being assigned such a daunting task. The principal truly holds me in high regard. Chen Furong recognized the futility of this position. If it were a lucrative post, it would not have fallen to the seemingly exiled Zhong Yuanchao, as others would have long since competed for it. He shook his head, acknowledging yes. I concede that this position is far from easy. However, you are a cadre. Currently, the only position that aligns with your qualifications is that of the retirement office director. If you were merely an ordinary worker, it would be simple to assign you to operate a boiler or perform cleaning tasks. But given your standing, I am at a loss. Zhong Yuanchao waved his hand and smiled. Principal, please do not misunderstand. I am not here to stir trouble. I am here to resolve issues. The non-disbursement of teachers' retirement pensions is indeed a problem, and regardless of who occupies the position, this issue remains and will only escalate. I wish to inform you that today, 2 or 3 teachers may come by to voice their concerns, but by tomorrow, 7 or 8 retired teachers will likely create a disturbance. The problem will only grow, culminating in them coming to the factory to raise a ruckus. I am indifferent, but what will you do, Principal? Attend meetings to face criticism, offer self-reflections, and endure public scorn? Ultimately, does the responsibility not rest with you? Chen Furong had encountered numerous educators seeking favors, causing disruptions, or creating trouble. Yet Zhong Yuanchao was entirely different. His demeanor was unflustered, his expression natural, and his tone resembled that of a friend. Yet his words exerted a pressure on Chen Furong far greater than that of those who sought trouble. Chen Furong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhong Yuanchao. Indeed, it was a formidable dilemma, yet the school's situation was as it stood. The number of students was limited, and the fees for miscellaneous expenses and textbooks were collected according to regulations. The school was not accepting new enrollments, leaving no means to ameliorate the circumstances. The subsidies that the factory had initially promised had been postponed indefinitely, leaving us powerless. Chen Furong shifted his gaze. Yuanchao, based on your perspective, is there a viable solution to this predicament? Zhong Yuanchao sighed. Let us treat this dead horse as if it were alive. It is better than doing nothing at all. Chen Furong observed as Zhong Yuanchao stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, prompting him to promptly offer another cigarette, even taking the initiative to light it for him. This shift in demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in Zhong Yuanchao, who leisurely remarked that the school could not seek external assistance and must instead devise a solution internally. He proposed that the vacant rooms across from the teaching building could be utilized, suggesting that if the principal trusted him, those spaces could be allocated for his use. He indicated that he would approach the retired teachers to negotiate on their behalf, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a portion of their retirement pensions could be disbursed next month. However, he acknowledged that it would only be a fraction, as his capabilities were limited. Having delayed for 2 months, Chen Furong felt uncertain about how much longer this situation could persist. The pressure of his position weighed heavily upon him, as he was tasked with resolving issues but found himself facing criticism without any viable solutions. The predicament of being a principal was undeniably stifling. Given that Zhong Yuanchao claimed to have a means to address the problem, why not allow him to attempt it? Moreover, Chen had already extended a favor by placing Zhong in the challenging role at the retirement office, where he now interacted with a group of retired teachers. The exchange of goodwill could potentially facilitate the resolution of the issue, which Chen Furong found quite advantageous. Thus, he inquired, Yuanchao, what do you intend to do with those vacant rooms? Zhong Yuanchao replied that he planned to establish a distribution department to sell various goods. Chen Furong was taken aback, exclaiming, are you suggesting we undermine socialism within the school? He nearly bit his tongue in shock. Zhong Yuanchao chuckled and said, such words should not escape the lips of a principal. After so many years of reform and opening up, the media constantly emphasizes the economy. With the development of special economic zones flourishing and negotiations for rejoining the global market progressing daily, is it truly undermining the system to earn a few cents to provide pensions for retired teachers? Principal, perhaps we should pretend I never said that. As Chen Furong saw Zhong Yuanchao preparing to leave, he grasped his arm, insisting, wait, I need to think this over. Observing Chen Furong's attitude, Zhong Yuanchao's initial steps toward establishing his venture appeared to be on solid ground. Chapter 9. A calculated gamble. It is evident that a rational individual will weigh the pros and cons. A well-educated and cultured man like Chen Furong, capable of holding the position of principal, would undoubtedly analyze the situation to assess Zhong Yuanchao's potential value to him. Had Zhong been of no use, Chen would have taken the opportunity to reprimand him thoroughly. However, recognizing Zhong's utility altered the dynamics. Instead of hindering him, Chen would likely extend his support, as it ultimately served his own interests. The school itself was characterized by red brick, comprising 2 teaching buildings, one 3 stories high and the other 5. It boasted over 800 students and more than 100 faculty members. As the first class ended, the hallways erupted in commotion. The elementary students, in no haste to relieve themselves, seized the moment to crouch on the ground, fanning out their collectible cards. These cards, adorned with characters from Dragon Ball, came with their own social hierarchy. Those who possessed Dragon Ball cards looked down upon those with cards from the Journey to the West. The adhesive sticker illustrations looked down upon the cardboard drawings. Little girls skip rope, while middle school students engage in a different manner. They huddle together in the restroom, furtively producing crumpled cigarettes from their bags, taking turns to inhale, each person drawing 3 puffs in a competition of lung capacity. Zhong Yuanchao observes these children of varying ages, recognizing not only the hope they represent for the nation's future, but also their potential as the main consumers. The sight of these young sprouts brings a peculiar joy to Zhong Yuanchao. In these times, it is rather effortless to earn money from children. The first generation of only children, born under the family planning policy, are precious and indulged by their parents. As Zhong Yuanchao descended to the retirement office, a female teacher turned her head and smiled at a colleague, saying, "That is old Zhong." He Xiaoling, feeling a shiver, glanced at Zhong Yuanchao, discomfort washing over her. After descending a few more steps, she told her colleague, "You go ahead." Once the others had left, she turned to Zhong Yuanchao and said in a low tone, "Could you keep your distance from me?" To which Zhong Yuanchao replied, "He Xiaoling, we are already separated. Can we maintain some space? Do you think such chance encounters will change my mind? Wake up, Zhong Yuanchao. We are impossible. I beg you to let me go, and also yourself." Zhong Yuanchao sighed, pondering the virtue of parting amicably. Why must it be so contentious? Why do you stand there in silence? Am I wrong in what I say? You follow me so closely because you wish to speak? He attempted to engage. Who are you? He Xiaoling scoffed. Zhong Yuanchao, do you believe yourself amusing? Do you think provoking me in this manner will kindle any hope for reconciliation? She firmly stated, "I am He Xiaoling. Please keep your distance from me to spare everyone the embarrassment." As Zhong Yuanchao walked past her, he muttered, "No wonder you seemed familiar. It's He Xiaoling in clothes I didn't recognize. My apologies." "Apologies for what?" she retorted. Zhong Yuanchao quietly remarked, "The eyes at the front are called eyes. What do you call the ones at the back? Are you so perceptive that you can notice me following you?" He Xiaoling's eyes bulged in disbelief as she watched Zhong Yuanchao descend the stairs, trembling with anger, her hands and feet cold, stomping and cursing. "Zhong Yuanchao, I await your misfortune." It dawned on Zhong Yuanchao that not having to endure is an exhilarating experience. The retirement office is located in a separate area on the first floor, designed for the convenience of older teachers who should not be climbing stairs. It also serves to handle disputes discreetly, preventing any escalation that might lead to gossip. Zhong Yuanchao assumed the role of the sole operator there, completing the cleaning tasks before finally sitting down to catch a breath, only to be interrupted by a visitor. The newcomer, smiling broadly and carrying a stack of documents, placed them on the table and said, "You must be Xiao Zhong. I am Lin Xinhao from the affairs office." "Hello, Director Lin." Lin Xinhao shook hands with Zhong Yuanchao, gesturing towards the documents, and remarked, "Our logistics department has always been understaffed. The retirement office has finally welcomed you aboard. Previously, I was managing it in your stead. Now that the rightful person has arrived, I can hand over the responsibilities. These are the records of our retired teachers. Please take some time to review them and extend your care by visiting them regularly to ascertain if they are facing any genuine difficulties. Thank you for your efforts." "Xiao Zhong." Zhong Yuanchao smiled, replying, "It's no trouble at all. This is my duty." The situation felt akin to a hot potato hastily discarded, as Zhong Yuanchao was assigned to this post through a tacit understanding among various parties, a thankless task that promised to be fraught with challenges. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's struggles would bring a certain satisfaction to some. The exercise of power by those in higher positions was often starkly unadorned. "Hello." Two elderly women suddenly appeared at the door. Lin Xinhao rose from his seat to warmly welcome them into the office. "Teachers Xie and Hong, what brings you here?" Zhong Yuanchao thought to himself, "So they have come to seek me out?" Teacher Xie replied, "Director Lin, we would rather not be here, but it concerns our retirement pensions." Though Lin Xinhao smiled, his body language betrayed his discomfort, as he instinctively distanced himself from the two educators. "Well, you have come at the right time. Director Zhong has officially taken over the retirement office, and he will certainly address your concerns." Zhong Yuanchao wore a forced smile while inwardly cursing the situation. Lin Xinhao quickly excused himself, stating, "Xiao Zhong, I won't disturb your work any further. You carry on." Once Lin Xinhao had left, teachers Xie and Hong appeared considerably disheartened. Zhong Yuanchao poured them both a glass of water and gently inquired, "You are here regarding the retirement pensions, I presume?" Teacher Xie nodded. "I understand that even if we come here, it may be futile. The retirement office merely replaced one figurehead with another, and our issues remain unresolved." The resigned demeanor of the two teachers stirred a sense of sorrow in Zhong Yuanchao. "Teachers Xie and Hong, I am here specifically to address your retirement pension issues. The detailed process will take a few days, but I assure you, if you cooperate with me, your pensions should be secured." Initially, teachers Xie and Hong held little hope, but Zhong Yuanchao's words made them question if they had misheard. After confirming his intentions multiple times, they began to believe that he was genuinely there to help them. However, they needed to agree to two conditions set by Zhong Yuanchao. First, to mobilize all teachers to visit the factory that afternoon. Second, any teachers with some available labor were encouraged to assist Zhong Yuanchao with some manual work. With the support of retired teachers, they could secure a few vacant rooms to establish a distribution center, which would not only address the teachers' retirement pensions, but also accumulate some initial capital. As Zhong Yuanchao pondered this strategy, Lin Xinhao was already reporting the earlier developments to Chen Furong. Chapter 10. Pressures teachers Xie and Hong have arrived? Chen Furong inquired with a hint of anxiety. Lin Xinhao nodded, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his smile. "Principal, assigning Zhong Yuanchao to this position is truly brilliant. He was a thorn in the side during his time at the factory. Didn't he relish in being contrary? Let him deal with these retired teachers." His assertive demeanor might just temper the arrogance of these individualists. Chen Furong clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Xinhao, as a seasoned comrade, you should think before you speak. These are fellow retirees from the same school who dedicated many years of service. They merely wish to reclaim their rightful pensions. How does that equate to individualism?" Taking a deep breath, he continued, "To be frank, I feel guilty towards them. Otherwise, would I be avoiding them?" Lin Xinhao chuckled awkwardly. Yes, my awareness is lacking. Principal. Nevertheless, placing Zhong Yuanchao in this role is undoubtedly a masterstroke. With his temperament, he will either subdue those retired teachers or become a target himself, which would ultimately benefit the school. Chen Furong conceded there was some merit to that. Yet, he remained preoccupied with the feasibility of the distribution department and whether it warranted reporting to higher authorities. He pondered the potential risks involved. The two teachers did not rush to depart. Instead, they shared their current predicaments with Zhong Yuanchao. Our son and daughter-in-law just got married, and expenses are mounting. We don't know what's happening at the factory this year. The bonuses haven't been distributed. With our limited income, we hesitate to ask them for help. While our pensions aren't substantial, they suffice for living. If we were to cause a scene at the factory, it could jeopardize our children's jobs. Though they were teachers, they were also educators at the canned food factory's affiliated school, and their positions had not been part of the educational system prior to the state-owned enterprise's restructuring. Their relatives and children worked at the factory. They could voice their concerns to the factory, but if the management chose to retaliate against their children and relatives, what then? This was the dilemma facing the retired teachers, who found their pensions delayed and had no choice but to raise their grievances within the school. Now, Zhong Yuanchao's request for them to go to the factory seemed to place them in a difficult position. Zhong Yuanchao spoke gently. Teachers, you've misunderstood. Gathering at the factory isn't meant to incite trouble. Merely standing there for a few minutes will suffice. I'll handle the subsequent matters. Teacher Zhong, skeptical, inquired, really? We don't need to do anything else. Zhong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you've all earned your respect over a lifetime. There's no need to compromise your dignity after retirement. Leave the burdensome tasks to me. Teachers Zhang and Hong had not previously known Zhong Yuanchao. With thousands of employees at the canned food factory, not everyone was acquainted. However, Zhong's demeanor today left a lasting impression on both teachers. Thank you, Xiao Zhong. We will return now and relay the message to our fellow retired comrades. In the past, encounters were often met with indifference. Today, however, a director unexpectedly appeared, evidently determined to address the livelihood challenges faced by the individuals present, igniting a sense of excitement among them. This scene prompted Zhong Yuanchao to reflect on the opportunities afforded by the grand backdrop of this era, which simultaneously brings forth a myriad of frustrations. The myriad issues and conflicts confronting countless state-owned enterprises are destined to erupt in this epoch. The experiences of these teachers serve as a microcosm of this transformative time. Zhong Yuanchao's current objective is clear. While pursuing his career, he must also resolve the concerns of retired educators at the school. As the students poured out of the classroom, they rushed towards the residential area with exuberance. The airwaves resonated with music steeped in the spirit of the times. Feixiang's A Fire in Winter reverberated with warmth. Remarkably still popular even after 7 years, a testament to its enduring appeal. Just as Zhong Yuanchao closed his office door and turned the corner, he encountered Chen Furong. Yuanchao, just off work? Chen inquired. Zhong nodded, acknowledging that the principal was also just finishing his day. He was aware that Lin Xinhao had shared the morning's discussions with the principal, making this encounter anything but coincidental. The principal had come to gauge the situation. Shall we walk together? Chen Furong suggested, lifting his black leather briefcase. As Zhong walked beside the principal, he heard Chen ask, "Are you adjusting well?" Zhong nodded, recalling his time in the military, where he yearned to be at the front lines, only to find himself tending to horses instead. Eventually, he realized that the company commander, seeing his youth and education, sought to protect him, believing he was one of the few intellectuals in the unit. The commander had advised him to embody the spirit of adaptability, to go wherever there was need. Thus, whether it was caring for horses, managing the kitchen, or later handling firearms against pests, he adapted swiftly. Chen Furong endeavored to infuse his smile with admiration, nodding in appreciation. With your mindset, I feel reassured, he remarked. I noticed that Teacher Zhang and Teacher Hong stopped by earlier. Did you have a pleasant conversation with them? This inquiry marked the transition to the main topic. As Chen sought to uncover the outcome of their discussion, Zhong waved his hand dismissively, asserting, there's no issue. The teachers are committed to their vocation, and they expressed understanding of my unfamiliarity with the school's circumstances. So, you managed to settle things with them? Chen Furong exhaled in relief, realizing he could enjoy a few more nights of undisturbed sleep. Yet, Zhong quickly added, they mentioned that it seems the school has no intention of providing them with an explanation. Consequently, they plan to visit the factory this afternoon to seek clarity. Chen Furong tensed, his face contorting in concern. Just as he was about to raise his voice tenfold, it escaped him like a whisper. Aren't you supposed to have a solution for their issues? Why are they going to the factory to create a disturbance? Zhong Yuanchao gazed at Chen Furong innocently. Principal, I do have a plan, but it requires your approval. While you are still deliberating, how can I definitively convey matters to them? In that moment, Chun's expression shifted. Sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it, he clenched his teeth and hurriedly dashed towards the residential area. Zhong Yuanchao smiled as he observed the retreating figure. In such a system, a languid and lackadaisical work attitude prevails, where even trivial matters can be delayed for a month or two. If pressure is not applied to Chen Furong, when will the issues in the distribution department ever be resolved? After all, this is a light-hearted narrative, and the pace must be hastened. Zhong Yuanchao murmured to himself, resigning to a simple meal of scallion oil noodles for lunch. In the afternoon, Chen Furong did not rush to the school, but instead lingered in the area separating the factory from the residential quarters, observing. However, it wasn't long before retired teachers from the school began to appear in small groups. Chen Furong's heart raced to his throat. He felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Chapter 11. Coercion and temptation. Wasn't that scoundrel Zhong Yuanchao supposed to have a solution for the retired teacher's predicament? When Chen Furong left work, he had not anticipated the severity of the situation, but upon seeing the teachers congregating, he instinctively knew what was about to unfold. What to do? If this situation continued unchecked, it wouldn't be long before work resumed, and the news might reach the factory director. He could find himself summoned to explain himself that very afternoon. Panicking, Chen Furong immediately thought of Zhong Yuanchao. Yes, he should seek Zhong Yuanchao's assistance. Surely he could resolve the issue. Turning around, Chen Furong was astonished to find Zhong Yuanchao nearby. He rushed over, grasping Zhong Yuanchao's hand. Quickly, you must help me get them back. Zhong Yuanchao, wearing a bemused expression, replied, Principal, who are we sending back? Frantically pointing towards the gathering retired teachers, Chen Furong exclaimed. Are you blind? Can't you see the retired teachers have come out? They're preparing to confront the director. If this escalates to him, how will we be able to handle it? Zhong Yuanchao glanced at the retired teachers. His demeanor relaxed as he said, It's quite normal for retired teachers to come out for a stroll and partake in activities, Principal. If one has no guilty conscience, there's no need to fear a knock at midnight. Besides, the factory owes them wages, not you personally. I believe the teachers will understand your difficulties and won't hold it against you. While his words seemed reasonable, the adverse impact on management would directly affect Chen Furong's leadership image. He was not yet of retirement age and still had aspirations for advancement. At such a critical juncture, it was imperative that no issues arise. Chen Furong gripped Zhong Yuanchao's hand firmly, as if it were a vice. Zhong Yuanchao, you assured me this morning that you could resolve the issue of the retired teacher's wages. Zhong Yuanchao retorted, Didn't you deny the request? Moreover, even if it were approved, wouldn't the distribution department still lack funds for inventory? What a revelation. So, you were merely waiting for me here? This morning it was merely a request for a room, yet by afternoon, you were demanding funds. If there were money, would we still be withholding wages from the teachers? Chen Furong nearly ground his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Teacher Xie glanced over towards Zhong Yuanchao, who waved in her direction. Teacher Xie, are you all here? In a moment of disarray, Chen Furong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Just as he was already on edge, Zhong Yuanchao had brought others into the mix, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. Teacher Xie beckoned to the surrounding retired educators, who all turned their gaze towards Zhong Yuanchao, only to have their attention drawn to the visibly tense Chen Furong as they approached him. An uncomfortable itch erupted in Chen Furong's armpits, soon followed by perspiration. This reaction was a physiological response that often occurs in moments of embarrassment, tension, or excitement. Internally, he cursed Zhong Yuanchao for being a meddlesome troublemaker. He realized he was cornered and would be trapped in this situation. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's relaxed demeanor, Chen Furong instantly grasped that he had been ensnared by him. His throat quivered, his cheeks puffed out, and he resembled a tightly wound string on the verge of snapping. The peculiar work environment fostered by their unique system had instilled in these individuals a penchant for procrastination. Without pressure, Zhong Yuanchao would likely take an eternity to complete the preliminary preparations. As a group of teachers encircled him, Chen Furong felt the sweat accumulating. Zhong Yuanchao beamed at the retired educators, greeting teachers Xie and Hong with enthusiasm. You're all here. Perfect timing, as it saves me the trouble of searching for you individually. The principal has good news to share. Chen Furong's neck turned slowly, like an old, ungreased axle, as he shot a glance at Zhong Yuanchao, his jaw clenched, uncertain whether he was grinding his teeth in frustration or merely reacting to his overwhelming tension. Seeing that his pressure tactics had taken effect, Zhong Yuanchao promptly interjected. By the way, I am Zhong Yuanchao, previously employed at the factory and now assigned to the school to manage the retirement office, dedicated to addressing the concerns of our teachers. The principal has devised a plan to resolve everyone's issues. With a sidelong glance at Chen Furong, he continued, "We are confident that by early next month, we will be able to disburse a portion of the retirement salaries, followed by the full compensation in due course." Amidst the murmurs of the retired faculty, a hint of excitement could be discerned. After such a lengthy delay, would their troubles finally be resolved? Yet, skepticism lingered in their expressions. Zhong Yuanchao regarded Chen Furong. "Principal, wouldn't you agree?" What recourse did Chen Furong have at this juncture? If Zhong Yuanchao were to declare him a fool, he would have no choice but to nod in agreement. He emphatically affirmed, "Yes, since everyone is present today, I would like to take this opportunity to address the delay in the disbursement of retirement salaries. We have implemented measures to tackle this issue, with the newly appointed head of the retirement office, Comrade Zhong Yuanchao, taking full responsibility. I must also express my apologies to all of you who have dedicated your lives to service. It is regrettable that you should endure such hardships upon retirement. This is indeed our shortcoming." With the need to make a statement, he decided to adopt a more conciliatory tone and soften his words. Zhong Yuanchao mused to himself. Old Chun is quite astute in recognizing the situation. Meanwhile, teachers Xie and Hong felt a sense of trepidation. They feared that if their potential unrest were to come to the attention of the higher-ups, the repercussions would extend to their families. Initially filled with skepticism, I arrived here with uncertainty, yet none could have anticipated the swift resolution of this matter. Regardless of how eloquently Principal Chen spoke, the true gratitude of teachers Xie and Hong was reserved for one individual, Zhong Yuanchao. "All right, everyone may disperse now. We are all of a certain age, and frequent visits to the school are rather inconvenient." Zhong Yuanchao declared, "From now on, I shall visit each household to alleviate your burdens." Satisfied with the response, the crowd dispersed, while beads of sweat trickled down Chen Furong's brow. Zhong Yuanchao smiled at Chen Furong, saying, "Principal, you just promised me." "Promised what?" Chen Furong queried. Teacher Xie called out to Zhong Yuanchao, who immediately took Chen Furong's hand and affirmed, "Yes, yes." When Teacher Xie turned back, Zhong Yuanchao reminded her, "Remember your promise to assist me." Teacher Xie responded with a cheerful agreement. Zhong Yuanchao, not wishing to be overly polite with Chen Furong, stated, "I do not require much for the initial funding. Just give me 2,000 yuan. If within 2 months we cannot resolve the wages of all retired staff, then you may hand me over." A military order was established, yet Zhong Yuanchao turned to depart. Chen Furong shouted, "Aren't you going back to work?" Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. "There is nothing in the office to resolve the retired wages. I need to return and prepare bait to set the trap." Chen Furong clenched his teeth. Despite his animosity towards Zhong Yuanchao, he could not help but smile. The crucial point was that he genuinely believed Zhong Yuanchao could accomplish this. Chapter 12. The first step to wealth. Having resolved the issue of teachers' retirement wages, the surplus would serve as Zhong Yuanchao's seed capital. The question arose, what could he sell to swiftly reap financial rewards? Solely relying on snacks would not suffice. There must be a flagship product. Zhong Yuanchao resolved to take matters into his own hands, for one must be diligent in their craft and first prepare the tools. The first step was acquiring instruments. He had a standing fan at home, which belonged entirely to He Shouling during the summer. Now that she had moved away, it would surely go unused. In a swift motion, Zhong Yuanchao dismantled it, salvaging the motor. Upon arriving at the maintenance workshop, he was met with a multitude of knowing glances. In state-owned enterprises, news travels swiftly. Any minor incident becomes widely known in no time. Moreover, his divorce from He Shouling had fermented for over a week. The workers in the maintenance shop regarded Zhong Yuanchao with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude, such as human nature. However, Zhong Yuanchao maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. He had no time to indulge in these emotions, which were utterly meaningless. In the workshop, he wielded a welding gun, fashioning a peculiar object that resembled a wine bottle made of intertwined iron wires. Observing his efforts, someone approached and jokingly remarked, "Brother, you look like a crab boiled in water." Zhong Yuanchao had endured several days under the scorching sun back home, leaving his exposed skin a vivid red, destined to peel and darken in the coming days. In the eyes of this young man, Zhong Yuanchao's melancholy was not only felt within, but also manifested upon his skin. He believed that Zhong Yuanchao had won an undeserved table tennis match, yet lost the game of life. He felt that the divorce from He Xiaoling must have dealt a significant blow to Zhong Yuanchao. However, he remained unaware that Zhong Yuanchao considered divorce to be the optimal choice. As Zhong Yuanchao observed Li Donglai, who was a few years his junior, he wondered, "Do you not fear being implicated, given that I currently resemble a harbinger of misfortune?" Li Donglai nervously glanced around and retorted, "What do I have to be anxious about? Can one truly regulate the heavens, the earth, and even the natural functions of others?" He continued, "They are targeting you. Surely they cannot dictate my friendships as well?" Zhong Yuanchao chuckled. "The factory manager is approaching." "Goodness!" Li Donglai exclaimed, squatting down abruptly to feign tying his shoelaces, while stealing glances to locate the factory manager. Yet, there was no manager in sight. Rolling his eyes, Li Donglai quipped, "How can you be so insufferable? If you continue to frighten me, I shall have no friends left." Zhong Yuanchao merely grunted and returned to his tasks. Curious, Li Donglai leaned over and inquired, "What are you working on? A protective cover for the tool lamp? That doesn't seem right." Zhong Yuanchao replied mysteriously, "It's something that generates profit." Li Donglai sighed. "How does that contraption make money? Do you have any blueprints? I can assist you with the welding." Zhong Yuanchao excelled in chemistry and biology, showing little interest in mechanics. Whereas Li Donglai had studied mechanical engineering and possessed considerable practical skills. Zhong Yuanchao found it challenging to articulate what he needed, so he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's too complex to explain in a few sentences. Once I have it completed, you can help refine it. There are too many people here. It's inconvenient to converse. By the way, I recall you have a refrigerator at home, right?" Li Donglai felt a swell of pride at this mention. "In 1988, we had a refrigerator at home. That was quite rare in the country, and it was an imported model. This was nearly standard for many workers at the Huqing canning factory. However, for Zhong Yuanchao, being an outsider, equipping his home with appliances remained somewhat unrealistic. "Well, you needn't stay here with me. Come over to my place for a couple of drinks tonight," Zhong Yuanchao said, flashing a grin. "Remember to bring food and alcohol." Li Donglai paused, then mockingly scolded, "Brother, you could just say you want me to treat you." Zhong Yuanchao smirked mischievously and continued with his work. He needed to adjust the welding of the small item, so he borrowed a welding pin to take home. As Li Donglai rejoined the group of workers, someone advised him, "Technician Li, you should maintain your distance from Director Zhong, otherwise, you may be adversely affected." Li Donglai shot a disdainful glance at the meddlesome individuals. "Are you also idle? Get back to work. We have to inspect the production line in the afternoon." After reprimanding them, Li Donglai gazed in the direction Zhong Yuanchao had departed, a feeling of melancholy washing over him. When Zhong Yuanchao first joined the unit, marrying He Xiaoling had evoked envy from countless individuals. How had it all unraveled so quickly? Yet, he had not sensed any negativity from Zhong Yuanchao. He was adept at masking his emotions. Perhaps after a few drinks tonight, he might even shed a tear. Unbeknownst to him, the decades of life experiences accumulated by Zhong Yuanchao rendered him entirely devoid of any feelings of anxiety or regret. If there were to be any lingering sense of lamentation in his life, it would be the disbelief that the present reality is indeed authentic. This sensation compelled Zhong Yuanchao to hasten his endeavors to amass wealth, fearing the inevitable awakening from this dream. Within a few hours, the finely tuned apparatus was completed. Affixed atop a motor originally intended for a fan, it was likely unrecognizable to contemporary individuals, yet in a few decades, nearly every household would possess such a quaint contraption, an egg whisk. Under the influence of centrifugal force, this rudimentary device swayed wildly, as if caught in a tempest. Zhong Yuanchao made further adjustments, reattaching it for another trial, which yielded significantly better results. It was now time to attend to the ingredients. With a bowl of untouched milk resting on the table, ready for its purpose. The milk, having sat for a day, had naturally separated into layers. Above an imperceptible demarcation lay the light cream, while the milk resided below. Lacking specialized separation tools, Zhong Yuanchao carefully utilized a spoon to transfer them into two bowls. This was indeed a precious commodity. In the next decade or two, the culinary delights crafted from light cream would proliferate. In this era, life lacked refinement, and such cloyingly sweet treats would undoubtedly drive the younger generation into a frenzy. After separating the cream from the milk, Zhong Yuanchao hurriedly ignited the coal briquettes, allowing them to burn brightly. During this interval, he vigorously whipped the separated cream with the whisk until the oil and water began to separate. The resultant yellow solid possessed an exquisite texture, By encasing it in cheesecloth and applying pressure, he produced butter. With this ingredient, any dish enhanced by a mere hint of it would transform into a silky and delicate experience, tantalizing the palate. Indeed, it was certain that women would adore it. Chapter 13. You've got the script wrong. By the time Zhong Yuanchao completed these tasks, twilight was fast approaching. Initially intending to continue his work, he was suddenly assailed by a pungent odor, which signaled the arrival of Li Donglai, who bore an assortment of snacks. The unmistakable scent of stinky tofu permeated the air. Li Donglai waved a bag in his hand, filled with stinky tofu, moldy dried tofu, and fermented goose, renowned delicacies from Lake City. Decades later, those wishing to indulge in these treats would find only a handful of old establishments hidden in narrow alleys, serving them in their authentic form, while the larger restaurants would have long since lost the essence of these flavors. The moment Zhong Yuanchao caught wind of these aromas, it stirred deep-seated memories, evoking profound reflections. It would have been quite convenient for the two to dine together at the canteen, but knowing the circumstances Zhong Yuanchao had faced, Li Donglai understood that such a visit would likely invite unwanted attention. Thus, he planned to accompany his brother for a few drinks that evening, providing him an opportunity to unburden himself. "Tell me, how did your life come to this?" he inquired. "When you first joined the unit, how many envied you? You distinguished yourself in the military. Upon transferring to the unit, you were designated as a cadre, marrying the girl that everyone longs to wed. You have left the single men at the factory grinding their teeth at the mere mention of your name. Now, it seems, many take delight in your plight. Only a true brother would articulate such sentiments with such clarity." Throughout his life, Zhong Yuanchao had a few close friends, among whom Li Donglai was one. This fellow, having studied mechanics, hailed from a canning factory family, and thus returned directly to the factory upon graduation to engage in technical work. However, as the factory eventually closed, he moved south to Shenzhen, where he reportedly partnered with a few friends to venture into business, only to be swindled and left destitute. After that, he vanished without a trace. Zhong Yuanchao even traveled to Shenzhen in search of him, but found no leads. During that time, Zhong was preoccupied with his own affairs. After all, it would be nice to help a brother prosper. As they raised their glasses, Zhong Yuanchao pondered aloud, "Who isn't stirred when they see someone marry? It's simply the lament of the single." Li Donglai, observing Zhong's demeanor, sighed. "Are you familiar with the concept of a besieged city? Those outside wish to enter, while those within wish to escape. Who truly envies such a life? I certainly do not." Seeing Zhong's resolute expression, Li questioned, "What are you getting at? You needn't speak to me in such a way. Who doesn't know your genuine feelings for He Shouling? Even if you divorced her this morning, can feelings simply be severed?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "It's not that I wish to part ways, but rather her family views me as a pawn, unwilling to offend the factory director on my behalf. Only by divorcing can I ensure that He Shouling's father remains unscathed." Li Donglai was evidently taken aback by this revelation. He finally understood why Zhong had made such a decisive choice to divorce. "Brother, you did nothing wrong. I would have done the same." Li Donglai spoke earnestly. "I've heard your father-in-law is the next vice director. When the time comes, if you seek to remarry He Shouling, you'll likely be reassigned back to the factory after just a brief stint at school. You'll still be the department head you were." Zhong Yuanchao mused to himself, thinking it should be He Shouling and her family who would find themselves in dire straits, ultimately seeking him out once he achieved success. With a stoic expression, he calmly retrieved a cigarette for Li Donglai, who promptly struck a match to light it for him. Zhong inquired, "As a vocational school graduate, what is your current salary, including bonuses?" Li Donglai, somewhat excited, responded, "Last month I earned 79.8 yuan, along with 30 yuan in grain coupons." His words brimmed with uncontainable pride. Indeed, in 1988, earning just over 100 yuan was quite commendable nationally. Zhong Yuanchao, being a deputy director of the workshop, had earned 114 yuan last month, a sum that certainly held significance. You must be aware that the current price of rice is barely 2 dimes, and the market price for pork has just been liberated, standing at approximately 1 yuan and 40 to 50 cents per jin. A monthly salary of 114 yuan is entirely sufficient to sustain a family of 5. This explains the buoyant spirits of the workers at the canned goods factory in Lake City. However, Zhong Yuanchao gazed calmly at Li Donglai, asking, "Do you know what Shenzhen is like now?" In Shenzhen, there exists a Shekou, where a toy factory employs female workers who currently earn an average monthly wage of 3 to 400 yuan. Should they be willing to work overtime, This figure can double. Li Donglai's mouth fell agape, as if he had stumbled upon an unfamiliar realm. Brother, are you boasting? Zhong Yuanchao chose not to clarify, continuing. A male porter in this toy factory casually earns 600 to 700 yuan. These female workers even disdain the official personnel of Shenzhen, preferring to marry such porters. Now, how do you perceive your monthly wage of less than 100 yuan? This revelation struck Li Donglai with profound astonishment, compelling him to swallow several gulps of liquor before he could process it. He gazed incredulously at Zhong Yuanchao. You don't intend to head south to Shenzhen, do you? Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. If I were to leave now, would that not mean admitting that everything I have done was erroneous? If I were to depart, I would become what they call a stray dog. If I simply walked away, it would align perfectly with their wishes. The income in Shenzhen is attainable in Lake City as well, and I can assure you that I can earn even more. Li Donglai paused momentarily, letting out a couple of dry laughs. Brother, have you been stimulated? You speak nonsense. Our monthly wages are limited, and life is quite comfortable. How do you propose to multiply your earnings by 3 or 4 times? Is that not mere boasting? Li Donglai dismissed Zhong Yuanchao's words as mere drivel. Zhong Yuanchao did not engage in further argument. The canned goods factory in Lake City resembled a pigsty with regular feedings. Once the enclosure is breached and the pigs are driven out, they will have long lost their ability to survive. This, in itself, is a perilous signal. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao refrained from disclosing to Li Donglai that he might one day become his employer. Such a statement would seem utterly foolish if made now. Chapter 14. Ice cream. As Li Donglai contemplated pouring wine for Zhong Yuanchao, the latter covered his cup and shook his head, stating, "We cannot indulge this evening. We have matters to attend to." Zhong Yuanchao declared, "Allow me to show you how I earn my money." He then arranged various bottles and jars upon the table, preparing another ingredient. In a thoroughly cleaned pot, he poured in the separated milk, took 4 eggs, discarding the egg whites and retaining only the yolks, added several generous spoonfuls of sugar, and with his homemade mixer, blended them until smooth. He then poured in the scalding milk, continuing to stir, and proceeded to simmer the mixture until the consistency of the milk and eggs thickened. Finally, he added some of the butter he had just prepared, continuing to mix with the blender. After achieving a harmonious blend, they placed the mixture into a pristine lunchbox. Li Donglai was left astounded by this entire process, finally grasping the reason behind your desperate desire for divorce. Just how severely were you oppressed at home? You seem to execute these tasks with such proficiency. It's evident that household chores are solely your responsibility. I assent it? This fellow possesses a rather clear thought process. As Zhong Yuanchao remarked with a wry smile, I have never prepared such things for his showing. Take this lunchbox back and freeze it in your refrigerator. Zhong Yuanchao inquired about their refrigerator, and it turned out that the sole purpose was to freeze this meal. Such trivial matters, of course, Li Donglai could not refuse. As he departed, he couldn't help but advise, when couples come together, they are meant to share life. Some issues need not be so meticulously scrutinized. Once you have calmed down, go and have a word with He Xiuling. Li Donglai appeared as if he were an expert in emotional matters, making one wonder if he and his wife shared a blissful and harmonious relationship. Donglai, when do you plan to find a partner? Li Donglai's face flushed crimson at the revelation of his single status. Do you know what this is called? Quietly waiting. Surely, a beautiful destiny awaits me. In this era, television programs are scarce, and the infusion of Hong Kong and Taiwan culture, along with the incessant influence of romantic novels, has profoundly affected the minds of the youth. They easily find resonance within those narratives, yet it was unexpected for Li Donglai to utter such melodramatic sentiments. With a mysterious smile, he added, "In a few days, the Haiqing Ballet Troupe will perform at our factory. The young ladies are all tall and graceful, and as a quality young man like myself, I must seek out such artistic individuals. Otherwise, how can we showcase the superiority of our workers at the Haiqing Kin Food Factory?" Zhong Yuanchao sighed, realizing that the current morale of individuals like Li Donglai was largely fueled by a sense of collective honor, yet their understanding was fundamentally flawed. This pride should stem from the greatness of the enterprise, igniting a genuine sense of accomplishment. However, over time, this perception morphed into a misguided belief that the greatness of the individual was what rendered the enterprise great. Workers from the Haiqing Canned Food Factory now walk proudly on the streets, straightening their backs at the mention of their worker identity, smiling and dismissively boasting about the benefits they received this month. The brilliance of the enterprise has blinded the workers with misplaced confidence. leading them to lose sight of their true selves. Just look at Li Donglai. He has whimsically transformed into a toad, yearning for the swan's flesh. Does the Huqing canned food factory still have the luxury of inviting a ballet troupe for a performance? This indicates that the factory manager is utterly oblivious to the grave matters at hand regarding the survival of the canned food factory. Not only have the pensions for retired teachers been delayed, but the factory has also gradually reduced bonuses, followed by a decrease in salaries. The wages for retired workers remain uncertain, while the salaries of active workers have been halved. It seems that just yesterday, the workers were basking in abundance, and now, mere days later, they must begin tightening their belts. All of this transpired too swiftly, leaving the workers of the Huqing canned food factory unprepared. The morning broadcast at the factory sounded punctually. The distant cries of milk vendors grew louder as Zhong Yuanchao hurriedly descended the stairs, a large basin in hand, without even pausing to wash his face. In the late 1980s, the habit of drinking milk for health had not yet become widespread, resulting in only a small fraction of the populace embracing the morning ritual of milk consumption. Business for the milk vendors was poor, and they were particularly delighted to encounter someone like Zhong Yuanchao, who came to purchase a large quantity. "Brother, how many people are there in your household to consume so much milk daily?" Zhong Yuanchao sighed. "I work at a school, and the situation there is dire. Retired teachers are struggling to receive their pensions. Seeing them frail and weak, I can do little to help. So I can only offer a small contribution by delivering some milk to them, hoping to bolster their calcium intake and wishing them good health." Years of working in bureaucratic offices had honed his ability to converse with anyone, adapting his words to suit the audience. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao's exterior remained unchanged. Yet internally, he had transformed from a rigid, stubborn individual resistant to change. The young milk vendor regarded Zhong Yuanchao with newfound respect. "Are you really going to pay out of your own pocket? Shoo, keep your voice down. We cannot let others know." Zhong Yuanchao feigned humility. The young man nodded earnestly. "Brother, let me charge you less." "Charge less? Absolutely not. I refuse to take advantage of your goodwill." Zhong Yuanchao waved his hand dismissively. "As a milk deliveryman, how much can you earn? The payment must be full." His words instilled in the young vendor a belief that Zhong Yuanchao was an individual of noble character, detached from base desires. With a shift in tone, Zhong Yuanchao continued, "If you truly wish to assist those teachers, any unsold milk this afternoon can be sent my way. After all, if it goes unsold, it will only be discarded." The young man nodded vigorously. "All right, that has no problem at all." When Li Donglai approached with a lunchbox, he noticed the milk vendor's reverent expression and furrowed his brow, asking, "What are you two discussing?" Zhong Yuanchao thought to himself that the young man was being exploited, yet continued to assist others. Li Donglai returned the lunchbox he had taken the previous day, inquiring, "What exactly is this frozen item?" Zhong Yuanchao led him inside, took a spoon, and scooped out a ball from the lunchbox, placing it in a bowl before handing the spoon to Li Donglai. "Give it a try." Li Donglai grinned. "Is this really edible? Just take a taste. It's cold, no? It's sweet. The rich milk flavor is delightful, yet not overwhelming, smooth and refreshing, lingering on the palate." Li Donglai eagerly took a second bite, excitement radiating from him. "Brother, is this ice cream?" Initially, he held the bowl, but soon he embraced the lunchbox, scooping with abandon. Zhong Yuanchao remarked, "This is far superior to mere ice cream. You ought to call it ice cream." In truth, he could have whimsically dubbed it Häagen-Dazs, albeit a humble version. Chapter 15. Bring the paper along. It will be useful, rich, smooth, and endlessly delightful. The ice cream Zhong Yuanchao crafted surpassed the most popular offerings on the market, boasting a texture that was softer, smoother, and with a more pronounced milk flavor. Li Donglai was not particular about his food, leaving his mouth smeared as he smacked his lips, exclaiming, "Brother, this ice cream is truly delicious. Is there any more?" Zhong Yuanchao watched as Li Donglai polished off an entire lunchbox. He inquired, "The current price for the doll-headed ice cream is 80 cents each. Donglai, do you think I could sell this ice cream for 30 cents? Would anyone buy it?" Li Donglai paused for a moment, astonished, and replied, 30 cents for a lunchbox? I would definitely buy it." Zhong Yuanchao regarded Li Donglai's lack of wit and scoffed. "Did your brain get squeezed too hard during childbirth? I meant 30 cents for a single scoop." Li Donglai chuckled sheepishly. "Of course. How could 30 cents buy a whole lunchbox? Brother Yuanchao, if you treat me to this, I will certainly indulge, but ordinarily, I wouldn't spend my own money on such things. Just look around. How many adults actually eat snacks? Zhong Yuanchao lit a cigarette, calm and composed, and said, I never suggested selling it to adults. There are plenty of naive students at school. Surely they would relish this. Li Donglai's eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to venture into this business at school? Zhong Yuanchao flicked off the ash from his cigarette and nodded with a pursed smile. Li Donglai's expression turned tense. And despite being at home, he spoke furtively. Brother, please don't act recklessly. You are a civil servant. Engaging in business at school could lead to serious consequences if the higher-ups find out. You might face reprimands, or worse, jeopardize your job. It's not worth risking your career for such trivial profits. Thus, he mused, in this era, few succeed primarily because the monotony of life and work stifles their imagination, while the lack of information keeps them oblivious to the monumental changes occurring outside. Here, in Lake City, so close to Ocean City, the citizens possess such limited perspectives, let alone those in the western and southwestern regions. Zhong Yuanchao asserted, I currently bear the weight of resolving the retirement benefits for teaching staff. Principal Chun has entrusted me with several vacant rooms in the school. I plan to open a distribution center there, which must boast a signature product. The ice cream I make will be sold to students. Li Donglai was dumbfounded. Brother, have you suffered too much from your divorce? The salaries of retired teachers are managed by the school and our factory. Surely they will be addressed without you stepping in. You're merely setting yourself up for failure. How much can you possibly earn from these few ice creams? Li Donglai immediately adopted a serious demeanor, reminiscent of the Lake City canned goods factory Hualuoging, declaring, let me calculate the figures for you. What is the cost of milk? What is the cost of eggs? Milk costs 50 cents per liter, yielding 60 grams of butter. Based on your previous batch of ice cream, which used 4 eggs, the total cost amounts to 2 yuan and 60 cents. Each box of ice cream serves 20 scoops. At your proposed price of 30 cents per scoop, that amounts to 6 yuan, yielding a profit of 3 yuan and 40 cents. As Li Donglai began jotting down the calculations with a grave expression, he meticulously demonstrated to Zhong Yuanchao that this venture was a losing proposition. However, his expression gradually transformed from seriousness to confusion, and then to surprise. Without uttering a single word, Zhong Yuanchao found himself successfully persuading Li Donglai. As the saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Li Donglai had not even made a move. He merely contemplated the situation and was almost compelled to give Zhong Yuan a thumbs up. Brother Yuan, this business is feasible. The doll-headed ice cream was priced at 80 cents, and its taste paled in comparison to what Zhong Yuanchao had crafted. With students' pocket money being limited, the importance of cost-effectiveness became paramount under such constraints. Thus, Li Donglai promptly chose to ally himself with Zhong Yuanchao. You seem like a fence-sitter. Zhong Yuanchao quipped, before inquiring, is the ice cream delicious? Li Donglai nodded vigorously, resembling a chicken pecking at grains. Delicious indeed. However, he soon felt a twinge of embarrassment for having devoured it so swiftly without leaving any for Zhong Yuanchao. Brother Yuan, I apologize for eating so quickly. You didn't even get a taste. But it's your fault for making it so delectable. I simply couldn't resist. Zhong Yuanchao, unfazed, replied, it's all right. I hadn't planned on eating anyway. Huh. Li Donglai was perplexed. Why would he not indulge in such a delightful treat? Was it mere politeness? Li Donglai continued. With ice cream tasting this good, brother, you must seize the moment and produce more. Making just 1 box a day is surely insufficient. Just wait a bit. Zhong Yuanchao replied. It's impractical to make these things at home. I will need some additional supplies. Li Donglai, it's inconvenient for me to move around the factory right now. Zhao Jixin in the cold storage has a good rapport with you. There's a storage area that has already been vacated and is of no use. Go and get the key from him. That place is perfect for freezing ice cream. After issuing a few more instructions, Zhong Yuanchao prepared to head to work. Come by the school during your lunch break and help me clean out those vacant rooms. Just as Li Donglai was about to leave, Zhong Yuanchao shoved a stack of paper into his hands. Take this with you. Li Donglai pushed it back, saying, what does a grown man need with so much paper? Zhong Yuanchao replied earnestly, I told you to take it. What if it comes in handy? Be obedient. Li Donglai was baffled. Why would one grown man urge another to carry paper? As he walked towards the maintenance workshop, he savored the lingering flavor of the ice cream while marveling at Zhong Yuanchao's ingenuity. He had always known him to be a war hero, but never anticipated that he could create something so delightful. As he walked, Li Donglai's stomach began to rumble, followed by a sharp cramp. This was not an unfamiliar occurrence. Typically, it was merely stagnant gas in his intestines that needed to be expelled. Whistling to mask any potentially embarrassing sounds, he cautiously shifted his weight, only to let out a small sound. Oops. No, no, this was not right. Li Donglai sensed not only warmth but also moisture in his trousers. Yet, he was too preoccupied to feel embarrassed. His face began to twitch as the cramping in his abdomen intensified. Li Donglai's steps became fragmented, his pace quickening. Just as he rushed into the restroom, a loud explosion reverberated. A throng of people emerged, frowning and gasping, as if struck by a blast. The tissue paper he used to shield his face was the very one that Zhong Yuanchao had insisted he carry. How could Zhong have known about his sudden distress? The ice cream must be to blame. Zhong Yuanchao, you have brought my ruin upon me. He Guo and He Shioling sat together for breakfast. He Shioling appeared well and in good spirits. After sipping his soy milk, He Guo inquired about Zhong Yuanchao's situation at the retirement office. Suddenly, He Shioling's expression darkened. Dad, can we not mention him? I divorced him. His affairs are no concern of mine. He Guo retorted coldly. How can you be so thoughtless? I mention him out of concern. He is now a man cast aside by the factory. If I can leverage his situation, it would greatly enhance my rapport with the factory director. He set down his bowl and remarked indifferently, there is no pickled vegetable in the soy milk today. Chapter 16. Cannon fodder. He Shioling's mood should have been pleasant today. Yet, the mention of Zhong Yuanchao inevitably reminded her of his comment about her eyes being set too far back. She also recalled the day of their divorce and Zhong's desperation. Things did not unfold as she had anticipated, leading to a dismal mood. She had envisioned that at the moment she proposed divorce, Zhong would be silent, then melancholic, softly pleading and recounting his contributions to their marriage, ultimately kneeling to grasp her thigh, begging her not to leave. At that moment, she would dismiss him with an exasperated tone, shaking off his grasp and looking upon him with disdain. However, the reality diverged starkly from her expectations. Zhong Yuanchao had only attempted to retain her at home, but upon reaching the Civil Affairs Bureau, he became fervent, and the process unfolded even more smoothly than she had imagined. What vexed her most was the vow she had to utter. Though He Shioling thought to herself that she would never perish at Zhong Yuanchao's doorstep, the act infuriated her. Regardless of the circumstances, a woman wishes to be cherished. Even when her feelings have waned, she hopes that when severing ties, the man exhibits reluctance, a tone of pleading, and gestures of concern. He Shioling contemplated her father's earlier words, realizing they held merit. Zhong Yuanchao had been abandoned by their family. Rather than have him linger as an eyesore at the workplace, it would be better to seize opportunities to ensure he departs further away, ideally reduced to a state of humility, thus highlighting her wisdom in leaving him. He Guo did not hasten to leave home, but instead kicked open his son's room, bellowing, "Aren't you going to get up? Have you even checked the time? All you do is eat and sleep at home. I tell you, steer clear of those unsavory characters. You are soon to commence your employment at the factory, therefore, pay heed to your reputation and refrain from bringing disgrace upon our family." He Junjia, in a fit of impatience, tugged at the quilt, concealing his head beneath it. Observing his son's lack of ambition, He Guo's frustration reached a boiling point. Whenever promising young men were assigned to the Lake City canning factory, countless eyes scrutinized them, especially from families with daughters, as parents would hastily seek suitable matches for their girls. Selecting a son-in-law with potential and charm would ensure the family's continued prestige. It was in this manner that He Guo had once favored Zhong Yuanchao, only to be met with the latter's ungratefulness. With an unreliable son-in-law, He Guo had no choice but to rely on his son, this aimless boy who had not even graduated high school, spending his days in idleness and refusing to enlist in the military. After contemplating his options, He Guo resolved to secure a position for his son in the factory, hoping to provide him with a stable future. When He Guo found his son refusing to rise from bed, his temper flared. He forcefully lifted He Junjia from the mattress and hurled him into the bathroom, nearly submerging his head beneath the faucet. Following a stream of scolding, He Junjia reluctantly took a seat at the dining table, lifting the bowl of salty soy milk that his father had barely touched. After tasting it and spitting it back into the bowl, he remarked, "Where are the pickled vegetables?" He Shioling, already irate, exploded, "He Junjia, that's enough. If you want pickled vegetables, go make them yourself. You lounge about all day waiting for handouts, and you still have the audacity to complain?" He Junjia scoffed. He Shioling, "No man wants you, so why are you so angry? Is this even your place? After your divorce, you still act so brazenly. Don't you feel ashamed?" Infuriated, He Shioling nearly hurled the bowl at him, exclaiming, No one wants me? Let me tell you. He Junjia. I'm leaving for America in a few days. He Junjia paused. Then, raising his voice only slightly, replied, Sister, just waking up, please be understanding. Aren't I your most cherished brother? You wretched creature. He Xiao Ling cursed inwardly, yet felt a sense of pride knowing her family supported her impending marriage to an overseas elite. With a daughter marrying abroad and an unreliable son, He Gui decided to plan ahead. Instead of heading to the workshop, he went directly to the factory director's office. The director was reviewing documents sent from above and glanced up at He Gui before turning another page. He Gui leaned over to refill the director's teacup and remarked, Zhong Yuanchao has already started working at the school. The director's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. Old He, it's not that I lack respect for you, but your son-in-law, director. I must clarify, Zhong Yuanchao is no longer my son-in-law. My daughter divorced him 2 weeks ago. The director, feigning surprise despite already being aware, adopted a look of feigned regret, shaking his head. Old He, look at how things have come to this. People will say that I put pressure on your family. He Gui Kai, wearing a smile, remarked, becoming a son-in-law at our factory is no simple feat. If one lacks appreciation, what purpose would it serve to involve him? The factory director continually shook his head, yet his smile conveyed profound satisfaction with He Gui's demeanor. He Gui Kai further added, I specifically informed Old Chun from the children's school to send Zhong Yuanchao to the retirement office to interact with the retired teachers. The director's eyes darted as he considered that He Gui Kai was quite perceptive. The retired teachers had not received their pension for 2 months, resembling ticking time bombs. Should Zhong Yuanchao mishandle the situation, it would provide yet another reason to reprimand him. This was He Gui Kai, making a declaration to the director. The director nodded in approval. Old He, it seems that Deputy Director's son is due for retirement by the end of this year. In a few days, the municipal work group will arrive, and this matter will be discussed. He Gui Kai felt as though his heart was being squeezed, his breath quickening, and his toes curling tightly. He said, For the 30th anniversary of our factory, the logistics department has invited the Haiqing Ballet Troupe to perform. We will ensure this event is executed splendidly. The preceding conversation conveyed a singular message. He Gui Kai had decisively dealt with Zhong Yuanchao, earning the director's satisfaction and assurance of full support for He Gui Kai's ascension to deputy director. Unbeknownst to Zhong Yuanchao, he had become collateral damage, having spent the morning cleaning the sanitation of the distribution department. When Li Donglai arrived, he appeared pale and somewhat weak in the legs. Zhong Yuanchao anxiously inquired, What's wrong? Have you suffered from heat stroke? I can fetch you an ice pop. Li Donglai indignantly shook his head. No? Eating an ice pop would only make my backside sore. Chapter 17, I'm not dead. You must be upset. Zhong Yuanchao wore a facade of forced cheerfulness in the face of any situation. Li Donglai was exceedingly vexed. Brother, do you know that I'm about to have an upset stomach? Li Donglai reflected on the events of the morning, feeling utterly disheartened. Zhong Yuanchao sighed. It seems that milk cannot be stored at room temperature for more than 2 days. It must be refrigerated. If adults can't handle it, children will fare even worse. Zhong Yuanchao muttered to himself before reassuring, Don't worry, I will prepare it again tonight. Tomorrow morning, you can try it. It should be fine. No need, no need. Li Donglai tightened and relaxed, determined not to fall victim a second time. Zhong Yuanchao earnestly replied, Young man, one must not fear adversity or difficulties. Li Donglai waved his hand in pain, stating, Not fearing adversity or difficulties is aimed at victory. But you are aiming to take my life. Zhong Yuanchao poured water for Li Donglai, adding sugar to it. Drink this sweetened water to replenish your energy. Seeing Zhong Yuanchao displaying some semblance of conscience, Li Donglai sighed in relief, but Zhong Yuanchao immediately urged, Hurry, drink up. Once finished, you can get back to work. Li Donglai, feeling weak in both arms and legs, helped Zhong Yuanchao carry the frame, constantly lamenting about his exhaustion. Zhong Yuanchao paid him no mind, continuing, Soon. I must visit the homes of retired teachers to assess their living conditions. Li Donglai curiously asked, Those teachers would rather avoid you. Why do you insist on intruding into their homes? Is the trouble not already sufficient? Zhong Yuanchao remarked that there was little he could do, for his capabilities were limited. He could only earn a modest sum each day. Distribution also required a prioritization. He needed to be aware of who faced specific hardships. Li Donglai had always known Zhong Yuanchao to be a compassionate individual, and upon realizing that Zhong's efforts were directed towards retired faculty, he reluctantly agreed. All right. Tonight you can prepare it, and I shall taste it in the morning. What is the worst that could happen, after all? Just a bit of an upset stomach. Zhong Yuanchao firmly grasped Li Donglai's hand and exclaimed, Donglai, your character is truly remarkable. Li Donglai tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend Zhong's words. Before the afternoon class, within the confines of the teacher's large office, one educator, having just sipped from his cup, quietly mentioned that the newly appointed director Zhong had inquired with the principal about acquiring several vacant rooms, purportedly to establish a distribution department. Meanwhile, a rather expressive male teacher chimed in, stating that he had heard that yesterday, Teacher Hong and others had gathered to report their concerns to the factory manager, only to be intercepted by the principal. It seemed that Director Zhong had proposed the creation of a distribution department within the school, with the profits intended to directly fund the retirement salaries of retired teachers. One teacher, ensuring that he was absent from the office, remarked, when Director Zhong wasn't around, no one had thought of this solution. Clearly, it was his idea. As he spoke, he winked, his tone and expressions conveying implications to the other teachers in the office. Some teachers grasped the insinuation immediately, while others were slow to understand. Of course, there were also those more outspoken teachers who interjected, Director Zhong is quite a decent fellow. But tell me, why did he enter marriage? No one dared to respond. It was acceptable to discuss such matters indirectly, but directly critiquing someone's personal affairs required careful consideration of the audience. For instance, there were rumors that Xiaoling's father might soon be promoted to vice factory manager. Discussing Xiaoling's situation at such a juncture would only bring trouble upon oneself. The questioning teacher was perplexed, having merely posed a question, yet suddenly, the others had fallen silent. Within every group, there seemed to be one or two indiscreet individuals who, in moments of excitement, overlook the boundaries of conversation, often uttering something that renders the atmosphere awkwardly cold. Without a timely diversion of topic, the dialogue could quickly stagnate. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to their current predicament. At that moment, Xiaoling fortuitously arrived at the office door, overhearing their earlier conversation. She bit her lower lip, her expression darkening. The present circumstances diverged sharply from her initial expectations of divorce. In her imagination, post-divorce, Zhong Yuanchao would be perpetually despondent, a mere shadow of himself, utterly defeated. In stark contrast, the reality revealed that Zhong had remained unaffected. He had even transitioned to a new role with commendable efficacy, continuing to shine and contribute in his professional capacity. Colleagues perceived Xiaoling's decision to divorce as an act of profound folly. Xiaoling expressed her discontent, questioning how Zhong Yuanchao could be thriving so well. It infuriated her. The reality is that whether it be a breakup or a divorce, the genuine blessings offered to an ex are merely polite gestures. This reinforces the notion that true joy arises only from witnessing the misfortunes of others. Fuming, Xiaoling marched into the office, causing the previously inquisitive teacher's demeanor to shift dramatically. A forced smile appeared on their face as they greeted her. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a chilling silence, with one teacher nervously attending to their toes. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and a group of teachers finally exhaled in relief, gathering their teaching materials and swiftly exiting the office. Xiaoling inwardly cursed Zhong Yuanchao, questioning his audacity and need for attention, and lamented his irritating demeanor. However, she soon recalled her father's words from that morning, urging vigilance over Zhong Yuanchao's activities. If any issues arose, they could serve as justifications for his downfall. Had there been any reprimands regarding the establishment of a distribution department at the school? Even if reprimanded, would they truly allow Zhong Yuanchao to take charge? Zhong Yuanchao was relentlessly busy, visiting retired faculty members one by one. His aim was to identify which teachers, recently retired and in good health, might be willing to assist him in the distribution department, as he was in need of manpower. Those who joined the distribution department would receive their retirement pensions along with additional compensation. Through these visits, he discovered that many families were struggling. Hardships were not limited to just one or two households. After noting down several interested teachers who were still robust, Zhong Yuanchao proceeded to the home of teacher Qiu Jingyi. Her situation was somewhat unique. She had not been part of the affiliated school, but had come to the canning factory with her husband. Her employment status akin to that of a 5/7 worker. Since her retirement, she had not received any pension. Life had been manageable while her spouse was alive, but now, with his passing, her circumstances had become challenging. The door was ajar as Zhong Yuanchao stood at the threshold, peering into the dimly lit room. On the desk by the window lay a stack of books, and she, wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in a novel titled 100 Years of Solitude. Zhong Yuanchao was tempted to inquire whether she was reading a legitimate copy. Chapter 18. Age is irrelevant. Women must be pampered. Xiao Jingyi was not particularly surprised by Zhong Yuanchao's arrival. She glanced at him fleetingly before returning her gaze to her book. The light was exceedingly dim, prompting Zhong Yuanchao to instinctively reach for the lamp's pull cord. Upon pulling it, he regretted the action as it seemed the bulb was faulty. If he were to replace it, he needed to ascertain whether he had turned it on or off. In a rush, Zhong Yuanchao returned home to fetch a bulb, also grabbing some leftover scallions and a handful of noodles. Upon returning to Teacher Chio's residence, he carefully replaced the light bulb, illuminating the once gloomy room. He then surveyed the interior, confirming the scarcity of food available. Xiao Jingyi's wrist, exposed beneath her long sleeves, revealed not only age spots but also a skeletal frame, indicative of prolonged malnutrition. Had the school never inquired about her condition? Throughout Zhong Yuanchao's endeavors, Xiao Jingyi never cast a glance in his direction, perceiving him as utterly transparent. A frail, elderly woman, devoid of even the basic sustenance, yet resolutely indulging in the nourishment of the spirit. Such an elder, regardless of her material poverty, must possess an abundance of inner wealth. Zhong Yuanchao yearned to prepare a bowl of scallion oil noodles for her, but his home was bereft of oil. Indeed, it lacked nearly everything. With no alternative, he was compelled to borrow from a neighbor. In this era, the relationships with neighbors are often lamented by later generations. They frequently express nostalgia for the past, reminiscing about living in close quarters where everyone shared meals when one household prepared a delightful dish. Previously, neighbors thrived together in a lively atmosphere, engaging in each other's affairs. Now, with larger homes, fortified by security doors, one can reside next to others for years without knowing whether they are male or female. When Zhong Yuanchao borrowed oil and seasonings from the neighborly matron cautioned him, "Young man, be careful. Teacher Chio has a temper, so watch out for her wrath." It dawned on Zhong Yuanchao that it was not a lack of concern for Teacher Chio, but rather her disposition that deterred those who cared from approaching her. Nevertheless, the neighbors harbored genuine concern for her well-being. When Zhong Yuanchao sought basic provisions, they promptly laid out their seasonings for him to utilize freely, simultaneously warning him of the elderly lady's temperament while wishing fervently for him to resolve the matter. This experience prompted Zhong Yuanchao to reflect on the warmth of human connections in this day and age. The essence of scallion oil noodles lies in the sauce. The oil must be heated to a moderate temperature, and the scallions should be vibrant green, sautéed gently until golden. Then, various soy sauces are added to the oil, brought to a boil with a touch of sugar for a rich glaze. Once these preparations are complete, the noodles can be cooked. The local palate in Huqing, akin to that of Haicheng, demands a hint of sweetness in every dish, and the cooking process is quite meticulous. Zhong Yuanchao presented a plate of noodles before the elderly lady, saying, "Teacher Chio, please enjoy some noodles. Scallion oil noodles will surely fill your belly." Xiao Jingyi turned a page in her book, murmuring, "I won't eat, take it away." Her voice sounded damp. Why was that? When one is in extreme hunger, the sight of food often elicits an involuntary salivation, and at such moments, one's tone differs markedly from the norm. The elderly lady was likely famished yet reluctant to humble herself for a mere bowl of noodles. Her pride remained intact despite her dire circumstances. Zhong Yuanchao inquired, "Teacher Chio, could you share with me why you refuse to eat?" She replied, "I do not want charity from others." Zhong Yuanchao countered, "This is not charity, this is your due. The school owes you retirement wages, which has led to your current plight. With some time still before the next payment arrives, it is the school's responsibility to make every effort to improve your situation." Xiao Jingyi finally cast a glance at Zhong Yuanchao, her expression seemingly conveying the sentiment. At last, someone who speaks sensibly. However, she showed no inclination to set aside her book. Zhong Yuanchao, taking note of the book's cover, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "It's rather peculiar, isn't it, Teacher Chio? You seem disinterested in the authentic scallion oil noodles I prepared for you. Yet you appear to relish this pirated book, published without the author's consent. What could possibly explain this contradiction?" Xiao Jingyi paused, momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean by unauthorized?" she inquired. Zhong Yuanchao reflected for a moment and confirmed that indeed, there had been no authorization. In 1982, The author received the Nobel Prize in Literature, and several domestic publishers had taken the liberty to publish multiple works without the author's approval. You assert that the author did not consent, yet you read his book with such enjoyment. I've placed the noodles before you, yet you refuse to partake? Qiu Jingyi had likely never considered that someone could persuade her to eat in such a manner. After a brief hesitation, she set down the novel and picked up the bowl of noodles Zhong Yuanchao had prepared for her. Taking a bite, she savored the meal, despite having been ravenous. With an air of refinement, she delicately wielded her chopsticks, her little fingers slightly raised, and after a couple of tentative movements in her plate, she sampled a morsel. Slightly furrowing her brow, she commented, "The scallions were sought ed for too long, and there could be a bit more sugar." In layman's terms, she might have inwardly grumbled, "I come here to cook for you, and yet you find fault with everything?" Nevertheless, Zhong Yuanchao maintained an exceptionally good-natured demeanor. "Tomorrow, I shall saute the scallions for a shorter duration and add more sugar." This statement seemed to convey two messages to the elderly lady. First, that he would return tomorrow, and second, that he held her in high regard. Although his expression remained unchanged, Zhong Yuanchao observed a noticeable tranquility in Qiu Jingyi's demeanor at that moment. Indeed, from birth until the age of 100, women require a degree of coaxing. Wonderful and graceful, a beauty indeed. This must be the essence of teacher Qiu's name. He mused. Perhaps due to a habit of maintaining silence while dining, Qiu Jingyi merely nodded slightly at Zhong Yuanchao's words and continued her meal. From her name alone, one could surmise she hailed from a family of literary distinction. However, life for such families had not been particularly favorable 2 decades prior. It was conceivable that this teacher Qiu had once donned a pointed cap and hung a placard, kneeling on a high stool. For her, this was likely not a cherished memory. Zhong Yuanchao refrained from further commentary. Only after Qiu Jingyi finished her meal did she inquire, "You seem to possess a wealth of knowledge." Zhong Yuanchao replied, "My mother teaches in a rural school, hence I know a bit." At this juncture, Qiu Jingyi's gaze towards Zhong Yuanchao shifted once more. She remarked, "The teachers at our school mentioned a new retired office director has arrived. I initially presumed you were like the others, but now I believe you are indeed a capable person. Tomorrow, no scallion oil noodles for me. I wish to have wontons instead." Zhong Yuanchao chuckled, "We'll discuss that when I have the time." Chapter 19. The utility of means and strength. Surprised by Zhong Yuanchao's unexpected demeanor, Qiu Jing momentarily froze, her irritation quickly surfacing. Yet, after a brief spell, she seemed to forget the source of her annoyance, the lingering taste of scallion oil noodles on her palate captivating her attention. Albeit she still felt that a touch more sugar would have rendered it sweeter. Regardless of age, women yearn for a semblance of flattery. Though Zhong Yuanchao would not indulge her whims unconditionally, at her core, Qiu Jing is a woman who aspires to be treated as an equal. She refuses to acknowledge her age, defies the notion of growing old, and is reluctant to admit her financial struggles. Any acts of kindness bestowed upon her are perceived as the condescension of the strong towards the weak. The melancholy of her twilight years starkly contrasts with the vigor of her youth, and this psychological disparity fuels her volatile temperament and renders her unapproachable. Upon returning home with an air of ease, Zhong Yuanchao found Li Donglai waiting downstairs, having lingered for some time. "Where have you been?" "I've been waiting for ages," Li Donglai exclaimed, carrying groceries. "I was held up at Teacher Qiu's place," Zhong replied. "Teacher Qiu?" Li Donglai responded with surprise, immediately inquiring, "Were you thrown out?" That old lady can be quite difficult. Coming from a cultured family, she possesses knowledge and refinement, yet life has dealt her a harsh hand. She is notoriously hard to deal with. Even those who visit to offer help often find themselves dismissed. "I find her rather endearing," Zhong Yuanchao remarked casually, recounting the earlier events to Li Donglai, who appeared utterly bewildered. "How do you manage to get along with her so well?" Women, regardless of age, from 8 to 80, require a bit of coaxing. To flatter her signifies that you value her. Yet, one must not overly pander. It conveys a sense of equality in both character and spirit. Treat her as a normal person, and she will not perceive your kindness as pity, and thus, she will not dismiss you. Intellectuals possess a certain pride, and the sympathy of the strong towards the weak often breeds resentment. Li Donglai was at a loss for how Zhong Yuanchao had come to such unconventional insights. Yet they bore an air of reason. Ultimately, it boiled down to one word: dignity. After much contemplation, Li Donglai exclaimed, "I understand now. You possess your own pride. Otherwise, Why would you always be at odds with the factory director? You and teacher Chiu share a mutual respect. Li Donglai regarded Zhong Yuanchao with admiration, impressed by his prowess with women. Perhaps you could devise a strategy for dealing with my mother? Dealing with your mother is surely your father's responsibility, Zhong Yuanchao quipped. To which Li Donglai found himself agreeing, albeit belatedly realizing something felt amiss. Brother, are you taking advantage of me? Is it that obvious? Zhong Yuanchao feigned innocence. As the two conversed while preparing to head home, a voice called out, Zhong Yuanchao, wait up. He turned to see He Xiuling, and the first thought that crossed his mind was the tale of the huntress encountered by a bear. Surely, He Xiuling had not become addicted? She appeared charged, glancing at Li Donglai before taking a deep breath, ready to engage Zhong Yuanchao in earnest dialogue. Brother, He teacher, you two converse. I will head upstairs to wait. Li Donglai offered. No need. He Xiuling called out to Li Donglai, asserting that it was fortuitous for him to be present, as he could lend an ear to her words and assist in analyzing Zhong Yuanchao. Zhong Yuanchao, your transfer to the school, albeit a lateral move, effectively amounts to a demotion. Why can't you conduct yourself with a modicum of humility? Do you truly believe your limited skills can resolve the retirement pensions of former educators? I suspect your intent is to seek my approval, hoping for reconciliation. He Xiuling regarded Zhong Yuanchao with a cold, mocking gaze, declaring, let me be candid. All your efforts are futile. There is no possibility of rekindling any relationship with you. I implore you to behave with decorum at the school. Turning to Li Donglai, her tone remained harsh, urging him to counsel Zhong against engaging in trivial pursuits. Pragmatism is the way to go in life. With that, He Xiuling departed. Li Donglai stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, Brother, I finally comprehend why you chose to part ways with her. It would be unbearable for anyone. Yet, in truth, Zhong Yuanchao had devoted an entire lifetime to placating her. Throughout their marriage, he gleaned numerous insights. Regardless of his professional achievements, returning home meant facing a wife riddled with suspicion. In their youth, He Xiuling criticized Zhong for lacking ambition. In middle age, she lamented his inability to adapt and generate wealth. As his career reached new heights, she feared he might be unfaithful. After enduring all this, Zhong Yuanchao concluded that severing ties with her was the wisest course of action. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's silence, Li Donglai inquired, Brother, why don't you explain to her that all your efforts are aimed at assisting retired educators? She remains oblivious to the fact that your ice cream is both delectable and profitable. Why not demonstrate your worth to her? As they strolled home, Li Donglai placed a hand on Zhong Yuanchao's shoulder, saying, Do you truly believe that all your endeavors are to prove He Xiuling's lack of insight? Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. I do not seek her validation. However, if I succeed, it would certainly reflect her poor judgment. He scoffed, asserting that earning recognition through manipulation and power is inherently flawed. Such means should be employed to assist those in need and to promote their welfare. That is the rightful path. Li Donglai found wisdom in Zhong Yuanchao's words. Brother, it seems to me that you are merely putting on a facade. Li Donglai pressed on. Brother, if your business flourishes, will He Xiuling not seek to remarry you? Zhong Yuanchao paused momentarily before shaking his head. She likely lacks the audacity for that. Audacity? What does that have to do with it? After their meal, a voice from downstairs called for Zhong Yuanchao. It was the milk delivery man, who arrived with a large container. Brother Zhong, this milk was destined for disposal, but I brought it all to you. This is the extent of my assistance. Zhong Yuanchao solemnly regarded the young milkman. On behalf of the retired teachers, I extend my gratitude for your generous gift. How much do I owe you? The milkman, visibly moved, waved his hands. No charge. It is simply a good deed. Money is not the aim. In the future, I shall bring you any surplus I have. How could I possibly accept that? As Zhong Yuanchao expressed his reluctance, he had already maneuvered the milk container into the house. Donglai, have you managed to contact the refrigeration unit I asked you about? Milk cannot be stored at room temperature. Hurry and arrange for it to be refrigerated. Li Donglai felt his own sense of propriety was considerably thinner compared to Zhong Yuanchao's. Brother, you truly have the audacity to accept this milk for free, while allowing it to profit you. The thought of free indulgence brought a smile to Zhong Yuanchao's mind. Yet he remarked, you cannot judge merely by appearances. What do you suppose I do with the money I earn? As Li Donglai calculated, he replied, the raw materials are free, the storefront costs nothing. Part of the earnings goes to retired faculty, and another part fills your pockets. I can't shake the feeling that this is akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhong Yuanchao retorted, Do you really think I go through all this just to let others take advantage? Li Donglai smirked. Are you not doing the same to me and the milk delivery guy? Zhong Yuanchao chuckled. Did you not enjoy the ice cream? Have a couple more tomorrow morning. As the morning sun rose, the milk procured was transformed into ice cream that evening, alongside eggs. Additionally, Zhong Yuanchao prepared some condensed milk. The method was remarkably simple. Sugar was added to the milk, and it was cooked until it reached a viscous consistency that clung to a spoon, then cooled and jarred. Li Donglai tasted it, finding it overwhelmingly sweet, yet irresistibly delightful. Brother, this is truly delicious, though it's a bit too rich to eat alone. Zhong Yuanchao suggested. It's perfect for dipping into fried dough sticks or glutinous rice balls. Li Donglai's excitement was palpable. Could you spare some for me? This is not meant for you. Zhong Yuanchao, recalling the elderly lady's taste, had added plenty of sugar today, knowing she had a penchant for sweetness. Thus, the condensed milk was intended for Qiujing. The following day, Li Donglai brought the frozen ice cream to Zhong Yuanchao. As he offered it, he couldn't resist a playful jab. Brother, must you indulge? Zhong Yuanchao inquired. Do you not aspire to be a person of noble character? Li Donglai felt the pressure mounting. Reluctantly consuming a few more scoops without needing Zhong Yuanchao's reminder, grabbing some tissue as he prepared for work. Even if Li Donglai wished to consume it all, Zhong Yuanchao would not allow him to relish it alone. Zhong Yuanchao carried his lunchbox to school, heading straight for the principal's office. Chen Furong had been waiting for 2 days for Zhong Yuanchao's return, as chaos had ensued since his arrival. As principal, Chen Furong was eager for an explanation. However, Zhong Yuanchao's absence suggested he did not regard Chen Furong as authority. While Chen Furong simmered with frustration, Zhong Yuanchao knocked and entered. Instantly, Chen Furong sarcastically remarked, "The busy Director Zhong finally deigns to visit me? Director Zhong, regarding the gathering of retired teachers, do you intend to provide me with an explanation? You seem to think you can undermine my authority without consequences." In the course of his practical work, Chen Furong had indeed compromised. However, upon reflecting on the actions of Zhong Yuanchao, it became evident that he was being coerced under duress, as if a knife were held to his throat. This was quite unsatisfactory. With a resounding clap, Zhong Yuanchao placed the lunchbox onto the table, asserting that mere appearances and the financial backing of the school were insufficient. Snacks were readily available everywhere. Why should students purchase them from the distribution department? Thus, it was imperative to create items that were not available elsewhere. As he opened the lunchbox, Zhong Yuanchao scooped a small ball of food for the principal, saying, "Principal, do give this a try." "No, no," came the response. Generally, older individuals, especially those with parental authority, tend to shy away from engaging in activities deemed juvenile, fearing a loss of dignity. Thus, when Zhong Yuanchao offered such trivial morsels to the principal, Chen Furong's immediate reaction was one of indignation. How could a principal, a figure of authority, partake in such demeaning acts? Yet, upon tasting, he exclaimed, "Delicious. Did you make this? Truly delightful." Indeed, the allure of delectable food is universally irresistible. After finishing one ball, Chen Furong hesitated to request a second, but Zhong Yuanchao generously offered another. It was beneficial for him to indulge a bit more, as the project could not rely solely on Li Donglai's efforts. "I visited some retired faculty members yesterday," Zhong Yuanchao reported while Chen Furong savored his meal. "Many are facing difficulties, so we must expedite the establishment of the distribution department." Chen Furong, rummaging through his drawer, produced a leather envelope, stating, "This is 1,000 yuan appropriated from the finances. This is all the support the school can provide. 1,000 yuan? That should suffice for initial purchases. Once we recoup our investment, we can procure more," Zhong Yuanchao replied, unfazed. "Principal, I've accepted the money, but what is its nature? Is it a loan from the school, or an equity stake in the distribution department?" Chen Furong paused, taken aback. "Director Zhong, you are attempting to pull a fast one. The facade belongs to the school. The funds are from the school, and to be frank, even you are a part of the school. How can the profits flow into your pocket?" Zhong Yuanchao countered. "If that is the case, then I shall cease making the ice cream you are enjoying. Whether the distribution department flourishes remains to be seen. The issues faced by retired faculty members are not resolved overnight. We can afford to delay." Chen Furong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhong Yuanchao, are you abandoning me? Have you forgotten your solemn promises?" Zhong Yuanchao replied with a calm demeanor, "I may choose to disregard my words." Chen Furong, feeling the heat of indignation, began to breathe heavily. Anger aside, he had to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. Judging by what Zhong Yuanchao had devised, it was undoubtedly popular. Whether it could entirely remedy the retirement benefits issue remained uncertain, yet it was certainly more hopeful than in action. With hands on his hips, Chen Furong, fuming, took 2 large bites of ice cream and demanded, "So, what is the nature of this money? Those who pursue grand endeavors must be deliberate in their methods and rhythms." Currently, Chen Furong found himself led by Zhong Yuanchao, who initially dangled the prospect of profit before shattering illusions. In the realm of strategy, one must first secure their allies. Zhong Yuanchao proposed 2 approaches. First, the funds are considered a loan from the school to the distribution department, which, apart from paying a portion of the retirement salaries for faculty and staff each month, must also repay a portion of the borrowed funds, with profits belonging entirely to the distribution department. Second, the funds are viewed as an investment by the school in the distribution department, entitling the school to a share of the dividends in addition to covering the retirement salaries of the faculty and staff. When Chen Furong first contemplated the issue, he remained silent, indulging in food at hand, spooning it incessantly without pause. Notably, Zhong Yuanchao emphasized what benefits the school and its staff would receive, implicitly omitting any mention of his own gains. This intention was such that Chen Furong would focus solely on the school's advantages and disadvantages, conveniently overlooking Zhong Yuanchao's interests, thus eliminating any potential conflict. Upon comparing the 2 options, it was evident that the second was superior to the first. Chen Furong decisively stated, "I choose the second option. What percentage of the shares you mentioned can I acquire?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, 70%. The school provides the premises and the capital, while I only contribute labor and expertise, with 30% allocated for costs, leaving me with little profit. Zhong Yuanchao took a deep breath, primarily motivated by passion. Chen Furong was deeply captivated by the 70% share. However, he remained unaware that the future supply of the distribution department was firmly in Zhong Yuanchao's grasp. Not only would he receive 30% of the profits, but a portion of the operational costs of the distribution department would also contribute to Zhong Yuanchao's earnings. It was clear that Zhong Yuanchao intended to use the school as a stepping stone. At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao finally felt a sense of security. "Principal, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Furong shook his head. "Not at all." Zhong Yuanchao inquired further, "Is there any rumbling in your stomach or an urge to rush to the restroom?" Chen Furong frowned, puzzled by Zhong Yuanchao's odd questions. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to exclaim, "Zhong Yuanchao, have you lost your conscience? I trust you so much, and you treat me like a guinea pig?" Chen Furong was incensed. Zhong Yuanchao, clutching an empty lunchbox, hurriedly exited the principal's office. Chapter 21. The Proud Old Lady in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The lack of information and knowledge created a disconnect in people's awareness of societal progress. It would take years for the majority to realize just how advanced society had become. In this era, success required initiative. Only through proactive thinking and seeking change could miracles unfold. This was the fundamental reason behind Zhong Yuanchao's destined success and the inevitable failure of the Huqing canning factory. The bustling market heralded the dawn of a new day. Early in the morning, Zhong Yuanchao ventured to the Linjiang food wholesale market. Upon his return, he was laden with a cart full of snacks, cardboard boxes, and small wooden sticks, having spent over 1,000 yuan, nearly exhausting his funds. Along the way, he passed the remnants of the southern Song dynasty city wall and observed the busy Xingqiao dock, which had become a vibrant marketplace due to its unique geographical location, still radiating its last glimmers of glory. If memory served correctly, in a few years, a new dock would emerge to share its historical burden. Between the narrow alleys of the archway, the streets were bustling with residents going about their daily lives. Some were hurrying to their workplaces, while others headed to the market to purchase fresh vegetables. A few old friends crossed paths, exchanging warm greetings in familiar phrases. Upon raising his gaze, one could see clotheslines crisscrossing in a haphazard manner, intertwined with electric and telephone wires, resembling a chaotic spider's web. Moss grew on the brick houses and steps, evoking the imagery of verdant moss creeping up the stairs and the green grass peering through the curtains. Such scenes would certainly not capture the aesthetic sensibilities of Zhong Yuanchao decades into the future. Yet, at this moment, he found them immensely endearing. This was the essence of life, rich in warmth and vitality. Pedaling his tricycle, Zhong Yuanchao wandered between the archways, eventually stopping at a small eatery. The owner, an elderly lady nearing 60, was renowned for her scallion pancakes. In a few decades, those wishing to savor her delicacies would find themselves waiting in line for over an hour. If she so desired, she could even apply for intangible cultural heritage status. Few could prepare local delicacies with such care and finesse. Remarkably, these delectable snacks were priced at merely a dime each. After purchasing 6, he spent just 30 cents. Zhong Yuanchao rode his tricycle into the school, which was relatively quiet that day as it was Children's Day. The elementary school was on holiday, resulting in half the usual crowd. Waiting eagerly at the school were teachers Xie and Hong, who quickly took the tricycle from Zhong and unloaded the goods. Director Zhong, why did you personally go to fetch supplies? You shouldn't have gone to such trouble for us, they exclaimed, genuinely touched by his kindness. Zhong raised the items in his hands, stating, I'm just delivering breakfast to Teacher Chiao. You all carry on with your work. I'll return shortly to discuss a few matters. The retired teachers felt a deep sense of appreciation for Zhong's efforts. They affixed several labels to him: capable, compassionate, diligent, and a person of action. His recent endeavors had indeed instilled a sense of hope among the retired staff in just a few days. His dedication was evident. He toiled tirelessly, undeterred by hardships. When it came to his compassionate nature and his ability to address practical matters, everyone was aware of Teacher Chiao's peculiar temperament. It was remarkable that Zhong was able to connect with her, while others struggled. As for his misfortunes, it was a consensus that having He Xiuling as a wife was indeed a stroke of bad luck. In state-run enterprises, the slightest rumor or shift in public perception could spread like wildfire in no time. A new director for the retired staff office had been appointed, and issues concerning retired educators became a pressing matter. Naturally, Zhong Yuanchao emerged as a topic of discussion at the affiliated school. His recent victory over the factory manager in a competition, coupled with his divorce from He Xiuling, ensured that he was the most talked-about individual at the school during this period. As the news of the dealership's impending opening spread, so too did the gossip suggesting that He Xiuling was unworthy of Zhong Yuanchao. However, He Xiuling, a primary school language teacher, was enjoying her holiday on this Children's Day and had yet to hear any idle chatter. Zhong Yuanchao arrived at Qiu Jingyi's home, presenting the breakfast he had purchased, scallion pancakes from the bustling alley where Granny Sun's stall thrived. Qiu Jingyi, without even glancing at the food, remarked, "What do you, an outsider, know of our local dialect?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "There is indeed a distinction between the dialects of Lake City and Sea City. At times, I find Lake City's speech reminiscent of that of Izhou." Qiu Jingyi offered no rebuttal but cast a disdainful glance at the now-stale scallion pancakes. "Then I shall eat." Zhong Yuanchao observed the proud old lady, unwilling to indulge her, and just as he reached for the pancakes, she was quicker and had already seized them. He then produced a small jar. "I made a little something for you. Perhaps you might try it as a dip." Initially, Qiu Jingyi refused to dip the first pancake, primarily out of spite, but with the second, she could not resist using a small spoon to sample the flavor. The moment she tasted it, her previously murky gaze brightened. Her disdain vanished in an instant, replaced by indulgence. Noticing her delight, Zhong Yuanchao remarked, "In truth, it is quite simple to make, just milk and sugar." "I didn't ask you." Qiu Jingyi interrupted him brusquely. Zhong Yuanchao found her rather endearing and chuckled, not taking offense. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Teacher Chiao, there's a letter for you. I left it at the door." The tone was somewhat sheepish, likely due to fear of reprimand from Teacher Chiao. Zhong Yuanchao stepped out to retrieve the letter. The address was from Sea City, written in elegant script, unmistakably penned by a woman. Upon seeing it, Zhong Yuanchao's first thought was that it must be from a beautiful young lady. Yet, he could not help but recall the many years hence, where photographs deceived and sweet-voiced women often fell short of expectations. Consequently, the notion of seeing the person through the letter lost much of its credibility. "Teacher Chiao, may I open the letter for you?" Zhong Yuanchao inquired, but as he extended it, Qiu Jingyi snatched it away, exclaiming, "Mind your own business." She then tossed the unopened letter into a basket, only to discover it contained many more letters. Had she never read any of them? Zhong Yuanchao pondered. Isn't Teacher Chiao a solitary figure? Who would write to her? Upon returning to the dealership, which was so modest it didn't even have a sign, Zhong Yuanchao found it inconsequential. What mattered most was selling the goods and earning a profit. Although the official opening had yet to occur, a sense of ceremony was still required. He invited the principal over, and to his surprise, Lin Xinhao, the affairs office director, timidly followed him in. His first words were, "The principal has come to extend his regards to our dealership." "Our dealership?" Zhong Yuanchao mused, appreciating the careful choice of words. Chapter 22. The villain is always striving for success. In recent days, Lin Xinhe has been closely monitoring the movements of Zhong Yuanchao. This includes his efforts in cleaning the vacant rooms and procuring supplies, and he is fully aware of the purpose behind the existence of the distribution department. Most importantly, Lin Xinhe knows that this place is ripe with potential for profit. Zhong Yuanchao was utterly unprepared for Lin Xinhe's arrival, and the very first words he spoke exuded a sense of ownership. The lack of diligence in his work was overshadowed by the audacity with which he claimed credit. Just moments ago, several retired teachers had been smiling warmly, but upon hearing his words, their expressions swiftly morphed from awkwardness to exasperated eye rolls, revealing their discontent. Chen Furong, a seasoned veteran, could certainly detect the underlying tone in Lin Xinhe's remarks. Unfazed, Lin Xinhe believed there was no issue at hand, as long as he remained unembarrassed. The discomfort belonged to others. He raised his hand, urging everyone to welcome the principal to provide guidance for the distribution department. He led the applause, with Zhong Yuanchao joining in, while the remaining retired teachers had no choice but to follow suit, as they still needed to show respect for the principal. Chen Furong's speech consisted of the same few platitudes: trust in the organization, which had ultimately not let anyone down, and encouragement to persevere in their upcoming endeavors. As soon as he concluded, Lin Xinhe applauded fervently, as if those hands were not his own. All right. Lin Xinhe gestured to quiet the somewhat tepid applause. Since the principal had already spoken, it was imperative for our distribution department to express our stance as well. Thus, I shall represent our department and say a few words. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Teacher Xie was particularly incensed. She had been the most active among the retired teachers. With the school having delayed retirement salaries for the past 2 months, everyone was avoiding these retired faculty members. Lin Xinhe had either postponed matters or provided insincere, empty rhetoric time and again. Aside from Zhong Yuanchao, not a single person was genuinely taking action. Was it not Zhong Yuanchao who had just devised a solution to assist everyone? How had it suddenly become Lin Xinhe's merit? The initial reluctance to engage with the retirement office had vanished completely now. Was Lin Xinhe devoid of any shame? Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong cast disdainful glances at Lin Xinhe, then turned their eyes toward Zhong Yuanchao, seemingly imploring him to step in and say a few words. If Zhong Yuanchao were to interrupt Lin Xinhe at this moment, it might not bode well. However, he could not remain silent. Being overshadowed would be too humiliating. Zhong Yuanchao quickly raised his hand. Director Lin, please hold on a moment. There are 46 retired faculty members present. I will call them over to hear you speak. After all, these 46 retired teachers were counting on Director Lin for their livelihoods, and they would surely want to express their gratitude in person. Lin Xinhe was momentarily taken aback. While he could manage a small-scale display of bravado, facing a crowd of people was an entirely different matter. If anyone in the audience were to deride him, how could he retain his composure? Zhong Yuanchao's insistence left Lin Xinhe feeling cornered, and he hastily waved his hand. No need. The seasoned Chen Furong understood that Zhong Yuanchao was not one to be trifled with. Someone who could stand toe-to-toe with the factory director would hardly regard Lin Xinhe with any seriousness. The previous remarks were deliberately intended to embarrass Lin Xin. Chen Furong was well aware of Lin Xin's capabilities. Entrusting him with simple tasks could yield unsatisfactory results, while assigning him more complex responsibilities would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Chen Furong had clandestinely established a distribution department under the radar, and if he could resolve the ensuing troubles smoothly, it would be commendable. However, failure would inevitably cast a shadow upon him. Although he had not reported this to his superiors, could they truly remain oblivious? It would not take long for them to learn of the situation, yet immediate action would likely be postponed as they awaited further developments. At their level, one could generally rely on experience to gauge the trajectory of events. Clearly, Lin Xin was unfit to lead the distribution department. Should Chen Furong refrain from expressing his stance now, Lin Xin might attempt to intervene in the future, creating complications. Yuanchao, report any issues concerning the distribution department directly to me. Chen Furong interjected with a smile, affirming the department's inherent nature while simultaneously dispelling Lin Xin's ambitions and reinforcing Zhong Yuanchao's position. He continued, Yuanchao, this distribution department is your creation. What do you wish to propose? Zhong Yuanchao raised a finger, declaring, 1 point. The salaries of retired employees should strive to exceed those of current staff. Surprisingly, Without any prior mobilization, the applause from a few individuals was remarkably fervent. Lin Xin, undoubtedly displeased, realized this matter was far from resolved. He would gain nothing, nor would Zhong Yuanchao. As a man who had offended the factory director and been relegated, what right did he have to flaunt his authority within the school? That which could not be obtained should be destroyed. Yet Lin Xin was reluctant to play the role of a traitor. He needed to seek assistance. A glimmer of an idea sparked in his mind. Was there not an ideal candidate readily available? As Lin Xin sulkily departed, Zhong Yuanchao engaged in conversation with Chen Furong. Chen Furong clicked his tongue, remarking, "How can you be so impatient? Director Lin has no intention of seizing the distribution department. You appear rather petty." Zhong Yuanchao paused, questioning, "Is Director Lin truly attempting to take the distribution department? I was unaware of this. Principal, you are not trying to sow discord between me and Director Lin, are you?" No. I must not allow Director Lin to misunderstand. I should call him back and allow him to manage the department, which would be quite acceptable. Come back." Chen Furong called out sternly, realizing that this fellow was indeed astute. Initially, he had intended to seize the opportunity to offer criticism and simultaneously make Zhong Yuanchao feel he was genuinely underperforming, while also expressing gratitude for Chen Furong's timely intervention. This could be viewed as a classic technique of guiding subordinates. Unfortunately, Zhong Yuanchao was also quite shrewd. He could match Chen Furong's tactics. Playing the fool, he effortlessly sidestepped Chen Furong's subtle ploy. Chen Furong found himself at a loss regarding Zhong Yuanchao's antics. Observing the latter's feigned ignorance, he quietly inquired, "What did you mean earlier when you stated that retired employees should earn more than their currently employed counterparts?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "Retirement wages are a rightful entitlement. Coming to work does not equate to being free labor. Therefore, it is only reasonable that they receive higher compensation than those still employed." Chen Furong found himself at a loss for words regarding Zhong Yuanchao's reasoning, which at the very least demonstrated that the lad had a sense of integrity. "The matter of aiding the Korean front has been entrusted to you. Handle it splendidly, for otherwise, no one can guarantee your safety." This is perhaps the most significant encouragement from Chen Furong, likely conveying to Zhong Yuanchao that while merits may not always reap rewards, any misstep will inevitably fall upon you. Before embarking on this endeavor, Zhong Yuanchao had already contemplated the dual nature of the situation. On one hand, there exists the positive aspect, addressing the genuine difficulties faced by retired faculty. On the other hand, the interests at stake are apparent. It is unlikely anyone would allow Zhong Yuanchao to monopolize the benefits. Thus, Zhong Yuanchao must swiftly establish an exit strategy for himself. Chapter 23. A late-night visitor. The shelves were laden with an array of goods, primarily snacks favored by students. While the taste may be mediocre, their appeal lies in their whimsical nature, effectively captivating the student demographic. For instance, bubble gum, particularly the renowned Dada bubble gum of the late 1980s and early 1990s, was a staple. The current wholesale price is 6 cents, retailing for 10 or even 12 cents, with a projected increase to 30 cents in the coming years. Is it truly delectable? It possesses a slight sweetness, yet the flavor dissipates quickly, rendering it rather lackluster. However, it allows for bubble blowing, an activity in which some children tirelessly practice. Students adept at this skill often compete to see who can create the largest, widest bubbles. As for the older students, based on Zhong Yuanchao's prior teaching experiences, their enjoyment of bubble gum has long transcended mere flavor or bubble blowing. They perceive the act of chewing bubble gum as a display of coolness, a means of showcasing their most impressive selves to attract the opposite sex during their youthful, naive days. Thus, the act of chewing gum evolves into a form of self-presentation. As they chew, they often adopt exaggerated expressions, contorting their mouths and smacking their lips, seeking validation through such antics. These memories are profoundly nostalgic. By the mid-1990s, the allure of Dada bubblegum waned, giving rise to Dada rolls, wherein the advertising depicted characters resembling caricatures clad in protective gear. One might wonder if the creators reflect on this with regret. Numerous beloved snacks remained in vogue, including cat ears, the pioneering shrimp chips, fish skin peanuts, and oddly flavored broad beans. As night deepened, Zhong Yuanchao had already sent teachers Xie and Hong home to rest. He busied himself with determining the prices for these snacks, ensuring profitability while keeping them affordable enough to entice the students. Just as he was engrossed in this task, the yet-to-be-opened distribution center welcomed a visitor, rather, two visitors. The first was a middle-aged man, of modest height, wearing spectacles, with hair slicked against his scalp, creating a leftward lean reminiscent of a stroke in Chinese characters. The flat texture appeared wig-like, adorned with a curved fringe across his forehead. As the weather had warmed, he donned a long-sleeved white shirt complemented by a jacket, prompting Zhong Yuanchao to ponder the potential identity of this man. In these times, one who dresses so neatly and has the means to do so is likely affiliated with officialdom. Zhong Yuanchao was uncertain of the man's identity, yet he appeared somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where they had crossed paths. The man, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired why Zhong was still awake at such a late hour. Zhong retorted, questioning why the man himself was not resting. The middle-aged man initially intended to assert their differences, but deemed it inappropriate to voice such thoughts, instead opting to request a pack of Westlake cigarettes. Zhong retrieved a pack from the shelf and, while handing it over, returned 2 dimes in change, prompting the man's surprise at the lower price compared to the outside market. Of course, it's cheaper by 2 dimes, given my uncertainty about your identity. It's prudent to exercise caution. I wouldn't want to suffer losses before even commencing business. Nonetheless, Zhong maintained his composure, continuing to set his prices, mumbling that this distribution center was not profit-driven, primarily aimed at addressing the retirement pension issues of retired faculty members. Zhong, though cunning, was unaware of the man's true background but suspected he might be an official. Thus, he spoke half-truths, acknowledging the problem while feigning that profit was not the objective. Establishing his persona would facilitate future discussions. If the man departed at that moment, it might simply indicate his overthinking. However, the middle-aged man showed a keen interest in Zhong's statements. This is the factory's subsidiary school. Shouldn't the canning factory be responsible for the welfare of retired staff? He casually inquired. Zhong responded, the factory must have its considerations. Until a solution is established, we must devise ways to sustain ourselves. Thus, this distribution center was created to assist as many retired faculty members as possible. Hence, our prices are somewhat lower, enhancing our competitiveness. Upon hearing the term competitiveness, the middle-aged man's interest piqued further. Are you the head of this distribution center? He asked. After a moment's thought, Zhong replied, I have recently been assigned to the retirement office at the school. Did you establish this distribution center? Zhong felt a tinge of apprehension, as if he were shouldering blame. Someone had to take the lead and set a precedent, he replied. A sense of regret washed over him for his indiscreet remarks, and he forced a chuckle, adding a few more words. Please don't find it amusing. By the way, who are you? The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. We are merely passing through. As he spoke, he offered Zhong a cigarette. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took his leave, introducing himself as Xie Kun. I am Zhong Yuanchao. Zhong replied. Yuanchao is easy to remember. I'll make a note of it. Once Xie departed, Zhong set down his pen, pondering the details of their encounter. The individual who had not entered was evidently Xie's subordinate, persistently attempting to remind him of the time. Yet, Xie seemed indifferent to the man's concerns, dismissing them entirely. At least in terms of status, it is evident that this individual is extraordinary. However, Zhong Yuanchao still cannot fathom the source of this familiar sensation, and he finds the name Xie Kun quite recognizable as well. Reflecting on his previous remarks, though few, he has articulated his intentions clearly, thereby minimizing potential liabilities. Should there be any official involvement in clandestine operations, he would at least possess a logical defense. Zhong Yuanchao has taken measures for self-preservation to the fullest extent. Yet, he wonders if this venture, which has yet to commence, is already destined to fail. He mutters to himself while recounting the goods. Outside the entrance of the Huqing canning factory, an old Haiqing automobile is parked by the roadside, a fashionable design reminiscent of a turtle shell in this era. Such a vehicle is certainly not privately owned. In the back seat, Xie Kun, who had just purchased cigarettes, is resting inside the car, waiting until past 3 in the morning. At this hour, the surroundings unexpectedly come alive, as truck after truck arrives at the factory gate, with people climbing aboard to unload bundles of bamboo shoots. Each bundle weighs approximately 50 to 60 pounds, and after they are meticulously peeled by hand, each bundle can earn them over $2 in wages. This is indeed a lucrative endeavor. The middle-aged man, witnessing this scene, cannot help but marvel at how the Huqing canning factory not only supports its workers, but also benefits the local community. However, he is left questioning the actual sales performance of the factory, as Xie Kun's words reveal skepticism tinged with regret. Chapter 24. Do not forget great virtue for minor wrongs. Not long ago, Xie Kun was employed at a bank. He received an unexpected invitation and, through numerous connections, secured his current position. With extensive experience in the financial sector, Xie Kun understands that a company's debt ratio must stabilize within a certain range to demonstrate its health and growth prospects. Presently, the Huqing canning factory has exceeded this range. The apparent prosperity cannot conceal the underlying issues. What frustrates Xie Kun is that the leadership of the Huqing canning factory, when confronted with problems, not only fails to proactively address them, but rather seeks every means to obscure the truth. There is not a single retired director with the awareness or capability to tackle these challenges effectively. On June 2, 1988, after only a few hours of sleep, Zhong Yuanchao sits up on the edge of his bed, still groggy as he stumbles to wash up. Youth has its drawbacks. One cannot awaken easily. It is worth noting that having crossed the age of 40, Zhong rises before 6 in the morning, even earlier than the rooster, which seems not to sleep at night. Today marks the official opening of the distribution department. Yet despite the preparations made over the past few days, Zhong does not feel particularly excited. It can only be said that everything is proceeding according to plan. Conversely, Li Donglai, who has merely lent a hand, is exceedingly enthusiastic and has already packed up and prepared to leave. As he departs, his mother scolds him, saying, "You foolish child," when mingling with Zhong Yuanchao. "Make sure to keep a low profile. Do not let anyone see you." Li Donglai remained obstinate, declaring, "Mother, Yin Chao is an upstanding man. Why should I hide?" His mother shouted, "You must consider your future. The factory leaders do not favor him. And do you not fear being implicated?" Li Donglai retorted defiantly, "If I am implicated, so be it. I fear nothing." Suddenly, the sound of the Sanxian echoed as his father began to sing. Guan Yunchang went to attack Changsha City. Clang, clang, clang. His mother interrupted, scolding, "Your son spends his days running around, and you, as a father, do not even try to advise him. Keep playing your music, and I'll throw you out." Li Donglai's father's enthusiasm was thoroughly dampened as he held the Sanxian, listening to the incessant nagging with a sense of desolation. Meanwhile, Li Donglai had already slipped away. Zhong Yuanchao waited at the entrance of the cold storage for a while until he spotted Li Donglai and Zhao Jixin approaching. The ice cream they had prepared over the past few days was frozen inside, alongside the popsicles that had been brought in the previous day. Some milk had also been set aside for refrigeration. Li Donglai excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, I checked the almanac, and today is not a suitable day for opening." Zhong Yuanchao, while loading the items onto the tricycle, replied, "We opened yesterday. Today does not count." This revelation eased Li Donglai's worries. Lacking a freezer, they had to place a quilt inside a large box, adding 2 sizable blocks of ice, ensuring the quilt was tightly sealed to maintain the temperature, which was crucial to prevent the popsicles and ice cream from melting. "Jixin, thank you for your assistance," Zhong Yuanchao said, handing Zhao Jixin a cigarette. Zhao Jixin glanced around, saying, "Director, while I don't mind helping, I fear being discovered. If someone reports us, we will have nowhere to store these items. I am afraid I will not be able to assist you." Zhong Yuanchao waved his hand dismissively. "We do what we can and leave the rest to fate. We will see how far we can go." As he spoke, Zhong Yuanchao slipped another pack of cigarettes into Zhao Jixin's bag. "How can I accept this?" Zhao Jixin protested. Yet he tightly clutched the bag, as though fearing the cigarettes might escape. "Director, feel free to use the cold storage. It is empty anyway." After Zhao Jixin left, Li Donglai cursed under his breath. What an unashamed brat, boldly demanding benefits. As Zhong Yuanchao pedaled the tricycle towards the school, he mused that although the cold storage belonged to the public, if Zhao Jixin refused to let him use it, he would be powerless. "Donglai, remember, do not forget great kindness because of minor wrongs." Zhong Yuanchao puffed as he pedaled. Li Donglai, seated behind, inquired, "I understand not to commit small evils, but I do not grasp the meaning of your statement." In simple terms, Zhong Yuanchao explained, "Zhao Jixin provided us with a place to freeze our goods, solving our greatest dilemma, which is a significant kindness to us. Complicating matters to extract small benefits is a minor evil. He has rendered us great assistance, and we offer him minor rewards. This is harmless. This is what it means to not forget great kindness because of minor wrongs." Zhong Yuanchao turned to glance at Li Donglai and remarked, "As you navigate the world and grapple with the marketplace, you must remember this lesson well." Li Donglai found wisdom in Zhong's words, yet he felt a twinge of contradiction, responding, "But I am not in business, brother Yuanchao." Zhong Yuanchao merely smiled. Choosing not to elaborate further, could Li Donglai still harbor dreams of diligently working at his job when wealth rained down from the heavens? As they approached the school gates, a young student adorned with a bright red scarf was cornered by several adolescents around the age of 14 or 15. With his head bowed and hands rummaging through his pockets, he desperately turned them inside out, tears brimming in his eyes as he pleaded, "I truly have no money." The older boys yanked at his hair, their jeering laughter reminiscent of mischievous foxes. Such occurrences are commonplace in any era. In his previous life, Zhong Yuanchao had observed that at prestigious schools, the students portrayed themselves as model pupils upon entering, only to emerge after school with hats askew, clothing askew, smoking and swearing, and engaging in youthful romances. When questioned about their schools, they all claimed allegiance to the one next door, demonstrating their desire to protect their own school's reputation. The phenomenon of the strong preying upon the weak and the prevalence of bullying in schools remains an unfortunate norm in contemporary society. Li Donglai leapt off his tricycle, swiftly advancing to confront a high school student from behind. Grabbing the boy by the collar, he yanked him to the ground and kicked another. In a matter of moments, the group of middle schoolers was sent fleeing. "Don't let me catch you again, you little rascals," Li Donglai shouted, turning to the bullied younger student. With a flourish, he tousled the boy's hair and, feeling a surge of chivalry, suggested, "You should often visit the snack distribution center at school. If anyone troubles you again, just tell them your big brother is Li Donglai." The boy's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." As Li Donglai resumed his seat on the tricycle, Zhong Yuanchao quipped, "Isn't your intervention merely a means of fostering your own business, akin to those middle schoolers?" Li Donglai retorted with conviction, "Isn't that what you just taught me? One should not overlook small evils while forgetting great goods. I saved him, which is a great good. If he has pocket money, sending him to the distribution center for snacks is merely for his own enjoyment. It hardly qualifies as a small evil." Oh, how quickly you learn. Chapter 25. The burden of others. Early in the morning, teachers Xie and Hong arrived at work, deliberately avoiding any discussion regarding the day's business at the distribution center. It was reminiscent of the superstitions surrounding a woman's pregnancy, an unspoken belief that voicing it might somehow jinx the outcome. Their silence was, in essence, a form of evasion. When Zhong Yuanchao arrived, they eagerly approached, assisting him with the tasks at hand, yet hesitated to utter a single word. The nervous, swallowing motions they exhibited revealed their anxious state of mind. This anxiety was entirely understandable, after a prolonged retirement spent waiting for news of their pension. The sudden glimmer of hope naturally incited excitement. However, the unpredictability of the future left them feeling uncertain and apprehensive. The fluctuating emotions of uncertainty can profoundly affect individuals of their age. Eventually, Teacher Xia could no longer contain herself and quietly inquired, "Director Zhong, do you think we will have business today?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "Teacher Xia, do you know why I chose to open today? Yesterday was Children's Day. Did you give your grandson any pocket money?" When reminded by Zhong Yuanchao, Teacher Xia recalled that although her retirement pension was uncertain, she had managed to save a little over the years. With her only grandchild, she had given him 2 yuan as pocket money for the occasion. Seeing Teacher Xia nod, Zhong Yuanchao remarked, "If your grandson has pocket money, then those elementary school students who celebrated yesterday must be quite affluent. If they have money, what do you think they will do? It follows that today's business should be quite good." The corners of Teacher Xia and Teacher Hong's mouths instinctively lifted in a smile. Yet, they felt a tinge of embarrassment. As educators, it seemed unseemly to be so calculative about earning money from their students. This reflects the genuine thoughts and contradictions of the majority of people in this era. They struggle with pride and the desire for a flourishing life. How can one reconcile the two? Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong could not fathom why Zhong Yuanchao approached the situation with such ease. Was it merely due to his thick skin? Lin Xinhai entered the sales department with a briefcase, smiling broadly. After surveying the surroundings, he nodded in satisfaction and addressed Zhong Yuanchao, "Director Zhong, your setup here is commendable. I'm here to support your business. Please give me a pack of Likun cigarettes." Zhong Yuanchao, not being a salesperson, smiled in gratitude but remained still. Lin Xinhai asked, "Director Zhong, why the hesitation? Aren't we here to do business?" It dawned on Teacher Xia that Zhong Yuanchao had initially brought her here to assist as a salesperson, thus the responsibility fell to her. In haste, she procured a pack of cigarettes for Lin Xinhai. Though the adage "the customer is always right" may not yet apply, it was undeniable that purchasing customers deserved respect. Lin Xinhai had intended to look down upon Zhong Yuanchao, yet the latter did not oblige. After receiving the cigarettes and making payment, Lin Xinhai donned a cheerful expression, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, I will promote your business at school, helping our retired staff." However, as he turned away, his smile vanished. Zhong Yuanchao mused, "If you don't hinder progress, that would be a blessing. Your efforts are hardly credible." Ultimately, Zhong Yuanchao proved astute in his judgment. Lin Xinhai did not return to his office, but instead meandered through the large office of the subject teachers, ostensibly to promote the sales department. In theory, promoting the sales department was a commendable act, indeed contributing to a worthwhile cause. From this perspective, it is difficult to discern any malevolent intentions from Lin Xinhai. The school's distribution department has commenced operations, and teachers are encouraged to support it when time permits. The items within are priced more affordably than those outside. This initiative is aimed at enhancing the welfare of retired faculty members. Everyone should lend their support. Lin Xinhai appeared quite zealous in promoting this within the office of the subject teachers, inadvertently noticing He Xiaoling, whose expression had subtly changed nearby. "Teacher He, your little Zhong is truly capable," he remarked. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoling's expression twitched slightly, yet she refrained from immediately retorting. Lin Xinhai continued, "Although you two are divorced, the emotional foundation remains intact. Director Zhong has stirred quite a commotion at the school. I find it hard to believe that it is without his father-in-law's backing." Lowering his voice, Lin Xinhai conjectured, "In my view, the branch factory manager must have discreetly communicated with the factory head, hence enabling Director Zhong to establish this distribution department at the school. This serves not only to benefit retired faculty, but also provides an opportunity for Director Zhong to showcase his capabilities." He smiled broadly at the now somber-faced He Xiaoling, suggesting, "I believe it won't be long before we are congratulating Teacher He and Director Zhong on their reconciliation." He Xiaoling's pent-up emotions erupted at this moment. "Director Lin, do not slander me here. What does Zhong Yuanchao's matter have to do with me? What does it have to do with my father? We are divorced, he is he, and I am I. I implore you, do not associate me with him." Lin Xinhai, taken aback, fumbled for words, unsure of how to respond. However, his awkward demeanor was merely a fade he had prepared in advance. The determination of He Xiaoling to divorce Zhong Yuanchao had long been an open secret, and Lin Xinhai's remarks were merely intended to provoke her. But what purpose did such provocation serve? He continued, "So, the establishment of this distribution department is not sanctioned by the factory head? Then Zhong Yuanchao must possess quite a bit of audacity." Quickly retracting his previous statement, he insisted, No, that is not what I meant. Regardless, Director Zhong's actions are for the betterment of retired faculty, and we must not allow this matter to spread. Otherwise, it could adversely affect Director Zhong, and we cannot permit a good person to suffer unjustly. Everyone, please remember." After reiterating this, Lin Xinhai cheerfully left the office, having achieved his objective. In this exchange, He Xiaoling gleaned two key points. First, Zhong Yuanchao's benevolence has garnered him considerable support. Second, the current actions of Zhong Yuanchao are not in accordance with regulations, and should he be reported, he would face consequences. Chapter 26. The distribution department thrives. He Xiaoling had no classes during the first period. She remained in the office for a full 40 minutes. When class concluded, no teachers returned to the office. He Xiaoling found this curious. Typically, after class, colleagues would return to share a drink and recount a few occurrences from their classes. There were moments of frustration as well as humorous anecdotes to share together. However, after the first class today, why have none of the teachers returned? He Xiaoling was due to attend her second class, and just as she was heading toward the classroom, she spotted 2 or 3 teachers accompanying each other, each holding small items. The distribution department is quite substantial. It must be said that Director Zhong has quite a knack for ideas, regardless of the business's success. He always seems to devise a plan, which can be seen as doing a service for the retired staff. Whether this endeavor will succeed remains uncertain. We certainly hope the distribution department will thrive, although some individuals surely wish otherwise. He Xiaoling, closely trailing behind, understood that the some people referred to her. With a huff, she entered the classroom, convinced that Zhong Yuanchao's distribution department would never take off. The factory already has a small shop that offers everything. What makes them think the school's business would flourish? Given Zhong Yuanchao's character, success seems unlikely. If he cannot manage interpersonal relations, how could he possibly manage a business? He Xiaoling was beset by countless thoughts. In truth, What she most dreaded admitting was her reluctance to witness Zhong Yuanchao's success. Upon entering the classroom, she found students still tossing chalk. Some were throwing books high into the air, while others chased one another around the classroom. A girl's hair was painfully tugged by a boy, and she was in a furious uproar. Another boy unabashedly declared that he would pull her hair again next time. Just after the Children's Day celebration, some girls arrived at school in beautiful little dresses, while boys boasted about their newly acquired comic books. The cacophony of the classroom incensed He Xiaoling, who slammed her lesson plan onto the desk, exclaiming, "I see you are utterly unruly. Everyone, return to your seats at once. You seem to have forgotten your own surnames after a day off." As she began to scold, the words "wait a minute" escaped her lips, causing her expression to stiffen. She quickly amended her address to some individuals. "Is it that you think you can neglect your homework, waiting for your parents to deliver it to me?" Some students recognized themselves in her words, yet stubbornly looked around, feigning ignorance about who she was referring to. He Xiaoling continued her reprimand, expressing her frustration at those who submitted blank homework. Others, heads bowed, may have been chuckling foolishly. With only 15 minutes left in the class, she found herself scolding them. And just a few minutes into her lesson, it was nearly time for the bell to ring. At this moment, the classroom was filled with a buzzing noise. "The distribution department has so many delicious snacks. What will you buy?" "I want soda. Lollipops are tasty. I want an ice pop. I'll blow bubbles for you." These countless small conversations merged into a buzzing sound, akin to a swarm of flies. As an experienced teacher, He Xiaoling was well aware that the students were becoming restless. Exhausted from scolding, she soon lost her will to continue. Unbeknownst to her, some well-off elementary students were already observing the countdown on their digital watches. 10, 9, 8. Oh, why hasn't the class bell rung yet? The students were puzzled, even contemplating the rare possibility that the bell had malfunctioned. Just then, the bell rang urgently. Class dismissed. Impatient, He Xiaoling had barely uttered these two words when the group of mischievous children vanished in an instant. She had previously observed their antics, but never to such an extent as today. Curiosity piqued, she stepped outside to witness throngs of students racing towards the distribution department. He Xiaoling's mouth twitched. Her face turned pale, and her composure began to wane in the last 2 minutes before class ended. Teacher Xie, restless in the distribution office, glanced at the smoking Zhong Yuanchao, bewildered by why he appeared so unfazed. Was it indeed because the matter did not concern him? From a distance, the principal's office window aligned perfectly with the distribution department, and Chun Furong seemed equally anxious. He was torn between two scenarios. First, if business was poor, the issue of paying retired staff would be jeopardized, rendering the previous investment of 1,000 yuan futile. Second, if business prospered too much, it would draw scrutiny from above, leaving him to ponder how to explain it. In essence, regardless of the state of business, the greatest pressure lay upon Chun Furong. He cast a glance at Zhong Yuanchao in the distance, muttering to himself, "You lucky fellow, how can you remain so carefree?" In truth, Zhong Yuanchao was far from relaxed. He was grappling with at least two pressing issues: a shortage of manpower and an impasse in expanding business channels. Both concerns required time. He had been reminding himself to avoid the temptation of making giant leaps or seeking overnight fortune. By focusing on his goals and proceeding steadily, he believed success would soon be within reach. As he exhaled the last puff of smoke and extinguished the cigarette, the school bell rang, heralding 3 moments of profound silence. Then, as if unleashed, every classroom door swung open, and the students burst forth like untamed stallions. This was ordinarily a routine occurrence at the end of class. However, today, these little rascals were not headed towards the playground. Amidst the throng, a portion began to divert, racing towards the distribution department. Teachers Xie and Hong were initially taken aback, but as they slowly rose, their expressions transformed from dazed to one of thawing excitement, smiles gradually illuminating their faces, culminating in sheer elation. "Teacher, I want a pack of shrimp chips. I want that, the weird flavored broad beans, the one with the picture. Please, give me a version of the black cat sheriff picture. Do you have any loose cigarettes?" Teacher Xie's facial muscles twitched. "No, go away." The excitement of Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong transcended mere exhilaration. They were engulfed in goosebumps. Amidst this throng of children, Zhong Yuanchao stood like a steadfast pillar in a raging river, his gaze directed towards the distance. Whether he was observing Chun Furong through the window or the bewildered He Xiaoling in the corridor remained unclear. Perhaps, He was simply inspired by the vision of a promising future. Zhong Yuanchao opened a large box, revealing not only popsicles, ice cream, and doll heads, but also a novel treat unfamiliar to the students. He scooped a ball with a spoon and placed it into a small paper box, 3 mao for 1 ball, 5 mao for 2. Initially, the students clamoring for popsicles were intrigued by this new offering, yet none rushed to make a purchase. A young elementary school student squeezed into the crowd, nonchalantly producing 50 cents and declaring, "I want it." As he received it, he used a wooden stick as a spoon to scoop a mouthful and tasted it, then exclaimed, "My goodness, this is unbelievably delicious." "Really? Let me have a bite." When refused, he scoffed, "Why don't you buy it yourself?" Spitting in disdain, he dismissed the rejection. Once someone initiated, the others could no longer contain themselves. After Children's Day, everyone was affluent. What was 50 cents? They bought it. The distribution office flourished. And Zhong Yuanchao's ice cream gained immense popularity, while He Xiuling became even more renowned. Chapter 27. The importance of physical education. When the bell rang for the third period, He Xiuling entered another classroom with a gloomy demeanor. Her jaw was clenched in frustration, perhaps sensing the peculiar energy from the teacher. This group of perceptive elementary students held their breath, even refraining from their usual 5-minute pre-class jokes. Sitting in the second-to-last row, one of the 4 golden kings, Luo Xiaola, scooped a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, the icy smoothness permeating every taste bud, enveloped in rich milky sweetness. Upon finishing this delightful experience and opening his eyes, he was met with He Xiuling's piercing gaze. Even one of the golden kings feared He Xiuling. "What are you eating?" she inquired coldly. Luo Xiaola shook his head, "Nothing." As He Xiuling descended from the podium with determined strides, Luo Xiaola felt a tightening in his stomach, not from fear of the teacher, but from the impending search of his desk. Elementary students fell into different tiers. A student with good grades could simply assert, "I didn't do anything," and the teacher would believe him. However, a student with poor grades would invariably be suspected of wrongdoing, facing criticism or even a slap, regardless of their innocence. Some students resigned themselves to the teacher's whims, adopting a fatalistic demeanor. Yet, the golden kings possessed a distinct quality. For instance, Luo Xiaola began to contemplate that being caught would lead to a beating and the loss of his ice cream. He decided to take a gamble. Thus, at the moment He Xiuling charged down from the podium, Luo Xiaola swiftly retrieved his ice cream from the drawer, using the wooden stick to hastily shove it all into his mouth. He savored it noisily, cream dribbling from the corners of his mouth, a blatant provocation, a declaration of war against He Xiuling, as if the entire world conspired against him. Teachers whispered disparaging remarks behind her back, and students ignored her entirely, eroding her authority as an educator. "Spit it out," He Xiuling bellowed at Luo Xiaola. Most elementary students would have been petrified at such a moment, but Luo Xiaola, displaying the audacity befitting one of the golden kings, swallowed everything with fervor, then opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, exclaiming, "It's gone. It's gone. Smack. It's gone. Smack. I made it disappear. Smack." A few heavy slaps landed on Luo Xiaola's face, leaving him utterly dazed. In this crucial moment, he recalled a protective incantation, shouting, "My elder brother is Li Donglai. Brother, slap. Li Donglai, slap." Luo Xiaola wept, feeling deceived. Was it not promised that invoking his brother's name would spare him from such punishment? "You liars, all of you." Although He Xiuling was venting her frustrations on a child, it did nothing to alleviate her own turmoil. Her composure had completely shattered. It was all Zhong Yuanchao's fault. This relentless specter. Just wait. As class commenced, Teacher Xie and others began tallying the meager profits from their recent sales, counting the scattered small bills that filled an entire drawer. Teacher Xie, filled with astonishment, inquired, "Director Zhong, why was there not a greater influx of students purchasing items after the first period?" "Indeed, I too wish to pose this question." Teacher Hong chimed in. Zhong Yuanchao was about to saunter out when he smiled and asked, "So, both of you are indeed core subject teachers. Do you not often feel that time slips away during your first class? Surely, it tends to extend a few minutes beyond the bell? Given that the interval between the first and second periods was merely 10 minutes, if you lingered for a few extra moments, only 3 or 4 minutes remained. Where would be the time to buy anything?" The two teachers exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in embarrassment as they asked, "Is that so? We don't have a habit of extending class time, do we?" "No, certainly not." Zhong Yuanchao, unwilling to debate this point further, continued. The break between the second and third periods is 20 minutes, providing ample time. Furthermore, the novelty of the sales initiative will need to simmer a bit. Hence, more students will likely emerge to purchase items after the second period. So, all of this was within Zhong Yuanchao's calculations? The two teachers found themselves at a loss for how to assess teacher Zhong. Yet one thing was certain. How could he Xiaoling even consider divorce from such an admirable man? With business thriving and profits soaring, should not everyone be celebrating? Yet, there was no trace of jubilation on Zhong Yuanchao's face. He was far from satisfied with the current state of affairs. This was merely a preliminary triumph, and his goals remained distant. For instance, there was still the need for a cold storage facility and numerous portable freezers, requirements that demanded substantial finances. Relying solely on the few hundred teachers and students at the school clearly would not yield such significant profits. The distribution department had begun to take shape, and Zhong Yuanchao entrusted it to the two teachers before striding confidently to the principal's office. This time, upon entering the principal's office, the demeanor of Chen Furong had transformed dramatically compared to their first encounter. Just a few days prior, it was Zhong Yuanchao who poured water for Chen Furong. Now, the roles had reversed. As soon as Zhong Yuanchao sat down, he remarked, "There is still more than a month until summer vacation." Chen Furong nodded, acknowledging, "We understand the situation. Summer break is an unavoidable circumstance, and it is acceptable if the earnings over these 2 months are modest." Zhong Yuanchao thought to himself, "How could you possibly conjure such notions? What connection does this have with the summer vacation?" "Principal, you have misunderstood. I merely mentioned that there is still over a month until the summer break to discuss with you the importance of informing the core subject teachers not to encroach upon the students' physical education classes. It is intolerable that, at such times, the physical education teacher suddenly falls ill. With such poor physical fitness, how can one claim to be a physical education teacher? Based on the current framework, each class should be allotted an additional physical education class each week to enhance the students' physical activity, allowing them to sweat more. A mere 1 or 2 classes will not cultivate a prodigy." Chen Furong still failed to grasp Zhong Yuanchao's intention. Simply adding an extra physical education class each week will not produce an athletic prodigy. Zhong Yuanchao offered him a cigarette, noting that the more physical education classes there are, the better the business for the distribution department, potentially earning the salary of several retired teachers. Chapter 28. Complaining he Xiaoling donned a puff-sleeved shirt paired with a rather uncommon pair of jeans today. This particular attire effortlessly distinguished her from other women. Such fashionable clothing is the epitome of style from the port city, typically only seen on television or in posters. With her striking looks and figure complemented by this ensemble, it was only natural that she would attract many gazes. However, the hurriedness and stern expression that accompanied he Xiaoling's demeanor suggested that her mood was far from pleasant. Even after having vented her frustrations by reprimanding a student, she still felt unsatisfied. She could not tolerate Zhong Yuanchao's presence, nor could she accept the wild reputation he had garnered. In essence, Zhong Yuanchao simply could not thrive, at least not to a level surpassing hers. He Xiaoling gritted her teeth, pondering how a fool who struggled in the factory could suddenly flourish at school. He had no right to do so. Little did he Xiaoling know that within Zhong Yuanchao's world, his previous life had reached a turning point within the school, where he would gradually embrace his own glory. Yet this time, he had chosen a different approach to life, one that could be described as timely damage control. These concepts were beyond he Xiaoling's comprehension. All she wished for was for Zhong Yuanchao to vanish from her world. Upon entering, her mother, Hu Min, was setting the table with dishes. While the indolent He Junjia lounged on a stiff chair, his feet propped up on a wooden coffee table, fixated on the black and white television that flickered with static, requiring manual adjustments to change the channel. He Xiaoling plopped down onto a chair in a huff, resembling a volatile gas canister on the verge of exploding. Throughout her life, whenever he Xiaoling felt wronged, she would select a conspicuous spot to sit in silence, amplifying her anger through exaggerated gestures and vocal interjections akin to humph or sigh, seeking the attention of those around her. At such moments, if anyone inquired about her grievances, she would stubbornly dismiss it as nothing. Today was no exception. However, Hu Min and He Junjia were utterly unfazed by her antics. What infuriated her the most was that the mother and son duo were well aware of the reason for her anger, yet at that moment, they did not even offer a simple word of concern. However, they remained indifferent, treating her as though she were invisible. At that moment, Hu Min stood out distinctly. She approached He Xiaoling, her daughter just beneath her gaze, Yet her eyes drifted past her daughter's head to address He Junjia, who was fidgeting while watching television. It's already after work hours. Why hasn't your father returned yet? He Xiaoling thought to herself. How could someone who does nothing at home possibly know about matters at work? If you wish to inquire about my father, shouldn't you ask me instead? Yet, the exchange between mother and son completely disregarded He Xiaoling. Just then, He Gui entered the house, his expression quite favorable, suggesting good news. Hu Min rushed over. Observing her husband's demeanor, it seems there is something to celebrate today. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Humph. He Xiaoling let out a heavy huff, then repeated her previous gestures with greater fervor, attempting to capture He Gui's attention. He Gui entered the restroom without even casting a glance in her direction. The atmosphere grew awkward as the family gathered around the table, with only He Xiaoling remaining in a daze, utterly ignored. Had anyone called her, she would have eagerly rushed over to partake in the meal. At least, that was her current sentiment. After a couple of bites, He Gui finally called out, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you eating?" "I want tea," He Xiaoling retorted obstinately. Hu Min replied coldly, "What concern is it of yours? You enter the house with a scowl, as if we owe you something. If you don't want to eat, then don't." He Xiaoling felt stunned, regretting her earlier defiance, yet it was too late to backtrack and shamelessly join the meal. After a few more bites, He Gui remarked, "If you have something to say, come over and eat while you talk." Grateful for the opportunity, He Xiaoling took the chance, albeit hesitantly, and walked over to the table. The family's meal was quite standard, featuring stir-fried canned luncheon meat and some pig trotters and bones distributed from the factory, remnants from food processing. The factory leaders received some quality portions, while the workers could purchase leftover scraps at a low cost. This was a small perk of the canning factory, which many envied. However, having consumed these dishes repeatedly, He Xiaoling had long grown weary of them, and today's events had left her with little appetite. He Gui, understanding his daughter's disposition, knew he had to coax her with questions. Although she was married, she remained his daughter. He picked up a bean and, glancing at He Xiaoling, asked, "What is the matter?" He Xiaoling took a deep breath and said, "Are you really not going to do anything about Zhong Yuanchao?" Zhong Yuanchao? He Gui pondered. What trouble could he possibly cause at school? What is wrong with him? Frustrated, He Xiaoling clenched her teeth. He created a distribution department at school, causing chaos. She proceeded to spill out everything that had transpired involving Zhong Yuanchao over the past few days, including the nonsensical remarks made by Lin Xina. For instance, the idea of establishing the distribution department was allegedly instigated by his father-in-law behind the scenes. He Gui maintained his composure, yet with each word, his expression grew increasingly grim. Zhong Yuanchao establishing a distribution department is a matter of his own, regardless of its nature. However, once it becomes associated with He Gui, what would the factory director think? Would the director perceive Zhong Yuanchao's divorce from He Xiaoling as merely a ruse orchestrated by He Gui, a ploy to deceive others? If He Gui were to ascend to the position of deputy director in 2 years, following the retirement of the factory director, would he then be free from any repercussions concerning He Gui and his family? He Gui's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. The once bright demeanor of He Gui darkened in that moment. During this morning's meeting, discussions had abounded regarding his potential promotion to deputy director. If this information were to reach the director's ears, and if the director were indeed to entertain such thoughts, the consequences would be dire. It is not merely a possibility. The director would undoubtedly think in this manner. With a forceful crash, He Gui slammed his bowl onto the table, striding to the window and gazing out. His teeth clenched and his cheeks puffed. He resolved to report this matter to the director immediately, not waiting until the afternoon. Prompt action was essential. Delaying could lead to misunderstandings, and he would be the one to suffer as a result. He Gui stormed out, heading straight for the director's residence. Qian Jibin had just finished his lunch and was in high spirits over the impending visit from higher authorities for an inspection. When his wife opened the door to welcome He Gui, he was not the least bit surprised. After all, the good news had just been announced in the morning meeting, and it was perfectly reasonable for He Gui to take a moment to express his loyalty. He Gui's expression was grim as he reported, "Director, Zhong Yuanchao has established a distribution department at the school. This is a serious violation of regulations. I have just received the news and came here immediately. This matter must be addressed with utmost seriousness." Qian Jibin did not change his demeanor, but instead regarded He Gui with a friendly smile for a while before patting him on the shoulder, saying, "We are comrades. I trust you." To reinforce his confidence in He Gui, Qian Jibin added, For such trivial matters, you need not have come all this way. Some might interpret this remark as evidence that the leadership had already considered them as one of their own. Consequently, in future dealings, they might come to habitually believe that the leadership trusted them, leading them to act independently without seeking guidance or reporting back. Should they adopt such an approach, they would find themselves on the brink of disaster. Such statements are the standard rhetoric employed to win hearts. Higuain was not inclined to heed such remarks, understanding well the game at play. In due course, Qian Jibin intended to comment on Zhong Yuanchao's actions. Yet, he hesitated, prompting Higuain to urgently inquire, "Director, how should we handle this situation?" "Handle what?" Qian Jibin feigned ignorance, but could not maintain the pretense. "Oh, right. You're referring to the distribution department, correct? You see, Yuanchao has just taken over the retirement office, which is also aimed at addressing some existing issues. Each situation requires specific analysis. We cannot simply dismiss it outright. At least from the outset, Comrade Zhong Yuanchao's intentions appear quite upright." Higuain was suddenly perplexed. Should not the factory director be furious? Why was there such a stark contrast in attitudes? This exemplifies that Higuain is merely a branch director, whereas Qian Jibin holds the position of factory director, highlighting the disparity in their capabilities. He recalled the table tennis match where Zhong Yuanchao triumphed over Qian Jibin. At that moment, Qian Jibin, with a smile, encouraged everyone to learn from Comrade Yuanchao, asserting that victory through effort is honorable and that one should not be timid. At that time, Qian Jibin did not display any displeasure. Even after the match, he refrained from reprimanding Zhong Yuanchao immediately, instead waiting for a reasonable opportunity. It was not until Zhong Yuanchao's hand was injured that Qian Jibin deemed him unfit for grassroots leadership, subsequently assigning him to the school. In terms of cunning, Higuain still had much to learn. Although Higuain did not comprehend Qian Jibin's ambiguous attitude, he remained staunchly aligned with the principle of expressing loyalty. "Director, if this matter is not addressed seriously, will everyone be allowed to act in such a manner, cleverly exploiting loopholes for personal gain?" The factory was currently in a critical period, with a work group arriving imminently. It was imperative to highlight exemplary behavior and rigorously rectify the conduct. Higuain's performance was somewhat theatrical, embodying the notion that vigorous efforts yield miraculous results. He was intent on demonstrating his loyalty to ensure that Qian Jibin perceived him as devoted and courageous, which he successfully achieved. Indeed, Qian Jibin was quite pleased with Higuain's attitude, offering gentle suggestions. Given the approaching work group, it was even more crucial to focus on how to engage with them. Old he, thunderous measures do not always equate to punishment, nor does leniency necessarily imply favoritism. Higuain contemplated the meaning of this statement. Qian Jibin patted him on the shoulder and swiftly shifted the conversation. In a few days, the Haiqing ballet troupe would be arriving. From the logistics side, you must oversee the reception. Higuain hesitated, stating, "That is not within my purview." He did not wish to shirk responsibility, but understood that meddling in others' work could breed resentment. Qian Jibin chuckled, "Sooner or later, it will fall to you. If I suggested a few days earlier, I doubt anyone would object." Higuain's throat constricted slightly. "Director, I will proactively communicate with old Lu to ensure the performance proceeds smoothly." Qian Jibin nodded approvingly, reflecting that this work group was sent by the provincial and municipal authorities to address the next steps for the canned food factory, bringing solutions and new hope. The leader of the work group was the newly appointed vice mayor, responsible for finance, banking, and education. Qian Jibin learned that this vice mayor hailed from Haiqing and was quite the distinguished figure in the area. Therefore, inviting the Haiqing ballet troupe to perform during the anniversary celebration of the factory was a sagacious decision, elegant, and of high quality. With a smile, Qian Jibin bid farewell to Higuain. As Higuain walked, he pondered why the work group was coming, especially since they were not addressing Zhong Yuanchao's situation. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Was it not that they were choosing not to act? Perhaps they felt the matter was not significant enough. When the work group arrived, if they became aware of this issue, addressing it then would be anything but trivial. Qian Jibin seems intent on bringing about the downfall of Zhong Yuanchao. Higu deeply inhaled, feeling a sense of relief regarding his daughter's divorce from Zhong Yuanchao. This time, Zhong Yuanchao might very well be facing dismissal. After lunch, Zhong Yuanchao was contemplating his next steps, pondering the inadequacy of his small egg beater. If he were to produce handmade ice cream in large quantities, he would require a larger mixer. Furthermore, conducting such activities at home did not comply with hygiene standards. Perhaps he should establish a small workshop at school? These practical issues were meticulously recorded in Zhong Yuanchao's work notebook. Li Donglai stealthily entered the room. "Why do you act like a thief?" Zhong Yuanchao inquired without looking up. Li Donglai replied, "My mother advised me to be discreet while associating with you to avoid raising suspicion among the officials at the factory, as it could jeopardize my future." Zhong Yuanchao scoffed. "Well, if you don't succeed later on, your mother will place all the blame on me." Li Donglai chuckled. "By the way, how was business this morning?" Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. "Not great. We only made a little over 200. Upon hearing the lackluster performance, Li Donglai thought it was only to be expected. However, when he heard the sales figure, his jaw dropped in disbelief. "Over 200? And that is not great? Brother, you're on the verge of striking it rich." Zhong Yuanchao smiled. "What wealth can I claim? It merely covers the salaries of a few retired educators." He sighed. "Restocking is straightforward. But the primary issue lies in our production capacity. With this mixer, we cannot achieve significant results." Li Donglai interjected. "That is not difficult at all. Just procure a larger motor and a bigger mixer. It's quite feasible. The factory has plenty of usable motors that are deemed scrap. We can simply use 2 of those. A few sketches, and we can have the machinist next door fabricate it, right?" Zhong Yuanchao regarded Li Donglai thoughtfully. "If it's that simple, I'll entrust this task to you." Li Donglai furrowed his brow. "Brother, were you just waiting for me to say that?" Zhong Yuanchao nodded. "It won't be for nothing. Once it's done, I'll compensate you." "Money? Then I have no objections," Li Donglai responded enthusiastically and proactively. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Zhong Yuanchao said. "See if you can acquire 2 discarded compressors to create a large freezer. Consider it a trivial task. I'll take care of it." In truth, Zhong Yuanchao was well aware of how to procure tools, but he refrained from stating it directly, hoping instead to encourage Li Donglai to think critically. Zhong Yuanchao would guide him, ensuring Li Donglai's future growth. In business, talent is the most scarce resource. Chapter 30. Establishing supply relationships. Li Donglai eagerly accepted the responsibilities assigned by Zhong Yuanchao. Suddenly, he recognized a significant realization. He had initially doubted Zhong Yuanchao's potential for success. Yet a mere newly established distribution department had already flourished to such an extent. Did this not imply that Brother Yuanchao was indeed on the path to success? Li Donglai's expression turned contemplative. Reflecting on Zhong Yuanchao's arrival at the institution, he recalled how he had always been the subject of admiration and discussion among his peers. Initially, one might have presumed that this divorce would deeply affect him. However, the weight of divorce, significant in the eyes of others, seemed to bear no impact on Zhong Yuanchao. Instead, it propelled him toward discovering new avenues in his endeavors. Li Donglai found himself naturally acquiescing to Zhong Yuanchao's plans, harboring faith that his brother would soon expand the business, perhaps even leading to prosperity. At that moment, an image surfaced in Li Donglai's mind. He showing beseeching Zhong Yuanchao for reconciliation. Strangely, he felt a sense of empathy, even smiling in anticipation. Zhong Yuanchao held a high regard for Li Donglai's professional capabilities. With a background in mechanical engineering and extensive experience in a canned goods factory, his practical skills were commendable. He was unafraid to dismantle anything. The knowledge he had amassed positioned him well for a promising career in technology. Zhong Yuanchao intended to entrust him with the technological oversight of future factory equipment, and some smaller devices were now ready for him to assemble personally. Despite being overwhelmed with trivial tasks, Zhong Yuanchao lamented the shortage of manpower. With so many retired educators available, one would think it would be simple to recruit a few. Yet the reality proved otherwise. Having spent a lifetime in such a system, now that they were on the cusp of retirement and should be enjoying their golden years, they were still expected to work, a notion that simply would not sit well with them. The pride of the workers in this era surpassed that of individual entrepreneurs and private business owners, a veritable truth. In contrast, contemporary private entrepreneurs, striving for survival, found such pride to be of little consequence. Zhong Yuanchao sought an individual unafraid of hard work. If Print and Xie Yin were still around, they could have assisted. But now he was left to find someone new. In his mind, a suitable candidate had already emerged. As evening descended, the canned goods factory buzzed with life. Retirees congregating to sing songs in groups. Some moved tables outside, lit incense, and began playing cards, fostering warm camaraderie with neighbors as they engaged in lively activities. Observing this from below, Zhong Yuanchao couldn't help but reflect on how this comfortable and stable existence had crafted a microcosm of its own. The majority of the workers had ceased to contemplate, enveloped in a self-centered, blissful ignorance, convinced that the world envied their lives. Yet, this tranquil existence would not endure indefinitely. When the inevitable day arrived, one could only wonder whether they would adapt and embrace the future with enthusiasm. As Zhong Yuanchao envisioned the future, a milk delivery man pedaled up on his bicycle, transporting milk canisters. He appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and slender, exuding vitality and sporting a radiant smile. Ever since he learned that Zhong Yuanchao utilized unsold milk to aid retired educators, delivering milk to him had become his most cherished task. Zhong Yuanchao produced a 10 yuan note, its size and weight appearing particularly substantial. The heft of the bill made the delivery man hesitant to accept it, although his eyes widened at the sight of the money. He kept his hands firmly behind his back, reluctant to reach out. Zhong Yuanchao chuckled and said, "Here, take this, it is rightfully yours." The milk delivery man shook his head, replying, "Brother, I cannot accept this money." Zhong insisted, "You ought to accept it. The teachers cannot indulge in this milk every single day, so I have prepared some snacks from the milk and sold them. This has generated some income, helping to address the teachers' retirement pensions. Your contributions are undoubtedly significant. This money is rightly yours." The milk delivery man disagreed with Zhong's assertion, saying, "But I did not charge for the milk. How can I accept your money?" Zhong, recognizing the man's integrity, remarked, "Honesty and ambition, coupled with kindness, are precisely the qualities I seek." He took the money back, sighing, "If you refuse the money, I would feel remiss accepting this milk. The items I made are quite delightful and have sold well, yet the students at the canning factory school are limited in number, and they cannot purchase them every day. In the future, I will not require as much milk." Zhong sighed, pondering how wonderful it would be if he could sell these snacks to other schools. The milk delivery man, still contemplating the earlier 10 yuan, cautiously inquired, "Brother, I have time during the day. What are those items? Could I take them to sell at other schools?" Zhong, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. But will it interfere with your work?" The milk delivery man reassured him, "No, I am merely busy in the mornings and can do some odd jobs during the day. If I have free time, may I give it a try?" Zhong decisively shook his head. "No, that won't do." The milk delivery man paused in confusion. Zhong retrieved the money once more, stating, "If you refuse this money, I certainly cannot allow you to assist me without compensation." This provided the milk delivery man with a valid reason to accept the payment. As he reached out, he felt a touch of shyness, moving slowly. Zhong observed the man's face, noting the unique earnestness of this era. Simplicity should not serve as an excuse for being taken advantage of. Thus, Zhong pressed the money into the man's hand. "You will sell ice cream, and henceforth, I will pay you a salary. For every sale, I will give you a commission." This was an opportunity the milk delivery man could hardly have dreamed of. Yet it seemed as though Zhong was coercing him. He realized he had encountered a good person. At that moment, Zhong had transformed into a supplier, while the milk delivery man became the first-generation distributor. This marked the inception of a supply relationship in product sales. And the milk delivery man grasped a vital truth. The more one sells, the more one earns. Compared to his current job of delivering milk, this prospect was far more motivating, and he felt a sense of anticipation. In truth, Zhong could have directly instructed him to undertake this task, but he refrained, instead allowing the milk delivery man to gravitate towards this direction on his own, thereby igniting his motivation. Having dedicated his life to education, Zhong understood that intrinsic motivation is the fundamental factor leading to success. It was not about Zhong wanting the delivery man to accomplish this task. Rather, it was about the delivery man's own desire to engage in it, and Zhong merely provided him with an opportunity. The approach may have only differed slightly, yet the outcomes were entirely distinct. If Zhong Yuanchao had initially requested the milk delivery boy to sell ice cream at school, he would undoubtedly have harbored doubts and concerns, deeming such a request unreasonable. However, now with the milk delivery boy proactively seeking this task, the dynamic has shifted, placing Zhong Yuanchao in a position of passivity. At that moment, it could be said that Zhong Yuanchao had begun to master the situation. "By the way, I still do not know your name." The milk delivery boy flashed a bright smile revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and replied, "I am Li Huanchi." Chapter 31. A Chinese ghost story. Old Lady Chiu remained as she always had, perusing her book by the window. The only advantage now was that while previously the night offered no visibility, someone had replaced the light bulb, granting her illumination in the evening. Yet, the proud old lady could not help but cast a disdainful glance at the bulb, pondering the necessity of such a high wattage. After dismissing the light, Qiu Jingyi found herself contemplating another matter. In times past, that lad would have arrived by now. Why, on this particular evening, was he yet to appear? Having long since abandoned the habit of having dinner, it seemed that in recent days, Zhong Yuanchao had instilled new routines in her. Her stomach grumbled slightly. Knock, knock, knock. As the 3 knocks echoed, Qiu Jingyi was still mulling over the fact that he usually barged in without ceremony. Today, she had left the door ajar for him. Why? Then, was he so pretentiously knocking? The old lady scoffed. Am I not allowing you to enter? Is that why you hesitate? The person outside, upon hearing her words, initially perceived her tone as playful, particularly with the endearing dialect from Haiqing. Yet soon, it dawned upon them that the old lady was evidently awaiting someone. After a brief moment of hesitation, they lowered their head and pushed the door open. The old lady had no desire to gaze upon the visitor at this hour. Who else could it be but that insufferable Zhong Yuanchao? She coldly remarked, if you don't wish to come, then do not. Can't you see I am about to rest? In the past, Zhong Yuanchao would often utter phrases like, old lady, you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart, or other nauseating declarations about being uneasy unless he paid her a visit. Yet today, there was an unusual silence. Could it be that the business at the distribution department had not met expectations? Qiu Jingyi took a deep breath. Even the proudest individuals experience sorrow, just as she herself did. Thus, Zhong Yuanchao must be feeling down at this moment. Surprisingly, the usually indifferent Qiu Jingyi found herself wanting to comfort him. She lifted her gaze and was momentarily entranced by the sight of a woman in a flowing white dress standing at the doorway. The woman, adorned in a billowing white gown, had long hair cascading down to her waist, delicate eyebrows, and sparkling eyes. Perhaps it was the warm glow of the light bulb illuminating her face, akin to a soft focus lens, rendering her complexion tender and ethereal, imbued with an otherworldly quality. Her presence instantly filled the room with the fragrance of osmanthus. Teacher, I have come to see you. Qiu Jingyi's previously dazed expression morphed into a blend of turmoil, as if she were torn between anger and a flicker of joy. Yet, ultimately, anger prevailed, for she gritted her teeth, turned away, and coldly declared, please leave. The young woman pressed her lips together, her eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. It had been several years, yet the teacher still refused to forgive her. Determined, she resolved that regardless of the teacher's dismissive attitude, she would endeavor to assist in any way possible. However, even under the bright lights, the room appeared remarkably tidy. Various jars and bottles were arranged neatly on the table, seemingly containing some food. Initially concerned for her teacher's well-being, the sight of these improvements eased her troubled heart. Teacher, it's important to be cautious while you're engaged in activities that may strain you. Please take care not to hurt yourself. She gently urged as she approached Qiu Jingyi. Although Qiu Jingyi could have claimed these tasks were done by others, her stubborn nature refused to show any weakness. Fueled further by a sense of defiance towards the young woman. Why should I listen to you? I will do as I please. When I forbade you from dancing, you disregarded me, didn't you? The moment those words left her lips, she regretted intervening. After all, she was merely a teacher, not a parent, and had no right to meddle in another's future. Yet, a stubborn resolve festered within her, compelling her to act out. Just go away, and don't come back. I'm doing just fine, so you needn't worry. This visit, like the previous ones, seemed devoid of any improvement in their relationship. The young woman did not expect forgiveness from her teacher. Seeing her well-being and improved living conditions brought her a measure of relief. Teacher, in a couple of days, we will be performing at the anniversary celebration of the canning factory. Will you come to see us? She wished to demonstrate that pursuing one's passion was indeed worthy of recognition. Her childhood dream had come to fruition, and she hoped her former teacher would witness her performance. Qiu Jingyi's response was far from encouraging, coldly stating, do you really believe I would attend? It was an open-ended question, and given Qiu Jingyi's current demeanor, it was only natural for everyone to assume she would not go. After that, the young woman lost her desire to speak further. Zhong Yuanchao had returned to the school's distribution department, where the afternoon business surpassed that of the morning. He prepared some butter and condensed milk from the collected milk, and after finishing the handmade ice cream, he suddenly remembered he had yet to visit the elderly woman. He instructed Li Donglai and Yu Jixian to take the supplies to the cold storage and hurriedly made his way to Qiu Jingyi's home. As he ascended the stairs, a figure descended in the dimly lit corridor. The early summer breeze swept through, tousling her hair and stirring her skirt, carrying with it the fragrance of osmanthus. In that moment, even the scene felt as though it had slowed to a dreamlike pace. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, and he shook his head vigorously, questioning whether he had truly seen someone. Is this a ghostly encounter? He pondered, a shiver running down his spine. In the blink of an eye, where had everyone vanished? The only assurance for Zhong Yuanchao that he had indeed brushed past a young lady clad in white was the lingering fragrance of osmanthus in the air. At 30 years of age, how frivolous it seemed to be captivated by a mere glance at a girl. After taking a few steps forward, Zhong Yuanchao shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity to behold her face clearly. Upon entering the home of teacher Qiu Jingyi, he remained preoccupied with the earlier encounter, exhibiting a dazed demeanor, as if his spirit had wandered elsewhere. Qiu Jingyi, feeling the flames of irritation rise within her, could not help but chastise him for arriving at such an inopportune moment. Yet, upon observing his disheartened expression, her heart softened. Perhaps it was the specter of marital failure or the trials of an unfulfilled career that had marred her efforts to bring solace to retired faculty members, leaving her with a countenance etched with the burdens of time. With a sigh, she offered words of empathetic comfort. Life is fraught with disappointments. The higher the aspirations, the greater the disillusionment. One ought not to be overly fixated. Maintaining a tranquil heart when faced with gains and losses suffices. Zhong Yuanchao, tilting his head with one eye larger than the other, remarked, Indeed, the elderly lady speaks wisely. Despite the sales department's success of over 300 units today, I should not be ungrateful. Over 300 units? Qiu Jingyi mused, finding such a figure somewhat exaggerated. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's reaction, it seemed to her a form of ostentation. Her earlier consolation now felt like a misinterpretation, and she reverted to her haughty demeanor. She could not comprehend why, despite selling more than 300 units, he appeared unsatisfied and discontented. Zhong Yuanchao was not unhappy. Rather, he pondered the source of the osmanthus scent permeating the room. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it must have been the aroma wafting from the stairwell that had entranced him. He poured the hot water he had prepared into a basin, adjusting it to a suitable temperature before testing it once more, then carefully placed it beside Qiu Jingyi's feet. The act of soaking an elder's feet in warm water is a delicate endeavor. Zhong Yuanchao had always perceived a plethora of contradictions in the elderly. For instance, while warm foot soaks can invigorate the body, most elderly individuals often suffer from cardiovascular ailments, and immersing themselves in hot water could dangerously accelerate blood circulation. Such contradictions abound. Zhong Yuanchao believed it essential for the elderly lady to enjoy a restful night's sleep, hence the warm foot soak was warranted, albeit with meticulous control over the water temperature. Having lived through tumultuous times and in a conservative society, Qiu Jingyi found it challenging to adapt to the sensation of Zhong Yuanchao's hands enveloping her feet in the water. She struggled momentarily, but soon acquiesced, finding it rather pleasant. How much profit could there be from selling over 300 units? Zhong Yuanchao calculated, perhaps a 40% margin. Qiu Jingyi raised an eyebrow and scoffed, only driven by profit. Zhong Yuanchao chuckled, to support so many retired educators, I have little choice but to be somewhat profit-oriented. Qiu Jingyi, while habitually speaking harshly, held a deep appreciation for Zhong Yuanchao, recognizing him as a responsible and committed man. She inquired once more, questioning whether the business could sustain all retired faculty members if it continued in this manner. Zhong Yuanchao shook his head, affirming that one distribution department would certainly not suffice. Further expansion of the business was essential. Once Mr. Xie and Mr. Hong began to earn, the remaining retired educators would undoubtedly seek employment as well, necessitating the creation of tasks for them. This group of retirees currently maintained a sense of decorum, yet few could resist the allure of genuine profit. Zhong Yuanchao's nonchalant demeanor led Qiu Jingyi to believe he had devised a plan for the next steps. What are your intentions moving forward? She asked. Zhong Yuanchao casually replied while massaging the elderly lady's feet. With the distribution department thriving, once the news reaches the factory, we shall see how the factory leaders respond. Surviving this hurdle is crucial for any possibility of business expansion. Zhong Yuanchao understood that the elderly lady's disdain was not directed at him, but rather a reflection of her dissatisfaction with the treatment of retired educators, or perhaps her anger towards the inaction of the factory leadership. As he lowered his head to continue his task, Qiu Jingyi gazed at his swaying head, and a rare warmth flickered in her eyes as she asked in a low voice, What will you do if they decide to take action against you? Play the fool. Of course, he replied. You would play the fool? Qiu Jingyi expressed her disbelief. Zhong Yuanchao raised his head, grinning at the elderly lady. Am I not already playing the fool? She rolled her eyes, initially disinterested in him, but soon found their exchange rather amusing, and for the first time, she smiled. What a marvel! Since Qiu Jingyi had smiled, her facade crumbled, and she no longer concealed her concern for Zhong Yuanchao. You've just gone through a divorce, and rumors abound that your former father-in-law may become the deputy factory director, not to mention the conflicts with the factory director. Won't they exploit your situation? The elderly lady chuckled in a sardonic tone. I, for one, believe it. Zhong Yuanchao reassured her, it's nothing to worry about. If things don't pan out at the school, I'll venture outside. I've already initiated sales beyond the campus. Qiu Jingyi recognized that Zhong Yuanchao was not one to feign ignorance. Otherwise, how could he dare to confront the factory director? As he dried the water from her feet, he teasingly remarked, Teacher, I thought you were indifferent to others. I never imagined you would care so much for me. Humph. Qiu Jingyi huffed dismissively, unimpressed by Zhong Yuanchao's self-admiration. Yet, his words stirred memories within her, prompting a sigh. What does it matter if you care? What does it matter if you are concerned? They hardly regard your care and concern. Zhong Yuanchao was perplexed by the sudden intensification of the elderly lady's grievances. However, her words plunged him into contemplation as he murmured, I recall back in my hometown. Sharing communal meals, engaging in collective ownership. The more you worked, the more you earned. Besides studying, I also had to clean up after the dogs. The educated youth who came to the countryside would share tales of the world beyond. At that time, my greatest aspiration was to see the outside world. My father, the village scribe, believed the fields were paramount, insisting that farmers should toil diligently. What was the purpose of so much education? Was it merely to return to the countryside and undergo re-education like those intellectuals? In the year when the college entrance examination was reinstated, our village had a quota for recommending students to university. My father, however, readily gave this opportunity to someone else, showing no favoritism towards his own son. Later, when I enlisted in the army, he stood at our doorstep with a yoke, threatening to break my legs. Yet ultimately, I still went, didn't I? Upon hearing this, Qiu Jing trembled all over, astonished that such a man could call himself a father. Zhong Yuanchao chuckled, recounting how, after I was promoted in the army and my commendation was sent home, my mother told me he often stared at the military family plaque and the commendation with a foolish grin. Teacher Qiu, I wish to convey that not everything unfolds according to one's expectations, yet this does not imply a negative outcome. Qiu Jing's expression darkened. How dare this young imp lecture her? But upon further reflection, she realized that while Zhong Yuanchao's father might have been excessive, her own past demands and commands towards her students were equally unreasonable. However, she quickly reassured herself that she resided in a big city, experienced in the ways of the world, and understood the trajectory of most matters. Her intentions were to spare them from unnecessary detours, which was distinctly different from the ignorance of Zhong Yuanchao's father. Though she sensed a slight shift in her thoughts, Qiu Jing remained steadfast in her refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Yet, the image of that girl, wronged and resolute in her choice to attend a dance academy, grew increasingly vivid in her mind. She recalled her own cold admonitions. I've warned you beforehand, pursuing dance is a disservice to your talent and your family's legacy. You could contribute significantly to society. Why settle for being a mere ornament? You betray the years I've invested in your development. With a pained expression, Qiu Jing closed her eyes. Zhong Yuanchao gently covered her with a blanket, saying, Rest well, old lady. I shall take my leave. Just as he was about to exit, she suddenly opened her eyes and asked, Yuanchao, do you want a wife? No. Zhong Yuanchao replied decisively, finding such questions unworthy of contemplation. From his decades of life experience, he knew that whenever elders sought to introduce a partner, it often boded ill. The last time someone asked him this was Higuei, and feeling that the stars had aligned, he shyly nodded and ended up with He Xiuling. What good could come from Qiu Jing's inquiry? Thus, he firmly declined. Qiu Jing also underwent a mental process. She thought of the girl she had scolded and the potential challenges that lay ahead in her life. Although Zhong Yuanchao had made mistakes, his character and virtue were resilient. A man who was responsible and caring could provide support for that beautiful girl, whose looks might complicate her existence. This seemed fitting. Upon hearing Zhong Yuanchao's refusal, Qiu Jing's face darkened as she retorted, You're ungrateful. Just leave. Zhong Yuanchao, smiling, was about to step out when Qiu Jing called after him. Tomorrow, I would like to take a shower. Zhong Yuanchao paused momentarily, then responded with unbridled joy, agreeing wholeheartedly. Although the elderly lady's mobility is somewhat limited, she can walk without issue. Due to her prolonged inactivity, she fears encountering danger when venturing out alone. Tomorrow, Zhong Yuanchao intends to find time to escort her to the bathhouse. Furthermore, he needs to enlist someone to assist her with bathing. After years of being entrenched in her own stubbornness, Qiu Jing seemed to have gained some clarity, perhaps sparked by Zhong Yuanchao's earlier mention of his father's situation. The purpose of bathing was, after all, in preparation for the ballet performance in 2 days. She was eager to witness the level of her students' performance, which had led her to forego a promising future. Zhong Yuanchao arranged for Li Donglai to construct a simple insulated box, allowing them to sell ice cream in a mobile setting. As dawn broke, the sky transitioned from orange to blue, heralding a splendid sunny day. The factory grounds, lined with parasol trees, were adorned with red banners displaying white lettering every few meters, warmly welcoming the city work group and celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Lake City Canning Factory. Festive flags fluttered in abundance, creating a scene more vibrant than during the spring festival. Li Donglai, upon witnessing this lively atmosphere, eagerly inquired of Zhong Yuanchao, "Brother, have you ever seen a ballet performance?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "Yes, I recall the cultural troupe visiting the military unit for a morale boost." Li Donglai, filled with envy, asked, "Brother, why not seek a dancer from the troupe? Just imagine, with the doors and windows closed, she would perform solely for you. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Zhong Yuanchao shot Li Donglai a disapproving glance, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Li Huanshi arrived, pedaling a bicycle with 2 buckets of milk. Zhong Yuanchao, in a display of generosity, purchased both buckets, instructing Li Huanshi to use his tricycle to sell ice cream, akin to equipping a soldier. Without Zhong Yuanchao's presence, Li Donglai would have been reluctant to even glance at Li Huanshi. However, circumstances had shifted. Zhong Yuanchao regarded Li Huanshi with importance, prompting Li Donglai to nod in acknowledgement and accept the stray cigarette offered by him. "Brother Yuanchao, I shall take my leave." Zhong Yuanchao nodded at Li Huanshi, advising him to be cautious. In truth, he could have warned Li Huanshi that operating a roadside stall is challenging and that ice cream sales are not easy. He could have shared insights to help him avoid unnecessary detours. Yet, Zhong Yuanchao refrained, believing that some detours are essential for personal growth. Zhong Yuanchao glanced at Li Donglai, admonishing, when encountering others, refrain from looking down on them as if admiring your own nostrils. Is that truly appealing? Li Donglai, feeling embarrassed, retorted, "When have I ever looked at anyone in such a manner?" Zhong Yuanchao dismissed his denial, inhaling deeply and exhaling through his nostrils, stating, "We live in an era ripe for wealth creation. Do not underestimate anyone around you. They might achieve greatness unexpectedly." He patted Li Donglai on the shoulder, noting that while those skilled in technology often possess a certain pride, there is nothing wrong with adopting a more humble demeanor. Li Donglai nodded slightly. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge his own arrogance, he recognized the validity of Zhong Yuanchao's words and accepted them with humility. "The items I requested you to produce should be completed promptly. The weather is warming up, and my manual efforts alone are insufficient. I must rely on your machinery." Li Donglai harbored some skepticism. "Brother, currently, only Li Huanshi is outside, and at most, he can sell 2 large boxes in a day. How can it possibly seem like there's a frenzy for his goods? If it were just Li Huanshi, there would indeed be no cause for concern. However, what if a multitude of individuals recognized the opportunity?" Li Donglai's mindset was overly rigid, and his understanding of the market remained rather limited. With the distribution department now operational, business had been thriving since yesterday. Teachers Xie and Hong had transitioned from their teaching roles to that of salespersons, and initially, they found the change somewhat disconcerting. Yet by today, they had fully acclimated. During the breaks, students flocked in to make purchases, and as they watched the cash flow into the drawer, the 2 teachers surely exchanged unspoken sentiments of joy. At this moment, Teacher Hong discreetly signaled to Teacher Xie. Xie understood upon seeing Lin Xinhai, who stood at the entrance. Smiling, he didn't appear to be there to shop, having lingered nearby for nearly 10 minutes. Both teachers comprehended that Lin Xinhai's presence was likely not benign. Reflecting on his previous lack of effort and yesterday's attempts to claim credit, their distaste for him lingered unvoiced. They were uncertain about his current intentions. Lin Xinhai had come to gauge the atmosphere. He sought to fan the flames before he showing to see if any outcomes might arise. Additionally, he aimed to ascertain the volume of traffic entering and exiting the distribution department. Observing students hurriedly entering with empty hands and emerging with their mouths stuffed with snacks and arms laden with parcels stirred a sense of unease within Lin Xinhai. The distribution department was indeed lucrative. As he gnawed on the dead skin of his lower lip, Lin Xinhai pondered how to seize control of the distribution department. Zhong Yuanchao approached with an air of ease, calling out from a distance, "Director Lin, are you here to oversee the business?" Lin Xinhai's cheeks flushed. "Not at all. Just came to take a look and see if there's any way I can assist." Zhong Yuanchao internally scoffed at such a statement. He hadn't received his retirement pension for over 2 months and had not uttered a word of complaint. Now, Lin Xinhai was exhibiting such eagerness? It was indeed a case of no profit, no early riser. With a smirk, Zhong Yuanchao produced a cigarette, lighting only one for himself and showing no intent to share with Lin Xinhai. This left Lin Xinhai standing there awkwardly, unsure of where to direct his gaze, prompting him to hastily declare, "You all proceed. I have matters to attend to." Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor was unceremonious, as though he were ushering Lin Xinhai out. Even with his thick skin, Lin Xinhai found it difficult to remain. Internally, he cursed, "Zhong Yuanchao is incredibly stingy. I've stood here for half an hour, and he hasn't even offered me a cigarette." At that moment, students from the 4th period, who had physical education class, began arriving at the distribution department to make their purchases. The purchases made by middle school students differ significantly from those of elementary school students. They tend to favor soda, a mere 2 dimes a bottle, affordable and refreshing. Of course, there are those from more affluent families who, rather furtively, seek to buy cigarettes. Teacher Xie is reluctant to sell cigarettes to students. Director Zhong Yuanchao nods, suggesting she proceed. When a few students, content with their acquisitions, departed, they were spotted by Lin Xinhai. "Selling cigarettes to students? At last, I have caught you red-handed." Lin Xinhai promptly reported the incident to the principal. Chapter 34. The Wheel of Fortune turns. The cigarettes were sold, yet both Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong felt a gnawing discomfort. As educators, selling cigarettes to students equates to poisoning the future blossoms of our nation. Teacher Xie, somewhat troubled, addressed Director Zhong. "Director Zhong, selling cigarettes to students. Might that not be inappropriate?" Director Zhong replied, "What is wrong with it? We are merely conducting business. It is the teacher's duty to discipline the students." Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disapproval of Director Zhong's stance. Director Zhong continued, "Therefore, once we sell the cigarettes, we must promptly inform their homeroom teacher." Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong thought, "What a cunning merchant. Selling cigarettes to students is wrong, but having the homeroom teacher confiscate the cigarettes immediately doesn't seem too problematic." However, Director Zhong's approach was indeed somewhat questionable. The two teachers found themselves at a loss for suitable words to describe it. Essentially, they felt he was utterly unscrupulous. At that moment, another student stealthily approached, whispering, "1 pack of hooching, please," as he placed 50 cents on the counter. Without hesitation, Director Zhong handed him the pack of cigarettes. "I recognize you. Lu Ming from Class 2. Isn't there a Wang Xiaoyu in your class?" The boy shook his head. "I'm Wang Kaifang from Class 3. Wang Kaifang? Why such an uninhibited name?" After watching the student depart, Director Zhong winked at Teachers Xie and Hong, having extracted their class names to promptly inform the homeroom teacher. However, if the homeroom teacher happened to be a woman, he would inform the male subject teacher instead. Teacher Xie looked at Director Zhong in confusion, seeking clarification. Director Zhong explained, "Female teachers don't smoke and are less proactive in searching. Male teachers are quite different." The two women suddenly understood the audacity of Director Zhong's methods. Acting on his word, Director Zhong took advantage of the fact that several classes were still in physical education to inquire about the classes of the students who had just purchased cigarettes. He then turned and headed to the subject teacher's office to report the incident, a true masterclass in whistleblowing. It proved quite effective. For instance, the boys who had just attended physical education were preparing to indulge in their newfound vice as the homeroom teacher staggered onto the playground. Today, there would be a surprise inspection of student conduct. Those with long hair must get haircuts. Girls were not to have long nails. And empty your pockets, quickly. Consequently, 3 packs of cigarettes were confiscated. The homeroom teacher delivered a stern reprimand, and then turned to share the cigarettes with the physical education teacher. In one fleeting moment, the teacher's imposing presence was palpable. In the next, A lewd grin marred that authority. While one might find some justification in such an impromptu inspection, the subsequent plight of a student named Wang Kaifeng was both absurd and tragic. Wang Kaifeng was not attending physical education class. Rather, he had excused himself to the restroom and had ventured out to procure cigarettes. In a bid to minimize his absence, he hurriedly returned to the classroom with his purchase. Just as he settled into his seat, the homeroom teacher entered, interrupting him with an authoritative command. "Young Lauscher, I need to trouble you for just 2 minutes." The teacher approached Wang Kaifeng, extending his hand, demanding, "Hand it over." Bewildered, Wang could only stammer, "What?" "I said, hand it over." The teacher, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, swiftly rummaged through Wang's desk and retrieved the cigarettes. Wang's expression transformed into one of utter disbelief, embodying a profound sense of injustice. This singular phrase encapsulated the bitterness of his situation. Of course, not every astute student purchasing cigarettes would be so easily caught. Some possessed a keen awareness of evasion tactics. These minor infractions were trivial matters for Zhong Yuanchao, who knew that there were acquaintances nearby. Should the need arise, he could simply concoct an excuse about forgetting change, effortlessly extracting names from his classmates. Zhong Yuanchao considered that perhaps he possessed a latent talent for mercantile cunning. While Zhong Yuanchao was busy reporting his classmates' indiscretions, Lin Xinhe was engaged in his own form of denunciation, albeit with a touch of finesse. Upon entering Principal Chen Furong's office, he refrained from immediately revealing the misconduct he had witnessed. Instead, he began by reporting on the recent accomplishments of the administrative department, all of which were commendable. Chen Furong had been troubled by issues concerning retiring faculty members, which had deprived him of restful nights. Initially, he viewed Zhong Yuanchao's arrival as a nuisance, yet it serendipitously resolved one of his most pressing concerns on the very first day. In a good mood, Chen Furong listened attentively to Lin Xinhe's report. Lin, discreetly observing Chen Furong's demeanor, commenced to stir the tranquil waters. "I just visited the distribution department, and the business is thriving, indeed. Principal, you wouldn't believe it. Director Zhong has quite the knack. He understands that elementary students relish snacks, so he sells treats. And then, there's the matter of middle schoolers and their penchant for smoking. He sells cigarettes, but not the expensive kind." Lin Xinhe felt no qualms about the implications of his words. In fact, he believed that as long as he spoke with conviction, any negative reactions could be mitigated by a hasty apology, as if to suggest a mere slip of the tongue. "Did I say something wrong, Principal?" "Oh, right. Did I mention that the distribution department is selling cigarettes to students? Please don't be upset. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are sometimes necessary. Director Zhong is only acting in the school's interest, perhaps with a minor lapse in detail and method." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Chen Furong felt a surge of anger. The operation of the distribution department had never received proper approval from higher authorities. In a precarious situation, Zhong Yuanchao shockingly sold cigarettes to students in the distribution department. Has he lost his senses? Chen Furong, filled with indignation, promptly summoned Zhong Yuanchao. Lin Xinhe appeared troubled, seemingly in a dilemma. Observing Lin's expression, Chen Furong promptly asserted, "The issues you raised are indeed valid. What is there to fear?" Lin Xinhe waved his hand, stating, "Principal, I am merely addressing the matter at hand, not the individual. I trust Director Zhong will not hold it against me. However, it suddenly occurred to me, if the factory discovers our establishment of this distribution department and the sale of cigarettes to students, could the repercussions be severe?" The impact of Lin's words struck Chen Furong like a thunderclap, leaving his head buzzing and his breath uneven. Zhong Yuanchao, having recently profited from some naive students, was initially quite pleased. However, upon being called to the principal's office and learning the gravity of the situation, he was left utterly bewildered. A thought flashed through his mind. What goes around comes around. Who can escape the will of heaven? Chapter 35. An unworthy rat catcher. Zhong Yuanchao reflected on the cancellation of his mother's information from the household register, and considering his previous life as an intellectual, he could only inwardly send a silent greeting to Lin Xinhe. He was aware that Lin had come to report his actions, yet unbeknownst to him, Lin had stated prior to his arrival that the distribution department was a hard-won achievement for the school, a product of the principal's dedication, and it must not be jeopardized by Director Zhong. The relationship between Director Zhong and the factory manager, as well as the impending vice manager, raised concerns for the principal. Lin feared that the distribution department's existence was at stake. To ensure its safety, It was imperative that the distribution department not fall under the purview of the retirement office. By nature, it should belong to our affairs office. Lin Xinhai was determined to both undermine Zhong Yuanchao and secure the distribution department, skillfully managing both objectives without neglecting any aspect. Had it not been for the incident of selling cigarettes to students, Chen Furong might have merely cast Lin Xinhai a disdainful glance, suggesting he abandoned his fanciful notions. However, with this new development, Chen could not help but consider the situation in a more negative light. Just yesterday, when he had seen Zhong Yuanchao, he had jovially shared cigarettes and poured him water, treating him like a hero. Yet now, his demeanor had shifted to one of severe displeasure, as if he wished to devour Zhong Yuanchao. Zhong Yuanchao contemplated the need to solidify his position as the boss as swiftly as possible. Chen Furong was visibly enraged, his face a stormy hue. Yet his gaze wandered elsewhere, fearful that a direct exchange with Zhong would amplify tensions. After all, Zhong had played a pivotal role in addressing the concerns regarding the benefits of retired faculty. Gradually suppressing his fury, Chen Furong adopted a tone of earnest concern as he questioned Zhong Yuanchao. How could you allow the distribution department to sell cigarettes to students? You are poisoning the youth. This is a fundamental misstep. Comrade, where is your awareness? Zhong Yuanchao felt no hint of shame. Instead, he turned to Lin Xinhai and inquired, I simply wish to know, was this matter reported to the principal by Director Lin? Lin Xinhai's gaze was somewhat evasive. Even when in the right, there lingered a hint of guilt when reporting others. Chen Furong waved his hand, asserting that at this moment, it mattered not who had spoken, as we were addressing your issues. Zhong Yuanchao hastily interjected, Principal, please do not misunderstand. If this matter was brought to your attention by Director Lin, I must express my gratitude to him. Although selling cigarettes to students does not breach principles, on a moral level, Director Lin has indeed upheld standards, and for that, I am thankful. Lin Xinhai felt perplexed by Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor. How could a man who had never shown weakness even in front of the factory director exhibit such fragility now? Upon hearing Zhong Yuanchao's thanks, Lin Xinhai grew increasingly emboldened, stating, Director Zhong, we are all here for the sake of our work, to better address the welfare of retired faculty and ultimately for the school. In any similar situation, a person possessing a modicum of integrity and a sense of right and wrong would report this matter to the principal. I hope Director Zhong does not carry any mental burdens, nor should he feel I am targeting you. I am merely addressing the issue at hand, not the individual. Acknowledged? Good, thought Zhong Yuanchao silently, smiling at Chen Furong. Principal, let us not overreact. This is hardly a significant matter, nor has it escalated to a matter of principle. Chen Furong could no longer contain his ire. You dare to smile? Lin Xinhai regarded Zhong Yuanchao as foolish, even at this critical juncture. He remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xinhai continued to stoke the flames. Principal, it is imperative that we prevent this issue from spreading. I believe we should mandate the distribution department to cease selling cigarettes and alcohol to students, which endangers their health. Furthermore, it appears Director Zhong has not grasped the gravity of this issue. As for the distribution department, I propose that it be handed over to me. Let me clarify. This is not an attempt by the affairs office to take over the distribution department, but rather, if the factory becomes aware of this issue, it may very well order the department to cease operations entirely. This would be a significant blow to our retired faculty. We have finally glimpsed hope. We cannot let such trivial matters jeopardize it, can we? I will reluctantly manage the distribution department temporarily, and once the storm has passed, the handover can be reassessed. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao wished to measure the thickness of Lin Xinhai's skin with a ruler. However, Zhong Yuanchao, grounded in his principles and determined to maintain his moral integrity, realized he could have easily fallen prey to Lin Xinhai's cunning. Chen Furong's brow furrowed with intensity, indicating he was assessing Lin Xinhai's recent proposal, suggesting it was highly probable that the management of the distribution department would be entrusted to the affairs office. Though it had not required much effort to establish the distribution department, Zhong Yuanchao was not one to let others benefit from his labor. He stated solemnly, Principal, I must first clarify that Director Lin's considerations in this matter were indeed for the benefit of the school and focused on the broader picture. Thus, the principal must not harbor any resentment towards Director Lin, nor should he perceive Director Lin as attempting to sow discord between us. Director Lin is certainly not motivated by a desire to seize control over the lucrative distribution department, nor is he exaggerating this matter for his own gain. When Lin Xin's face began to twitch in agitation, it was as if he wanted to accuse me of framing him and inciting division, merely to reap the rewards for himself. How absurd. Chen Furong found the situation amusing. After all, how could I possibly misunderstand Lin Xin when the matter had escalated to such an extent? Wasn't that a rather pointless remark? As the two remained perplexed, Zhong Yuanchao led Chen Furong and Lin Xin downstairs to the office of the subject teachers. They did not enter the office, but stood at the doorway, observing the subject teachers or homeroom teachers reprimanding the students within. Upon descending, the students were instructed to compose a reflective essay, emphasizing the gravity of their actions involving purchasing and smoking cigarettes, with a minimum requirement of 800 words. This time, they would not be sent to the political education office. However, the matter of smoking would necessitate a public reflection before the entire class. This afternoon, their parents would be summoned to the school, while the teachers addressed the students' issues. Zhong Yuanchao whispered to Chen Furong, "The distribution department engages in commercial activities. We are not in a position to regulate student behavior. However, we can delegate the responsibility for managing student conduct to the teachers, each fulfilling their respective roles without overstepping boundaries." Zhong Yuanchao did not forget to glance at Lin Xin, whose face flushed crimson, visibly twitching in embarrassment, inwardly lamenting, "Why not just say I, Lin Xin, am the dog?" Chapter 36. To the point, Chen Furong's expression was complex, conveying a message of, "You must earn money. You must report." It was indeed a matter of balancing both tasks, he mused, observing the cheerful Zhong Yuanchao, finding no fault in his approach, albeit somewhat lacking in decorum. They did not interrupt the teacher's reprimands. Instead, Zhong Yuanchao produced a cigarette for the principal and another for Lin Xin. "Principal, do not blame Director Lin," Zhong Yuanchao interjected. Chen Furong thought to himself, "When did the principal ever express a desire to blame me?" After clearing his throat a couple of times, Zhong Yuanchao continued, "Director Lin has not sought to provoke discord between myself and the principal. He merely has the school's and the students' best interests at heart. This may also be a result of the distribution department's recent establishment, and we have yet to perform adequately in our duties. I shall take responsibility for this, and in future endeavors, we shall be more diligent and meticulous." Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor grew increasingly serious as he regarded Lin Xin, acknowledging, "After all, the distribution department was my initiative, and I must see it through to the end." Lin Xin's face burned with embarrassment, his discomfort and guilt evident. Even with a thick skin, he could no longer maintain composure, hastily stating, "Principal, Director Zhong, it is nearly time for the end of the workday. I have matters to attend to." As soon as Lin Xin departed, Zhong Yuanchao remarked, "Director Lin is a commendable individual. Yet his skin is rather thin. Just look at how red his face has become." Chen Furong has come to recognize the formidable nature of Zhong Yuanchao, though he is somewhat different from the legendary figure he has heard of. In the past, Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor was notably more rigid. Now, however, his approach has softened considerably, yet his influence has grown even more pronounced. Chen Furong perceives the current Zhong Yuanchao as a result of his reflections following his demotion. Zhong Yuanchao's method of handling matters today is particularly nuanced. He refrains from rebuttal or argumentation, instead allowing the facts to speak for themselves. When confronted with the truth, Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor shifts dramatically. His words become eloquent yet weighty, delivering scathing criticism without resorting to vulgarity, leaving Lin Xinhao in an uncomfortable position. More crucially, Zhong Yuanchao incisively points out that Lin Xinhao is indeed sowing discord and meddling unnecessarily. Once Zhong Yuanchao lays the facts bare, and with the principal remaining non-committal, Lin Xinhao naturally assumes that the principal has aligned himself with Zhong Yuanchao. Up to this point, Chen Furong has likely not grasped the meticulous nature of Zhong Yuanchao's previous remarks. Having dealt with the troublesome Lin Xinhao, Zhong Yuanchao and Chen Furong proceed towards the living quarters. Passing by the distribution department, they observe students crowding at the entrance, eagerly queuing to purchase items. Unsurprisingly, the most sought-after treat is Zhong Yuanchao's handcrafted ice cream. A look of satisfaction briefly crosses Chen Furong's face, only to vanish swiftly. He glances at the relaxed and carefree Zhong Yuanchao and thinks that resolving the issue with Lin Xinhao does not signify the end of their troubles. With a heavy sigh, Chen Furong reflects that the situation at the distribution department has surely reached the ears of the factory. He had expected a phone call of inquiry that morning, yet no news has emerged thus far. "Yuanchao, I feel quite anxious." Zhong Yuanchao ponders for a moment and hypothesizes that the establishment of the distribution department has indeed addressed the welfare concerns of retired faculty. At this juncture, anyone attempting to intervene might fear repercussions at home. What do you mean by repercussions? Chen Furong appears perplexed by Zhong Yuanchao's modern terminology. Zhong Yuanchao elaborates. It refers to protests directed at their families. If the factory possessed a more viable solution, individuals would surely rise to condemn the school. However, they are presently unable to rectify the situation, too intimidated to criticize the distribution department or confront the retired faculty. After Zhong Yuanchao's analysis, Chen Furong finds it quite reasonable. Hence, in managing the distribution department, it is essential to exercise greater vigilance. One must not let their guard down. Just because they are not addressing the issue now does not mean it has been resolved. When the opportunity arises, they will not hesitate to act decisively. It is no wonder that seasoned individuals possess such clear insight into matters. Zhong Yuanchao's demotion is a manifestation of Director Qian Zhibin's settling of accounts. Therefore, the crisis surrounding the distribution department has not dissipated. This serves as a reminder for Zhong Yuanchao to remain cautious of Qian Zhibin at all times. However, the children's school still operates under the auspices of the canning factory. Chen Furong remains under Qian Zhibin's leadership, thereby refraining from explicitly naming him. His references to Zhong Yuanchao are only veiled hints. Qian Zhibin passes a cigarette to the principal and remarks, "Principal, we are now in the same boat. In the future, you must bear more responsibilities on my behalf." Chen Furong had not anticipated that Zhong Yuanchao would turn out to be someone who takes liberties. Ironically, Zhong Yuanchao should be grateful to Chen Furong, for it was precisely through Chen's recommendation that he had the opportunity to be seconded to the Teaching Research Institute. Chen Furong was indeed his benefactor. Zhong Yuanchao contemplated that he must ensure the school for his descendants does not suffer from financial inadequacy. The enterprise he established could appropriately give back to the institution. Old Chen should be one of the beneficiaries. The Hu City canned food factory resembles a microcosm of society. Within this enclosed community, nearly all amenities are available: a senior activity center, sports fields, dance halls, and a theater. This abundance empowers the factory to confidently invite prestigious dance troupes. At this moment, the theater was adorned with lights, and installation workers were busily preparing the venue. The arrival of Higuei diminished the previously lofty demeanor of the logistics head, Old Lu. He understood well that Higuei was soon to be appointed deputy factory director. This responsibility would inevitably fall under Higuei's purview. Thus, at this moment, Old Lu was reporting on the progress of the work to Higuei. "Director He, look here. The leaders will enter from this point tomorrow. The speech for the 30th anniversary of the factory is scheduled for this time. By the way, for the curtain call, we should arrange a group photo with the workgroup members in the center." "Wait," Higuei interjected. "How can the workgroup stand in the center? The leader of the workgroup may stand there, but the rest should position themselves to the sides, with the factory director and deputy director accompanying the leader." Higuei's sense of ownership was quite pronounced as he asserted, "I understand, Old Lu, that you are concerned about the higher ranks of the workgroups accompanying personnel and fear mismanagement. If you cannot manage it, why arrange such a potentially troublesome task? Let us simply cancel the group photo segment." Upon hearing these words, Old Lu nodded hastily, thinking to himself that although Higuei had not yet assumed the role of deputy director, he already exhibited the demeanor of one. Oh, Higuei was indeed becoming a bit conceited. Once the workgroup arrived, he would soon take office. "Director Lu, the members of the Haiqing Ballet Troupe have arrived and wish to inspect the venue." Chapter 37. Fate in the Shadows. The 30th anniversary celebration of the Hu City Kin Food Factory was undoubtedly the foremost event for its workers. Hence, it was fitting to invite a prestigious artistic group like the Haiqing Ballet Troupe. To speak of rank, apart from the top military art troupes such as the General Political Department, the Battle Flag, and the Haijing, the Haiqing Ballet Troupe would surely rank among the upper echelons of local artistic ensembles. Generally speaking, such high-caliber groups do not partake in corporate anniversary celebrations. However, due to the significant role Hu City Canned Food Factory played in the nation's economic development, the Haiqing Ballet Troupe was invited to attend. As they entered the auditorium, the industrious workers paused in their tasks, their gazes momentarily transfixed. Among the members of the Haiqing Ballet Troupe, there were 3 or 4 young ladies, each sporting a bun hairstyle, with petite faces and elongated limbs, their laughter ringing out melodiously. The exquisite beauty coupled with an elegant demeanor naturally captured the attention of the male workers. Upon witnessing the arrival of this troupe, Higuei could not help but exclaim inwardly that indeed, the performers of the Haiqing ballet troupe were strikingly attractive. Higuei had initially planned to dine with the leaders of the working group after the performance the following afternoon, and with the presence of these ballet dancers, it seemed rather reasonable to have them accompany him for drinks that evening. The team leader, surnamed Su, was the principal creator of this endeavor, a woman in her 30s. Bespectacled and possessing an air of seriousness, she walked with a straight back and poised neck, exuding an extraordinary presence. Her perception of the grassroots cadres and state-owned enterprises was rather profound, and her impressions were less than favorable. These leaders from state-run entities, whether mid-level or grassroots, often spoke with an air of condescension, placing themselves on a pedestal, ostensibly flattering their guests while subtly elevating their own status. After a few drinks, they would feel as if the entire world belonged to them, and their idle gestures would soon follow suit. At that moment, team leader Su merely fulfilled her routine duty by inspecting the stage. Higuei was introduced to team leader Su by old Liu. Observing Higuei's demeanor, Su sensed an air of arrogance and mused to herself that a small temple often attracts a whirlwind, while a shallow pool teems with turtles. Higuei, on the other hand, thought more bluntly that a mere dancer, once akin to a performer, had little to be proud of. Nevertheless, the two exchanged pleasantries. As is customary in the adult world, the auditorium of such an establishment was not professional, with limited conditions. As long as it sufficed, it was acceptable. Thus, the inspection of the stage facilities was merely a formality. Qimu accompanied the leader today not to inspect the stage, but rather with thoughts of Qiu Jing in her heart. She approached the leader and whispered, "Sister Su, if there is nothing pressing here, I would like to see my teacher." Su nodded in agreement. "All right, just don't wander off. We must return to the hotel shortly." After receiving permission, Qimu turned to leave the auditorium, only to be followed closely by a shadow. "Qimu." A sudden tap on her shoulder made her turn to see the persistent follower, Qinya. "Why aren't you with Teacher Su? What are you doing following me?" "I was going to ask you why you suddenly dashed out," she retorted. "Come on, confess. Do you have someone here, a childhood sweetheart, or an arranged marriage?" If she truly had a romantic interest in this place, Qimu would likely feel bashful or even blush. Yet, she responded nonchalantly, "I just came to see my teacher." Qinya, brimming with curiosity, occasionally grimaced at the dilapidated factory surroundings. "Xiaomu, this place is truly run down," she exclaimed, her eyes scanning the people and objects around her with unfiltered frankness. Qimu, however, held a deep affection for every flower and blade of grass here. Although she was neither a family member nor a descendant of an employee, she had spent many nights in this place for supplemental lessons over the years, becoming thoroughly accustomed to its environment. Qimu wished to say a few words to Qinya, yet she, having been born and raised in Haiqing, possessed an innate sense of superiority that was deeply ingrained within her. A mere exchange of words could hardly alter her perspective. Qinya remarked, "Qimu, those men appear as if they have never encountered a woman before. Look at how they gaze at us, not even blinking. It's utterly foolish." These privileged women, pursued by countless admirers, had every reason to be proud, and their indulgence had rendered them somewhat capricious. Although Qinya deemed those men foolish, she relished their attention, occasionally twirling her hair or arching an eyebrow, leaving those who gazed upon her quite spellbound. In contrast, Qimu embodied a more modest demeanor. She walked with her head slightly lowered, avoiding eye contact, and remained blissfully unaware of any scrutiny directed her way, exuding a tranquil elegance akin to a delicate orchid in a secluded valley. As school let out, groups of playful boys darted past, each clutching a paper box containing a small, spherical treat, which they fed to themselves with wooden sticks, their faces alight with enjoyment. Qinya, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "Xiaomu, what is that delightful-looking thing they are eating?" Qimu replied, "It appears to be ice cream. Is it truly consumed in such a manner? By the way, you seem particularly fond of sweets. Let me inquire where they obtained it." Qinya approached a little girl who happened to be passing by, holding a similar treat, and asked, "Little one, what are you enjoying?" "It's ice cream," the girl replied, her smile revealing a gap-toothed grin, having only heard of snow ice. Qinya had never encountered ice cream before, and the sight of the round, luscious ball made her mouth water. "Where can one buy it?" she inquired eagerly. "At our school's distribution center, but it's sold out now. They only produce a limited quantity each day, and many people miss out." Upon realizing such a delightful delicacy was beyond her reach, Qinya felt a twinge of disappointment. She licked her lips and, with a hint of acidity in her tone, remarked to Qi Mu, "In such a backward place, how is it possible that I have yet to taste this?" This sentiment reflected her inherent superiority as a girl from Haiqing, a city that had long been filled with foreign concessions and had always been the epitome of sophistication. Thus, she instinctively regarded her experiences as the benchmark of contemporary trends. In response to her airs of superiority, Qi Mu could only shake her head and sigh, conceding that if she couldn't procure the treat, it was of little consequence, as she was merely there to see the teacher, not to indulge in snacks. As they approached the teacher's residence, they spotted a man carrying the teacher down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground, Qiu Jing exclaimed, "Put me down. I can walk just fine." Zhong Yuanchao chuckled and tightened his hold on the elderly lady, saying, "You can walk, indeed, but I insist on carrying you. Please, allow me the pleasure of escorting you to the bathhouse." The elderly lady, with a touch of pride, turned her head, yet surprisingly acquiesced. Qi Mu's gaze fixed intently on Zhong Yuanchao, pondering, "Who is he?" Chapter 38. You and your family are unworthy. Who are you staring at? When Qinya noticed Qi Mu's gaze was transfixed, she followed her line of sight. "Little Mu, are you looking at a man? He is not bad looking, albeit a tad older." "So, you prefer older men?" Qi Mu's throat tightened. "No, I'm looking at my teacher." She pointed towards the elderly figure being carried away. Qinya, in a rush, exclaimed, "It's the teacher. Why not greet her?" She hurried forward to call out, but was halted by the timid Qi Mu. "The teacher is still angry with me." Qi Mu refrained from explaining the reason for the anger, but vaguely mentioned how since middle school, teacher Qiu had tutored her, treating her as if she were her own granddaughter. "Whenever I return to Lake City, I always visit her." A trace of sorrow flickered across Qi Mu's face. Although she longed to see her, the teacher had never truly forgiven her. "You should go back," Qinya insisted. "No, I want to accompany you and see what kind of teacher you hold in such esteem." Qi Mu felt quite conflicted. Her teacher was strict and had high expectations. Choosing the path of dance had disappointed her teacher. Qi Mu felt ashamed yet never regretted her decision. The issue lay in the teacher's stubborn nature. Once she formed an opinion, it was nearly impossible to alter her mindset. Given the teacher's reclusive and proud demeanor, Qi Mu pondered whether bringing Qinya along would earn her any leniency, especially considering Qinya's outspoken nature, which might provoke the teacher's ire. However, Qi Mu was curious as to why that man had such a harmonious relationship with teacher Qiu. She quietly followed, with Qinya beside her, perplexed by Qi Mu's evident fear of her teacher. Zhong Yuanchao had promised the elderly lady he would take her to the bathhouse today. Thus, he had arranged for a retired female teacher to wait at the entrance of the bathhouse. As soon as she spotted Qiu Jingyi, the teacher smiled warmly, saying, "Teacher Qiu, I'll assist you shortly." Qiu Jingyi scoffed, "I have hands and feet. I can manage washing myself." The other teacher, with a gentle demeanor, chuckled, "Of course, teacher Qiu. You are entirely capable. I'm merely here to hand you things." The bathhouse floor was slippery, and the water was quite hot, which could easily lead to high blood pressure. In case of dizziness, it was prudent to have someone nearby for assistance. Zhong Yuanchao had anticipated all of this. Qiu Jingyi was strong-willed, so the other teacher simply went along with her words, tending to her needs without paying heed to her complaints. This approach reflected a blend of affectionate indulgence and firm support. Caring for the elderly in such a manner was unlikely to go awry. Zhong Yuanchao borrowed an old-fashioned hairdryer, the aluminum type, and then waited at the entrance of the bathhouse. In this era, homes lacked water heaters, but units with better conditions often had a boiler supplying hot water for baths at scheduled times. At the entrance of the bathhouse, a steady stream of people passed by, occasionally greeting Zhong Yuanchao. Director Zhong. However, before he could respond, they hurriedly averted their gaze and moved along, while politeness dictated a greeting. They wished to avoid being implicated by proximity to him. Seated beside the flower bed, Zhong Yuanchao indulged in a cigarette when a swaying figure approached, balancing a plastic basin filled with soap and other items in one hand, while draping a towel over his shoulder with the other. "Zhong Yuanchao, lend me a cigarette." He Junjie had always regarded Zhong Yuanchao as a mere shadow of his sister's former spouse. Zhong Yuanchao had previously ignored him, and now he seemed to treat him as if he were invisible. Noticing Zhong's lack of response, he Junjie chuckled. "You've been married to my sister for several years and just finalized your divorce. Have you truly forgotten your little brother-in-law?" Zhong Yuanchao glanced at He Junjia's crooked expression and replied coolly, "You should refrain from speaking to me. I fear for your safety." He Junjia's eyebrows twitched in disbelief. "What on earth are you saying?" Zhong Yuanchao continued, "On the day of the divorce, your sister instructed me to keep my distance and vowed that should I ever consider reconciling with her, her entire family would meet their demise. In public, He Junjia, maintain your distance from me. It would be unfortunate if the heavens misinterpreted your family's intentions and calamity ensued." He Junjia cursed vehemently. "Reconcile? What fantastical thoughts are you entertaining? Do you truly believe my sister would want you back? Her former lover is returning soon to take her to America. Why on earth would she consider remarrying you? Take a good look in the mirror at your disheveled appearance." Zhong Yuanchao's decision to definitively abandon He Xiaoling was partly influenced by the arrogant He Junjia. Presently, He Junjia felt emboldened. His father had just secured him a position in the factory, with promises of promotion in a year. Thus, he felt no reverence for his brother-in-law. However, Zhong Yuanchao's subsequent rise far surpassed the family's expectations. He Junjia oscillated between sycophantic deference and an air of entitlement around Zhong, which irked him greatly. In this lifetime, Zhong resolved he would no longer tolerate He Junjia. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air behind He Junjia. "No matter how ridiculous he appears, he was the son-in-law you once coveted. No matter how absurd he may seem, He Gui is unworthy of such a fine son-in-law. And as for you, you are merely a freeloader. Do you have the audacity to criticize him?" Qiu Jing, her hair still damp and glistening, confronted He Junjia without mercy. He Junjia's face twitched with rage, contemplating violence, but refrained from striking an elder. He pointed at the grinning Zhong Yuanchao, declaring, "Don't smile. Tomorrow, you shall have reason to weep." Initially intending to bathe, He Junjia, incensed, stormed off without entering the bathhouse. In this tense atmosphere, it seemed that only Qiu Jing dared to speak on behalf of Zhong Yuanchao. From a distance, Qi Mu observed the entire scene with astonishment at the teacher's demeanor. "If I am bullied, will the teacher stand up for me?" Qi Mu gazed curiously at Zhong Yuanchao, pondering what qualities this dark-skinned man possessed that elicited such unwavering support from the teacher. Zhong Yuanchao lifted the hairdryer in his hand and smiled, saying, "Come on. Let me dry your hair when we get home." Qiu Jingyi was still fuming. "He's already riding on your head, and you want to fight back? Are you planning to be bullied by them for a lifetime? You usually seem quite clever, yet you embarrass yourself at such a crucial moment." Her words, laden with reproach, nonetheless conveyed a deep concern for Zhong Yuanchao. She truly was a delightful old lady. Chapter 39, I Believe in You. After expressing gratitude to the teacher, Zhong Yuanchao took a few steps with Qiu Jingyi before carrying her back. The reasoning was simple, having just bathed. It would be a shame to arrive home drenched in sweat again. True to form, the old lady protested, but ultimately could not resist Zhong Yuanchao's assertiveness. Observing this scene, Qi Mu couldn't help but ponder the audacity with which Zhong Yuanchao interacted with the teacher. Simultaneously, a bold idea took root in Qi Mu's mind. If the teacher was so compliant with him, perhaps he could rely on Zhong Yuanchao to resolve the issues between himself and the teacher. As Qi Mu followed Zhong Yuanchao and Qiu Jingyi toward the residential area, Li Donglai approached alongside several workers from the maintenance workshop. Upon spotting Qi Mu, Li Donglai was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the ideal partner he had long awaited? Alas, he stumbled, falling to the ground, which provoked a chorus of laughter. Li Donglai had hoped that, after his fall, he could rise in the most dashing manner and at least share a glance with Qi Mu. However, she remained oblivious to him, not even casting a glance in his direction. The crowd continued to tease Li Donglai. "Li Technician, have you lost your spirit? Donglai, that girl seems to be from the ballet troupe. Why not go over and say a few words?" Li Donglai brushed off the dust from his clothes, thinking that if she was indeed from the ballet troupe, she would soon find herself under his spell. A group of men gathered to cheer him on. Li Donglai paid them no mind, his fingers playfully curling together, exuding an air of confidence. "Tomorrow, our workshop will be responsible for the equipment in the auditorium. We must go backstage, so make sure you all wear cleaner work clothes. We need to present the best spirit of our workers to these dancers." Upon hearing this, everyone grew even more excited about the upcoming performance. He Junjia was mercilessly berated by Qiu Jingyi. As he entered, he was vociferously cursing, "Old fool." He Xiaoling sat in her chair, ignoring her, while Hu Min, who had been cooking in the kitchen, emerged to console her son. Ironically, her attempts at comfort only fueled his anger further. Higuei had just finished a meeting with the leader of the ballet troupe, who had no intention of staying for the evening's reception, so he returned home. Hearing his son's outburst, he casually inquired, "Who has provoked you again?" Junjie initially intended to mention the retired old fool, yet the real instigator of the matter was not her. Who else could it be but the esteemed son-in-law you once sought? Zhong Yuanchao? Higuei's brow furrowed, tilting his head in inquiry, wondering what had transpired with Zhong Yuanchao. Even He Xiaoling, who had previously displayed indifference towards her brother, found a flicker of interest. Human ceased her tasks, drawn to the living room to discern what new antics Zhong Yuanchao had conjured. Junjie scoffed derisively, stating that they had relentlessly insisted on this country bumpkin becoming their son-in-law. Did they truly comprehend his sentiments? He believed their family was unworthy. He deemed his father unfit to be his father-in-law, his sister unworthy of being his wife, he himself unworthy of being his brother-in-law. A multitude of witnesses had gathered at the bathhouse, all of whom heard every word. Did their family not care for their reputation? Hu Min, the mother, trembled with rage. He Xiaoling, in anguish, concealed her face, pleading with her father to observe Zhong Yuanchao's true nature. She had conveyed to him how he misbehaved at school. Yet as the factory director, he did nothing to rectify it. How could she navigate her workplace in the future? At that moment, Junjie fully aligned with his sister, fanning the flames of discontent as he proclaimed that everyone in the factory was now saying it was she who had clamored to have Zhong Yuanchao as a son-in-law. With Zhong Yuanchao causing such a ruckus, rumors now suggested that he intended to part ways with her. The embarrassment of being the brother was trivial compared to the thought of their parents becoming a subject of ridicule, and the notion of his sister being deemed unwanted by Zhong Yuanchao ignited a fury within him. Junjie, glaring at Higuei, demanded, "Father, will you simply stand by while Zhong Yuanchao disreputes us?" The tensions within the He family escalated. Higuei's face twitched, a mix of anger and disgust washing over him. He Xiaoling's eyes reddened as she implored, "Father, how can I maintain my dignity at work? If you do not advocate for me, I would rather perish." Although Higuei ground his teeth in frustration, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, responding with a measured tone, "Tomorrow the work group will arrive, and a meeting will be convened regarding the school's unauthorized establishment of a distribution department. Whether Zhong Yuanchao retains his position remains uncertain." Higuei lit a cigarette. Speaking slowly, once Zhong Yuanchao is expelled, the rumors will be dispelled as well. His words served as a balm for the He family, instilling a sense of relief. He Xiaoling and He Junjie eagerly envisioned Zhong Yuanchao's face, etched with regret. Qiu Jingyi, with nearly all her hair turned white, would occasionally wince when Zhong Yuanchao styled her hair, yet he would accompany his apologies with a cheerful demeanor. Initially irked, Qiu Jingyi found herself intrigued by his deftness in hairdressing. When Zhong Yuanchao finally fashioned her hair flawlessly straight, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily spellbound. "So beautiful," he exclaimed. "You scoundrel." Qiu Laoshe rebuked him, though laughter soon followed. With a sigh, Qiu Jingyi reflected, "I feel I may have been too harsh earlier. It is better to offend a gentleman than a scoundrel. You have established a distribution department, and should Higuei choose to make a fuss about it, you will bear the consequences." Zhong Yuanchao discovered that his efforts were yielding results. The elderly lady began to consider matters from his perspective. He remarked that regardless of the previous incident, they would have taken action against him eventually. It was merely a distribution department, engaging in trivial skirmishes. He was already preparing to expand his business. Within 2 years, the canned goods factory would inevitably seek his assistance. Ugh! Qiu Jing spat in disdain, but soon realized Zhong Yuanchao was not jesting. She scrutinized his reflection in the mirror and thought, "I believe in you." The correct response should have been, "I believe you are a fool." However, judging by Qiu Jing's expression, she did not seem to harbor disdain. Perhaps she did not perceive Zhong Yuanchao as boasting. As he combed the elderly lady's hair once more, at that moment, Qiu Jing truly regarded Zhong Yuanchao as her grandson. "He Xiaoling is simply unworthy of you. Tomorrow, accompany me to watch a ballet performance of Swan Lake. Do you understand?" Zhong Yuanchao nodded, acknowledging his comprehension. Qiu Jing continued, "At that time, I shall introduce you to a young lady. She need not be excessively beautiful, for you are quite a suitable match." Zhong Yuanchao sighed in resignation, recognizing that when the elderly valued someone, they often took it upon themselves to arrange romantic encounters. Yet, the quality of such prospects offered little assurance. Zhong Yuanchao murmured, "I believe I shall never love again in this lifetime." Outside the door, Chi Mu overheard everything, her cheeks flushed and burning. Chapter 40. The welcome ceremony, my student has embarked on a path not originally hers. Her journey in her career must be fraught with challenges. She requires a man capable of protecting her. This was the truest sentiment in Xiao Jing's heart. The man she envisioned for her student was none other than Zhong Yuanchao. He was intelligent, dependable, and empathetic. More importantly, Zhong Yuanchao was a courageous pragmatist. Xiao Jing had never misjudged a person. Zhong Yuanchao's future was boundless. However, Qi Mu, who overheard her teacher's words, wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, feeling both embarrassed and furious. Yet, upon reflection, could it be interpreted as the teacher having forgiven her? As a smile crept onto Qi Mu's lips, a dimple formed on her face, devoid of wine, yet utterly intoxicating. The teacher is coming to watch my performance. All the grievances of the past few years seemed to dissolve in that moment. When Zhong Yuanchao departed, the corridor was empty, and the enchanting fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air once more. Clang, clang, clang. What nonsense! Zhong Yuanchao shook his head, dismissing the music from a Chinese ghost story from his thoughts. Li Huanshi eagerly rubbed his hands together beneath Zhong Yuanchao's apartment, while Li Donglai appeared disoriented. When Zhong Yuanchao arrived, the emotional contrast between the two was stark. He offered them a cigarette. Huanshi, what is the matter with you? Li Huanshi's voice trembled. His eyebrows raised intermittently, indicating a state of heightened excitement. Yuanchao, today we only sold 65 yuan worth of ice cream. Ice cream had become a product of exorbitant profit margins, boasting a gross margin of approximately 80%, meaning that from the 65 yuan, at least 50 yuan constituted profit. However, the exuberance of Li Huanshi stands in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Zhong Yuanchao, who does not even offer a smile. Li Huanshi contemplates that, in comparison to brother Yuanchao, he is still quite inexperienced. Zhong Yuanchao remarks to Li Huanshi that they are merely at the beginning, and that the profits they will earn in the future will far exceed their current gains by tenfold or more. After dropping this exhilarating statement that quickens Li Huanshi's heartbeat, Zhong Yuanchao glances at Li Donglai and asks, "What about you? You look utterly dejected. Has your mother scolded you again?" Lost in thought, Li Donglai chuckles and shrugs, exuding a mischievous charm. "Brother, I think I've fallen in love." Zhong Yuanchao pauses, noting that a single man's infatuation often manifests in such seemingly irrational smiles. "Brother, you have no idea. She is stunning. I caught just a glimpse, and I lost my senses. I must work hard and earn money. She is my goal. First, I need to get to know her. Second, I want to befriend her." Zhong Yuanchao, exhaling smoke into Li Donglai's face, coldly interrupts. "By the time you actually get to know her, your focus will be entirely off your work. As someone who has been through it all, I can assure you, when one's heart is not preoccupied with women, one wields the sword with ease. Love is merely a jest." Reflecting on Zhong Yuanchao's experiences, Li Donglai retorts disdainfully, "That's only because you failed. You have no idea how beautiful that girl is. If you were to see her, you would be just as entranced." Zhong Yuanchao takes a deep drag of his cigarette, and, with a serious expression, states, "Donglai, I can only say you are still too young. I have encountered all manner of people. There is no such thing as being unable to control oneself. Everything can be managed. Do not dwell on such matters. Focus instead on your future. Have you completed the tools I asked you to prepare?" Only then does Li Donglai recall the mixer. It's nearly done. "Once the factory's anniversary celebration concludes in a couple of days, I will have it ready." Zhong Yuanchao calculates that Qian Jibin and He Gui are likely preoccupied and will not have time to deal with him. After the anniversary celebration, they will probably turn their attention to the distribution department. Zhong Yuanchao knows he must plan ahead. Even if accountability is enforced, the processing of ice cream cannot be neglected. If necessary, he will personally take Li Huanshi on a tricycle to sell at other schools. The first bucket of gold will not be long in coming. The next day, the morning sun's rays, filtered through the mottled old buildings and trees, create countless beams of light that dance upon the roads of the canning factory. Energetic workers weave in and out of the interplay of light and shadow, forming a simple yet vivid tableau. Each of their faces is adorned with the joy befitting the factory's anniversary celebration. Discussions abound regarding the morning's park activities and the prizes that await. Male workers are particularly animated in their chatter about the ballet performances scheduled for the afternoon, their reactions to beautiful women being strikingly similar, gesticulating wildly, licking their lips, and exchanging lewd grins. The more reserved men may not exhibit much change in expression, their thoughts remaining deeply concealed. Meanwhile, the factory office staff is busy welcoming the municipal work group. Qian Jibin has been waiting early at the entrance, while the soon-to-retire deputy factory director, citing health issues, opts out of the day's events, leaving the highly favored Higuei to accompany him. The following individuals are the heads of logistics, human resources, labor relations, and publicity departments, along with the primary leaders of 3 sub-factories. Most strikingly, the school's brass band is present, with elementary students donning vibrant red scarves, lined up neatly, ready to extend a warm welcome. This welcoming procession comprises approximately 40 to 50 individuals, showcasing a considerable scale. Higuei observed the shift in Qian Zhibin's expression from anticipation to seriousness, even tinged with irritation. Higuei softly remarked, "Today is indeed our factory's festive occasion. Let us prioritize the factory. Director, perhaps we could commence the park activities first, and when the working group arrives, we can escort them to the playground for a brief tour?" Qian Zhibin remained silent, clearly harboring dissent, with the factory director not voicing an opinion. Higuei felt reluctant to speak further. At that moment, an individual from the factory office hurried over. "Director, we received a call from the city. The head of the working group has a meeting this morning and 1 TB waiting. He will join the afternoon activities on time." Humph. Qian Zhibin exhaled heavily, clearly expressing his discontent. As Qian Zhibin turned to leave, all eyes shifted to Higuei. In that instant, Higuei felt a surge of pride, naturally believing that everyone regarded him as the cornerstone of leadership. He furrowed his brow and addressed those nearby. "Let us initiate the park activities. Old Lu should properly host the dance troupe during lunch. The rest shall remain on standby." "What? Remain on standby?" Higuei was aware of their discontent and quickly added, "The working group indicated they would not arrive for the time being, but we cannot ascertain the actual situation." The factory's anniversary celebration marked a pivotal moment. Whether they would achieve new heights or plummet depended on the working group's stance. "Let us all put forth our best effort to demonstrate our canned food factory's commitment to progress." Having spoken thus, who would dare oppose? Those who did would only hinder themselves. The adults might fare better, yet the sight of the young students, clutching drums and horns, dressed in red and white ceremonial attire, their hats perched atop their heads, beads of sweat cascading down their faces, was truly heart-wrenching. As the afternoon unfolded, a phone call announced the imminent arrival of the working group. At this juncture, several key factory leaders hurried out, and Higuei fervently waved his hands. "Brass band, commence playing. Let the music soar. Toot 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 toot. Toot 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 toot." Note the change in pitch. Provide your own sound effects. Chen Furong, the principal, looked upon these children with genuine concern, his jaw tightly clenched. As the convoy approached, the lead vehicle, an old Haiqing sedan, was followed by a dark green Jeep and finally a rounded minibus. As the convoy came to a halt, someone promptly opened the back door of the first sedan, revealing Xia Kuan, a man of modest stature clad in a shirt, trousers, and leather shoes. Upon witnessing the welcoming ceremony, his expression darkened. Qian Zhibin extended his hand towards the newly appointed deputy mayor from 10 meters away. "Deputy mayor, the canned food factory has eagerly awaited your arrival." Xia Kuan refrained from extending his hand, sidestepping Qian Zhibin, and approached a young child in the brass band. He removed the child's hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and inquired, "Have you been waiting all morning?" The expressions of Qian Zhibin and Higuei were quite stiff, as if this flattery had missed its mark. Chapter 41. A master of blame shifting. The elementary school student was clever, yet not entirely so. Astutely, he refrained from simply stating that he had indeed been waiting all morning. However, his gaze wandered, drifting toward Chen Furong's face, as if silently asking, "Principal, how should I respond?" At that moment, Chen Furong's emotions were exceedingly complex. He yearned to tell his student to speak the truth, yet, without understanding the true character of the leader of the working group, he feared that if this individual were indeed a principled person, to speak candidly would be akin to publicly slapping Qian Zhibin and Higuei in the face. Should that occur, Chen Furong would undoubtedly offend both men irreparably, making his continued presence at the school untenable. Xia Kuan gently patted the child's head, reassuring him, "It's all right. Just speak the truth." At that moment, Higuei felt as if his soul had nearly departed. Fortunately, his mind was quick. Having observed the vice mayor bypass the factory director's hand, it was evident he had reservations about the welcoming ceremony, whether genuine or merely a facade. Higuei could not afford to shoulder the blame. The risk was far too great. Thus, he casually stroked the child's head and said, "You should confidently tell Uncle Mayor that the school has been practicing for this welcoming ceremony for quite some time. Higuei then flashed a smile at Xiaokuan, adding, "These children were so excited about your visit today that they hardly slept a wink. If this were to conclude here, the responsibility would remain ambiguously assigned." Higuei turned to Chen Furong. "Old Chen, you too. The child is still so young. You should have taken better care of them. The factory director had already advised you to let the children rest first, yet you insisted on keeping them here." Observing the young ones drenched in sweat was truly heart-wrenching. Internally cursing Chen Furong in eloquent Chinese, his face turned a shade of green at that moment. The welcoming ceremony had nothing to do with their school. This group of individuals had been eager for the ceremony to be grandiose, hastily summoning the school's brass band to participate. Now, witnessing the discontent of the working group, they had deftly thrust the blame back upon him, leaving him utterly unprepared. Qian Jibin appeared quite pleased with Higuei's adeptness at blame-shifting. They had surmised that Chen Furong was a person of considerable understanding and would not dare to refute them in front of outsiders. More importantly, Qian Jibin had grown disillusioned with Chen Furong's recent conduct. After all, Zhong Yuanchao had been exiled to the school. Now, with the establishment of a thriving distribution department within the school, was this not Chen Furong's responsibility for covering up? Seizing this opportunity to teach him a lesson would not be amiss. Chen Furong left a rather unfavorable impression on Xiaokuan, and as a consequence, during the subsequent work report, the two would undoubtedly reap the benefits of their machinations. Qian Jibin had already begun to quietly devise the forthcoming arrangements. After clarifying his thoughts, he promptly instructed, "Old Chen, please take the children out for a meal." This statement was a calculated strike, insinuating that these children were brought here by Chen Furong, who had wasted a significant part of the day without even offering them a morsel to eat. Chen Furong, seething with indignation, found himself utterly powerless against these two conspirators. When Xiaokuan observed this scene, he could discern the underlying schemes at play. However, recognizing that this was an internal issue of their factory, he refrained from interjecting further. Although he was quite displeased with the extravagant welcome ceremony, he decided to suppress his emotions for the time being and address them later. With a broad smile, Qian Jibin finally achieved his wish and shook hands with Xiaokuan, saying, "Comrade Vice Mayor, we have everything prepared for lunch here. Would you do us the honor of joining us for a meal?" Xiaokuan replied, "Today marks the 30th anniversary of the canning factory. Out of respect and propriety, the work group should accompany the factory in its celebrations. However, if we can avoid a formal banquet, we ought to prioritize our work. Moreover, I am unable to leave due to a meeting this morning, which is why I am delayed." Qian Jibin, feigning regret, tilted his head and tentatively inquired, then, "Comrade Vice Mayor, shall we go to the cafeteria and make do with a little something?" Xiaokuan shook his head. "I've already eaten. We are all comrades here, so there is no need for such formality." Qian Jibin quickly nodded. "Then let us proceed to the new auditorium. Our celebratory activities will commence shortly." When Higuei heard the factory director invite the vice mayor and the work group to the auditorium, he hurried ahead, signaling for preparations to be made as the celebration was about to begin. As Zhong Yuanchao exited the school, he happened upon Chen Furong, who was storming towards the school in a huff. "What is the matter?" Zhong Yuanchao approached and offered a cigarette. Chen Furong waved his hand at the students, urging them to return to their classrooms, his eyes filled with concern. One of Chen Furong's greatest virtues was his genuine care for the students. After recounting the earlier events, Chen Furong couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at Zhong Yuanchao, feeling as though he had been unwittingly dragged into a treacherous situation. The very act of expressing this sentiment indicated that Chen Furong had aligned himself with Zhong Yuanchao. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Chen Furong exhaled slowly, cautioning, "Be careful. I have a feeling that Director Qian is plotting something against you." Zhong Yuanchao recognized the implications, stating, "My ambitions have never been confined to this school. If they truly wish to remove me, I shall resign and pursue business freely. I will repay the 1,000 yuan you lent me in full," he added. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's cheerful demeanor, Chen Furong inquired, "Have you found a lucrative venture? You promised to take full responsibility for the retirement benefits issue. You must not go back on your word." Zhong Yuanchao would not forget that it was the school that provided him with an opportunity for a career turnaround. Nor would he overlook Chen Furong's timely assistance during critical moments. As he stepped out of the school, Zhong Yuanchao's expression turned serious. In the presence of the working group, Higuei finally ceased to show leniency, abruptly shifting blame. His actions were not specifically aimed at Chen Furong, but rather a consequence of Chen Furong's admiration for Zhong Yuanchao. which made him an unwitting target. With Chun Furong dealt with, Zhong Yuanchao would undoubtedly become the next victim. It is now certain that the school's separation has become an irreversible decision. Qian Jibin and He Gui no longer felt the need to spare Chun Furong's feelings. The two were quite adept at seizing opportunities. Reflecting on this, Zhong Yuanchao smiled at Chen Furong and said, "Principal, do you believe that one day, Qian Jibin and He Gui will come to you, casting aside all dignity to request a personal favor?" Chen Furong was taken aback. Could such a thing truly occur? Zhong Yuanchao patted Chun Furong's shoulder, assuring him, "I will ensure you have your revenge." Chapter 42. The audacious and base peacock. This young man, so audacious, dared to pat my shoulder? Watching Zhong Yuanchao depart, Chen Furong found himself both amused and exasperated. The frustration he had just experienced dissipated like smoke. As for Zhong Yuanchao's earlier remark regarding Qian Jibin and He Gui abandoning their dignity to plead with him, Chen Furong was unaware that the ice cream was merely a precursor. There would soon be yogurt and other varieties. And the miraculous calcium milk would also be revealed at the opportune moment. Of course, there was the ultimate tool. Once Zhong Yuanchao procured this, none of the small players nationwide would escape. However, such a creation could not be produced by a mere small workshop. It required connections and a stroke of luck. For now, he would observe what tricks Qian Jibin and his associates had up their sleeves. To achieve great things, one must prioritize relationships, with ability as a secondary concern. Unfortunately, Zhong Yuanchao possessed both connections and talent. Upon receiving a call from Qiu Jingyi, he made his way to the auditorium, lamenting, "Madam, do you not think it a waste for a rough man like me to attend a ballet performance?" Qiu Jingyi, accustomed to responding with a dismissive snort, remarked, "There must be a reason for your presence. You are quite verbose." Zhong Yuanchao thought that making money was the true good fortune, and found the highbrow arts a waste of time. As Zhong Yuanchao and Qiu Jingyi approached the auditorium, they drew the attention of many onlookers. It had been quite some time since anyone had seen Qiu Jingyi. Some even spread rumors that she had perished at home, left to rot. It is unclear who had the audacity to propagate such tales. However, there were those who understood her situation. Teacher Qiu was reclusive, shunning social interaction and rejecting any form of charity. Consequently, many who sought to assist her were ultimately turned away. The sight of Zhong Yuanchao associating so closely with Teacher Qiu astonished onlookers, both for her apparent vitality and for Zhong Yuanchao's remarkable amiability, as he seemed to engage effortlessly with someone of her solitary disposition. While they admired Zhong Yuanchao's kindness, they also reassessed his failed marriage with He Shouling, concluding that her family indeed harbored a certain snobbishness. In addition to the gossip from nosy relatives, there was another lively reason for the commotion. Li Huansher's tricycle was parked right in front of the auditorium. The queue for ice cream extended over 20 meters, predominantly composed of young female workers from the factory, each leaning forward with eager anticipation, anxious that they might be too far back and miss out on the treat. "Teacher Qiu, look how thriving the ice cream business is. I must hurry back to prepare more, or we shall run out by tomorrow," exclaimed Zhong Yuanchao. Qiu Jingyi abruptly shook off Zhong Yuanchao's hand, urging him to go, but not to seek her out upon his return. With no other choice, Zhong Yuanchao supported Qiu Jingyi as they entered the auditorium. Inside, the hall was already filled with people. A cacophony of sounds and lang of scents creating a lively yet chaotic atmosphere. A head peeked from behind the lifted curtain, observing intently until it spotted the teacher entering alongside a man. Instantly, her heart felt reassured, though she pondered the nature of their relationship. As she turned to leave, Li Donglai had been feigning busy work beside her for quite some time, adjusting lights and sound equipment with exaggerated volume to draw attention. His antics occasionally caught the gaze of the tall, beautiful girls nearby, eliciting both curiosity and laughter. Swallowing hard, Li Donglai yearned to speak to Qi Mu, yet found himself mute. Despite being in such proximity, Qi Mu did not spare him a glance. She contemplated whether to approach the teacher. When Li Donglai emerged from backstage, his face flushed and voice raised as he organized tasks. He instructed, "You all should double-check the lighting and the speakers to ensure the music plays smoothly." Zhong Yuanchao observed Li Donglai's exaggerated performance from behind the audience seats, sensing something amiss. While Li Donglai was usually extroverted, he typically refrained from drawing attention in public. Today, however, he seemed intent on showcasing his abilities to a select audience, much like a basketball court devoid of female spectators. where camaraderie flourished until the presence of a girlfriend or attractive girls turned the men into nervous wrecks. Li Donglai's current demeanor reminded Zhong Yuanchao of the most ostentatious peacock at the zoo, flaunting its plumage in an attempt to impress. Li Donglai, now so consumed by his performance, stumbled backward, his gaze fixated on backstage as if he were a diligent leader at work. He eventually retreated to stand beside Zhong Yuanchao. "What a lively event today," he remarked without context. Zhong Yuanchao, amused, inquired, "Are you feeling awkward?" Li Donglai paused, then greeted the impassive Qiu Jingyi. "Teacher Qiu is here as well." Given Qiu Jingyi's usual demeanor, she would typically ignore such greetings, but, acknowledging Li Donglai as Zhong Yuanchao's friend, she offered a non-committal which was a concession of respect. Li Donglai observed Zhong Yuanchao's enigmatic smile, his eyes darting around, and with a flushed face, he inquired, "What are you looking at? I see you resembling a peacock, did you know? Only male peacocks fan their tails, and that is a display for courtship." Zhong Yuanchao imparted knowledge to Li Donglai. The latter's face reddened further. Upon noticing an empty seat beside Zhong Yuanchao, he hastily sat down and whispered, "I hope you won't laugh at me, but I saw her backstage. She is the young lady I mentioned to you last night. She is truly stunning, and I wanted to speak with her earlier, but I couldn't muster the courage. Brother Yuanchao, although you are divorced." Zhong Yuanchao's expression darkened. "You really ought to think before you speak. It's absurd to rub salt in wounds." He shot a glare at Li Donglai. The latter, sensing the gravity of his words, waved apologetically. "What I mean is, you know how to converse with young ladies and how to interact with them. What should my opening line be? How should I address her? Should I call her comrade? Or young lady?" As Li Donglai grew increasingly animated, he clutched his face and whimsically tapped his feet on the ground. Zhong Yuanchao shook his head. In that fleeting moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a girl in performance attire approaching them. Her hair was styled in a bun, and even from a distance, her sparkling eyes were evident. Though she was slightly shorter, Zhong Yuanchao felt as if she was heading in their direction. At that moment, Li Donglai appeared almost frantic, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Brother Yuanchao, it's her, it's her. What should I do? She must have noticed me. She's coming over. How should I address her?" Zhong Yuanchao took a deep breath and suggested, "Call her sister-in-law." Li Donglai responded, Chapter 43, Zhong Yuanchao, do you want a wife? Next, the scene unfolded as follows. Zhong Yuanchao watched the extraordinarily alluring girl striding toward them, his gaze fixated on her long legs. He felt overwhelmed, torn between admiring her face, her figure, and those captivating legs. Unbeknownst to him, this sensation mirrored that of many men when watching films, hastily fast-forwarding through scenes, initially captivated by the front view, only to later appreciate the allure from behind. Perhaps this is a universal male condition. As Zhong Yuanchao admired Qi Mu, Li Donglai glared at him with palpable resentment. Qi Mu's expression was a blend of embarrassment for her teacher, trepidation at facing him, and shyness due to his mention of introducing her to a certain gentleman. Generally, a young lady's shyness about being introduced is a result of coyness, but Qi Mu was not even contemplating such romantic notions at that moment. As Qi Mu approached, Li Donglai suddenly snapped back to reality, firmly believing she was there for him. He swallowed hard, overwhelmed with excitement. His body trembled as he stood, his mouth dry and agape, his throat feeling constricted, yearning to greet her but unable to utter a word. Li Donglai wished to slap himself awake from this reverie. Li Donglai covertly cast a glance at Qi Mu, only to realize that her attention was entirely directed towards Zhong Yuanchao. The peculiar term sister-in-law immediately flooded Li Donglai's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. "Thank you." Qi Mu's sudden utterance caught Zhong Yuanchao off guard. He pondered why she expressed gratitude, wondering if his numerous good deeds had inadvertently benefited her. The phrase sister-in-law echoed repeatedly in Li Donglai's thoughts. Seizing the moment, while Zhong Yuanchao was lost in contemplation, Qi Mu timidly called out to Qiu Jing, "Teacher, you're here." "Teacher?" It appeared she was a student of Teacher Qiu. Zhong Yuanchao began to reconsider the elderly lady's intention to introduce a partner to Qi Mu, wondering if she was indeed the one. Clearing his throat, Zhong Yuanchao maintained a composed demeanor and stood to offer Qi Mu his seat, inadvertently displacing Li Donglai in the process. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law," Li Donglai's lips twitched, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Just moments ago, he had a seat, and now he could only stand in the aisle, watching as Zhong Yuanchao claimed his spot. However, before Zhong Yuanchao could sit down, Li Donglai seized his arm, inquiring, "What is your relationship? How do you know each other? Why was I unaware of this?" Zhong Yuanchao, as if bearing a significant burden, replied, "Your sister-in-law is a student of the elderly lady. She cares for her and wishes to find her a partner who is handsome, knowledgeable, talented, kind-hearted, and comes from a reputable family." With a slight elevation of his chin, Zhong Yuanchao indicated, "That person is me." Li Donglai's face twitched. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Initially, he believed he was on the verge of romance, but now, it felt like a farce. "Yuanchao, this is what I was telling you about. My student, Chimu." Qiu Jing called out to Zhong Yuanchao. "In any case, this has nothing to do with me," Li Donglai remarked bitterly, shaking his head as he descended, his mind consumed with thoughts of sister-in-law. The idea had truly bewitched him. As Zhong Yuanchao settled into his seat, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Osmanthus? Indeed, it was her from that evening in the stairwell. Was this fate? When Qiu Jing introduced them, her gaze remained fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding Chi Mu, exuding an air of unresolved resentment. Zhong Yuanchao noted Chi Mu's attentive expression and her frequent appearances at the elderly lady's home, as well as her lingering at the entrance. These details suggested that the teacher held a significant place in Chi Mu's heart. Thus, if he could resolve the conflict between them, might it not signify his own importance? Zhong Yuanchao reassured himself. This was not a mere attraction. It was a sincere desire to mend the bond between two individuals who cared for one another, hindered by past grievances. "I am simply benevolent." Zhong Yuanchao regarded Chi Mu kindly, stating, "I know you well. Teacher Qiu often speaks of you, praising your diligence, tenacity, and strong opinions. She insisted I attend Swan Lake with her, knowing it aligned with my interests." Qiu Jing initially intended to counter his words, but Zhong Yuanchao's subsequent remarks were so brazen that they left her momentarily speechless. The words of Zhong Yuanchao were inherently a blend of truth and falsehood. Particularly, Chi Mu had overheard the teacher inviting Zhong Yuanchao to attend the performance last night while standing outside the door. A faint blush crept onto Chi Mu's cheeks as she reflected on the teacher's intention to introduce her to him. She felt immense gratitude towards Zhong Yuanchao. Yet time was of the essence. She could not afford to express her thanks at that moment. After the performance, she would have the opportunity to speak with him privately. "Teacher, I shall take the stage now," Qiu Jing announced with a nasal tone, a likely indication of her attitude post-forgiveness, though she could not immediately soften her demeanor, resulting in a somewhat haughty voice. As Chi Mu prepared to exit her seat, under normal circumstances, Zhong Yuanchao would have risen. However, he remained seated, merely shifting his legs backward in a symbolic gesture. Chi Mu was slender, and the distance was sufficient. Nevertheless, her legs brushed against Zhong Yuanchao's knee as she moved, leaving behind an air imbued with the lingering fragrance of sweet osmanthus. Zhong Yuanchao promptly occupied the spot Chi Mu had vacated. "I have taken her place," he mused. Shaking his head, he dismissed these absurd thoughts. He had initially believed that mature thoughts and noble character would be reborn alongside him, but youthfulness proved overwhelming. Zhong Yuanchao now realized that the reluctance of the older generation stemmed solely from physical limitations. Qiu Jing, fixated on the stage, inquired softly, "Yuanchao, do you wish for a wife?" "Indeed," Zhong Yuanchao blurted out. The elderly lady erupted into uncontrollable laughter. If memory served him right, this was the first time he had witnessed her laugh so heartily after caring for her all these days. Yet, her laughter soon subsided. She was too beautiful, too remarkable, having chosen a path that was undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. Just like in my youth. Zhong Yuanchao remarked with a glimmer of irony. "Teacher, I suspect you merely wish to praise yourself," he teased. As the performance was about to commence, the working group led by Xie Kuan entered the venue, accompanied by the leadership team headed by Qian Jibin. Higuei stood by the side, acting as the atmosphere coordinator, clapping towards this side and that, signaling everyone to welcome the leader's arrival. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Chapter 44. Infuriating, trapped by him. The arrival of the working group became the focal point of everyone's attention. If Zhong Yuanchao recalled correctly, the true crisis for the Lake City canning factory began at this very moment. The factory placed immense importance on the working group, primarily because they anticipated that this group would certainly bring policies and directives. They firmly believed that the city would provide well-considered guidance for the next steps of the Lake City canning factory, ensuring its resurgence for another 30 glorious years. Most importantly, Qian Jibin and his colleagues were awaiting the allocation of subsidies from the city and province. However, Zhong Yuanchao was aware that this visit would not herald good news. Rather, it would hasten the decline of the canning factory. As for the subsidies, they would be non-existent. The factory faced setbacks due to outdated management, erroneous operational directions, a sluggish transformation process, and a management team that was ineffectual, always relying on the state-owned nature of the enterprise to expect subsidies. These are internal factors, of course, along with external influences from the international arena. All these elements converge, heralding the impending demise of a canning factory that has thrived for 3 decades. Following the group are the families of the factory leaders, a phenomenon common in state-owned enterprises of this era. Whenever the organization hosts group activities, the wives and children of the leaders invariably occupy prominent seats. Such is the case with He Junjie and He Xiuling at this moment. He Xiuling, adorned in a floral dress, has undergone a transformation after her first marriage, shedding her youthful innocence and emerging with a more sophisticated allure, still maintaining her status as a coveted woman. As she descends the steps, she delicately lifts her dress, occasionally glancing upwards to offer polite smiles to familiar faces, thus affirming her approachability and dispelling any notion that she has become aloof due to her father's ascension to vice director. When her gaze traverses the crowd, it momentarily lingers on Zhong Yuanchao, who quickly averts his eyes, his expression darkening, as the buoyant mood she had just felt is abruptly shattered upon seeing him. She muses that Zhong Yuanchao must have noticed her earlier but, fearing her gaze, dared not meet her eyes, still harboring feelings for her. How distasteful. Indeed, Zhong Yuanchao had seen her, yet remained unfazed. His true focus was on a short, slightly plump middle-aged man wearing glasses, who walked at the forefront. Zhong Yuanchao's emotions are now quite complex. If memory serves him right, this middle-aged gentleman is Xie Kun, the very individual who purchased cigarettes the night before the opening of the distribution department. Zhong Yuanchao had sensed his unusual status then. Upon considering his current position alongside the information relayed by Chen Fulong, it becomes evident. Xie Kun, the newly appointed vice mayor of Lake City, oversees finance and education. The familiarity strikes Zhong Yuanchao as he recalls their previous encounters during his tenure at the Education Research Institute, where he had participated in numerous meetings alongside Xie Kun. Furthermore, Xie Kun frequently graced television screens and newspapers. Previously, he had been the head of a bank in a prefecture-level city, slated for a position at the central branch in the capital, only to be forcibly reassigned by the Jiangnan provincial leadership to the vice mayor role in Lake City. He has played a pivotal role in invigorating the local economy. Reflecting on their earlier conversation about the cigarettes, Zhong Yuanchao suddenly perceives that when fortune arrives, it is indeed unstoppable. Qiu Jingyi expresses her disdain towards the spectacle surrounding them. Zhong Yuanchao comprehends that the elderly lady harbors a distaste for their ostentatious display, prompting him to say, "That esteemed individual spoke with me a few days ago regarding educational matters, under the guise of an informal visit. I believe he is a person committed to practical solutions." This remark softens Qiu Jingyi's demeanor, indicating a budding trust in Zhong Yuanchao. Li Donglai, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his sister-in-law, returns dejectedly to the empty seat beside Zhong Yuanchao. Brother Yuanchao, He Xiuling has taken a seat in the second row. He informs. Zhong Yuanchao glances at Li Donglai. Upon detecting his subtle movements, he instantly discerns the nature of his intentions. He chooses to remain silent. Li Donglai continued. In truth, I believe you and Sister Xiuling are quite compatible. Aren't your current endeavors merely a means to prove your capabilities to her? Once the business of the distribution department flourishes and her father becomes the deputy factory director, won't you two be able to stride confidently through the canned goods factory? Who would dare to underestimate you? Zhong Yuanchao chuckled. Turning to Qiu Jingyi, he remarked, Teacher, it seems that Donglai has a fondness for Qi Mu. Perhaps you should introduce them. Qiu Jingyi glanced at Li Donglai and, with a raspy voice, advised, Donglai, you are a good young man. Be more grounded and seek someone suitable for you. Li Donglai retorted, why is pursuing Qi Mu not grounded? Am I unworthy? Supporting roles must possess the awareness of their place. The speech commemorating the 30th anniversary of the factory commenced amid thunderous applause. Qian Jibin, with great vigor, delivered an impassioned address, radiating a determination to sell the factory's canned goods worldwide. The rhetoric was highly emotive, yet its practical substance was negligible, akin to saying nothing at all. Originally, it was planned for some prominent figures from the workgroup to speak, but Xia Kun politely declined, reasoning that it was the anniversary celebration of the canned goods factory, and he had no intentions of overshadowing the occasion. This decision revealed Xia Kun's dissatisfaction with the factory's current performance. Zhong Yuanchao observed everything keenly and mused that Xian Jibin and He Gui must be feeling quite anxious. Following the speech, a ballet performance commenced. In 1988, it was rare for many small towns even to have heard of such an event, and the audience expressed astonishment and pointed remarks regarding the tight-fitting costumes. Their words and smiles were laced with mockery and malicious speculation, influenced by their limited understanding and exposure. Perhaps the cacophony around her was unbearable, for Qiu Jingyi's expression soured. As the performance began, she was disheartened to find that her proud student was not the star, nor even a principal performer, prompting her to sigh. I have long warned her that this path is fraught with challenges, yet she refused to listen. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao refrained from interjecting. The teacher was merely venting her emotions, needing neither reasoning nor consolation. Qimu was not like the numerous luminary heroines who dominated the stage. Rather, she was but one among countless supporting characters. Far from the spotlight, how could she possibly be spotted among so many dancers? Yet Zhong Yuanchao did indeed find her. Specifically, Qimu's unconventional physique was ill-suited for ballet. Although slender, her ample bosom made her stand out, and Zhong Yuanchao instantly recognized her. Oh, where shall I place my wandering gaze? He mused inwardly. Li Donglai, recovering from his earlier disappointment, asked with a hint of envy, Brother Yuanchao, can you comprehend this? His question piqued Qiu Jingyi's curiosity. The one who had staunchly refused to watch was now captivated. The ace pilot applies for battle. Zhong Yuanchao cleared his throat and explained. This ballet, derived from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, was composed in either 1875 or 1876. I cannot recall precisely. The narrative draws from folk tales. The ballet is divided into 4 acts, with the truly captivating moments occurring during the appearance of the Black Swan. Zhong Yuanchao was eloquent, and naturally, Qiu Jingyi was more satisfied with him. However, Li Donglai felt rather miserable, slumped in his chair, his half-open mouth quivering slightly, his gaze vacant. How infuriating! He had been deceived. Chapter 45. I come bearing flowers. Li Donglai was still reeling from his previous anguish, while Qiu Jingyi had finally caught her breath after the awkward predicament faced by the students. She queried Zhong Yuanchao. Didn't you say that watching ballet is a waste of talent? Zhong Yuanchao earnestly replied, My greatest virtue is humility. Qiu Jingyi chuckled. Do try not to be too brazen. Amidst the throng of performers, Qimu danced with such solemnity. Her movements were graceful and light. Although she moved in synchrony with the other actresses, it was evident that she had endured considerable hardship. The taut lines of her upper body suggested that she had bound herself with thick bandages to perfect her form for dance. In Zhong Yuanchao's mind, a grim scene unfolded. His grandmother met a tragic end. This unfortunate girl, as her instructor had surmised, had chosen the most arduous path. Perhaps she would never have the opportunity to excel in her life. In the dance troupe, the selection of the principal dancer and leading roles was invariably determined by connections and status, with those of higher standing always at the forefront. Under equal circumstances, those with influence would always prevail, and Qimu, it seemed, would likely never ascend to the rank of principal dancer, at least. That was the case before she encountered Zhong Yuanchao. Li Donglai, why don't you inquire with the logistics team about the preparation of flowers post-performance? Zhong Yuanchao suggested. Li Donglai paused. Why must I go and not you? Zhong Yuanchao sighed. You only consider immediate gains. Just think, your sister-in-law is in the dance troupe. Won't you have ample opportunities to interact with the girls there? Li Donglai promptly rose to gather information. He returned shortly, hands raised in exasperation. The logistics team has no idea why they need to prepare flowers. Li Donglai was equally perplexed. Indeed, why prepare flowers? This is a matter of etiquette, Zhong Yuanchao explained. Most attendees come to see the leading dancers. Those who admire the performers often prepare something for them. At official events, the organizers typically present flowers or small gifts at the end of the performance. Of course, in comedic performances, gifts are presented at the beginning. Otherwise, the comedians might jest. The exit is over there. Thus, Zhong Yuanchao believed that a bouquet would be more fitting. Li Donglai, please gather some roses from the garden beside the stadium. Li Donglai was taken aback yet again. Why must it be me? Zhong Yuanchao handed him a cigarette, saying, a heartbroken person should keep busy to avoid brooding. Li Donglai rolled his eyes and hurried off to pick flowers. Xiao Jingyi inquired, "Are you going to present flowers to Xiao Mu?" Zhong Yuanchao scoffed. In such a moment of glory, gifting her alone would only bring her misfortune. If a bouquet must be given, only the most esteemed individual on stage deserves it. Xiao Jingyi's expression subtly shifted. It was evident that Zhong Yuanchao was not merely seeking to present flowers for affection, but rather employing this tactic to cultivate connections for Qi Mu. Indeed, Xiao Jingyi's initial judgment of Zhong Yuanchao proved correct. Her satisfaction with him grew, and she deemed him the most suitable candidate to care for Qi Mu. She murmured, "He Xiaoling truly must be blind to have divorced you." Zhong Yuanchao smiled modestly, experiencing a quiet delight akin to restrained enthusiasm. Li Donglai gathered a generous bouquet, even going so far as to find attire to wrap them in, fearing that attention might cause him embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he implored, "Brother Yuanchao, could you possibly refrain from assigning me such tasks in the future? Cut the nonsense. Do you want to see your sister-in-law or not?" Li Donglai nodded, but felt something amiss. What does my sister-in-law have to do with me? On stage, a performance was underway while Zhong Yuanchao engaged in his own schemes. Qian Jibin silently applauded the elegance of the show, occasionally glancing at the impassive Xia Kuan beside him, offering commentary on the dance drama. Xia Kuan maintained a fade of vague amusement, leaving Qian Jibin and He Gui speculating about the true sentiments of this enigmatic figure. However, Xia Kuan's sparse words and ambiguous demeanor rendered their insights futile and elusive. The nearly 2-hour performance bored many attendees, prompting several to exit early, while some elderly patrons succumbed to slumber. As the curtain descended, Qian Jibin was the first to rise, vocally expressing his approval, which roused other similarly disinterested spectators to join him in applause. As the curtain call commenced, the cast appeared in sequence, standing behind the prince and princess. The audience erupted in fervent applause for the production's creative force and leader, Su Ruyan, who basked in the accolades. Her face was adorned with a forced smile, mirroring the insincerity of the applause. Qi Mu gazed at the creators and leading actors with deep envy. However, in that moment, she remained merely one among many actors, inconspicuous. Yet, all was not lost. The teacher remained seated amidst the crowd, and a few simple words had already signified her forgiveness of the obstinate girl. Just then, Qi Mu noticed Zhong Yuanchao rising from the back of the auditorium, a splendid bouquet in hand, gracefully making his way to the stage. Qi Mu's heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat. If Zhong Yuanchao were to present flowers on stage, they could only be intended for her, for he knew her alone. Moreover, with the teacher's involvement, he could not genuinely believe they would as Qi Mu frantically scanned for a hidden escape. Qinya leaned in and whispered, "Xiao Mu, isn't that the old man from yesterday? The one who carried your teacher? Surely he isn't here to give you flowers?" At that moment, Qi Mu felt her face flush even deeper. When Zhong Yuanchao ascended the stage, applause ceased abruptly. The audience buzzed with speculation. A man presenting flowers on stage in the late 1980s appeared remarkably out of place. He Junjia, witnessing Zhong Yuanchao's actions, chuckled teasingly, "Sister, could it be that Zhong Yuanchao, after your divorce, has become emotionally unhinged?" He Xiaoling simply lowered her head, muttering softly about the disgraceful spectacle. Zhong Yuanchao's gaze flickered towards Qi Mu, who was trembling. If he were to present the flowers to me, should I accept them or decline? Just as she averted her eyes, too embarrassed to look at Zhong Yuanchao, she heard Qin Ya's hushed exclamation, "Did he give the flowers to Sister Ruyan?" Huh. Qi Mu raised her eyes, immediately feeling awkward, scratching her foot. Why did I think he would offer the flowers to me? How foolishly self-important of me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhong Yuanchao extended the flowers with both hands to Su Ruyan. The makeshift wrapping was clearly hastily prepared. Nevertheless, Su Ruyan expressed her gratitude. Despite not knowing him, she politely opened her arms, and Zhong Yuanchao hesitated for a moment but embraced her nonetheless. The audience, both on stage and off, was left in a state of astonishment. This embrace was a natural manifestation for Zhong Yuanchao. However, as Su Ruyan found herself in his arms, a twinge of regret surfaced. The adage when in Rome, "Do as the Romans do," came to mind. She had often adhered to local customs during her dance team's overseas performances, which included gestures like cheek kisses and hand kissing. Yet, such formalities were rarely observed among compatriots at home. Now, had this been a performance in Haicheng, receiving flowers and hugs would have seemed entirely normal. But here, in the canning factory of Huqing, surrounded by workers, the embrace felt rather out of place. Initially, Su Ruyin wondered if she was being taken advantage of. However, seeing Zhong Yuanchao's natural demeanor, she concluded that he was no clumsy man, indicating a certain cultural sophistication, at least enough to have experienced the world. With this realization, Su Ruyin felt at ease again, pleasantly surprised by Zhong Yuanchao's unexpected gesture during their embrace. His remarks about her work being modified and successfully infused with her own ideas, aligning with Asian aesthetic standards, brought her joy. He commended her for expressing complex ideas through more intuitive dance movements. "Congratulations on the successful performance of your work," he said, and Su Ruyin felt a mix of tranquility and delight, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. After their embrace concluded, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhong Yuanchao. However, he hurriedly left the stage, not lingering for unnecessary moments. At that instant, both the performers on stage and the audience below were astonished, pausing all activity, even refraining from discussion. Some, like Qian Jibin, He Gui, He Xiuling, and He Junjie, perceived Zhong Yuanchao's actions as abrupt, lacking in decorum, and embarrassing. Others, such as Qi Mu and Li Donglai, questioned his conduct internally. Certainly, there are those who comprehend Zhong Yuanchao's actions, such as Xie Kuan, Xiao Jingyi, and Su Ruyin. Upon encountering Zhong Yuanchao, Xie Kuan felt a flicker of surprise, having already recognized him. While the crowd stood in astonishment, Qian Jibin, with cheeks puffed out, solemnly remarked, "I truly apologize, Vice Mayor Xie, for causing you to witness this farce." Xie Kuan waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Are you referring to the flower presentation or the embrace?" Director Qian, both the flowers and the hugs signify respect for the performers. How can this be deemed a farce? In a moment of bewilderment, Qian Jibin hesitated, but Xie Kuan promptly raised his hands to initiate applause. He Guikai, flustered, quickly raised his hands high and clapped vigorously, urging everyone to join in. Thus, the auditorium erupted once more in thunderous applause. This ovation served to commend the previous performance and to encourage Zhong Yuanchao's actions. With Xie Kuan's endorsement, the inadequacies in the logistical preparations left Qian Jibin feeling embarrassed. His gaze swept over He Guichai's face, though not a glare. It pierced He Guichai with an uncomfortable sensation akin to a thorn in his back. Zhong Yuanchao. He Guichai seethed internally, wishing he could shatter Zhong Yuanchao into pieces. What had initially been an embarrassing display for Zhong Yuanchao now hinted at a burgeoning prominence. He Xiuling snorted coldly, thinking, "All this effort is merely to draw my attention. Shamelessly embracing another woman, as if I would feel jealous? How naive." She regarded Zhong Yuanchao's ostentatious behavior with disdain, though a hint of pride also lingered. Xiao Jingyi refrained from clapping, yet wore a smile of satisfaction. Having been born in the old society and witnessed the vibrant life of Haiqing, she had seen it all. She believed Zhong Yuanchao's conduct displayed a commendable sense of decorum, not typical of someone raised in rural surroundings and within a corporate environment. Regardless, Zhong Yuanchao's performance exceeded Qiao Jingyi's expectations. His ascent to the stage had nearly made him the center of attention, and when Li Donglai offered his seat to Zhong Yuanchao, he lowered his voice and, covering his mouth, inquired, "How dare you?" This could be interpreted as questioning Zhong Yuanchao's lack of shame. However, Zhong Yuanchao had no intention of elucidating his reasons for taking the stage to Li Donglai. Firstly, it was to cultivate connections for Qi Mu's future. Secondly, it served to provoke Qian Jibin and He Guikai. Lastly, upon discerning Xie Kuan's identity, he seized the opportunity to become familiar with him, anticipating future utility. Naturally, Zhong Yuanchao would not divulge such details to Li Donglai. "Teacher, the performance has concluded. Allow me to escort you home," he offered, assisting Qiao Jingyi to her feet. She replied, "Let us not rush. Let us wait for Xiao Mu." Li Donglai felt a sense of discomfort. Had he known this elderly lady had such a beautiful student, he would have taken it upon himself to care for her long ago. Now, it appeared as though Zhong Yuanchao had reaped an unexpected benefit, a feeling that was truly difficult to articulate. Zhong Yuanchao understood that the old lady was now to meet her student, and it was only natural for her to stay for dinner, thereby creating an opportunity for them to be alone together. A silent sigh escaped Zhong Yuanchao's lips. Surely, there would be no issue with his child attending the municipal kindergarten affiliated with the city's organs. The performance had concluded, and it was time for the evening banquet arrangements. Qian Jibin clasped Xie Kuan's hand. "Vice Mayor Xie, everything has been arranged on our end for tonight. I must report on our progress." In Qian Jibin's view, such reports were best delivered after a few drinks, for it imbued them with a richer sentiment. Higua immediately chimed in. Indeed, Vice Mayor Xia, the comrades from the Haiqing Ballet Troupe will also be attending the banquet. We sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence. Xia Kuan smiled knowingly. He was well aware of Higua's little tricks. He had mentioned the ballet troupe's attendance when inviting him, and later, when they reached the ballet troupe, he would say that Mayor Xia was attending. This way, the members of the troupe would feel compelled to show their respect. Thought Xia Kuan, let it be for tonight. The members of the ballet troupe had already worked hard this afternoon. They should be allowed to return early to rest, especially since they might have performances in the coming days. Director Qian, the work you wish to report should be reserved for tomorrow's meeting. Rest assured, I will attentively listen to your report. Xia Kuan lightly patted the back of Qian Jibin's hand, signaling that they were all comrades who understood his sentiments, and requested not to encroach upon his rest time. To Qian Jibin, this was a friendly hint, which thrilled him, prompting him not to insist further. As he saw off Xia Kuan, he chanced upon Zhong Yuanchao and Qiu Jingyi. Qian Jibin clicked his tongue and folded his arms, thinking that since Director Zhong enjoyed being in the limelight so much, he should be included in tomorrow's report. Higua smirked, pondering that Zhong Yuanchao's status as an enterprise cadre might be coming to an end. Chapter 47. The brightest star in the night sky. As Su Rian led the members of the ballet troupe out, she fortuitously encountered Higua. Just moments ago, Xia Kuan had clearly stated that the ballet troupe had worked hard and should not be disturbed during their rest. Yet, Higua seemed to have dismissed Xia Kuan's words entirely. Team Leader Su, you all have truly worked hard today. The performance was splendid. We have prepared a modest offering of drinks to express our gratitude for your remarkable performance. Please do honor us with your presence. As the leader responsible for the safety of her troop members, Su Rian maintained a polite smile. There are regulations within the troop to decline any invitations. It is not a matter of disrespect, but we must adhere to our rules. I sincerely apologize. Su Rian simultaneously nodded an apology to Qian Jibin. The public rejection undoubtedly darkened the faces of both Qian Jibin and Higua. However, individuals of Su Rian's caliber never concerned themselves with the expressions of others. She waved her hand and led her team away. Not far off, Zhong Yuanchao was accompanying the old lady at the entrance, waiting for her beloved disciple. When the professional dancers of the troupe made their entrance, their gait bore a striking resemblance to one another. Their external rotation of the feet was pronounced, perhaps the most incongruous aspect of their otherwise polished appearance. Someone recognized Zhong Yuanchao and whispered, "Isn't he the one who just delivered flowers to Sister Rian?" Immediately, another person scoffed, "Indeed, but the arrangement here leaves much to be desired. It's merely the creative team receiving a bouquet." Su Rian still cradled that bouquet in her hands, reflecting on the embrace on stage and the words Zhong Yuanchao had whispered in her ear, which stirred an indescribable sensation within her. To be precise, it could be termed a flutter of emotion. Yet, having just crossed into her 30s, she understood that this was merely a physiological response stemming from a lack of male companionship. It bore no connection to genuine feelings. She was quite rational. Nonetheless, Su Rian found herself intrigued by the thought of Zhong Yuanchao's presence in this location. Was he waiting for her? She could not fathom why such an absurd notion crossed her mind. Perhaps because Zhong Yuanchao was a person of discernment, possessing an artistic appreciation. Was he truly awaiting her? As Su Rian took a deep breath, her throat quivered slightly, a manifestation of either anxiety or excitement. Zhong Yuanchao nodded in her direction, and she returned the gesture in kind. In that moment, they resembled long-acquainted friends. With a broad smile, Zhong Yuanchao asked, "Are you departing, Team Leader Su?" Suddenly, Su Rian felt her tension dissipate. "Yes, the schedule is rather tight. Team Leader Su, I may need to delay one of your members for a bit. She hasn't reunited with the elderly lady in quite some time." It dawned upon the group that among them, there was indeed a student of the elderly lady. Chi Mu emerged from the crowd, her gaze towards Zhong Yuanchao somewhat complicated, likely due to the fact that the bouquet had been bestowed upon Su Rian. Such is the genuine reaction of a woman. When she had seen Zhong Yuanchao take the stage, she fervently wished that the bouquet would not be destined for her. Yet, when the flowers were ultimately presented to another, Chi Mu's disappointment was palpably evident. Though she found the situation baffling, her emotions were uncontrollable. This exemplified the psychological dissonance brought about by unexpected twists. Presently, Su Rian shared a similar sentiment, believing Zhong Yuanchao was waiting for her, when in fact he was accompanying the elderly lady in anticipation of Qi Mu. Su Rian glanced at the bouquet in her hands and realized that Zhong Yuanchao's gesture was akin to parents presenting gifts to teachers, hoping for their children to receive extra care. From a perspective of social relations, Su Rian would likely pay particular attention to Qi Mu in the future. However, the thought of having misinterpreted the situation left her feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Xiao Mu, your home is in Lake City. I want to be able to look after you tonight. Please stay safe and return to the team in the morning for our journey back to Haiqing. As Qi Mu nodded in acknowledgement, some of the girls in the troop had already been captivated by a nearby ice cream cart. It was evident that some had already indulged, their hands filled with ice cream boxes, their faces smeared with sweetness. Most girls possessed little resistance to such delightful confections. Upon witnessing the lively interaction, Qinya, who shared a close bond with Qi Mu, exclaimed with excitement, "Today, I must indulge in one." A group of young ladies clamored to purchase some, yet Zhong Yuanchao waved over to Li Huanqi, who was pedaling a tricycle nearby. Li Huanqi immediately rushed over, "Brother Yuanchao, please get some ice creams for the dance troupe comrades, no charge needed." At this scene, some of the girls erupted in cheer. Qinya was the first to grab Qi Mu and shake her, lamenting, "If only I had sought you out yesterday. I'm utterly craving it." Other girls soon gathered around, playfully asking, "Little Mu, does this mean we can enjoy free ice cream with you in the future?" Qi Mu had never experienced such attention before. Su Ruyin sighed inwardly, recognizing that all of Zhong Yuanchao's actions were likely orchestrated to elevate Qi Mu to the spotlight. Presenting flowers on stage was merely a diversion. Cultivating relationships with her colleagues offstage was a shrewd strategy. His understanding of social dynamics was quite adept. However, some felt that Zhong Yuanchao was overly showy. What is the fuss over a mere ice cream tricycle? Who is he trying to impress? The discomfort stemmed primarily from Qi Mu's newfound visibility, as few regarded small vendors favorably in this era, especially those engaged in street vending. Yet, Zhong Yuanchao was undeniably aware of this sentiment. While a single tricycle selling ice cream might seem a trivial act of a street vendor, what if there were 10 or 100? What if the entire Lake City sought supplies from Zhong Yuanchao? Such was his grand vision, and ice cream was merely a transitional product. Observing the eager crowd vying for ice cream, he lit a cigarette and casually glanced at Qi Mu, who was smiling at her colleagues. They occasionally nodded in her direction, playfully making charming faces as they indulged in their treats. This indicated that, within just half a day, her standing within the dance troupe had subtly shifted. As she inadvertently turned her head and caught Zhong Yuanchao's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. In contrast, Zhong Yuanchao openly regarded her face, thinking to himself, "You will eventually become the mother of my child. It is my duty to make you the brightest star in the night sky." Not far away, Qian Jibin and He Gui observed Zhong Yuanchao's ice cream antics with displeasure. "Isn't the distribution department part of the school?" Qian Jibin inquired with a smirk. He Gui solemnly replied, "Indeed. And the school is managed by the factory, correct?" "Yes. When did the school's assets become tools for personal favors and connections?" Clearly, this was against regulations. He Gui understood that the factory director was alluding to Zhong Yuanchao. With a wry smile, Qian Jibin remarked, "This should definitely be addressed in tomorrow's meeting. The 30th anniversary celebration of the factory should prominently feature the director." Yet it was the demoted Zhong Yuanchao who was stealing the spotlight. He Gui realized that the director intended to thoroughly reprimand Zhong Yuanchao the next day. He felt fortunate that Xiaoling had divorced him. Otherwise, their family would have been embroiled in turmoil. Chapter 48. Every book must feature the most powerful helper. Qi Mu bid farewell to her team, carefully trailing behind her teacher. Qiu Jingyi, in front of others, refrained from displaying any displeasure, but once Qi Mu's colleagues had departed, she wasted no time in expressing her discontent. "Is this truly the life you chose to pursue? Is this the performance you wished for me to witness? Which one is truly you? Which reflects your essence? You are merely a product indistinguishable from countless others on an assembly line. Do you believe you are honoring your innate talents?" Qiu Jingyi's tone was not harsh. It resonated more with a sense of regret. Typically, this would be the final complaint before reconciliation. Qi Mu clasped her hands in front of her, occasionally pinching her sides, uncertain of how to appease her teacher's anger. "Xiao Mu, support the teacher." Zhong Yuanchao broke the silence at a critical moment. Qi Mu paused momentarily before hastily assisting her teacher. This was the closest she had been to her teacher in years, biting her lip and retracting her neck, fearful that in the next moment, her teacher would cast her aside. Yet, after a prolonged wait, she was met not with reprimand, but rather, when she dared to glance up, she found her teacher's regretful gaze softening. When her hand, raised in a gesture of reprimand, fell upon Qi Mu's face. It was surprisingly gentle, albeit with a tone of playful arrogance, implying her disobedience. Qiu Jingyi felt a sense of relief as Qi Mu nestled her head in the crook of her teacher's neck, softly whining for affection. Qiu Jingyi caressed Qi Mu's delicate visage, her voice turning tender. You have endured much over these years. Qi Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, swirling within but not spilling over. It was a joyful occasion, one that should not be marred by tears. Zhong Yuanchao recognized that the bond between this teacher and student had transcended mere mentorship. They resembled a family. While boundaries exist between individuals, their lack of blood relation made it challenging to breach such divisions. Hence, their relationship was undoubtedly enriched by additional layers of connection. Brother Yuanchao, the equipment you asked me to construct is ready. Li Donglai, his mind occupied with thoughts of his sister-in-law, suddenly emerged, blocking Zhong Yuanchao and the other's path. Conventionally, out of courtesy, the trio should have greeted Li Donglai. However, all of Qiu Jingyi's focus was on walking, and Qi Mu's attention was entirely absorbed by Qiu Jingyi. Thus, Li Donglai's appearance was akin to a stone cast into a dry well, eliciting no expected response. Seeing Zhong Yuanchao on stage presenting flowers, followed by her distributing ice cream to the young ladies, every action he took only served to highlight his boldness, thick skin, and some small talents. Am I, Li Donglai, lacking in courage? Is my face not sufficiently thick? Are my skills inferior? It was time to showcase his true abilities. Though his focus was on Qi Mu, he raised his voice to Zhong Yuanchao, proclaiming, as per your specifications, I have installed a speed regulator on the mixer. Now, the speed is controllable. This is far superior to the device you previously fashioned with a fan motor. Additionally, I arranged for the fabrication of a bracket for convenient suspension. The disassembly is convenient and facilitates cleaning. As you modify a piece of equipment, it feels akin to having crafted an atomic bomb. Zhong Yuanchao shot a glance at Li Donglai, who, oblivious to the subtlety, continued his animated explanation, nearly sketching out a blueprint. Occasionally, he would cast a sidelong glance at Qi Mu, gauging her attention. Zhong Yuanchao, aware of Li Donglai's thoughts, involuntarily recalled that flamboyant peacock. Donglai, you should carry teacher Qiu. She can hardly move. Li Donglai paused, momentarily taken aback. In the past, he would have instinctively questioned, why me? But now, he didn't need to ponder. Promptly scrambling to Qiu Jingyi's side, bowing slightly, Teacher Qiu, I'll carry you. Qiu Jingyi shot a disapproving glance at Zhong Yuanchao, retorting, how can I possibly accept that? Li Donglai reassured her, it's quite all right. Helping others is my virtue, and with my robust physique, it would be a shame not to carry you. Huh, what a silly boy. Qiu Jingyi chuckled inwardly as she climbed onto his back. Zhong Yuanchao, dashing like a whirlwind, endeavored to prove himself as a fit young man. Unconcerned about Teacher Qiu's comfort, he sprinted forward with her on his back, exclaiming, Teacher Qiu, you are so light. You ought to eat more. Hey, what SMS? Li Donglai had run a good 30 meters before glancing back, only to realize Zhong Yuanchao had forged ahead, with Qi Mu lagging slightly behind. The two of them, one tall and one short, one dark and one fair, resembled light and shadow as they strolled along a path lined with phoenix trees. Qi Mu intentionally glanced around to alleviate her shyness and unease. Zhong Yuanchao strode confidently, a cigarette in hand, exuding an indescribable nonchalance. They make a perfect pair. Ugh, Li Donglai thought, wishing he could toss the person on his back aside. Carrying the teacher just gives them a chance to be alone together. Why am I the one carrying her? Have I lost my mind? Upon reaching the doorstep, Qiu Jingyi requested Li Donglai to set her down. Zhong Yuanchao and Qi Mu trailed behind, and although Li Donglai felt a twinge of disappointment, seeing Qi Mu instantly revitalized him. He straightened his posture and stretched, feeling robust enough to carry the teacher a few more laps. As the three entered, Li Donglai intended to follow them inside. Suddenly, Zhong Yuanchao halted, causing Li Donglai to collide with his back. Donglai, are you thirsty? Li Donglai nodded. Are you hungry? Zhong Yuanchao inquired, to which Li Donglai nodded even more vigorously. Then hurry home and drink some water and eat. Look at all this sweat. You're positively rancid. Boom. The first blow struck. Li Donglai thought, I'm merely a tool, aren't I? Yet, he persisted, squeezing himself into the house. Qiu Jingyi's voice floated from within. Donglai, thank you for today. I need to speak with my students, and it's not convenient for outsiders to remain. You may leave now. Li Donglai deliberately raised his voice. All right, Teacher Qiu, then I and Brother Yuanchao will take our leave. With that, he tugged Zhong Yuanchao outside. Qiu Jingyi remarked. Yuanchao is not an outsider. Boom. The second blow struck. At this moment, Li Donglai, in a state of mental devastation, collapsed to the ground, illuminated by a spotlight that cast his figure in stark relief. Turning his head, tears of grievance streamed down his face. He felt utterly mistreated. As Zhong Yuanchao entered the room, Qi Mu was seated beside the teacher, her ears flushed crimson, the color cascading down to her neck, her gaze evasive. It appeared that she felt a sense of embarrassment regarding the teacher's words and actions, compounded by the things she overheard last night at the door, leading her to suspect that the teacher intended to bring them together. At this moment, Qi Mu's mind was preoccupied with how to clarify things with Zhong Yuanchao without causing him pain. Chapter 49. How could my son's mother not know how to cook after the afternoon activities? There remained over an hour until the evening meal. Higuei entered the house, unbuttoning his shirt and slumping into a chair, releasing a heavy sigh. In front of the television, He Junjie was vociferously criticizing Zhong Yuanchao for stealing the limelight today. At the canned food factory's anniversary celebration, he stole the show. I think he's gone mad. Does he not know better? Who knows how the people at the factory will criticize our family now? What a disgrace to have chosen such a person as a son-in-law. He Shouling bit her lip, feeling as though she too was caught up in the scolding. Their mother, Hu Min, poured hot water from the kettle and mixed it with some cold water to achieve a suitable temperature. Then took a towel to personally wipe Higuei's neck before reaching inside his collar to rub his back. Hu Min inquired. With Zhong Yuanchao pulling so many stunts today, do you think the factory director will be angry with our family? Higuei replied. What does it have to do with us? Shouling has divorced him. Besides, the antics he pulls at school haven't been reported, and the higher-ups won't approve them. He is violating regulations. According to the cadre rules, he is likely to lose his position. If taken seriously, he might even be expelled from the canned food factory tomorrow. The family perked up at this news. He Junjie pulled a chair closer to Higuei and said, Dad, do you have any updates? Higuei, feeling no need for secrecy at home, shook his head and took the towel from Hu Min, drying his arms as he spoke. The boss has issued an order for an internal meeting at the factory tomorrow, requiring both Old Chun and Zhong Yuanchao to attend. And they are to report on the situation at the school, particularly regarding the benefits for retired employees. With a cold smirk, Higuei tossed the towel back into the basin, splashing water everywhere, and then said with a sly grin, Zhong Yuanchao had better speak well tomorrow. If he fails to deliver, he will find himself in a predicament from which he may never recover. The government has long emphasized market liberalization and economic development. Yet in practice, policies have remained stringent. Numerous documents exist, but few grasp their essence, leading many to adopt a mindset of preferring inaction over risk, causing the domains governed by overly cautious officials to stagnate. After many years at the factory, Higuei regarded the canning plant as his entire world, unaware of the vastness beyond its confines. He perceived the current regulations and policies as the sole standards to abide by, leading him to conclude that Zhong Yuanchao was beyond redemption. He Shouling breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Zhong Yuanchao was finally leaving, thus sparing herself from his presence. However, Higuei felt a twinge of reluctance. He noticed a scarcity of capable individuals among the younger generation to take the reins of the canning factory. Had Zhong Yuanchao possessed any insight, he might have leveraged Higuei's position for a smoother transition, allowing Zhong to rise as Higuei neared retirement. Such an arrangement would ensure the continuity of leadership within the factory. This was no mere jest. The North was flourishing, a veritable tapestry of prosperity, where intertwined relationships at various management levels were paramount. Whether a son sought a daughter-in-law or a daughter sought a son-in-law, the underlying aim was to secure their positions. A decade hence, a branch manager of a company would either be the son of a mine manager or have wed the daughter of one. It was only natural for Higuei to entertain such thoughts. Presently, he harbored no sympathy for Zhong Yuanchao, believing he had brought this upon himself. Qiu Jingyi had not invited Qi Mu to dinner, yet Zhong Yuanchao, ever perceptive, decided to procure groceries. His intent was to afford the mentor and mentee some time to reminisce and clear up past misunderstandings. At last, Qi Mu could move freely within her teacheress abode. The arrangements remained unchanged from years past. with an old table displaying a portrait of Qiu Jingyi's late husband, conveniently within reach of her usual seat. The table before the teacher was cluttered with books, a space that once served as Qi Mu's study area, now filled to the brim as if to occupy the void left by her absence, thus preventing Qiu Jingyi from constantly yearning for the irksome young girl. The place was steeped in myriad memories of Qi Mu, as if her entire student life had unfolded within these walls. A stroll around the room evoked a flood of emotions. Beside the elderly woman lay a basket brimming with unsent letters. Qi Mu picked them up, noting that none had been opened. The realization that her teacher had remained angry with her filled Qi Mu with sadness. As she looked up at Qiu Jingyi with a face full of grievance, Qiu Jingyi sighed, acknowledging her anger, though she would not deliberately ignore the letters. I fear seeing you write about your struggles, for that would sadden me. If you were to express your happiness, I might suspect it was a facade, which would distress me even more. Better to remain oblivious than to invite discomfort. Qi Mu pouted and then dove into Qiu Jingyi's embrace. Years of pride and stubbornness melting away as she sought solace in her teacher's arms. Others might wonder why such comfort could not be found in the embrace of a mother or family, but Qi Mu's situation was somewhat unique. At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao entered, and to Qi Mu's astonishment, he possessed a key to her teacher's home. Zhong Yuanchao, carrying a large bag of vegetables, inquired, "Old lady, would it be acceptable to have stir-fried for delicacies, shrimp and tofu, and cold celery for dinner tonight?" The old lady's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet her demeanor had returned to normal as she retorted, "If I say it's not good, would you simply refrain from cooking?" As Zhong Yuanchao prepared the accompanying ingredients, he replied, "If you say it's good, then we shall enjoy a delightful meal. If you say it's not, then you may choose not to eat." "You rascal!" the old lady scolded sharply. Qi Mu began to realize that this might be the customary nature of their exchanges. She pondered why the teacher, often difficult to approach, found such harmony with Zhong Yuanchao, who seemed to hold a special significance in her eyes. Just as Qi Mu was observing Zhong Yuanchao, he suddenly turned to her, saying, "Come help me pick the vegetables. How long must I toil alone?" I don't know how," Qi Mu admitted, truthfully confessing that she had never done housework in her life. "Don't know? Can't you learn?" Zhong Yuanchao chuckled. "I wasn't born knowing how to cook either." Qi Mu smiled shyly, realizing that it seemed fitting to contribute something in the teacher's presence. Zhong Yuanchao finally seized the opportunity to face Qi Mu directly. Though his intentions were not to draw closer to her, or to inhale the sweet fragrance of osmanthus that lingered around her. "In the future, when I run my business, I shall be exceedingly busy. My son's meals will need someone to organize them." Zhong Yuanchao mused internally. How could one manage without cooking? Truly a cunning strategist. During the time Zhong Yuanchao spent cooking, Qi Mu observed him closely. The old lady sat peacefully by the window, engrossed in a book. Though she occasionally lifted her gaze to glance at Zhong Yuanchao and Qi Mu, then turned to look at the photograph of her late husband placed nearby. In those fleeting moments of distraction, a myriad of memories, mostly sweet, came rushing back. Zhong Yuanchao sensed that the old lady was resolutely intent on introducing her student to him. For instance, during dinner, the typically fastidious Qiu Jing remarked, "The flavor of the bamboo shoots is delightful. Xiao Mu, don't you enjoy bamboo shoots? Do have some more." Qi Mu smiled faintly, symbolically picking up a few pieces. At that moment, Qiu Jing further stated, "Zhong Yuanchao is quite a good man. Just look at these young people today, they can't even cook," exhibiting no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Zhong Yuanchao, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself that, in the country, perhaps only the men from Haiqing and Izhou managed household chores with such finesse. The old lady was clearly seeking a suitable match for Qi Mu based on her aesthetic standards. With such overt implications, how could Qi Mu possibly miss the underlying message? After emphasizing Zhong Yuanchao's proficiency in household tasks, the old lady elaborated on his sense of responsibility and justice regarding the issues surrounding the treatment of retired educators, which were not directly related to him. He had unwittingly taken on a burdensome challenge. If no significant progress was achieved, it would be one thing, but he was, against all odds, making quite a spectacle of it. This would surely cast a shadow on Qian Jibin's reputation, and he would likely not let Zhong Yuanchao off the hook easily. Did Zhong Yuanchao not understand his own position in this intricate situation? It is truly a state of indifference, akin to an abundance of lice that do not itch and a plethora of accounts that do not cause worry. Qiu Jingyi is aware of this situation, Yet why does she choose to speak of it in this context? The purpose, undoubtedly, is to make Chimu cognizant of the fact that this solitary elderly woman continues to thrive in her abode solely due to the diligent care of Zhong Yuanchao, a person of great warmth. Chimu is aware that the elderly woman's condition is not particularly favorable, prompting her to leverage her own connections to facilitate external intervention, with the hope of swiftly resolving the long-ignored issues concerning retired faculty and their offspring at the canning factory. Initially, Chimu believed her connections played a decisive role. However, upon hearing her teacher mention Zhong Yuanchao's establishment of a distribution department at the school, she realized that this was, in fact, Zhong Yuanchao's ingenious solution under immense pressure. Softly, Chimu inquired, "Was the ice cream also sold by your distribution department to address the issues of retired faculty?" Zhong Yuanchao chuckled, remarking that the school's young ones not only possess discerning palates, but also exhibit a fatigue for aesthetics. Thus, mere deliciousness would not suffice. Products must also be engaging and visually appealing. He experimented with this notion, and to his surprise, the sales flourished. In reality, the intricacies of new constructions and the notion of love at first sight abound. Yet, the disparity in excellence between Chimu and Zhong Yuanchao's ages precludes any possibility of igniting sparks merely from a fleeting encounter. It can only be said that the external conditions presented by Zhong Yuanchao lead Chimu to regard him as an admirable man, though not in a romantic light. Nonetheless, Chimu is acutely aware that her teacher is resolute in orchestrating their union, which leaves her feeling somewhat helpless. It is imperative to clarify such matters promptly to avoid prolonged misunderstandings. Should he develop certain notions, resolving the issue later would pose complications. Thus far, it seems that Xiao Jingyi's assistance has yet to afford Zhong Yuanchao any advantage. After the meal, Zhong Yuanchao surprised Chimu with a second unexpected request. "Xiaomu, wash the dishes." Chimu, taken aback, found Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor unapologetic. "Don't want to wash? Leave them be. After I help the elderly lady with her foot bath, I will return to wash them." Chimu was rendered speechless. Had Zhong Yuanchao been without tasks, she might have confidently questioned why he did not take it upon himself to wash. Yet, his rationale left her unable to utter a refusal. The two tasks Zhong Yuanchao assigned her were beyond reproach, serving as a rather unconventional method of leaving a lasting impression. In truth, Zhong Yuanchao's actions were well-founded, a strategy to ensure the story's progression remains unaffected, which shall be elaborated upon later. As Zhong Yuanchao tended to the elderly lady's foot bath, Chimu, fuming as she washed the dishes, was caught off guard by several of Zhong Yuanchao's actions today, some of which even incited a hint of anger. For instance, she initially believed that the flowers intended for her were instead given to Su Ruyan. Additionally, the notion of having her, a girl unaccustomed to household chores, engage in picking vegetables and washing dishes was rather perplexing. As for the source of her anger, it likely stemmed from Zhong Yuanchao's unpredictable behavior, which left her unable to adapt to his rhythm. Great achievers possess their own tempo. Leading others by the nose is an essential lesson. This principle applies universally, whether in career pursuits or matters of the heart. Chimu was indeed irritated because her own rhythm had been disrupted. After tidying up the house to a satisfactory degree, she prepared to leave, specifically glancing at Zhong Yuanchao and saying, "If you have no other matters to attend to, would you accompany me for a while?" Zhong Yuanchao, however, would not naively entertain the notion that this young lady had taken a fancy to him. In romantic affairs, one must often brace for the worst. Until clear signals are received, adopting a strategy of retreat is the highest form of tactical wisdom. Zhong Yuanchao did not wait for Chimu. Instead, he descended the stairs first to smoke, once again disrupting her rhythm, causing her to appear particularly hurried when bidding farewell to the elderly lady. As he smoked, Zhong Yuanchao exuded an air of vitality. Meanwhile, Li Donglai, kicking stones nearby, was also smoking, filled with resentment. When Li Donglai noticed Zhong Yuanchao approaching, he reluctantly moved closer, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a cigarette, and asked, "Zhong, care to join me for a drink at your place?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "I would love to share a drink with you, but Chimu insists I accompany her." Li Donglai grimaced, his eyes lighting up with a hint of fear as he questioned, "What right does she have to stop you? What is she to you?" Zhong Yuanchao, cigarette in mouth, cast a 45-degree gaze upward, wearing an expression that suggested contemplation. Li Donglai's composure shattered. He forced a smile and retorted, "Come on, stop boasting. I can see through it. You two just met today. How could there be such swift progress? Zhong Yuanchao insisted. I genuinely wish to drink with you, yet she is insistent on my escorting her. What choice do I have? Li Donglai remained skeptical. The sound of footsteps echoed behind Zhong Yuanchao. This was the distinct sound of Qi Mu's flat shoes. Glancing back at Li Donglai, he nonchalantly flicked away his cigarette, but exhaling the last puff before grinning at Qi Mu. She acknowledged him with a nod, an unprecedented greeting that sent Li Donglai into a frenzy of excitement, thinking to himself that she had finally recognized him. Yet, in the next moment, Qi Mu turned to Zhong Yuanchao and said, "Shall we go?" Li Donglai was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in disbelief, particularly as Zhong Yuanchao feigned ignorance and asked, "Where to?" "To see me off," Qi Mu replied playfully. Zhong Yuanchao looked at Li Donglai with an innocent expression, as if to say, "You see, she is forcing my hand. I'm helpless." Li Donglai's pupils widened in astonishment as he clumsily fumbled a cigarette for himself, struggling to ignite it with a match that refused to spark. Chapter 51. Master of Rhythm. At that moment, the city of Lake lacked the vibrancy of a bustling nightlife. The flickering lights existed solely within the confines of poetry. The dimly lit street lamps failed to illuminate the path ahead or reveal the beauty of the maiden. Yet they imparted a subtle, hazy allure, adding an air of ambiguity to the companionship of those walking side by side. Initially, the intention was merely to clarify a few words. Side by side, as they walked, an air of romantic interest inadvertently emerged. Qi Mu felt a tinge of regret. Humans possess an innate tendency to project their thoughts onto others, often interpreting situations through a lens of self-reference. For instance, though Qi Mu was ostensibly focused on the ground, her attention inexplicably shifted to the rhythm of their footsteps. At the onset, when Zhong Yuanchao stepped with his left foot, Qi Mu followed suit with her right. Now, as they strolled, it had evolved into a synchronized pattern, Zhong Yuanchao stepping left and Qi Mu mirroring him. How childish. Qi Mu couldn't help but chide herself, inhaling deeply, contemplating a response, but soon realized that outright rejecting any potential advances from Zhong Yuanchao would come across as jarring. Thus, she resolved to find a more innocuous topic. "Thank you, Yuanchao," Qi Mu softly expressed. Zhong Yuanchao feigned ignorance. "For what?" Qi Mu replied. "Thank you for prompting the teacher to forgive me so swiftly." Zhong Yuanchao chuckled. "The old lady has never truly been angry with you." "Really?" Qi Mu's curiosity was piqued. However, she quickly retorted with a smile, "You needn't comfort me. I am well aware of whether the teacher is upset or not." Zhong Yuanchao insisted, "Of course, you don't know. The teacher actually feels sorry for you. She would rather see you thriving in happiness than battered by the struggles of life. She is at odds with herself, regretting that she could not persuade you." Qi Mu found herself ensnared once again, recognizing the validity in Zhong Yuanchao's words. Yet, in reality, he was merely shifting the narrative. During disputes, it's common for one party to question, "Why are you being so fierce? Are you angry with me?" If one wishes to hasten the conclusion of such a futile argument, they often declare, "I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with myself." Although this statement is somewhat vacuous, it proves remarkably effective in resolving conflicts. In this moment, Qi Mu seemed to be swayed by Zhong Yuanchao's reasoning. Expressing concern for the teacher, "The teacher has already assisted me immensely. I truly do not wish for her to fret over my future." Ultimately, one can only discern their own happiness through lived experience. In 2 decades, if one were to pursue romantic interests by showcasing their erudition through rational discourse, they would likely be perceived as foolish. Many straightforward men, in attempts to impress women with their intellect and moral reasoning, often find themselves branded as pretentious, earning the nice guy card. However, in the late 1980s, such an approach was both simple and effective. Transitioning into a more pretentious demeanor, Zhong Yuanchao smirked and stated, "The teacher likely perceives that, given a basic material foundation, she hopes for your life to be characterized by minimal uncertainty about the future, thereby allowing you the opportunity to pursue your dreams. Your life goals and values ought to align with your living environment. Within such a context, you may garner greater respect, and your path will not be overly arduous. Consequently, your happiness quotient would naturally be elevated. However, you have chosen a path entirely unrelated to your upbringing, a journey that is undoubtedly arduous and perhaps ill-suited for you." As this thought unfolded, Zhong Yuanchao abruptly halted his discourse, for he sensed that further elaboration would only exacerbate the divergence between them. leading to an undesirable intensity of subjective opinion. Thus, he deftly redirected his words, asserting that in the absence of the teacher, he wished to express his admiration for her approach to life. The most significant endeavor in one's existence ought to be the establishment of a personal goal. It is only upon the attainment of such aspirations that one experiences a sense of joy and pride. I surmise that what you truly seek is that sense of pride, while the pursuit of happiness is relegated to a secondary position. Chimu felt a sense of clarity wash over her, an ephemeral joy derived from being understood. Perhaps the fleeting moment of mental vacuity prevented her from immediately recognizing the term kindred spirit. At this juncture, Zhong Yuanchao resolutely refrained from making eye contact with Chimu, aware through peripheral vision that she was observing him, possibly with a hint of admiration in her gaze. This avoidance was a deliberate attempt to cultivate an air of enigmatic profundity. Seizing the momentum of their conversation, Zhong Yuanchao deemed it necessary to elevate the discourse, infusing it with greater sophistication. The teacher encourages you to pursue a life rich in substance, one filled with promise and potential. You aspire to perceive life through the lens of artistic appreciation. Only those who understand and cherish art can truly love life, thus navigating the journey of existence with greater brilliance. This statement resonated deeply within Chimu, leaving her momentarily speechless, her mouth agape. Zhong Yuanchao smiled and inquired if she was familiar with a certain term. In ancient Greek, this word encompassed not merely the concept of art, but also referred broadly to all knowledge and wisdom directly related to life, situated between science and philosophy. In ancient Greece, the education in the arts was one of the critical distinctions between the free citizens and the enslaved. At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao turned to Chimu with a serene smile, proclaiming that she too was now a free citizen, at least in spirit. A kindred spirit. Is this what it means? Each word Zhong Yuanchao uttered pierced the depths of Chimu's soul. He mused to himself about the future summers when he would return home, clad only in his undergarments, and whether she would remember this moment of brilliance. Unbeknownst to them, Chimu and Zhong Yuanchao had maintained eye contact for over half a minute, devoid of shyness, only bold exploration. She was exhilarated. Regaining her composure, Chimu inhaled deeply and asked, "And you? You must have achieved your goals by now, right?" Zhong Yuanchao chuckled softly. "Before my divorce, I believed so as well." Divorce? Disappointment washed over Chimu. Zhong Yuanchao then doused her with a cold reality. "Therefore, there is no need for you to call me out specifically to convey that you should not take the teacher's matchmaking intentions to heart," he stated earnestly. "I possess enough self-awareness to alleviate any psychological burden you may feel." Chimu found her rhythm disrupted once more. As Chimu remained lost in thought, Zhong Yuanchao raised his hand to summon a tricycle, ushering her into the vehicle, allowing her to savor each of his words amidst the night's alleyways. Chapter 52. You shall be the best man. Chimu's greatest misstep was permitting Zhong Yuanchao to accompany her. During their 20-minute journey, Zhong Yuanchao engaged in 3 primary actions. First, he conveyed his approval and agreement, aligning himself with Chimu's sentiments, which fostered within her a sense of being understood. Second, he showcased his own talents, a display often referred to as ostentation. While expressing his sense of camaraderie, Zhong Yuanchao revealed his philosophical insights, ensuring that every utterance resonated deeply with Chimu. Third, he portrayed himself as a figure of pity. Acknowledging the failure of his marriage created an impression for Chimu that, despite her own excellence, the divorce was a grave error on her ex-partner's part. This also subtly communicated his current relationship status. It is crucial to understand that in this era, divorce was not widely accepted within societal norms. By broaching the subject of his own divorce, Zhong Yuanchao implied that there would be no further developments between him and Chimu, a notion that she alone comprehended. This inadvertently thwarted Chimu's intentions, as she had intended to assert that a relationship between them was unlikely. Instead, it was Zhong Yuanchao who articulated this. In summation, the events of the day revealed Zhong Yuanchao as an admirable divorced man, responsible, talented, kind-hearted, yet somewhat pitiable, with a hint of annoyance. He evoked a mixture of interest, sympathy, and psychological disparity. As for what lay ahead, it would be left to the passage of time. Upon Zhong Yuanchao's return to the entrance of the canning factory, he was surprised to find Li Donglai waiting for him. Li Donglai had pondered extensively and had numerous questions he wished to clarify with Zhong Yuanchao. He had meticulously prepared his words, and upon seeing Zhong Yuanchao's return, he was poised to speak. Yuanchao, I was just looking for you. When Shi Mu and I get married and hold the banquet, would you be my best man? Li Donglai was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Zhong Yuanchao offered him a cigarette. By the way, what were you about to say earlier? Li Donglai shook his head. Nothing really. Oh, let us head back and check the equipment. We still need to produce a batch of ice cream tonight. As they walked, Li Donglai, feeling frustrated, noted how Zhong Yuanchao seemed at ease, while he himself was fuming. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, Yuanchao, didn't you say you would never love again? Zhong Yuanchao exhaled deeply. Love is like a landslide. How can I escape it? Li Donglai scoffed. Then what about your claim that a heart devoid of women draws a sword swiftly? Zhong Yuanchao replied, a heart filled with love allows for a quicker draw. Li Donglai clenched his teeth in exasperation. You are both the man and the ghost, having claimed all the words for yourself. Resigned, Li Donglai conceded, Yuanchao, will your wife introduce me to any young ladies? Timely realization, young man. You are quite perceptive. Zhong Yuanchao remarked, casting a glance at Li Donglai, seemingly affirming. A scholar worth teaching. Indeed, it is true that Zhong Yuanchao believes that the young woman by Shi Mu's side is beyond Li Donglai's reach. However, voicing such thoughts might inflict emotional pain, and he is reluctant to discourage him at this moment. As the two descended to the ground floor, they encountered someone in a state of agitation. Upon seeing Zhong Yuanchao's return, the individual rushed over, exclaiming, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. The principal? What is the matter? Noticing Chen Furong's breathless demeanor, Zhong Yuanchao surmised that an urgent issue had arisen. Chen Furong's voice trembled with anxiety as he relayed. I just received a notice from the factory office. There is a meeting tomorrow, and I am required to attend. Isn't that a commonplace occurrence? Zhong Yuanchao replied. Aren't you frequently attending meetings at the agency? However, they want you to participate, and it specifically concerns a report on the distribution department. This revelation clarified why Chen Furong appeared so agitated. If it were merely a routine meeting, it would not warrant such concern. However, the forthcoming meeting was intended to summarize experiences and devise solutions for the canning factory's operational challenges. The working group, led by the deputy mayor Xia Cohen, who oversees finance, would undoubtedly be present. Asking Zhong Yuanchao to present at the meeting seemed like a calculated move to undermine him. Zhong Yuanchao remained unperturbed, while Li Donglai was visibly anxious. Nonetheless, he could not help but remark, success in romance, yet failure in career, such is the norm. Zhong Yuanchao shot him a disdainful glance and offered Chen Furong a cigarette to calm his nerves. Principal, are you worried that I will implicate you? Chen Furong waved his hand dismissively. If I feared that, I wouldn't have involved you in the first place. The distribution department has been established and business is flourishing. Just as the retired faculty began to see hope, these individuals are intent on sabotaging it. I am distressed, uncertain of whether we can salvage it. Moreover, they seem determined to push you to your limits. Zhong Yuanchao felt a swell of gratitude. In times of crisis, Chen Furong prioritized the collective welfare over his own interests. Principal, I will attend the meeting tomorrow, but the outcome may not align with your expectations. He mentally reviewed Xia Cohen's accomplishments, an influential figure in finance, perpetually maintaining a progressive outlook on economic matters. With unwavering confidence, Zhong Yuanchao declared, Principal, it is quite possible that we shall not be the unfortunate ones tomorrow. What a jest! Li Donglai retorted, unconvinced, while Chen Furong remained even more skeptical, contemplating the atmosphere of the meeting set for the following day. They could hardly envision Zhong Yuanchao reaping any rewards. Unbeknownst to them, Zhong Yuanchao had already devised a strategy for the upcoming events, which might even prove advantageous. The impending matters did not deter Zhong Yuanchao. That evening, he continued processing milk and eggs into ice cream. Based on the current shipment volume, the impact would likely double within a week. Enhancing production capacity was paramount at this juncture. The following day, the 30-year anniversary summary meeting of the Huqing Canning Factory convened in the factory office conference room. The attendees included the factory director, Qian Jibin, deputy directors, Sun Yun, Li Tianshun, and Xie Zhigao, sales section chief, Su Jianwei, factory director of Plant 1, He Guo, factory director of Plant 2, Zhang Ming, factory director of Plant 3, Liang Weilai, personnel department, Old Su, logistics, Old Lu, publicity department, Yuan Wangang, principal of the children's school, Chen Furong, director of the retirement office for the children's school, Zhong Yuanchao, Aside from the somewhat unusual presence of the leaders from the children's school, the remaining attendees are those who are expected. The working group comprises 4 individuals, yet all attention is solely fixated on Xie Kun. It is evident to all that Xie Kun arrives bearing the hopes of the canning factory. Everyone welcomes Vice Mayor Xie with enthusiastic applause. Xie Kun raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and after several attempts to decline, he finally took his seat, positioned directly opposite Zhong Yuanchao. The two exchanged a glance, and Xie Kun recognized that Zhong had acknowledged him, surprisingly calm in his demeanor. This further reshaped Xie Kun's perception of Zhong Yuanchao, who exuded an air of unflappability, a commendable trait. Esteemed leaders and comrades, let us commence today's meeting by warmly welcoming the presence of our vice mayor. Qian Jibin passionately initiated the proceedings, simultaneously providing a favorable wind for Zhong Yuanchao to set sail. Chapter 53. Reverse Operations. Zhong Yuanchao harbored a profound aversion to meetings. However, today he felt more like an outsider, observing the subtle shifts in expressions among those gathered in the conference room. He could decipher their inner thoughts. Take Deputy Factory Director Sun Yun, for instance. He sat rigidly, appearing grave and earnest, yet his vacant gaze revealed a mind dulled by an overly hearty breakfast, completely disengaged from the meeting's discourse. Naturally, this detachment was linked to his impending retirement. He hardly concerned himself with workplace matters any longer, indifferent to the outcomes. The one exhibiting palpable anxiety was Sales Section Chief Su Jianwei, a reaction tied to the factory's recent plummeting sales. Today, he was also among those presenting reports, a position that brought him no small discomfort. Beside Zhong, Chen Furong fidgeted restlessly, casting furtive glances at Zhong, perplexed by his calm demeanor, seemingly untouched by the unfolding events. Among the crowd, the most complex emotions were likely embodied by He Gui. His face betrayed a mix of excitement. Aligned with Qian Jibin's faction and buoyed by years of exemplary performance, he was on the brink of succeeding Sun Yun. The latter part of today's meeting would likely address his imminent elevation. Hence He Gui's seemingly relaxed expression belied an eagerness to seize the moment. He displayed heightened attentiveness during each speaker's remarks, nodding in agreement, reminiscent of students from Zhong's past who, while appearing dutiful, merely echoed the teacher's thoughts, presenting an illusion of engagement. However, in this assembly, if a student were to be called upon to answer questions, it is likely that 9 out of 10 would falter. They represent a facade of earnestness and superficial diligence. From He Gui's continually rolling throat, it appears to be a physiological response to excessive excitement, perhaps nausea or a desire to vomit. His mind is entirely preoccupied with his ambition to become the deputy factory director, rendering him incapable of absorbing what others are discussing. By chance, He Gui exchanged a glance with Zhong Yuanchao, and a playful smile momentarily masked his tension. Perhaps he was reminded that Zhong Yuanchao's fate in the near future would be quite grim, prompting this complex expression. The next focal point of the gathering was Qian Jibin, whose countenance radiated with a glow, indicative of the attention bestowed upon him by the working group and the recent transfer of Xie Kun from the financial system to the municipal leadership. This underscores the prestigious standing of the Huqing Food Factory, not only within the city and province, but also on a national scale, where it holds a certain reputation. In Qian Jibin's discourse, one could not help but detect a sense of pride as he recounted the factory's past glories. His speech was punctuated with numerous ums and ahs. These interjections serving to modulate the rhythm and allow the audience to savor the pride embedded in his report. He skillfully left ample pauses, inviting the audience to reflect upon and applaud. Even if his report consisted entirely of vacuous rhetoric, he maintained an unwavering composure, emphasizing a sense of confidence. Zhong Yuanchao found himself stifling a laugh. If such a presentation could pass muster today, it would be a personal defeat for him. Qian Jibin's demeanor and manner of speaking suggested that he held little regard for the report or the meeting itself. For him, the meeting and the report were mere formalities, a prelude to the allocation of the necessary subsidies that would follow. The canned food factory would remain unchanged, unaffected by any of this. At this juncture, Zhong Yuanchao discreetly glanced at the usually taciturn Xie Kun. Initially, Xie Kun exhibited a modicum of interest, but as the discourse progressed, he adopted a disinterested posture. His expression one of ennui, occasionally raising his gaze to the banner overhead proclaiming deep exploration and transformation of business strategies. Yet, Xie Kun noted a lack of any substantive ideological shifts or practical actions towards such exploration, and he found no optimistic outlook for the future. At first glance, the rhetoric sounded impressive, yet upon deeper reflection, it seemed to convey little of substance. Xia Kuan had attended many such meetings, and while they might have produced some amusement, their practical efficacy appeared dubious. Curiosity piqued. Xia Kuan wondered what Zhong Yuanchao was contemplating at this moment, leading him to cast another glance in Zhong's direction. Their eyes met once more, Zhong Yuanchao appearing calm, while Xia Kuan wore a subtle smile, one that was not easily discernible. This expression reaffirmed Zhong Yuanchao's previous assessment to be entirely accurate. Comrade Deputy Mayor, the reports above constitute the fundamental situation of our factory and my personal summary. I kindly request your guidance for our factory. Following a round of enthusiastic applause, it was time for Xia Kuan to convey the directives from the higher authorities. However, when he just took out the documents, he suddenly asked about the factory's overall situation from production to sales. He added, "Isn't there a school for the children of the workers? Why has no one mentioned the issues regarding the retired staff of that school?" Upon hearing this question from Xia Kuan, Qian Jibin immediately straightened up. "Deputy Mayor, I had intended to report this matter to you separately. As my work has been delayed for a considerable time, and subsequently, the school encountered some issues for which I, as the factory director, cannot escape responsibility. Therefore, I refrained from bringing it up." Starting with a self-critique, this is hardly a commendable phenomenon. Zhong Yuanchao observed Qian Jibin's pretentious demeanor. Had he been a novice in the workforce, he might have garnered some admiration. However, no one anticipated that Qian Jibin would swiftly deliver a sharp rebuke. Before Qian could speak, Higuei could no longer contain himself. "Director, this matter does not concern you significantly." Zhong Yuanchao, upon assuming the role of director of the retired staff office at the school, immediately contravened regulations by privately operating a profit-driven distribution department. This is a reflection of his moral decay, blinded by personal gain, and it severely undermines the organization's integrity. Higuei's words were heavy with meaning. Those present were aware that not long ago, Zhong Yuanchao had been Higuei's son-in-law. Unexpectedly, Higuei turned against him, defending the factory while throwing Zhong Yuanchao into the limelight of scrutiny. Qian Jibin appeared deeply pained. "Yuanchao, although you have violated internal regulations, which is indeed an unforgivable truth, I believe the leadership will still consider the circumstances in addressing your case. Therefore, your sole responsibility now is to sincerely confess your mistakes before Deputy Mayor Xia." In the conference room, the expressions of the leaders from the canning factory varied. As bystanders, they harbored several thoughts. First, Qian Jibin was acting out of personal vendetta. Second, Higuei had abandoned his son-in-law, Zhong Yuanchao. Third, Zhong Yuanchao was reaping the consequences of his own actions. However, they all shared a common understanding. Zhong Yuanchao would face severe repercussions today. Chapter 54. Treading on tails. Chun Furong might not have been the only one displeased with the situation, but he was the sole individual to step forward to defend Zhong Yuanchao. Without displaying agitation, he chuckled lightly and addressed Xia Kuan respectfully. "Esteemed Deputy Mayor, while there may indeed be irregularities in Zhong Yuanchao's handling of this matter, the primary responsibility lies with me as the principal." Chen Furong had gone to great lengths. Zhong Yuanchao recognized that Chen Furong was not merely protecting him out of familial loyalty. Rather, he genuinely believed that the distribution agency was an invaluable tool for addressing the issues of retired staff. He did not wish for the agency to collapse. Protecting Zhong Yuanchao was equivalent to safeguarding the agency. Even if Zhong Yuanchao could not be preserved, the agency must endure. It was akin to a father awaiting the birth of a child outside the delivery room. When the doctor rushed out asking whether to save the mother or the child, Chen Furong exclaimed, "Both." The doctor replied, "Only one can be saved." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Furong decided, "Save the child. He is indeed a scoundrel." Yet Zhong Yuanchao extends understanding towards him, for he is the only one who has dared to stand up, risking the ire of Qian Jibin. Such a display of humanity is commendable. Qian Jibin tapped the table, feigning seriousness, glaring at Principal Chen Furong, saying, "I know you wish to defend your comrade. Do I not wish the same?" The vice mayor is evidently already aware of the situation in front of him. "Do you think you can still conceal the truth?" It is crucial for Comrade Zhong Yuanchao to proactively confess his transgressions in hopes of leniency. Zhong Yuanchao almost forgot that Qian Jibin had once engaged in rebellion himself. His rhetoric polished and rehearsed. On the surface, he appeared to assist Zhong Yuanchao, Yet the underlying intent was to push him deeper into a pit of trouble. Qian Jibin interrupted Chen Furong, asserting, "Your current defense of him does not aid in rectifying his mistakes. Rather, it exacerbates the unhealthy trends within our factory." Setting aside the intentions of Comrade Zhong Yuanchao, a mistake is still a mistake. The existence of the distribution department is a desecration of our factory and the national system. Moreover, Comrade Zhong Yuanchao's motivations for establishing this distribution agency are questionable. After yesterday's event, the distribution agency distributed a certain ice cream without charge. As Gui promptly reminded, "Yes, that ice cream." Qian Jibin's fingers jabbed the table with fervor, his tone severe. Public property is not a tool for individual comrades to curry favor. Comrade Zhong Yuanchao, the organization hopes you will now be honest and forthright, seeking leniency in front of the vice mayor. This statement effectively branded Zhong Yuanchao as self-serving. Qian Jibin's plan was to have Xie Kuan, a revered figure, preside over the proceedings regarding Zhong Yuanchao, while he himself would manage the situation, making it appear somewhat humane. Thus far, every step had followed Qian Jibin's script. However, he had erred in one significant aspect. He was not the protagonist in this narrative. All attention was directed towards Zhong Yuanchao, and even Chen Furong, who wished to protect him, now felt despondent, sensing Zhong Yuanchao's impending doom. Xie Kuan spoke, taking a deep breath. "Comrade Zhong Yuanchao, since this issue originates from you, please elucidate the specific circumstances." Qian Jibin and Gui both fixed their gaze on Zhong Yuanchao. Should he attempt to wriggle out of responsibility, they would readily interject, solidifying his culpability. They would afford him no opportunity, primarily because they trusted that Xie Kuan would act in accordance with the rules. Zhong Yuanchao maintained a composed demeanor, greeting them naturally before addressing the crux of the matter. "Firstly, the distribution department was established by me. Prior to its inception, I received a notification regarding my appointment as the director of the school's retirement office. Thus, I conducted a week-long investigation to formulate a feasible plan. During that week, Zhong Yuanchao was not at work. He had returned to his hometown, yet now he was deemed to have conducted research. The factory's situation was dire, and the school had consistently failed to provide funding to resolve the issues. Ultimately, we had to find a solution ourselves. The distribution department, with its proximity to the student resources of the school, is capable of maximizing profits in the shortest time possible. However, the distribution department also faces challenges, as limited funds and a finite number of students mean that profits cannot resolve all issues concerning retired faculty. In the conference room, someone began to smoke, leaving attendees puzzled as to whether Zhong Yuanchao was candidly addressing all problems and voluntarily shouldering the responsibility. Zhong continued, asserting that he was not causing trouble for the factory, but instead organizing retired faculty with remaining labor capacity to continue working, thereby self-sufficiently addressing retirement benefits. I believe I am not at fault, nor is the distribution department. If taking initiative to resolve issues is deemed a mistake and complacency becomes the norm, one must wonder whether society has inverted its values. The term complacency carries significant weight, akin to a resounding slap across Qian Jibin's face. Typically composed, Qian was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for 2 or 3 seconds before slamming his hand on the table. "Zhong Yuanchao, what is your attitude?" The sound reverberated through the room, startling everyone. While Qian Jibin's anger may appear unjustified, the collective sentiment suggests otherwise. What a frustrating sense of empathy. Qian pointed at Zhong, exclaiming that this was the moment for him to confront his own issues. What kind of attitude was this veiled criticism? His refusal to cooperate or acknowledge wrongdoing was wholly unworthy of sympathy, and I personally believe he should face severe repercussions. A barely perceptible smile crept across Zhong Yuanchao's lips, mirrored by Xie Kuan. Over the years, Zhong had encountered various unpleasantness with the factory director, and this incident was arguably the most severe. Zhong inquired, "Director, I wonder which of my words has offended you so deeply?" Qian was on the verge of erupting again, but he swallowed his retort. To admit that he was enraged over such a phrase would be to succumb to embarrassment. A rational individual understands that such indignation often stems from being accurately exposed, which is precisely what triggered Qian's outburst. "Comrade Vice Mayor, I apologize for the spectacle. Our education of comrades has evidently been insufficient. Moving forward, we will prioritize team education. We shall not condone Zhong Yuanchao's violations. After this meeting, we will assess his attitude towards recognizing his faults to determine the course of action." Qian Jibin was reluctant to prolong the discussion. With a nod from Xie Kun, Zhong's troubles would come to an end. Ordinarily, Xie Kun would affirm the factory's decision. However, he merely smiled, advising Director Qian not to be overly agitated. Comrade Yuanchao was merely using an analogy. Complacency broadly refers to those who take no action. I believe Comrade Yuanchao is indeed proactively addressing the issues. What was happening? Qian's pupils dilated, and every hair on his body stood on end. What was Xie Kun implying? A sudden shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 55 Summary. Qian Jibin seeks to solidify issues surrounding Zhong Yuanchao through Xie Kun's words. He Guozian wishes to eliminate any inconvenience posed by Zhong Yuanchao, especially since today is supposed to herald a joyful occasion for him, his ascension to the role of deputy factory manager. However, with a sudden shift in Xie Kun's stance, a glimmer of hope emerges for Zhong Yuanchao. Chen Furong, who had been quietly lamenting, realizes the tide has turned upon hearing Xie Kun's remarks. Why would Xie Kun come to Zhong Yuanchao's defense? Could this be the reason Zhong Yuanchao appeared indifferent to today's meeting? The atmosphere in the conference room grows tense as some begin to fret over Qian Jibin's emotions, while others adopt the spectator's demeanor. Qian Jibin, caught in an awkward moment, struggles to alleviate the tension but is at a loss for words. The impasse cannot persist indefinitely. He Guozian, determined to maintain his course, is unwilling to entertain any unexpected developments. Moreover, if he can resolve the stalemate, it would undoubtedly earn him considerable favor in the eyes of the factory director. He Guozian chuckles lightly, expressing gratitude to the vice mayor for his interpretation aimed at preserving the factory's reputation. He acknowledges the numerous issues still plaguing the factory that require resolution, and thus, he affirms their commitment to prevent similar situations involving individuals like Zhong Yuanchao from arising in the future. This incident serves as a stern warning, intended to eliminate any lingering malfeasance. Once a prized son-in-law for He Guozian, Zhong Yuanchao has now been reduced to despised refuse. The family's capacity for severing ties with callousness is indeed astonishing. Despite a hint of aversion, no one dares to voice dissent. For this is precisely the scenario Qian Jibin yearns to witness. Seizing the moment, Qian Jibin addresses Zhong Yuanchao, instructing him to leave, reflect on his missteps, and prepare a self-critique. He emphasizes that based on Zhong's attitude, a subsequent meeting will determine the course of action regarding his predicament. This decisive approach aims to swiftly cut through the chaos, ensuring that no unforeseen complications arise, while simultaneously signaling his intent to hold Zhong Yuanchao accountable to Xie Kun. On one hand, he hopes to garner Xie Kun's respect. On the other, he wishes to clarify the crucial information at stake. At this juncture, the crowd exhales in relief, speculating that Xie Kun's earlier comments were merely an attempt to diffuse the tense atmosphere, and following Qian Jibin's reaffirmation of his stance, he would likely dismiss the matter with a smile. Director Qian, I may not have articulated my point clearly earlier. Xie Kun adjusts his posture, resting his arms on the table. I am not here to advocate for Zhong Yuanchao. Rather, I wish to express my perspective on his proactive approach to resolving issues. While his actions may conflict with certain regulations and policies, this does not constitute a fault, nor do I assert that the regulations themselves are erroneous. However, it is apparent that some of these rules have become antiquated and misaligned with the directives from above. The outside world is subtly transforming, and our leaders are navigating these changes, learning from experience. A portion of individuals has emerged locally, those who have advanced ahead of the new system's implementation. Can one truly deem them incorrect? It is imprudent to generalize or to dismiss an entire group with a single stroke. Xie Kunchou and Zhong Yuanchao exchanged a knowing smile. The distribution department effectively addressed the issue of retired faculty benefits, an objective reality that cannot be overlooked. Zhong Yuanchao's contributions are commendable, devoid of fault. Yet, observing the others, half bore expressions of discontent, not rejoicing for Zhong Yuanchao, as they were not well acquainted with him. The other half seethed with resentment, being loyalists of the factory director. To assert that Zhong Yuanchao is deserving of praise is tantamount to suggesting that Qian Jibin is at fault. The most intolerable perspective comes from He Guozian, who now faces the irony of not only being unable to dismiss Zhong Yuanchao, but also having to reward him for his accomplishments. Qian Jibin's eyes flickered with anger, which he struggled to suppress, swallowing hard to quell the rising ire. What merit does Zhong Yuanchao possess that warrants Xie Kun's advocacy on his behalf? The bitterness gnawed at him, yet he found himself powerless against Zhong Yuanchao. However, Xie Kun had not concluded his remarks. The theme of today's meeting was to change mindsets, delve deeply into potential, and transform operational strategies. Yet, I fail to discern what these new perspectives entail or what depths you propose to explore. Instead, I have only heard you recount the past 2 decades of the canning factory's glory. But what of the factory's troubles? Not a single mention of the issues was made. Why is there no discussion of unsold warehouse products? Why the silence on the drastic decline in sales? I must emphasize the importance of proactively confronting challenges and seeking solutions. This is the diligence expected of leadership. I note your discussions of numerous meetings and extensive preparations. Yet I see no tangible outcomes, not even a hint of them. In my view, you ought to engage more actively and conduct thorough visits. You cannot fixate solely on subsidies, nor can you exploit your state-owned status to demand unconditional support from local finances. The overdue bank loans present an undeniable reality. Until you devise feasible solutions, further banking support will only exacerbate bad debts, yielding no benefit for either party. Observing Qian Jibin's expression, along with the vice directors, their previous detached demeanor has vanished. They had come expecting policies and subsidies, yet were met with a stark wake-up call. Xie Kun's discourse deepened, shifting from casual remarks to earnest counsel, a troubling omen. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Zhong Yuanchao, contrasting him with the local school that has actively addressed the issue of retired faculty benefits with initiative, contemplation, and dedication. On this front, I believe those present could learn much from Comrade Zhong Yuanchao. A thunderous realization struck the crowd, their minds buzzing as if struck by lightning. Xie Kun affirmed Zhong Yuanchao's actions, positioning his approach as a guiding principle for the future of the canning factory. Is this a transformation into ownership? Chen Furong, filled with excitement, believed wholeheartedly in Zhong Yuanchao's vision. This young man truly possessed foresight. Qian Jibin, momentarily lost in thought, wore a countenance so grim it seemed capable of squeezing water. He was taken aback by Zhong Yuanchao's audacity. He wondered, was it not agreed that Zhong would be dismissed? Why, then, was the deputy mayor speaking in Zhong's favor? The situation should not have evolved in this manner. 2 certainties emerged. First, Zhong Yuanchao would not face any repercussions, and one might even assert that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Second, the distribution department had not only survived, but could potentially expand further. Zhong Yuanchao faced the scrutiny. Congratulations, and ire with an air of nonchalance, as if it were all part of a grand design, though he refrained from celebrating prematurely. This was due to the problematic approach taken by Xie Kun. In Chapter 56, the deputy factory director, Zhong Yuanchao's mind was a canvas filled with question marks. He mused to himself, "Brother Kun, are you trying to ruin me? A few kind words acknowledging my correct path would suffice. Your praise is welcome, but must you undermine me in the process? Is this not courting disaster?" He observed the astonished faces around him. They likely never envisioned Zhong Yuanchao attaining such a moment of acclaim, especially having been directly elevated in the eyes of Qian Jibin. It felt as though Qian's face was being ground into the dirt. Yet none of this elated Zhong Yuanchao. Achieving the anticipated objectives merely indicated his comprehension of policy and the execution of his duties. However, Xie Kun's elevation of him forced him to confront new dilemmas. What was the big shot Xie really contemplating? Zhong pondered silently. The subsequent meeting yielded little substance. Upon its conclusion, Xie Kun declined an invitation to dinner. Before departing, he cryptically remarked, "I glanced at your reports. It seems Vice Director Sun is considering resignation." He Guai's heart tightened. Was spring approaching? Yet Xie Kun's words ended abruptly. And then, He Guai implored, "Do look at me, offer me a suggestion, don't leave." To the discerning eye, Xie Kun's stance was clear. He acknowledged that the vice director position was vacant, yet he refrained from indicating to whom it might belong, rendering their decisions inconsequential. As He Guai escorted Xie Kun out, he returned to his seat, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze vacant, his spirit considerably diminished. The canning factory was state-owned, with personnel decisions overseen by the Municipal State-Owned Assets Department. Xie Kun had recently assumed the role of deputy mayor, overseeing finance and education. Although he held no direct control over the relevant departments, one still required funding. Thus, from this moment forth, any personnel decisions regarding the canning factory would inevitably involve Xie Kun. From Xie Kun's demeanor, it was evident that He Guai's prospects as vice director were bleak. He Guai wished to call upon the factory director, yet Qian Jibin was too enraged to consider He Guai's plight. Xia amidst a throng of admirers, exited the office building as the driver had already arrived with the vehicle. Zhong Yuanchao, neck drawn in anticipation of a quick escape, had barely taken 2 steps when Xia called out before the assembled crowd, "Xiao Zhong, come walk with me." Indeed, matters were far from straightforward. Chun Furong could not fathom why Xia placed such importance on him, while simultaneously displaying an unwilling demeanor. Zhong Yuanchao harbored 2 considerations. Firstly, he recognized that Xia undoubtedly had an agenda, requiring Zhong Yuanchao to fulfill a particular role. Conversely, Zhong understood that retreating could often secure him greater advantages. Hence, he would not eagerly seek Xia attention. Subsequently, a curious scene unfolded. Xia and Zhong Yuanchao walked ahead, followed by the workgroup, with a slow-moving convoy trailing behind. As the workday concluded, factory workers and grassroots officials observed this spectacle, naturally amplifying the facts significantly within the factory, disseminating information at a speed and depth that would rival the self-media of decades hence. Zhong Yuanchao silently endured Xia repeated scrutinizing glances. "Xiao Zhong, I have done you a considerable favor. Is a word of thanks too much to ask?" Xia inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Zhong Yuanchao replied, "Big boss Xia, is this truly assistance? You would be the cause of my downfall." A casual remark elevating Zhong to an undeserved stature, placing him alongside Qian Jibin, was, in fact, detrimental. Xia produced a cigarette and offered one to Zhong Yuanchao, stating, "If I wish to harm you, all I would need to do is remain silent. You would not escape this predicament today." This was a point Zhong Yuanchao found difficult to contest, yet he was determined to counter, asserting that they could merely strip him of his position and expel him. However, he would continue his work elsewhere. The essence of his endeavors remained unaffected. "Oh." Xia took a puff from his cigarette, gazing at Zhong Yuanchao with a smile. "You fear expulsion, yet you are unperturbed by my mere compliments. That seems illogical." Zhong Yuanchao responded, "I owe you a significant favor, one that must be repaid. Moreover, I am aware that the tasks you assign are beyond my capabilities." "How can you ascertain that without attempting?" Xia questioned. Zhong Yuanchao continued, "The canning factory's current state is not attributable to any single individual, nor can it be resolved by any one person alone." With a hint of melancholy, Zhong Yuanchao remarked, "Since 1985, our nation has entered the realm of 2 to 400 billion US dollars. 3 years have elapsed with no sign of improvement or hope for breakthroughs. This predicament is closely tied to both the domestic and international landscapes, whether from a leadership perspective or among business practitioners. There is a collective desire to open our borders and realize a genuine market economy. Yet the stark reality is that while we are being choked by the Americans, we simultaneously lament our own inadequacies. Even if the market were to truly open, are we genuinely prepared?" Xia felt a shiver. Was this the awareness and perspective expected from a small director of a state-owned factory? Zhong Yuanchao demonstrated that transcending the current era's understanding would inevitably elevate one above others and lead to great accomplishments. He continued, returning to the domestic market. "We lack technology and direction, both of which hinge on research institutions. With approximately 400,000 researchers and countless research entities, they receive funding yet produce outcomes that bear no relation to the market. Astonishingly, their research topics often do not stem from market demands." Zhong Yuanchao smiled faintly, expressing his belief that the current scientific achievements, aside from contributions to national defense, are but a fraction of what could be industrialized. The vast majority of these accomplishments lie dormant in filing cabinets, slumbering in obscurity. In such a challenging environment, expecting a single enterprise to rescue itself seems unrealistic. Most state-owned factories are grappling with the same predicament: unsold products, excessive inventory, and depleted funds. Zhong Yuanchao's expression turned grave as he earnestly regarded Xia. "In this situation, you expect me to turn the tide at the canning factory? Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Xia felt a shiver coursing through him. Yet he was overwhelmed with an unprecedented excitement. What treasure had he stumbled upon? At Zhong Yuanchao's age, possessing such insight and an understanding that transcends the times is astonishing. Xia was convinced that Zhong Yuanchao had a profound grasp of the current circumstances, and he did not deny his own capabilities. "I must say, after 2 meetings with you, I am continually impressed. The first time you mentioned the concept of competitiveness, and today, you spoke of initiative and action. Comrade Yuanchao, The nation has arrived at this juncture largely due to opportunities crafted by human hands. The position of deputy factory manager has become vacant, and I believe you should unreservedly step into that role. What are your thoughts? Zhong Yuanchao muttered quietly to himself. Upon being elevated to the same stature as Qian Jibin, he sensed that Xia Kun must have significant plans in motion. Deputy factory manager? I can only imagine the expressions on He Gui and He Xiuling's faces. In this current era, there is no accurate summary of the grand scheme or prevailing circumstances. It will take decades for a truly objective and fair assessment of this period to emerge. Zhong Yuanchao's advanced understanding naturally captivates the admiration of formidable individuals like Xia Kun. Although Zhong Yuanchao did not undermine his own abilities, Xia Kun recognized this as a tactic in negotiation, aware that Zhong Yuanchao desired even more. Xia Kun grasped Zhong Yuanchao's hand firmly. There's no need for you to hastily decline. Take your time to ponder this matter. As for your distribution department, continue your endeavors. I can assist with any challenges you may encounter. Reflect on it thoroughly. Xia Kun would not make a hasty decision. He wished to further explore Zhong Yuanchao's background and see how events would unfold. Initially, Zhong Yuanchao believed that accumulating the necessary capital would take considerable time. However, it now seemed that this process could be expedited. As for the deputy factory manager position, his interest was limited. Qian Jibin dismissed all those who sought to accompany him back to the office, shutting the door firmly behind him. With trembling hands, he fished a cigarette from his pocket, only to discover an empty box. In frustration, he crumpled the box into a pulp and hurled it to the ground. What is this nonsense? He recalled how Zhong Yuanchao had recently garnered attention and the scene today where he had been publicly humiliated. The subordinates who once flattered and praised him now regarded him with doubt and even a hint of mockery. Qian Jibin's face burned with shame, the sting of humiliation striking him painfully. Infuriated, he found himself powerless against Zhong Yuanchao. After taking a deep breath, Qian Jibin quickly adjusted his state of mind. He pondered that Xia Kun's actions towards the canned food factory were not a critique of the factory itself, but rather a reflection of his discontent with the higher-ups. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed, requesting to speak with Director Liang of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Yes, it's me, Jimin. Today's meeting went relatively well, but it seems we upset Vice Mayor Xia by focusing too much on past glories and neglecting the management flaws. Indeed, it's a lapse on our part, and we will certainly conduct a thorough review. What did the management flaws of the past have to do with Qian Jimin? Reporting such matters upward was merely a form of petty backstabbing and incitement. This, too, was Qian Jimin's subtle rebuttal. Today was of great significance for He Xiuling, as Zhong Yuanchao was finally about to vanish from her life. Upon returning home, her mother, Hu Min, had already set the table. Go wake your brother for dinner. Huh? He Xiuling inquired, surprised. He didn't go to work today? Hu Min replied. He said he was feeling a bit unwell. Unwell? More like he drank too much last night and can't get up today. He Xiuling went to rouse He Junjie, urging him to get up for dinner. You're already in your 20s. Can't you show a little more consideration? Dad is now the deputy factory director. Can't you help him save face a bit? He Junjie, still half asleep, perked up at the mention of their father's promotion. Being in the workshop running around is so tiresome. If Dad becomes deputy factory director, maybe I'll get moved to the office, and it'll be much easier. Dream on, He Xiuling retorted, though it was undeniable that such arrangements for children of leaders were commonplace in the factory. When He Junjie finally washed his face and sat down at the table, he eagerly awaited his sister to serve him. Grabbing his chopsticks, he remarked, Dad must be in a good mood today, having been promoted. He'll surely celebrate with drinks at lunch. He Xiuling couldn't help but smile. He Junjie glanced at her. Zhong Yuanchao should be out of the picture now, right? He Xiuling snorted. If he had been more prudent, Dad might have spared him some leniency out of past goodwill. But look at his recent behavior. It's as if without him, the children's school wouldn't function. Ultimately, Zhong Yuanchao is simply too narrow-minded, coming from the countryside, thinking that a mere promotion is everything. Such provincial thinking only serves to inflate his own ego. He doesn't realize he cannot contend with Director Qian. The sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted the family's conversation. He Gui entered the house with a sullen expression and sat at the table without uttering a word. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and Hu Min, after a long pause, scrutinized her husband's face, forcing a smile as she served him dinner. Wasn't there a working meal at the unit today for the visiting work group? Why are you back? she inquired as she placed the food in front of Higuei. Higuei, without a word, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat peanuts. Junjia quickly poured a drink for his father, thinking that eating only peanuts was rather dull. They needed something to accompany the nuts. Higuei raised his glass and drained it in one swift motion. As Junjia poured him a second cup, he inquired, "Everyone's talking about your promotion to deputy factory director today, Dad. Is there any news?" After downing the second cup, Higuei exhaled a breath of alcohol that eased the burning in his throat, and with a voice both soft and fierce, he replied, "What deputy director? The situation has soured. The feedback on today's summary was unsatisfactory. The performance of the canning factory over the past couple of years has also been criticized. The factory director has been reprimanded for merely occupying a position without contributing. We have no clear direction for the canning factory's future. My aspiration to ascend from branch director to deputy director is hardly a matter of significance." The family exchanged glances, and Hu Min, her emotions flaring, yelled, "How can they renege on their promises? They assured us of the deputy director position, and now it's vanished." He Xiaoling furrowed her brow. Fully aware of her father's displeasure regarding the promotion issue, yet she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what about Zhong Yuanchao?" Higuei was momentarily taken aback, then erupted like a deflated balloon. Slamming his chopsticks onto the table, they leapt a foot or so from the dishes before falling back down. Gritting his teeth, Higuei fumed. What ability does that scoundrel Zhong Yuanchao possess that warrants Vice Mayor Xie speaking on his behalf? Praising him for his excellent work as the director of the retirement office, his initiative, and his quick thinking. Is this not a direct indictment of our incompetence? A petty man rising to power. He Xiaoling was momentarily stunned, pursing her lips, the emotions swirling within her indescribable. Why? Shouldn't Zhong Yuanchao have been ousted by now? Why was he still in the limelight? In her eyes, he should resemble a stray dog, not thriving amidst adversity. Junjia, perplexed, exclaimed, "Dad, could that fellow Xie Kun really be a fool? Zhong Yuanchao violated regulations, and instead of punishment, he receives accolades?" Zhong Yuanchao, having lost his appetite, had a couple more drinks and moved to the window to light a cigarette, murmuring, "They say Zhong Yuanchao is proactive in his work. The rules are antiquated, and the market now demands talents with innovative thinking." Upon hearing this, the family shared expressions of incredulity. Junjia could vividly picture Zhong Yuanchao's smug face and recalled the old woman's words from yesterday. Had they all come true? As for Higuei and Hu Min, their faces burned with embarrassment, rendering them speechless. What about He Xiaoling? She would still frequently encounter Zhong Yuanchao at school. The teacher's knowing glances seemed to taunt her, as if to say, had we known this would come to pass, would we have acted differently? Suddenly, the thought of attending school felt daunting. He Xiaoling's lips trembled, her heart a tempest of bitterness and anger. It was she who had cast Zhong Yuanchao aside, and he should be the pitiable one. It was all Zhong Yuanchao's fault. If it weren't for him, why would she be the subject of ridicule? Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, "It's all right. He will come to pick me up soon. I can live in America. You all will only be left to envy." No matter how broad Zhong Yuanchao's horizons, could they truly compare to someone working in America? He Xiaoling could only comfort herself in this way for the time being. Chapter 58. This damned sense of involvement. In the morning, a meeting was held, and the events that transpired became a topic of fervent discussion within the factory. Yesterday, when Zhong Yuanchao was subjected to embarrassment, Li Donglai had initially expressed his displeasure, remarking that while one may thrive in romantic endeavors, one often falters in professional pursuits. However, after a night of contemplation, he realized that as friends, such words were indeed inappropriate. By morning, he found himself worrying for Zhong Yuanchao. Yet, when the news from the meeting reached him, Li Donglai could scarcely believe his ears. The rumors circulated vividly, with some asserting that Zhong Yuanchao had caught the eye of the deputy mayor. Others went so far as to claim that the deputy mayor was interested in Zhong Yuanchao due to his daughter reaching a marriageable age. Stunned by these outrageous tales, Li Donglai pondered what could have transpired. Surely, the reality could not be as exaggerated as the gossip suggested. His curiosity piqued. He wished to inquire about the details from Zhong Yuanchao, but he could not appear overly eager, lest he give the impression of being too invested. Above all, he must not allow Zhong Yuanchao to bask in unwarranted pride. Li Donglai left work a bit early and headed to the school for children of employees. Zhong Yuanchao had replenished Li Huanxi's stock at noon and taken a nap, only being summoned to the office by Chun Fu Rong close to 3 o'clock. At this moment, Chun Fu Rong was brimming with excitement. partly due to the approval of the distribution department, which relieved him greatly. Most notably, the prospect of Zhong Yuanchao becoming the deputy factory director was a cause for celebration. Originally, he had been reassigned, but now he was to return to the factory in a leadership capacity, a thrilling development for both the school and Chen Furong himself. The two men sat in the office, enveloped in a haze of smoke. When the air became stifling, Chen Furong waved his hand to disperse it. Yuanchao, things are looking exceptionally bright. Just look at you. How can you not be elated? Zhong Yuanchao flicked the ash from his trousers and brushed off his pant leg. The business of the distribution department seemed promising, yet sustaining over 40 retired faculty members posed a significant challenge. Moreover, what would happen once summer had passed? I am preparing to establish a school-run enterprise, which will require an expansion of our business scope, another troublesome task. For Zhong Yuanchao, this did not present a daunting challenge, but he felt it imperative that Chen Furong did not appear overly relaxed. The foremost objective in the initial phase of Zhong Yuanchao's career was aimed at the canning factory. Consider this. If the canning factory were to fail, how could Zhong Yuanchao gain the trust of its employees? Thus, it was crucial to set a benchmark for them at this juncture. It was essential for the former canning factory employees to witness the earnings of their counterparts in the school-run enterprise, to observe the latter's increasing strength day by day, and to envision limitless possibilities for the future. With the entrance of the influential Xie, Zhong Yuanchao felt the challenges had lessened. Addressing the welfare of over 40 individuals and balancing future remuneration was indeed a headache-inducing endeavor. Chen Furong also wore a serious expression as he sat with Zhong Yuanchao, both indulging in their quiet smoking session. At this moment, Li Donglai knocked on the door. "Come in," Chen Furong called out. As Li Donglai pushed the door open, he was nearly overwhelmed by the smoke. Chen Furong was aware of the close relationship between Li Donglai and Zhong Yuanchao, thus any topics they discussed would not be concealed from Li Donglai. The atmosphere here was quite different from what Li Donglai had anticipated. Hadn't brother Yao already passed the ordeal? Wasn't it agreed that there would be no punishment? Observing Zhong Yuanchao's despondent demeanor, Li Donglai mused that perhaps the rumors were merely misinformed. Brother Yao had indeed faced consequences. Moreover, Principal Chun might also be implicated. It seemed more logical for the situation to unfold in this manner, Li Donglai thought, although he felt a twinge of discomfort witnessing Zhong Yuanchao's dejection. Noticing the silence between the two, Li Donglai forced a chuckle, reflecting on how these individuals were perpetually spreading unfounded rumors, with no words of truth. Brother Yuanchao, there's no need to be too disheartened. It's just a minor reprimand, right? At worst, you'll just have to be more compliant for a while, and things will surely improve in due time. Li Donglai believed he possessed a greater acumen in both work and interpersonal relations than Zhong Yuanchao. Faced with such a predicament, he felt capable of offering Zhong Yuanchao some advice. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Donglai spoke softly. Brother Yuanchao, the county officials may be less formidable than your immediate supervisors. In the future, with mountains to climb and roads to traverse, you'll have to work under the factory director. I suggest that you proactively lower your head and admit your mistakes to the director. Perhaps bring along a few bottles of fine liquor and some quality cigarettes. One does not strike a smiling face, as long as you maintain a semblance of decorum. I believe the director will not be overly harsh on you. Alternatively, find an opportunity to have a candid conversation with your former father-in-law. Zhong Yuanchao blinked in confusion, casting a bewildered glance at Li Donglai, wondering what was amiss with him today. Chen Furong also regarded Li Donglai with a puzzled expression. The looks exchanged between them caused Li Donglai to feel a bit flustered. Had he erred in some way? Li Donglai continued, Brother Yuanchao, I understand that bowing your head is no small feat, but isn't it all for the sake of making your future a little more bearable? When one is under a roof, one must lower their head. Li Donglai gazed resolutely at Zhong Yuanchao. Zhong Yuanchao stubbed out his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and stood to take his leave, saying, Principal, I will take care of the matters concerning the retired faculty. I will handle them appropriately. Naturally, Chen Furong had confidence in Zhong Yuanchao, and he suddenly remarked, Yuanchao, I believe you should consider Vice Mayor Xie's proposal to appoint you as Deputy Factory Director. Deputy Factory Director? Li Donglai was momentarily taken aback, but as his mind caught up, his eyes widened in astonishment. The cigarette that had been perched between his lips hung precariously as his mouth fell slightly open in disbelief. No punishment. The distribution department was saved. He had gained the favor of the vice mayor. He was even to be appointed as deputy factory director. Returning to his senses, Li Donglai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, overwhelmed with the urge to curse. Zhong Yuanchao, you've landed such a substantial windfall. Can't you muster even a smile instead of wearing that morose expression? Li Donglai was exasperated. On the way home, he noticed others casting friendly glances at Zhong Yuanchao. Even those who had previously been strangers were now initiating conversation. Of course, not everyone was so welcoming. The situation remained uncertain, and lingering too long could invite trouble, which was not worth the risk. Observing these subtle changes, Li Donglai casually recounted the morning meeting's content to those involved. Li Donglai initially felt a twinge of sourness. Yet as he continued to listen, he found himself increasingly captivated, perhaps contemplating the future boastful tales he would have to share. I have a brother, he began, who has experienced divorce and banishment. But guess what? Li Donglai eventually became quite exhilarated, swallowing hard as he asked, Yuanchao, will you agree to be the deputy factory director? Zhong Yuanchao shook his head with a dismissive smirk. What is the point of being a deputy factory director? It would merely hinder my swiftness in unsheathing my sword. With a roll of his eyes, Li Donglai quipped, Yuanchao, I suspect you're merely putting on a front. Do you wish to laugh? If so, let it out. Yet, Zhong Yuanchao maintained his serene demeanor, replying, Donglai, you are still young and do not comprehend that the higher the position, the greater the burden. Li Donglai's eyes widened. Yuanchao, I truly appreciate your insight. However, I still wish to spit at you. What could be the reason for that? Zhong Yuanchao's gaze drifted far beyond the canned goods factory. To him, the role of deputy factory director was merely a constraint. After a moment of contemplation, Li Donglai playfully murmured, Yuanchao, I believe you should agree. Just imagine the expression on He Xiaoling's face when she sees you in that position. At this juncture, Li Donglai couldn't help but grin triumphantly, lamenting the vexing sense of empathy he felt. As the crowd's representative voice, Li Donglai articulated what many bystanders were thinking. After all, flaunting one's status and achieving satisfaction is an unchanging pursuit. Just as he was about to enter the family quarters, a shout from the reception area interrupted, Director Zhong. Your telegram. Upon receiving the telegram, Zhong Yuanchao expressed a sense of nostalgia, recognizing that this vintage form of communication was on the brink of becoming obsolete with the advent of technology. The telegram's message was succinct. Brother, sister arriving on the 15th. Not a single extraneous word was included, not even a mention of home, all to save a mere 20 cents. Notably, the national pricing dictated that each word in a telegram cost nearly 15 cents, while in his hometown, it was charged at 20 cents. Rumor had it that in some regions, the cost soared to $1 per word. Yuanchao, was there something urgent in the telegram? Li Donglai inquired, aware that telegrams were typically sent only in times of family emergencies. Li Donglai replied nonchalantly, My brother and sister are coming. Though his tone was calm, the joy and anticipation were palpable beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Zhong Daping finished his final chore of fertilizing the vegetable garden, having risen before dawn to labor tirelessly, eager to complete a year's worth of tasks in one go. After tending to the garden, he needed to fetch water from the well to fill their water tank. Yi Zhen, unbeknownst to him, stood at the doorway, observing the silhouette of her second son. Among the 4 siblings, his figure most resembled their father, burdened by the weight of responsibilities that stooped his back. Zhong Zhinyan was busy packing a large bag of peanuts that had been boiled and dried from the silkworm station the previous day. Realizing they were saving on expenses, she lamented that such delectable peanuts would soon be a rarity. Mother, do not feed the silkworms next season. Your eyesight is poor, and you cannot distinguish the silkworms clearly. With a gentle smile, Yi Zhen turned back, helping her children pack their belongings. Isn't your father around to assist? Father. Zhong Zhinyan glanced toward his parents' room. When someone passes away in another family, he goes. When they build a house, he goes. When there's a fight, he goes. When would he have time to help you? Zhong Xian yearned for the beauty of the outside world, contemplating the meager earnings from her village over the course of a year. In contrast, she and her brother could earn in just 1 or 2 months what their family struggled to make in an entire year. While most parents would merely scoff at such aspirations, Yezhen unconditionally believed in her children, bestowing upon them profound trust. Zhong Xian devised her plans. Having discussed with her brother that they would first repair their home with their earnings before embarking on their ambition to become the first family in the village to construct a building. A derisive sound emanated from the inner room. It was not that Zhong Fu doubted his daughter's capabilities, but rather he found such ostentation unnecessary. As a moral paragon and respected village secretary, he feared that if the Zhong family became the first to erect a building, they would be the subject of ridicule. Zhong Xian curled her lip in disdain, calling out, "Dad, if you have something to say, come out and say it instead of hiding in there." Zhong Fu, frustrated, reflected on his family's plight. With his eldest son gone and no one to tend the fields, he watched as the youngest daughter now sought to leave as well. Although Zhong Lao heir was capable of farming, his heart was set on seeking fortune elsewhere. The youngest, Zhong Lao Yao, was studious, which only added to Zhong Fu's vexation. Contemplating the future, he felt no joy. Despite calling out once more, Zhong Fu remained obstinate, prompting Zhong Xian to give up. Meanwhile, Zhong Daning diligently carried the last bucket of water into the kitchen, pouring it into the vat with a splash. The water is boiling. Zhong Xian wiped her hands and began to mix water into the dark green military canteen. Zhong Lao heir clumsily tried to assist, only to be reprimanded by Zhong Xian. "Remove your hands, or you'll scald yourself." In the kitchen, the siblings prepared 4 bowls of noodles for their modest meal. The dog, aptly named Short-Lived, sat at a distance from the table, aware that only from afar could it see the bowl of untouched noodles. Yet, sitting too far meant it could not catch the aroma, leading to its perpetual indecision, punctuated by soft whines of complaint. Neither the mother nor the children uttered a word, occasionally glancing at the forlorn bowl of noodles. Having spent decades together, Yezhin understood her husband's character all too well. He was reluctant to part with his children, but feared that coming out would lead to harsh words, only to be regretted later. He concealed his affection, perhaps believing it to be for the best. The neglected bowl of noodles remained untouched by Short-Lived. After washing the dishes and tidying up, Zhong Xian prepared to leave with her burdens. Zhong Daning assertively took the heavier loads from his sister, embodying the role of an elder brother. Together, they turned towards their father's room. "Dad, we are leaving. Please take care of yourselves." Silence met their farewell. Yezhin gently caressed her children's faces, filled with a mixture of longing and sorrow. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Short-Lived dashed forward, joyfully ushering Zhong Fu out of the room. He wished to speak gently, managing a grimace that was more sorrowful than a cry. At such a moment, the head of the family ought to deliver a parting message, akin to the speeches made during village committee meetings. Zhong Fu intended to utter something less harsh, something with a semblance of elegance, reminiscent of the poem recited by his wife when the eldest departed last time. However, after struggling to find the words, his face flushed with exertion, he finally mumbled, "Let your mother say a few words." The force of his statement diminished considerably, nearly provoking a smile from Zhong Xian. His mother spoke tenderly, noting that while his temperament was gentle and he was adept at dealing with others, he should not be overly soft in difficult situations. She remarked on Xian's extroverted nature and her goal-oriented approach, advising that she should not be too wild and should heed her elder brother's guidance. "From now on, follow your brother. You shall be his left and right arms, fighting side by side. Your mother at home hopes for your prosperous lives. Go now, second, third." The children's eyes glistened with emotion as they gazed at the family patriarch, Secretary Zhong. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Fu conceded, "Your mother is right." He shook his head in exasperation, muttering, "I am so tongue-tied." From his pocket, he retrieved a small bag containing tightly wrapped bills, which he had counted repeatedly the night before, solely for the purpose of presenting it to his children today. "Take this to your elder brother. You all will find it useful." His words lacked grandiloquence, but were steeped in practicality. Zhong Xian, wiping her eyes, complained, "Bias, you always think of the eldest." Having secured the money, she slung her water bottle across her shoulder and stepped outside, grabbing a handful of unopened gardenias to fill her pockets. As she strolled along the narrow path, she plucked some mint leaves to tuck into her bottle, inhaling deeply the scent of her hometown. Unlike her simple-minded brother, Zhong Heir, Xian yearned for urban life. Yet she cherished each flower and blade of grass from her homeland, wishing to carry away everything she could. In the end, she found herself burdened by an overwhelming sense of longing, taking with her memories and leaving behind a bittersweet nostalgia. Observing the two figures that had not strayed far, the sentimental Yi Zhan murmured, "What I think is not distant, if not for this life." Zhong Fu declared, "I concede." Chapter 60. Lin Xinhao was in tears of envy. Which shameless scoundrel has once again uprooted the osmanthus trees? What a disgrace. The gardener in the garden erupted in fury on a Monday morning. An elderly man practicing Tai Chi casually inquired, "Why such a commotion so early in the day?" The gardener replied, "This is not the first time. Last time, a significant number of roses and peonies were taken. And now, they've even dug up the osmanthus trees. 7 or 8 are missing, leaving this area bare. How unsightly is that?" After stating the facts, he continued to vent his frustration. Zhong Yuanchao, with money in his pocket and breakfast in hand, passed by the flower beds where several osmanthus trees were planted, smiling contentedly as he did so. Li Donglai remarked on Zhong Yuanchao's swift actions, prompting him to visit the home of the elderly Mrs. Chiu. Recently, her health had improved, and she had regained enough strength to take a few steps around her home. When Zhong Yuanchao entered his home, he was still holding a basin, prepared to fetch water to wipe away the dust. He hurriedly took it from the elderly lady, urging her to have breakfast while he attended to his tasks. Some individuals had made several trips to his home, inquiring about the distribution department's financial disbursements. The elderly lady casually remarked that she had sent them away. Zhong Yuanchao sighed, stating, "Teacher, at this moment, you should speak the truth to them." Although Qiu Jingyi was unaware of Zhong Yuanchao's intentions, she suspected he had a purpose. How many people can your distribution department sustain? Though some are retired, many still possess the capacity for labor. They all go to the distribution department for assistance. Can you really support them? Zhong Yuanchao wrung out a towel and hung it up before retrieving some money from his pocket, counting it piece by piece. "The school owes you 126 yuan. Here is 46, and the remainder will be settled next month." Qiu Jingyi didn't even glance at the money. "I have no use for this. You keep it as my living expenses." Zhong Yuanchao placed the money in a box, remarking, "With your appetite, you only need a little from me. A few dimes a day is hardly enough to warrant this much." In a fit of determination, Qiu Jingyi ate heartily, wanting to demonstrate to Zhong Yuanchao that she could consume as much as he could. After a few bites, she suddenly remembered something important. "Have you been in touch with Xiaomu?" Zhong Yuanchao shook his head, replying, "She is busy with performances in the dance troupe. When would she have time for me?" Qiu Jingyi, fearing Zhong Yuanchao might miss out, insisted, "Hai City is a vibrant world. Do you know how many people admire Xiaomu? If she doesn't come to you, you should seek her out." The elderly lady glanced at the condensed milk on the windowsill, suggesting, "Bring her something and say it's from me. Why can't you be more proactive?" Zhong Yuanchao thought to himself that when it comes to pursuing women, one should not be overly eager, especially with someone as independent as Qi Mu. Being overly persistent is futile. Mutual attraction is essential. To put it simply, Zhong Yuanchao believed that showcasing his own strengths was the best approach to win Qi Mu's affection. "I am building a nest to attract the phoenix," he declared. Recently, Qiu Jingyi had heard about Zhong Yuanchao's situation at work. News had spread widely, affirming his capabilities, and it seemed unlikely that Qian Jibin and He Gui would dare to trouble him. Qiu Jingyi coldly remarked, "You've built the nest, but the phoenix hasn't arrived. Be careful not to attract a flock of chickens." Zhong Yuanchao understood that the elderly lady was concerned about him attracting unwanted attention. After exchanging a few more words with her, it was nearly time for him to return to school. Yesterday, the distribution department calculated its earnings from the past period. Over 18 days of operation, the turnover reached over 5,600. The profit amounted to 2,248 yuan and 64 fun, which was after deducting the salaries of Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong, representing the net profit. Next came the crucial task of issuing the first salary supplement for retired teachers, originally scheduled for the 10th of next month. Zhong Yuanchao aimed to pique the interest of the majority of retired staff in re-employment by issuing the first supplement shortly after just over half a month of operations. This arouses their curiosity, enabling Zhong Yuanchao to recruit the initial batch of employees for his entrepreneurial venture. However, how can we ensure that the retired faculty members are aware that Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong earn the highest salaries? Firstly, the distribution of funds is personally overseen by Zhong Yuanchao. Teachers Xie and Hong manage the distribution department, ultimately receiving their salaries. The cash to be dispensed is piled on Zhong's desk. Over 1,000 yuan, which Zhong has exchanged at the bank for crisp new bills, creates an impressive sight that stirs excitement. The retired staff gather, buzzing with discussion at the entrance of the retirement office. Lin Xinhe, having lingered outside the office, observes the lively scene and the smiles on the faces of those collecting their pensions, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He cannot comprehend why Zhong Yuanchao can earn such a substantial amount of money. Yet, he is self-assured, believing that if Zhong can achieve this, so can he. Director Zhong announces that a portion will be distributed now, with the remainder to be settled by the 10th of the following month. Do you know how much Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong receive? The teachers collecting their pensions glance toward the distribution department, lost in thought. Hearing this discussion, Lin Xinhe muses that there indeed seems to be a conflict. Thus, he sways into the retirement office, cheerfully offering Zhong Yuanchao some cigarettes. Director Lin, I want to distract you. Focus on distributing the funds. You mustn't be distracted, or mistakes could lead to complications. Who would he explain it to? The accounting. The earnings and the disbursements are all under Zhong Yuanchao's purview. The amounts distributed are solely at his discretion. Lin Xinhe gazes at the cash on the table, swallowing hard and forcing a smile. You carry on. This is no joking matter. However, distributing money could easily be handled by the finance department. Why trouble yourself with such tasks? Lin Xinhe cleverly attempts to extract some authority from Zhong Yuanchao. The advantage of this approach is that the finance team can promptly access the records of the distribution department, allowing Lin to see the benefits while also identifying Zhong's vulnerabilities. Lin Xinhe is an astute individual, always looking to gain an advantage. Zhong Yuanchao seems oblivious to Lin's remarks, leaving Lin awkwardly perched on the edge of the desk, taking a puff of his cigarette to alleviate the discomfort. Some retired teachers express their gratitude to Zhong Yuanchao, while others engage in light chatter. A few remain lingering, tentatively inquiring how much Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong are entitled to. Zhong remains silent, and Lin, though concerned, refrains from asking, instead taking it upon himself to maintain order. You've received your money. Those who are done should leave. Don't crowd the office. Once everyone has collected their salaries, Teachers Xie and Hong approach to receive their payments. Teacher Xie, 200 yuan. Teacher Hong, 200 yuan. In that moment, Lin Xinhe feels a wave of envy wash over him. He only earns 106 yuan and 50 cents a month, while these two retirees managing the distribution department receive 200 yuan each. Chapter 61. The villain is always engaged in business, although he is ostensibly a retired individual. Lin Xinhe finds it perplexing that, after merely a few days of light work in the distribution department, he has earned more than the teachers currently on duty. This undoubtedly stirs feelings of envy within him. Yet, what truly occupies Lin Xinhe's mind is the considerable sum amassed by Zhong Yuanchao. Consider the scenario. Numerous retired teachers have just received their first supplemental pension payment, with Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong each pocketing 200 yuan. A rough estimation reveals that over 2,000 yuan has already been distributed, leading one to ponder how much of that has found its way directly into Zhong Yuanchao's pockets. With a congenial smile, Lin Xinhe offers Zhong Yuanchao a cigarette. Director Zhong, isn't the remuneration for Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong rather excessive? Zhong Yuanchao responds. High as it may be, it is unavoidable. Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong have been my staunchest supporters. When the distribution department faced its most challenging times, these two were the first to step up. It is only fitting that I acknowledge their contributions. Zhong Yuanchao had deliberately refrained from sending Lin Xinhe away earlier, intending for him to witness this scene. As Lin Xinhe contemplates the situation, Zhong Yuanchao continues to stoke the flames. You must have noticed how the retired teachers are eager to learn about Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong's salaries this month. Who would dare disclose it to them? If they found out, they would surely rush to the distribution department for work. I simply do not have enough positions to accommodate them, do I? If this turns into a commotion, it would not bode well. Lin Xinhe absorbs these words, realizing that Zhong Yuanchao's intent to conceal Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong's earnings stems from a fear of unrest among the retirees. With a gleam of mischief in his eye, Lin Xinhe begins to devise a plan to instigate chaos. If these teachers were to confront Zhong Yuanchao, it could lead to an uneven distribution of labor compensation, exposing Zhong Yuanchao's inadequate leadership skills. Such a scenario might present an opportunity during lunch, wouldn't it? As the bell signaling the end of class rings from outside, Lin Xinhe promptly remarks, "Oh, look at the time. It's nearly lunch. I wouldn't want to delay you. I shall take my leave." Zhong Yuanchao strikes a match and lights his cigarette, initially pondering how best to reveal Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong's earnings. However, Lin Xinhe's arrival, clearly with ulterior motives, suggests he is eager to incite discord. At this rate, it would not take long for the retired staff to learn of Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong's salaries. As anticipated, Lin Xinhe hastens to catch up with the recently departed retired teachers, though he had not resolved their issues during his tenure at the retirement office. They share a long history as colleagues, thus mutual respect prevails. Lin Xinhe engages them amicably, exclaiming how commendable Director Zhong is, noting his sense of responsibility and dedication to serving the community. It has only been a short time since he took office, yet he has already begun addressing the concerns of the staff. Such remarks are sure to resonate positively with the gathered crowd. Previously, it was said that Director Zhong was a man of action during his time in the workshop. The workers in the workshop were acutely aware of Director Zhong's impending departure, and this realization weighed heavily on their hearts for quite some time. Some, clutching their cash, lamented the uncertainty of when they would finally receive their retirement pensions. Now, with money in hand, it felt almost surreal. Lin Xin had been patiently awaiting an opportune moment to interject, and upon hearing their remarks, he chuckled, remarking, "Look at you, having just received a little over 40 yuan and already feeling as if you were dreaming. What must Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong feel, then? They would surely be overjoyed." The income of Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong was indeed a matter of great concern for these retired educators. Upon hearing Lin Xin mention them, their interest was piqued. "Director Lin, weren't you just in the office? How much did Teachers Xie and Hong receive? You must have seen." Lin Xin nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I did see." A voice piped up quietly, "Director Lin, can you share with us how much Teachers Xie and Hong earned?" Lin Xin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot divulge that. Director Zhong specifically instructed me to keep their salaries confidential. If I were to tell you, you might very well confront Director Zhong." From Lin Xin's words, the group deduced that Teachers Xie and Hong's earnings indeed surpassed those of the retired educators, and by a considerable margin, or else there would be no concern about them seeking out Director Zhong. The more Lin Xin refrained from disclosing the information, the more their curiosity intensified. Each felt a restless itch within, yet they could not appear too eager. They feigned indifference, stating, "It is only natural for Teachers Xie and Hong, who work hard, to earn more than us. We are merely curious about their earnings. We wouldn't confront Director Zhong." "Indeed, Director Lin, just give us a hint. We promise we won't reveal that it was you who told us." "Director, after working together for so long, do we not share a modicum of trust?" Pressured by their persistence, Lin Xin reluctantly glanced around and, lowering his voice, said, "Just between us. Do not mention to Director Zhong that I disclosed this. Teachers Xie and Hong are earning quite a sum." Instead of revealing a specific amount, he indicated with 2 fingers. The retired educators around Lin Xin gasped upon interpreting this gesture. 200 yuan. This was a staggering 150 yuan more than what they received, far exceeding what they would earn even if they were working in the distribution department. Initially, their instinct was to confront Director Zhong, but upon further reflection, they realized such an action would be futile. After all, Director Zhong had promised to rectify their outstanding retirement payments by the 10th of the following month. Furthermore, the distribution department was under Director Zhong's purview. He alone determined the disbursement of funds. What leverage did they, who had not rendered any labor, possess to demand additional payments? Their only sentiments were envy and regret, particularly since Director Zhong had extended invitations to each of them at one time. It is merely the thought of once being a teacher that now renders one unable to face the prospect of selling goods in the distribution department. However, who could have imagined that the salary earned in the distribution department would surpass that of the workers at the canned goods factory? Holding the retirement pension that had just been issued today, one should feel elated, yet the joy of dining has dissipated. They now find themselves yearning to inquire of Director Zhong Yuanchao, "Do I still have a chance?" Chapter 62. Dissemination. Li Donglai returned home in the evening, drenched in sweat. As Yang Meng emerged from the narrow kitchen, loosening her apron, she remarked, "You've grown accustomed to your wild escapades, returning at all hours and neglecting your midday break. Absorbed in assisting Zhong Yuanchao with this and that. Just look at those shoes you left at the door, caked in mud. What on earth has Zhong Yuanchao had you doing? Digging up graves for others?" Li Donglai replied, "Who knows what madness has overtaken Brother Yuanchao? Last night, he insisted on planting several osmanthus trees beneath Teacher Chio's apartment." Li Donglai refrained from explaining to his mother and continued to eat with his head bowed. Observing his son's silent demeanor, Yang Meng's frustration mounted, though she refrained from unleashing all her ire upon him. Casting a glance at Li Manshun, who seemed eager to vanish into the radio, she kicked his leg. Startled, Li Manshun shivered. Furrowing his brow and squinting, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I'm listening to the opera station." "Oh, listen, listen, you only know how to listen. What good is that?" Yang Meng retorted. "Not a single one of you brings me peace of mind." Yet soon, she recalled the idle gossip she had overheard at work that afternoon, glancing at Li Donglai. She asked, "I heard that the pensions for retired teachers were disbursed this morning?" Li Donglai nodded, confirming they issued a portion. Brother Yuanchao said it was to ensure everyone could rest easy. By the 10th of next month, all the overdue pensions will be settled. Is that truly the case? Yang Ming mused, twirling a loose strand of hair. They disbursed the wages so quickly. Is the distribution department really that profitable? Li Donglai contemplated the image of Zhong Yuanchao holding a stack of cash and instinctively nodded with a smile. Seeing her son's animated agreement, Yang Ming pressed further. "I heard that Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong each received 200 yuan in salary. That must be false, right?" "Not at all," Li Donglai replied nonchalantly. Brother Yuanchao said that combining the retirement pension with re-employment wages, receiving 200 yuan is quite normal, and he mentioned that it would increase in the future. Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that Zhong Yuanchao, being demoted and divorced, would be deeply affected. Yet it seemed he was experiencing a newfound breakthrough in his career. Li Manchun, unable to adjust the radio, eventually abandoned the effort and joined the conversation. "When Zhong Yuanchao was assigned to this unit, I recognized he was extraordinary. Capable individuals often possess strong personalities. Just think. I was quite the character during my time in the theater." "Enough, enough. Close your mouth. A few peanuts have intoxicated you this much?" Yang Ming impatiently interrupted Li Manchun, then turned back to her son and remarked, "I know Zhong Yuanchao is a capable young man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married He Xiuling. However, the remuneration of the two retired teachers surpasses that of us, the active employees. Would anyone remain indifferent to this? The retired educators have voiced considerable discontent. I have overheard them expressing a desire to seek employment from Zhong Yuanchao." In discussing this matter, Li Donglai's confidence surged. Brother Yuanchao had anticipated this day. He would accept as many as needed, ensuring everything remained equitable. Does he truly possess such remarkable capability? Yang Ming expressed skepticism, noting the pride that filled her son when he mentioned Zhong Yuanchao, and she dampened his enthusiasm by stating, "What is there to be proud of regarding Zhong Yuanchao? No matter how well he performs, it has no bearing on you. Only you would naively think of offering assistance without any return." With a swift motion, Li Donglai retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket, all in bills, and remarked with a smirk, "Brother Yuanchao managed to establish the distribution department, and I too played a part in that, which is why I received 40 yuan. 40? Yang Ming's monthly salary was 66 yuan, lower than both her son's and husband's earnings. Li Donglai had only assisted for a few days and received 50 yuan, merely a few yuan shy of her entire monthly wage. Yang Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "Is the business of this distribution department truly that lucrative?" Li Donglai responded, "The distribution department isn't profitable. It's Brother Yuanchao's personal endeavors that yield profit. People are often inclined to quantify worth in terms of material gain, whether in the era of market economy or decades hence. The measure of a person's strength is predominantly assessed by their financial standing." Yang Ming suddenly perceived that Li Donglai's closeness to Zhong Yuanchao might not be entirely unfavorable. With a playful smile, she mused, "Do you think the He family regrets that He Xiuling divorced Zhong Yuanchao now that he has proven so capable?" Li Donglai, quick to respond, stated, "They would certainly regret it. Had they known Brother Yuanchao was to become the deputy factory manager, they would be lamenting deeply." Li Manchun and Yang Ming exchanged glances with Li Donglai, their expressions a blend of scrutiny and disbelief, tinged with astonishment. A fleeting look of panic crossed Li Donglai's face. Had this conversation occurred at work, he might have been more cautious about the setting, but at home, he paid little heed. If his mother were to learn of this, the whole canning factory would soon be informed. Nonetheless, he found the situation rather amusing. Brother Yuanchao's marriage and life had hit rock bottom, and everyone believed he was finished, yet the He family continued to bully him. At this juncture, not only had Brother Yuanchao not given up on himself, but he was also thriving increasingly each day. The deputy factory manager position, which rightfully belonged to He Gui, was now poised to fall into Yuanchao's hands. What an ironic tableau this was. One could only wonder how He Gui, the former father-in-law, would react upon realizing that his former son-in-law was about to rise above him. Would he smile and ingratiate himself? And what if He Xiuling, initially unkind to Brother Yuanchao, would she not consider pleading for his hand in marriage again? Surely, it would be a humbling request. A smile crept onto Li Donglai's face, as he succumbed to an overwhelming sense of immersion in the scenario. To satiate his curiosity, he earnestly instructed, "Mother, Do not speak of this matter to anyone. Brother Yuanchao has yet to decide whether he wishes to accept the deputy factory position. The consideration of whether to become the deputy factory director remains a topic of discussion. Yang Meng and Li Manshun exchanged glances. Li Donglai urged his mother to refrain from disclosing the matter of Zhong Yuanchao's potential appointment as deputy factory director, while also clarifying the reasons behind Zhong's eligibility for the position. Consequently, the entire context of the situation became quite clear to Yang Meng. Merely stating that Zhong Yuanchao was to become the deputy factory director might not convince others. However, with the involvement of the deputy mayor, the credibility of the matter significantly increased. The sequence of events was articulated with clarity, providing ample conversational material that left little room for disbelief. Li Donglai reiterated, "Mother, I have asked you not to speak of this indiscriminately. Do you understand?" Yang Ming shot her son a glare. "Do you think I have such a loose tongue?" In a fleeting moment, without even having washed the dishes, Yang Ming encountered an acquaintance outside. "Out for a stroll? Together? Have you heard? Zhong Yuanchao is indeed to become the deputy factory director, and it is more genuine than pearls. I assure you, it involves the deputy mayor." Chapter 63. Awaiting an opportunity, Zhong Yuanchao arrived early at Xiu Jing's home to deliver breakfast. The elderly lady had just penned a letter, yet had not affixed a stamp. "Please help me mail this letter shortly." Zhong Yuanchao glanced at the recipient and address, realizing that the elderly woman had set aside her concerns and was beginning to correspond with her students. Xiu Jing meticulously opened and read each letter sent to her by Qi Mu over the past few years. It evoked a sensation akin to the maturity of funds maturing in a bank deposit. The girl remained resolute, offering not a hint of her struggles within the letter. She narrated her experiences at the dance academy and recounted amusing anecdotes involving her professors. Through these interactions, she often reflected on Xiu Jing. The warmth of nostalgia for her teachers permeated her words, which stirred a pang of sadness in Xiu Jing. How could she possibly be unaware of the hardships endured by those pursuing dance? The girl had not mentioned a single word about her challenges. The more this was the case, the heavier Xiu Jing's heart grew. Based on Zhong Yuanchao's recent demeanor, Xiu Jing was convinced that her judgment was sound. Having Zhong Yuanchao care for Qi Mu was indeed the most prudent choice. She set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and inquired, "There have been rumors in the factory that you are to become the deputy factory director. Is it true?" While Zhong Yuanchao might have offered vague reassurances to others, in the presence of the elderly lady, he had little to conceal. "Deputy Mayor Xie mentioned this matter to me when he left, but I have yet to make a decision." "Why have you not decided?" Xiu Jing asked, a note of irritation in her voice. "Are you afraid of being deemed ungrateful? Or are you concerned that managing the factory might become complicated due to personal relationships?" Drawing from his decades of experience, Zhong Yuanchao felt ill-suited for internal corporate advancement. "Teacher, I am merely temporarily residing in the factory. In the future, I aspire to become an independent entrepreneur." Reflecting on Zhong Yuanchao's previous conduct, Xiu Jing believed this path was indeed fitting. "Your character is straightforward. You love fiercely and harbor strong opinions on various matters. Coupled with your military background, you cannot help but intervene when faced with injustice and express your thoughts. The current canning factory is indeed not suitable for you. However, it is important to understand that if you ascend to the position of deputy factory director, certain matters will become considerably more manageable. Consider it a step towards the future. Occupying this role will serve as an accumulation of experience." It is no wonder that the elderly lady is quite perceptive, as she and Zhong Yuanchao seem to share similar thoughts. Upon noticing Zhong Yuanchao's prolonged silence, Xiu Jing inquired whether he feared that He Gui and his family would cause him trouble. Yet, if one were to view the situation from a different perspective, He Gui's agreement to allow He Xiuling to divorce you was predicated on his belief that you would amount to nothing in the future. If you were to secure the position of deputy factory director, I would be quite curious to observe the expressions on their faces. Zhong Yuanchao found himself in a rather absurd predicament. The elderly lady was indeed a person of strong emotions, one who eagerly anticipated the opportunity to prove others wrong. "Rest assured, dear teacher, I have already formulated my plans. I merely require a suitable opportunity." That day, Xie Kuan had casually mentioned something, and if Zhong Yuanchao were to seize the moment, he would merely be a pawn in a larger game. With the internal conflicts within the factory reflecting the true struggles of those in power, Zhong Yuanchao, however, was reluctant to be manipulated. After conversing with the elderly lady for a while, He took a letter to the school's distribution department, where he asked teacher Xia for a stamp, affixed it to the envelope, and blew on it to expedite the drying of the adhesive. Li Donglai was in the adjacent room, installing his newly acquired equipment, drenched in sweat. When he came over to request a bottle of soda, he noticed Zhong Yuanchao fiddling with a letter and asked, "Are you writing home?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "I am writing to your sister-in-law." At that moment, the soda that Li Donglai had just swallowed spewed forth. With a wry expression, he wiped his mouth and scoffed. "You've only been apart for 2 days. What could you possibly have to say?" Zhong Yuanchao explained, "I do not wish to write, but she insists. She claims there are sentiments that cannot be voiced, but can be expressed through letters. She also mentioned that when time permits, it would be delightful to revisit them, evoking sweet memories." Li Donglai made a face of disgust, yet felt a pang of envy. He realized that in matters of the heart, he was no match for Yuanchao. Quickly shifting the topic, he added, "The mixer is all set up according to your specifications. Now, the ice cream you produce daily is at least 20 times what you used to make. With this modest workshop, Zhong Yuanchao could swiftly expand the operations of the school-run enterprise. Selling ice cream was not the ultimate goal, but rather a means to an end. Establishing sales channels and influence was the primary objective of the first stage of Zhong Yuanchao's business plan. Li Huanqi arrived rather late today. He had not submitted the earnings from yesterday, nor had he delivered the milk this morning. He finally appeared, hauling 2 large buckets of milk, his gaze evasive. As Zhong Yuanchao approached, he noticed that Li's face appeared somewhat swollen and bruised. Typically, such a condition suggested trouble encountered outside, but Zhong Yuanchao refrained from asking. After all, men value their pride. "Brother Yuanchao, this is the money from yesterday's sales," Li Huanqi said, presenting around 80 yuan, clearly less than expected. Zhong Yuanchao casually slipped the money into his pocket, asking no further questions. He signaled to someone to move the milk into the cold storage, and then proceeded to prepare the goods for Li Huanqi. Li Huanqi had been pondering how to explain the shortage in business funds to Zhong Yuanchao, but with no inquiries from him, he felt a sense of relief. Just as he departed, Li Donglai remarked, "Brother Yuanchao, it seems Li Huanqi has been beaten this time." Zhong Yuanchao nodded. Holding a popular product that made the vendors surrounding the school envious, it was only natural for him to be targeted. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Return to work while I investigate," he instructed. Li Donglai, ever loyal, replied, "Are you going to confront them? What if there are too many people? Having me along would provide support." Zhong Yuanchao countered, "They seek profit, not conflict. My presence would not be to brawl. Do not complicate matters." As he left, Zhong Yuanchao took the opportunity to send a letter, suddenly recalling Qi Mu. Would she come to see the elderly lady upon receiving this letter? A ripple of emotion stirred within him. When Zhong Yuanchao arrived at the central primary school, he nearly crossed paths with Li Huanqi. Instead of following him, he chose to crouch at a distance, lighting a cigarette, while Li Huanqi busily arranged the goods on his tricycle, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. Nearby, several vendors had already expressed hostility towards his arrival. True to form, it wasn't long before those vendors abandoned their stalls, returning with 7 or 8 individuals to encircle Li Huanqi. Chapter 64. Skilled yet sharp-tongued though Li Huanqi was honest, he possessed a stubborn streak in his character. Unlike an ordinary person who would avoid a place after being bullied, he was resolute. The students at Lake City Central Primary School typically came from affluent families and had spending power. Selling ice cream here could lead to swift sales, allowing him to replenish stock and earn more after school. To abandon this location due to yesterday's harassment would mean he could never return, jeopardizing the opportunity he had found to elevate his family's living conditions. As the group of 7 or 8 approached, he did not flinch but continued with his tasks. One of them violently overturned his stall, taunting, "Didn't I tell you not to come here? Can't you understand human speech?" Li Huanqi ignored their provocations, bending down to pick up the items they had scattered. Fortunately, the ice cream had yet to be removed from the cooler. However, while he was collecting his belongings, someone brutally stepped on his hand. If Zhong Yuanchao did not arrive soon, who knew what reckless actions Li Huanqi might take? An honest person should not be easily bullied. Zhong Yuanchao placed his hand on the shoulder of the aggressor, saying, "Young man, let us maintain civility. Destroying someone's stall is neither appropriate nor lawful." Upon noticing the sudden arrival of assistants, several individuals began to guard against Zhong Yuanchao. Li Huanqi hastily stood up from the ground and exclaimed, "Brother Yuanchao, what brings you here? You must leave. I can handle this situation." Zhong Yuanchao could almost foresee the manner in which Li Huanshi would attempt to resolve the conflict he encountered. Inevitably, it involved being bullied until he could no longer endure it, at which point he would carry a small dagger, using it to strike down a few assailants when they approached. In an era where capital punishment remained stringent, encountering such circumstances seemed to leave no alternative but to fight for one's life. But what of Li Huanshi's family? Zhong Yuanchao discreetly signaled to Li Huanshi to remain calm. He retrieved some fine cigarettes from his pocket, intending to offer each of the 7 or 8 individuals one, reasoning that everyone struggles to make a living and that it is unnecessary to complicate matters further. However, these individuals showed no regard for Zhong Yuanchao's goodwill, harshly swatting his hand away, unwilling to accept the offered cigarettes. The smile that had previously adorned his face faded, replaced by a steely expression. If negotiation was off the table, then he would have to resort to force. This is the school gate. Escalating this matter benefits no one. Shall we retreat to that alley to discuss? Zhong Yuanchao's words were a clear invitation to a brawl, ready to face them single-handedly. Numerous vendors were present at the school entrance, all observing the unfolding scene, yet none dared to intervene. Among the onlookers, a tall man with long hair, initially squatting by the roadside smoking, concealed half of his face with his locks. His brow furrowed as he contemplated becoming a hero, but ultimately hesitated, discarding his cigarette, and turning away, pretending not to see. In these times, there were plenty of well-meaning individuals, yet just as many rogues. He preferred to avoid trouble. Zhong Yuanchao led the group into the alley, where the 7 or 8 individuals encircled him tightly, fearful of his potential escape. Accompanying them were Li Huanshi and his tricycle. Once inside the narrow passage, the man at the forefront could no longer restrain himself. He turned and kicked Zhong Yuanchao in the abdomen. Zhong Yuanchao did not evade. Instead, he caught the foot with his hands and executed a sweeping leg maneuver, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. Following this, he delivered a fierce stomp to the man's head before seizing his hair and dragging the bloodied figure backward. The two factions now stood opposed to one another. Zhong Yuanchao, with the unsmoked cigarette still perched in his mouth, watched as the astonished Li Huanshi hurried to strike a match and light it for him. For Zhong Yuanchao, incapacitating an opponent was no easy task, as his expertise lay in entombment and flamethrowers. Surviving the battlefield had equipped him for life, yet dealing with a few thugs presented a different challenge. Having emerged from the midst of death, the aura he exuded at that moment instilled a sense of panic among the rogues, though they still relied on their numbers and had yet to concede. Release him at once. Dare to retaliate? I shall end you today. Let us go. As Li Huanshi observed the situation escalating to such a degree, he realized that further forbearance was intolerable. Grabbing a basin from the tricycle, he was ready to wield it as a weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, the ruffians lunged toward Zhong Yuanchao. In Zhong Yuanchao's mind, 2 thoughts emerged. The first was to grab Li Huanshi and flee, which would spare them from injury, but at the cost of losing a significant business opportunity in this area. The second thought was to confront them head-on, risking potential injury, but with the prospect of subduing them, thereby establishing a rapid distribution channel in no time. In an instant, he made his decision: fight. Grasping a thug's hair as if it were a mere ball, he hurled him into the crowd, causing half of the assailants to stagger in their advance. As Zhong Yuanchao prepared to throw a punch, a gust of wind swept past him, and a figure resembling a wall charged into the fray, swiftly toppling half of the attackers with a flurry of punches and kicks. The remaining assailants stood frozen, one of them pointing at the unexpected savior and shouting, "Ma Dongxi, mind your own business." How could this be considered meddling? Ma Dongxi retorted, "I was born in a new society, raised under the red banner, and I cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. I am compelled to assist." Such boldness, coupled with a touch of brashness, was unmistakably characteristic of a northerner. "I have no desire for idle chatter," he declared. "If we are to fight, let us do so without unnecessary noise. Come on, let us go." Clearly, these individuals had been schooled in the art of confrontation, for upon seeing Ma Dongxi, they faltered in their aggression. At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao patted Ma Dongxi's shoulder and said, "Wait a moment, allow me to speak with them first." Chapter 65. A stubborn adhesive. These individuals merely sought to earn a bit more money. Witnessing their peers making greater profits inevitably led to feelings of disparity and resentment. Such scenarios are commonplace among those at the bottom rungs of society. The root of the issue lies in their overly simplistic approach to conflict resolution, before considering alternative solutions. They resort to violence as the most straightforward and effective means of addressing their problems. When this group realized they had encountered a formidable opponent, they finally understood the necessity of calm, or rather, they resigned themselves to defeat. Zhong Yuanchao offered a cigarette to the valiant Ma Dongxi and approached the 7 or 8 men. Initially reluctant to accept the smoke, they now displayed submissive expressions as Zhong Yuanchao offered it once more. Ma Dongxi, in the background, exhaled smoke rings and flicked his greasy long hair, pondering. I have taught him a lesson. He was forced to act, and yet he exudes a certain commanding presence. What is his background? Zhong Yuanchao seemed to have forgotten that he had just left one of the thugs bloodied and bruised. With a nonchalant smile, he mused. Is it truly necessary to become so agitated merely because Li Huanqi's ice cream sells quickly and brings in profits? If you had ice cream too, wouldn't you be earning just the same? The group was momentarily taken aback, for the argument presented seemed to possess a semblance of logic. Yet their minds had not ventured in that direction. In this day and age, who would willingly share a lucrative opportunity with others? One inquisitive individual tentatively asked, "Do you know where to purchase this ice cream?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "This ice cream is my creation. Do you think I wouldn't know?" Their emotions had journeyed from anger to submission, and now to exhilaration, akin to a roller coaster ride. Someone excitedly inquired, "Can you sell us this merchandise?" Zhong Yuanchao responded, "I came to inform you that harmony breeds prosperity. I possess the goods you seek, and I can provide as much as you desire. However, you rushed to act before I had finished speaking. Who can be blamed for that? Is that truly the case?" Some remained skeptical. Zhong Yuanchao said, "If you doubt me, you may accompany me now to retrieve the goods." It appeared that he spoke the truth, although others still harbored questions. But at the school gate, everyone sells the same ice cream. It seems like everyone is profiting, yet in reality, no one is. His implication was clear. The students are akin to pie, and with too many people sharing, the profit becomes diluted. Zhong Yuanchao patiently explained, "How vast is Hu City? You cannot limit your vision to just the central primary school. There are other middle schools, vocational colleges, technical schools, and universities. You should be concerned about whether my stock is sufficient rather than whether you can earn enough money." They indeed had fixated on their immediate surroundings, while Zhong Yuanchao's gaze encompassed the entirety of Hu City's market. Ma Dongxi's smoking slowed as he found Zhong Yuanchao intriguing. In fact, he had his sights set on the ice cream being sold by Li Huanchi the previous day. However, Ma Dongxi was mindful of his reputation and would not deliberately create conflict. He planned to discreetly inquire about the source of the goods and perhaps procure some himself. His sudden assistance today was merely an attempt to forge a good relationship, hoping that Li Huanchi would, out of gratitude, share the source of supply, not anticipating that he would encounter the very creator of the ice cream. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's eloquence and poise, it was evident he was worldly and astute. Ma Dongxi wished to engage him further. "The hour is late. Come to the Hu City canning factory tomorrow morning to find me. It would be prudent for you to consult with your associates nearby. If they wish to procure goods, they should come to me as well. I have but one request. You must follow my instructions from now on, and I assure you that you will earn a bountiful profit each month." Upon hearing of the potential for profit, they were naturally elated, yet the stipulation that they must heed Zhong Yuanchao's commands left them somewhat reluctant. Did that not imply they would be under his control henceforth? Just as this group hesitated, a throng of elementary school students suddenly dashed into the alley, shouting, "The ice cream seller is here." A band of little rascals rushed in, surrounding Li Huanchi tightly. "I want 2 scoops. Give me 4, split into 2 boxes. Take my money first. Take my money first." As I observed these eager little fellows eagerly stuffing money into Li Huanchi's hands, the group that had just caused a ruckus swallowed hard, aware that this presented a lucrative opportunity that could yield significant profits. One among them, with a determined bite of the lip, declared, "I'll follow your lead. I'll come by tomorrow morning." Another chimed in, and Huanchi, preoccupied with his business, hastily returned to guard their stalls after enduring a lesson from Zhong Yuanchao and Ma Dongxi. However, Ma Dongxi did not rush to depart. Zhong Yuanchao glanced toward his stall from the alley's entrance and inquired, "Why aren't you heading back to your stall?" With a cheerful grin, Ma Dongxi replied, "There isn't even a bird around. What am I guarding, an egg?" He nudged Zhong Yuanchao with his shoulder, teasingly remarking, "You seemed quite capable earlier. Have you served in the military?" Zhong Yuanchao did not deny it. "And you? Which unit did you serve in?" Ma Dongxi proudly stated, "The 39th Army." "That explains your fierce demeanor. Zhong Yuanchao mused with a slight smile. Your unit has quite a historical connection to my name. I am Zhong Yuanchao. The 39th Army was a principal force during the Korean War, renowned for its valor, a legacy that surely continued in its ranks. What a coincidence! Ma Dongxi exclaimed, casually draping an arm over Zhong Yuanchao's shoulder as if they were longtime acquaintances. Which unit were you with? The 14th Army. Ma Dongxi's enthusiasm grew. You must be on high alert against the Vietnamese forces now. His familiarity with military designations stemmed from his time in service, where he frequently studied telegrams and the stories of heroic figures, often stirring his fervor. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's contemplative demeanor, he remarked, You don't strike me as just a foot soldier. Your speech is rather eloquent, reminiscent of our company commander. Zhong Yuanchao replied, I started as a foot soldier. But later I was promoted, although I was then compelled to transition to civilian life. The phrase compelled to transition carried weight. It typically indicated someone who had made significant contributions but later faltered in some regard, leading to a decision to retain their rank while being directed away from military service. Otherwise, it would have been termed as demobilization. Curiously leaning closer, Ma Dongxi inquired, How many did you take out? Zhong Yuanchao, reluctant to engage, found Ma Dongxi's persistence akin to a tenacious adhesive. If you're hesitant to share, just tell me how it went down. Chapter 66. A great talent. Xie Kun had only just arrived at another state-owned establishment in the city for a morning investigation, similarly declining the invitation from that unit and opting instead to return to the office cafeteria. The majority of the staff carried bowls and lunchboxes, taking their meals home. Xie Kun's wife and child had not accompanied him to Haiqing, so he found himself dining alone. On his way, he encountered colleagues who greeted him with joviality, but as soon as he passed, their demeanor shifted to hushed whispers. Xie Kun didn't need to listen intently to grasp their conversation, having recently assumed his post. He was set to implement sweeping changes in the city. Change inevitably brings discomfort, not only for the enterprises involved, but potentially for certain individuals within the bureaucracy as well. In this era, the official administrative personnel are not particularly well compensated, leading them to often leverage their authority to secure positions for family members within enterprises, allowing them to enjoy better benefits. The web of relationships in this context is quite intricate. Consequently, there has been a surge of gossip surrounding Xie Kun in recent days. When Xie Kun accepted the invitation, he had already contemplated these issues, hence his current demeanor is remarkably composed. As he sat down to dine, he feigned ignorance to the murmurs around him. At that moment, an individual suddenly took a seat across from him, startling Xie Kun, who promptly rose to greet him. The middle-aged man, with graying hair, gestured for him to remain seated, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. With a forced smile, Xie Kun inquired about his sister-in-law's absence at noon. The man, with a stoic expression, replied that she was indeed home, but he had come specifically to wait for Xie Kun. Xie Kun paused momentarily, his movements in serving the dishes becoming sluggish. The man scrutinized him, snorting softly, What? Have you lost confidence in me? Xie Kun quickly shook his head in denial. The man continued, During your tenure, you have been tirelessly conducting grassroots research, never once accepting an invitation from any local unit. Even when mealtime arrives, you insist on having your colleagues settle for less outside. Countless individuals have approached me to voice their grievances, claiming you have become overly principled. This is placing excessive pressure on the subordinate units, which is detrimental to unity. Xie Kun smiled wryly, understanding that this was the expected outcome. Mayor, that is simply my working style. The middle-aged man looked at Xie Kun with a serious demeanor. I am aware of your working style. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such lengths to bring you over from the bank? The city's finances are strained, and the education sector has been in turmoil due to insufficient investment. I specifically valued your experience in the financial system and your meticulous work ethic, placing you in this role to oversee finance and education. Controlling the purse strings is crucial for our future development, and fostering education is essential for the nation's destiny. My intention for you in this position is not to engage in superficial displays or to cultivate personal connections. At that moment, all the grievances Xie Kun had endured over the past few days seemed to dissipate as he exhaled deeply. I thought what? That I was merely going through the motions? They underestimate me. Tao Zhizhao. Tao Zhizhao mixed the dishes with rice, relishing the flavor of the oily broth, and quickly consumed a significant portion. Yet, the various units continuously clamored for subsidies, claiming they could not pay their workers adequately, despite the lavish standards of their banquets. The affluent indulge while the roads are lined with the bones of the frozen, he mused. This prevailing atmosphere should have been curbed long ago. However, addressing such issues did not fall within Xia Kuan's purview. He merely abstained from invitations, but the prevailing ethos of these units was not his to tackle. Noticing Xia Kuan's silence, Tao Zhizhao, aware of his cautious nature, inquired, "What is the situation with the Huqing canning factory?" Xia Kuan remarked that due to the continuous subsidies provided over the years, and with certain personnel at the bank consistently making inquiries, numerous loans had been approved despite many being overdue. The financial practices at the canning factory were not sound. Although it appeared profitable, there were significant losses. This reliance on subsidies must be curtailed promptly. Official financial support should be allocated to public services, establishing superior platforms to attract greater capital. In this regard, not only is Aarhus City lagging, but even Shin City is relatively backward in thought and vision. Our current task is to shatter this outdated paradigm. Although this process may entail some discomfort, Tao Zhizhao nodded in agreement, expressing that Xia's idea was commendable. He promised to discuss it with the secretary and emphasize it at the provincial meeting. Noticing Xia Kuan smiling subtly, Tao curiously inquired about the source of his amusement. Xia responded that he had suddenly recalled an intriguing young individual from the Huqing canning factory. Oh, if he has caught the attention of Vice Mayor Xia, he must possess some insight, Tao remarked. Xia shook his head, asserting that to merely label the young man as having some insight would be an understatement. He believed in certain respects, the young man's understanding surpassed his own. If such a person exists and you hold him in such high regard, why not elevate him to a position of responsibility? Perhaps with a few years of training under your guidance, he could become an invaluable asset, Tao suggested. Xia Kuan entertained this thought, though he expressed skepticism, stating that the young man seemed more inclined toward business, having heard him speak of competitiveness. The two continued their conversation over dinner, surprisingly focused on a retired deputy director from the Huqing Canning Factory's alumni school. At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao and Ma Dongxi settled on a noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles. Ultimately, it was Zhong Yuanchao who footed the bill. "Well, we've eaten, and I've paid. Consider it my way of repaying your assistance," he said. "If you wish to make money, join them tomorrow at the Huqing Canning Factory to procure goods. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon." Ma Dongxi waved his hand dismissively. "How much can one earn selling a few ice creams? I'm not like them. I believe that being with you is certainly better than running a roadside stall." Zhong Yuanchao looked at himself, spreading his hands and asking Ma Dongxi, "What makes me different?" Ma Dongxi began to enumerate. "Firstly, you alone dare to confront 7 or 8 of them, and you understand the importance of setting an example. That's not something a mere brute can accomplish. Moreover, you have influence, allowing you to maneuver skillfully. That's not typical of an ordinary person. You can deliver a slap while offering a sweet treat. And with just a few words, you can lead a crowd astray. Truly a remarkable talent, brother." Zhong Yuanchao bristled, resembling a furious Zhang Fei. "Don't call me brother." Ma Dongxi clapped his hands. "All right then, from now on, I shall call you Director Zhong." Chapter 67. Collaboration. Director Zhong, where shall we go now? Please give me a straightforward answer so I can prepare accordingly and assist you effectively. Should you have any tasks for me, feel free to command. I am prepared to traverse mountains or endure the flames, though I must first shed this excess weight, for it shall sustain me through the winter. Upon seeing Ma Dongxi amuse himself, Zhong Yuanchao offered him a cigarette. "Why abandon the northern lands for the south? Are you a child of workers, farmers, or officials?" Ma Dongxi understood that Zhong Yuanchao was probing his background, and if he wished to associate with him in the future, he must disclose his origins. "A child of the mining district, with 2 elder sisters. The eldest succeeded my father, while the family wished for me to follow in my mother's footsteps. However, with a second sister in the mix, if I took on that role, she would be left without work. If she remained unemployed and married, she would surely face the ire of her in-laws. Furthermore, the factory's productivity declines year by year. Last year, they didn't even set a hiring quota. I estimate that in 2 years, even wages may not be disbursed. It is wise to gather my belongings and venture south. Isn't this the essence of reform and opening up? The South teems with opportunities. I initially aimed for Shenzhen, but could not pass through. After wandering the southern lands, I heard praises of Jiangnan, its beauty familiar to me. The sunrise paints the river flowers red, and with spring's arrival, the landscape transforms." Ma Dongxi gazed eagerly at Zhong Yuanchao, who inhaled deeply from his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke, continuing. When spring arrives, the river waters shimmer like blue. How can one not reminisce about Jiangnan? Indeed, when spring comes, the river waters are as green as blue. Zhong Yuanchao spoke with eloquence, extolling Jiangnan's virtues. Which is why I found myself in Huqing. Zhong Yuanchao recognized that despite Ma Dongxi's robust appearance, he possessed a keen intellect, effortlessly reciting poetry. Surely he knew the last line. He was merely testing Zhong Yuanchao's depth while flattering him with cleverness. Zhong Yuanchao remarked, in recent years, the South has been rife with opportunities for wealth. In April, did you not hear about the treasury bonds? Did you not engage in that venture? Ma Dongxi's pockets were emptier than his face, yet he spoke with conviction. I consider those pursuits beneath me. The populace engages in petty trades. Merely exchanging between ourselves, what merit is there in that? My ambition lies in securing foreign wealth for our coffers. That is true skill. He patted his chest and gave Zhong Yuanchao a thumbs up, exuding confidence. Zhong Yuanchao mused that if Ma Dongxi were aware of Yang Million's dealings with treasury bonds, amassing a fortune of 1 million in a short span, he would surely regret his choices. However, such luck is not universally bestowed nor sought by all. Zhong Yuanchao believed that trading these items lacked significant expertise. Ma Dongxi added, I do not disparage the trade itself. Rather, I find the domestic exchanges unremarkable. Zhong, are you not at the canning factory? If you possess the audacity to maneuver those cans, I could facilitate their transfer to the Russians, even securing a plane in return. Zhong Yuanchao's eyes widened. Indeed, it seemed plausible. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Dayun cold food factory, and Ma Dongxi, upon seeing the sign, wondered how they had come to be there. Director Zhong, what brings you here? Are you here to restock? Ma Dongxi inquired. If you need to restock, you should come to me. Why are you here? This factory is on the verge of collapse. There is hardly any business. Zhong Yuanchao replied, precisely because the factory is on the brink of failure. We can negotiate lower prices. Negotiate lower prices? Why was I not informed? Ma Dongxi muttered, then noticed the elderly gentleman lounging in the chair by the entrance and greeted. Old Master Peng, you're not taking a nap? It's been a few days since we last met. Your hair has turned quite gray. Make sure to eat more black sesame. I'll bring some for you next time. This is my elder brother. I'm taking him through the factory. Ma Dongxi was quite affable with everyone, but the old man merely glanced at him and scoffed. There is nothing worth seeing in the factory. If you want a tour, go somewhere else. Initially, Ma Dongxi believed that his friendly demeanor would allow him to easily escort Zhong Yuanchao inside, but the old man was unyielding. Zhong Yuanchao looked at Ma Dongxi, who showed no signs of embarrassment, strutting about with an air of feigned effort. He approached the old man, offered him a cigarette, and inquired, is Director Zhao around? The old man, just placing the cigarette between his lips, replied, our director's surname is Wu. Wu. Have I come to the wrong place? Zhong Yuanchao scratched his head. Just a few days ago, during dinner with Vice Mayor Xie, he mentioned Director Zhao. Could I have misheard due to the drinks? Oh, you certainly have a talent for exaggeration, Ma Dongxi thought, almost wishing to jot it down. The old man's demeanor shifted instantly. He straightened his posture, slipped his feet into his shoes, and adjusted the worn-out edges of his footwear. I'll take you to find Director Wu. The old man hadn't received his wages from last month, and presumably, neither had the other factory workers. In previous years, this time would have been bustling with activity. But this year, half the workers were on rotation. If there were no jobs forthcoming, they might soon find themselves seeking alternative means of survival. From Zhong Yuanchao's words, the old man sensed a glimmer of hope. Although uncertain, he decided to escort Zhong Yuanchao to the office. Driven by the philosophy of better safe than sorry, such tactics have always been effective across generations. In the present-day deep city, numerous individuals orchestrate similar schemes. Even in 2 or 3 decades, people will still claim connections to influential figures, profiting immensely from their fabrications. Zhong Yuanchao's approach was not deceitful. It was merely a conversational strategy. Beside him, Ma Dongxi gazed at the director with admiration, recognizing the art of persuasion. Director Wu appeared to be in his 40s. His condition not particularly favorable. It seemed his hair hadn't been cut in quite some time. Furthermore, he appeared rather anxious, as evidenced by his mismatched footwear, one clad in a sock while the other was bare. The ashtray was either overdue for emptying or had accumulated a significant amount of ash from a morning of heavy smoking. Upon seeing the old man ushering guests, Director Wu looked perplexed and cast a questioning glance in their direction. Zhong Yuanchao surmised that the old man wouldn't be able to clarify the current situation anytime soon. So he interjected, "Hello, Director Wu. I'm here on the recommendation of Vice Mayor Xia." This time, Ma Dongxi refrained from interrupting, standing quietly by, while Director Wu remained somewhat bewildered, pondering over the mention of Vice Mayor Xia. He was entirely unaware of the direction in which the city committee's gate opened, and had no connection with Vice Mayor Xia. The crux of the matter was whether there even existed a vice mayor named Xia in the city. Confused and at a loss, Director Wu could only gesture absent-mindedly for the elder to attend to his own affairs. With a hint of skepticism, Director Wu shook hands with Zhong Yuanchao, invited him to sit, and intended to brew him a cup of tea, only to realize that the kettle was completely devoid of water, an unfortunate reflection of his current predicament. The factory situation had been dismal over the past 2 years, but this year it was particularly dire. At this point, orders were less than half of last year's, which understandably left Director Wu in a state of panic. "Look at me, intending to brew you tea yet forgetting to fetch water. Please, have a seat. I shall have someone prepare it at once." As he spoke, Director Wu offered Zhong Yuanchao a cigarette. Ma Dongxi promptly produced a lighter and lit it for him, dutifully standing by as a mere background figure. Director Wu cast a glance at him, pondering the considerable stature of this visitor. Chapter 68. The big fish approaches. Noticing that Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor and speech were markedly different from those of ordinary folk, particularly with his attendant by his side, Director Wu Hui, the head of Dayun Factory, adopted a much more courteous tone. "May I ask your name?" Zhong Yuanchao introduced himself. "I am Zhong Yuanchao, recently appointed as the director of the retirement office at the Children's School of Huqing Canned Goods Factory. Didn't the vice mayor visit our factory a few days ago for an inspection? We exchanged contact details, and during dinner last night, after a few drinks, we discussed the current economic climate. It appears that the inability to sell products has become a widespread issue for state-owned enterprises, with a notably poor capacity for monetization. Private factories face even greater challenges, which is why we, as the elder brothers in the industry, hope to extend a hand to assist private enterprises in overcoming these difficulties together." Zhong Yuanchao smiled. "I am currently piloting new sales strategies in the school-run enterprises, aiming to diversify the product offerings. I sought your company to support Vice Mayor Xia's efforts." Director Wu placed the cigarette to his lips, scrutinizing Zhong Yuanchao intently. Ma Dongxi, an old hand at manipulation, felt somewhat overshadowed by Zhong Yuanchao's confidence. Were it not for his insider knowledge of the system, he would not possess such familiarity with the protocols. The key point was Zhong Yuanchao's frequent mention of the vice mayor and the economic landscape. Articulating his points with remarkable assurance, his demeanor unflinching, Ma Dongxi instinctively glanced at Wu Hui's expression, which suggested that while he might not fully believe, he certainly accepted the narrative presented. When Dayun Factory had thrived in previous years, it resembled the elders' glory days. Initially, such factories engaged in soda production with their formulas shrouded in secrecy. Some companies publicly sought soda recipes in newspapers. Dayun Factory, having acquired a formula, soared to success. Despite no changes within the factory itself, the world around it continued to evolve. Previously, the sales department was filled with idle hands, overwhelmed by orders. However, as new products were not developed swiftly enough and competition proliferated, Dayun Factory gradually lost its competitive edge in the market. In the past, as a salesperson accustomed to a privileged position, the shortcomings of this approach have now become apparent. Faced with the inability to penetrate new markets and lacking a competitive pricing advantage, the closure of the Dayun Factory is merely a matter of time. The only doubt lingering in Wu Hui's mind now is regarding Zhong Yuanchao's identity. With one eye larger than the other, Zhong scratched his head and recalled that Vice Mayor Xia had indeed mentioned a factory, but it seems he had mistakenly referred to the surname Zhao rather than Wu. Could it be that he had misinterpreted? He resolved to verify this upon returning. Noticing that Zhong was about to leave, Director Wu felt no room for doubt. Grasping Zhong's hands, he implored, "Brother, how could you possibly be mistaken? This is indeed our place. I have sought assistance from the city several times, initially thinking my efforts would yield no results, yet it appears the vice mayor has been genuinely concerned. Seeing you here today brings me great relief. Is this truly the right place?" Zhong Yuanchao still expressed skepticism. "Old Wu, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" As an observer, Ma Dongxi could see clearly that it was Zhong who had been attempting to mislead Wu, only for the tables to turn, with Wu now trying to outwit Zhong. Was this not a case of cleverness backfiring? Wu Hui, maintaining a serious demeanor, queried, "Consider this matter. Would I have any reason to deceive you?" He quickly shifted to the main topic. "Director Zhong, you mentioned a need to transform our sales strategy. Could you elaborate on your plans?" Zhong Yuanchao replied, "I have little time. Please show me your factory's price list." Wu Hui hurriedly presented the pricing documents for all their products. Upon reviewing the list, Zhong's brow furrowed slightly. "Your prices are quite elevated." Wu Hui lamented. "These figures are based on prices set years ago. We haven't raised them despite the passage of time. How could they be considered high?" Zhong asserted, "Indeed, the prices are too high. And even if you were to lower them now, it is unlikely anyone would purchase your goods. You have forfeited your original market share and, without a pricing advantage, reclaiming it will prove challenging." Although Zhong's remarks rendered Dian seemingly worthless, he spoke a harsh truth that left Wu Hui visibly uncomfortable. Zhong added, "However, all is not lost. You should first reduce your prices. For instance, on this fruit bag ice, the purchase price can be decreased by 2 cents. If we sell it cheaper by a penny, the reduction in price will enhance market competitiveness." Director Wu, alarmed, waved his hands, exclaiming, "We simply cannot afford that. A 2-cent reduction would jeopardize our existence. We wouldn't even cover our costs." Zhong countered, "As sales increase, production capacity will rise, and costs will subsequently decrease." Taking a pen from Director Wu, Zhong hastily slashed prices on the quote, causing Wu to break into a sweat. After drafting a new price list, Zhong remarked, "Our principal has connections with over 20 schools in the city. Introducing these products into campuses would be a straightforward endeavor." Returning the pen to Wu Hui, Zhong concluded, "I could approach Xinyuan and Leshuang factories, but I choose not to, for I understand that embellishing the already prosperous cannot compare to providing essential support in times of need." The quotation included contact details, and Wu Hui found himself lost in thought upon seeing it. If he declined, he would be resigned to inaction. Yet, if he agreed, there remained a glimmer of hope. It seemed he had reached a decision. Just as Zhong Yuanchao was about to depart with Ma Dongxi, Wu Hui nodded decisively and said, "Director Zhong, how about I send you 100 pieces of the goods listed on the order tonight?" Zhong Yuanchao breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that this expansion of business was a significant opportunity. Once outside the Diyun factory, Ma Dongxi embraced Zhong Yuanchao tightly, as if their friendship had deepened through this ordeal. Earlier that day, they had clashed with some street vendors who had only recently accepted his terms, and now they boldly claimed to possess sales channels at the Yun factory. Ma Dongxi pondered whether Zhong Yuanchao was taking things step by step or if he had planned this all along. Regardless, to Ma Dongxi, Zhong Yuanchao represented a substantial support, a pillar to rely on. Zhong Yuanchao, growing impatient, shifted his shoulders and furrowed his brow, asking, "Speak plainly. What do you want? Where did military decorum go during your time in the army? Such familiarity is strictly prohibited." Ma Dongxi chuckled, "Director Zhong, I once thought I was quite the charmer. Until I met you, the master of boasting without a hint of shame. You toss around titles like deputy mayor as if they were your brothers. When will you introduce me to your esteemed friends, so I may bask in your glory?" Zhong Yuanchao mused, "This fellow thinks I'm merely boasting." Chapter 69. The one always hurt is you. Ma Dongxi was a quintessential extrovert with a thick skin. "Director Zhong, to celebrate our successful collaboration in Jiangnan, I propose we indulge in a night of revelry," he suggested. Zhong Yuanchao displayed considerable interest, replying, "Sounds good, you treat." Ma Dongxi laughed heartily. Next time for sure." Upon hearing that he was expected to foot the bill, he quickly changed his tune. Nevertheless, he remained determined to persuade Zhong Yuanchao, albeit through a different approach. He began to regale Zhong Yuanchao with tales of the most charming women at various nightclubs, attempting to pique his interest. After taking a few steps, Zhong Yuanchao suddenly halted. "You've spent the entire day with me, eating and drinking. What more do you desire?" Ma Dongxi wrapped his arm around Zhong Yuanchao's shoulder once more, saying, "I merely wish to deepen our revolutionary friendship. Though we have not shared the countryside nor faced the front lines together, we can still engage in other pursuits." With a grin, he added, "Given our talents for persuasion, surely we could one day charm our way into acquiring a plane from the Russians." Zhong Yuanchao had grown accustomed to Ma Dongxi's incessant chatter. Despite his seemingly spontaneous boasting, Ma Dongxi possessed considerable knowledge and experience from his years of traversing the country. While he might not achieve immense wealth, modest success was certainly within reach. Now, he clung to Zhong Yuanchao, Recognizing an opportunity, he was determined to seize. Zhong Yuanchao attempted to persuade Ma Dongxi to leave several times, but to no avail. Ultimately, he resigned himself to bringing Ma along back to the canning factory. This evening promised to be extraordinarily busy, as a substantial influx of customers was anticipated for the following day. Clearly, the supply of ice cream in the warehouse was insufficient, necessitating an all-nighter to prepare the goods for tomorrow. Upon his first encounter with Zhong Yuanchao's workshop, Ma Dongxi expressed his astonishment, remarking that this was his base of operations. Yet the space was exceedingly cramped. "You are destined to do business with people from all corners of the world. This place hardly befits you," he flattered. Regardless of its veracity, Zhong Yuanchao replied, "The journey from 0 to 1 is a process. The dream of overnight wealth is utterly unrealistic. Both wealth and success require accumulation. How could I expect anything less from you, Director Zhong? Conversing with you is always enlightening," Ma Dongxi quipped. Zhong Yuanchao smiled lightly and immersed himself in work, while Ma Dongxi hovered nearby, occasionally lending a hand until he eventually became fully engaged. "I have no money to give you," Zhong Yuanchao stated. Ma Dongxi dismissed the triviality of monetary compensation, content with merely having dinner provided. They began by retrieving milk from the cold storage that had exceeded the 12-hour limit, then manually separated the cream. Aside from the undisclosed method for producing butter, Zhong Yuanchao laid bare the entire process of ice cream production before Ma Dongxi without any reservations. Ma Dongxi, in his straightforward manner, queried, "Director Zhong, are you not afraid that I might learn this recipe and start my own venture?" Zhong Yuanchao responded, "If you were to establish your own flag, I would readily rally to your cause. Do you think being a boss is easy?" Ma Dongxi paused, reflecting on his years of yearning for wealth, never contemplating the role of a boss. Instead, he envisioned finding a wealthy patron to support him in achieving prosperity. Upon hearing Zhong Yuanchao's candid remarks, he finally grasped that not everyone is cut out to be a boss. Being a boss is akin to leading a troop. It involves more than merely overseeing basic needs. One must also provide direction. A misstep in guidance could lead to utter disaster. Ma Dongxi nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the role of a boss was indeed not for the faint-hearted. As they chatted and worked, Li Donglai arrived and noticed a rather imposing figure beside Zhong Yuanchao. Without a formal introduction from Zhong, the familiarity in their conversation suggested a long-standing acquaintance. Li Donglai felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, he had known Zhong Yuanchao since they began their careers together, and if one were to consider true friendship, Li Donglai believed he was Zhong's sole confidant. The sudden appearance of another person felt akin to having something precious snatched away. This reaction is common among most individuals, unless the newcomer swiftly integrates into the social circle. Such feelings of displacement are likely to linger. The slick demeanor of Ma Dongxi appeared somewhat untrustworthy, while Zhong Yuanchao, unabashed, openly discussed the method of making ice cream before him, evidently treating him as one of their own. This only served to intensify Li Donglai's jealousy and instill a slight sense of caution within him. Seizing the opportunity, Li Donglai quietly inquired beside Zhong Yuanchao, "I hadn't heard you had such a friend before." With keen ears and a cunning nature, Ma Dongxi interjected before Zhong Yuanchao could respond, declaring, "My bond with Director Zhong is one of life and death. Brother, we have many tales to share, and I shall tell you at length when I have the time." Though Ma Dongxi was younger than Li Donglai, his mature appearance and imposing stature lent him a distinctly roguish air, leading others to mistakenly believe he was the elder. Zhong Yuanchao merely smiled, refraining from correcting this misconception. Li Donglai couldn't help but mentally rank his standing alongside Ma Dongxi in Zhong Yuanchao's eyes. They shared a profound bond, and during Zhong's lowest moments, he had remained steadfast. In this regard, their significance was indeed comparable. Li Donglai pondered this and curiously asked, "So, Dongxi, why not share your stories with me about you and Brother Yuanchao?" Ma Dongxi slapped his belly, fatigued and famished from a day's labor. "When will Director Zhong serve us a meal?" Zhong Yuanchao, assessing the tasks at hand, deemed it an appropriate moment to take a break. "Donglai, please fetch a few packs of instant noodles to tide us over for dinner tonight." Instant noodles as a makeshift meal? Upon hearing this, Ma Dongxi grimaced, "Ugh, are we really resorting to that? Fine, I'll have 5 packs. Li Donglai cursed internally, calculating the servings, with both of them consuming 2 packs each. They would require a staggering 9 packs altogether. Noticing Li Donglai's hesitance, Zhong Yuanchao promptly suggested, "You pay first, and I'll reimburse you later." Only then did Li Donglai cheerfully head off to purchase the noodles. His reluctance to be generous towards Ma Dongxi stemmed from their recent acquaintance. After all, each pack cost a mere 30 cents, and their friendship hardly warranted such expenditure. While others utilized large bowls, Ma Dongxi opted for a basin. Li Donglai brought in Ma Dongxi's noodles first, then returned to serve his own and Zhong Yuanchao's. Upon entering, he overheard Ma Dongxi proclaiming, "Director Zhong, I believe your words hold immense truth. If one can only see the trifling sums before them, they will achieve little in life." Zhong Yuanchao retrieved money from his pocket, but upon hearing Ma Dongxi's seemingly disjointed statement, he hesitated to hand it to Li Donglai. Li Donglai quickly waved his hand, saying, "A few packs of noodles aren't worth much, Brother Yuanchao. You needn't be so formal with me." Ma Dongxi, taking advantage of the moment, pushed Zhong Yuanchao's hand back, asserting, "Why all this formality? We are brothers." Li Donglai smirked. "That's a sentiment I can express. What gives you the right?" As prices continued to rise, the cost of Shuangfeng instant noodles, once priced at 0.23 yuan, had now increased to 0.30 yuan. For an ordinary worker, this was still affordable, yet each purchase elicited a slight twinge of pain in their wallet. Moreover, Li Donglai, with great zeal, purchased 9 packets at the price of 2 yuan and 70 cents. 3 individuals toiled in the workshop until after 9 in the evening. As goods were delivered from the Dian factory, they transported the ice cream along with other products into the cold storage. Li Donglai watched in awe as Zhong Yuanchao successfully executed this endeavor, which continued to expand in scale. When Li Huanshi returned from setting up his stall, he was in a state of exhilaration, handing over 100 yuan in earnings to Zhong Yuanchao. Zhong retained 100, returning the remainder to Li Huanshi, stating, "From now on, you need only give me 100 each day. The rest is your profit." Not only was Li Huanshi taken aback, but even Li Donglai felt a pang of envy, realizing that Li Huanshi now held more than 10 yuan in his possession. If such prosperous business continued daily, wouldn't that amount to earning 400 to 500 yuan in a month? However, Li Donglai was somewhat oblivious to the outside world. In the present day, as long as one is willing to work hard, it is still possible to earn a decent living. For instance, those pedaling tricycles outside often earn 700 to 800 yuan a month through sheer effort, though not everyone can endure such hardship. Huanshi, tomorrow you should first head to the market to gather all the eggs, and then have the vegetable market send over 20 barrels of milk, instructed Zhong Yuanchao, signifying a substantial increase in the workshop's production capacity and indicating that the sales of ice cream had reached a commendable level. Ma Dongxi, engaging in light banter with Zhong Yuanchao, sought to glean insights into the latter's future plans. Li Donglai discreetly inquired of Li Huanshi, "Have Ma Dongxi and Brother Yuanchao known each other for a long time?" Li Huanshi chuckled, replying, "We just met today." Li Donglai's face flushed with embarrassment as he pressed, "Then how can Ma Dongxi claim to share a bond of life and death with Brother Yuanchao?" He felt deceived, especially when recalling the 2 yuan and 70 cents he had contributed for instant noodles. Li Huanshi recounted the events of their midday encounter, attempting to explain the notion of a deep friendship forged in a short time. Nonetheless, Li Donglai remained unconvinced, feeling as though he had been misled. He approached Zhong Yuanchao, exclaiming, "You only just met at noon, yet you speak of a bond akin to life and death." Ma Dongxi, undeterred, quipped, "If it weren't for my remarkable prowess today, do you truly believe that Brother Yuanchao and Huanshi would have returned unharmed?" Li Donglai was preoccupied with the thought of his meager instant noodle expenditure, unable to resist the urge to confront Ma Dongxi. Although he could not reclaim the 2 yuan and 70 cents, he felt entitled to the 5 packets that Ma Dongxi had consumed. Zhong Yuanchao observed the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement, while Ma Dongxi persistently signaled for him to intervene, yet Zhong remained noncommittal. Just as Li Donglai was poised to confront Ma Dongxi, the latter swiftly wrapped an arm around Li Donglai's shoulders, saying, "Brother, there exists a kind of friendship known as familiarity at first sight. Have you never encountered someone with whom you felt an instant connection, as if you had known them for years? I must confess, this is how I feel about you. It's still early. Perhaps I could take you to a place for a drink, perhaps some floral wine, and we can engage in a detailed conversation. My treat. Is this person not a rogue?" Li Donglai cast a disdainful glance at Ma Dongxi. The term floral wine carries a considerable taboo in this day and age. With so many people present, how could he so brazenly utter such words? Yet, Li Donglai found himself exceedingly curious about what such a place for floral wine might be like. His throat felt parched, and he hesitantly glanced at Zhong Yuanchao and then back at Ma Dongxi, pondering who would dare venture into such dubious establishments. Ma Dongxi, with an expression of unyielding sincerity, pressed, "Are you truly not going? I have already declared that I will cover the expenses. Whether you choose to attend is your affair, but you must remember this favor." Li Donglai shouted, "What makes you think I owe you a favor? I just treated you to noodles. At worst, we would be even." Huh. Zhong Yuanchao, smoking and laughing nearby, mused that regardless of the era, cunning schemes are ever present. That night, Zhong Yuanchao did not intend to rest, working diligently until nearly 5 o'clock, processing all the raw materials into ice cream and placing them into the freezer. By morning, a long queue had formed outside the freezer. Not only had those from yesterday returned, but they had also spread the word, bringing nearly 30 small vendors with them. Some were excited, while others were filled with trepidation. Those excited recognized the ice cream's significant market appeal, while the anxious feared there would not be enough stock to go around. Surprisingly, Ma Dongxi, who had stayed up all night, was among the crowd, maintaining order. "Rest assured, there is enough for everyone. Please queue orderly and do not rush. I, Ma Dongxi, assure you on my integrity that Zhong will not shortchange anyone." Though mingling with the crowd, he endeavored to distinguish himself from the throng of vendors, ultimately signifying to all present that he had become Zhong Yuanchao's right-hand man. The individuals he had previously subdued regarded him with newfound respect, nodding vigorously. At that moment, the crowd buzzed with excitement, and Ma Dongxi's gaze fell upon Zhong Yuanchao, who was approaching. He quickly urged everyone to quiet down with a gesture. Ma Dongxi scurried over to Zhong Yuanchao, breathless, reporting, "The milk has been stored, and the eggs have been moved to the workshop. These people have turned this place into a marketplace, but thankfully, I have been here to maintain order." Observing Ma Dongxi's eagerness to take credit, Zhong Yuanchao inquired quizzically, "Did you not return home to rest?" Ma Dongxi replied, "The distance to my home is too great. If I returned, I might sleep indefinitely. I managed to catch 2 or 3 hours of sleep on the bleachers over at the court." Zhong Yuanchao then understood why Li Huanqi had not come to knock on their door that morning. Ma Dongxi added, "As the leader of this endeavor, you must be well rested. I sent Huanqi to wake me. Such trivial matters can be handled among us." Typically, when Li Huanqi brought the eggs and milk in the morning, she would rouse Zhong Yuanchao. However, when departing in the early hours, Ma Dongxi had already briefed Li Huanqi on the morning's matters. Zhong Yuanchao scrutinized Ma Dongxi closely. This seemingly robust individual exhibited a surprising level of meticulousness and fortitude. Perhaps it would be wise to keep him around. Ma Dongxi promptly turned his attention to organizing the distribution of goods. A large box of ice cream was to be paired with popsicles and soft drinks from Dian Factory for sale. Initially, some expressed dissatisfaction, but upon learning that the cost price was a mere cent cheaper than that outside, their objections dissipated. Once everyone had received their share of goods, Ma Dongxi also obtained his portion, yet he remained alongside Zhong Yuanchao. "Aren't you going to set up a stall?" Zhong Yuanchao inquired with curiosity. Ma Dongxi smiled with pride and turned to ask, "Here, ice cream for 101. Who wants it? Just take it." No sooner had he spoken than someone rushed up to him, claiming all the ice cream. With a beaming smile, Ma Dongxi handed Zhong Yuanchao 100, playfully waving 10 large bills in front of him, exclaiming, "All sold out." Zhong Yuanchao, cigarette in mouth, looked at Ma Dongxi with a smirk. "You've got something there. Who knows, you might just be able to turn this into a small fortune. Let's go, we need to pick someone up." Zhong Yuanchao called out to Ma Dongxi, and then to Li Donglai, "It's time to head to the train station. Our second brother and third sister are arriving today." Chapter 71. The genetic legacy of the Zhong family. At the Huqing train station, the train to Haicheng would stop for about 10 minutes. The number of disembarking passengers was sparse, as the current hubs for work were primarily Shunqing and Haicheng. Zhong Zhiyan carried no large bags, merely a water bottle slung over her shoulder. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, yet her spirit was vibrant as she eagerly followed a well-dressed man with neatly parted hair. Striding forward, "Let me tell you, sister, Huqing is absolutely beautiful, and making money here is incredibly easy. Come with me. I promise you will not be disappointed. Let's go. I'll buy you some clothes first." Strangely, the second brother, Zhong Daying, was trailing far behind, not intervening to stop the seemingly deranged third sibling. Zhong Zhiyan smiled innocently, nodding enthusiastically, harboring an almost obsessive trust in the well-groomed man. Over the past 2 years, he had deceived at least 20 to 30 young women, all sharing common traits. They hailed from rural areas, were inexperienced, yearned for wealth, and sought a lifelong home in this bustling city. He merely painted a picture of the outside world to Zhong Yuanchao, and in return, she poured him tea and gazed at him with admiration, occasionally blushing, which led him to believe that she had taken a liking to him. The naivety of young girls in matters of the heart often blinds them to the reality before them. Upon leaving the station, the man grabbed Zhong Yuanchao's hand to board a bus, but she suddenly halted. The man turned back and asked, "What's wrong? If you don't want to go, that's fine. I'm in a hurry, and if you miss this chance, you might never get another opportunity in your life." Zhong Yuanchao shook her head, saying, "Elder brother, no? I am contemplating how my departure will be explained to my parents and his. If his parents come to our home creating a scene, how will we continue with our lives? He had already presented us with 60 yuan as a betrothal gift, purchased me a pair of shoes, and crafted a suit from 7 yards of fabric. This was indeed a formal engagement. Brother, lend me 80 yuan. I shall return this amount to his elder brother, and then I can earn money alongside you with a clear conscience." The man paused, glancing over at Zhong Yuanchao, who stood with 3 other men at a distance, causing the neatly parted man to become increasingly cautious. Was one of those men her fiancé? Zhong Yuanchao had come to the train station to fetch his younger siblings. Ma Dongxi and Li Donglai accompanied him, but ultimately, they only retrieved Zhong Yuanchao. Observing the various bags Zhong Yuanchao carried, Yuanchao inquired, "Where is she in?" She went off with a trafficker," came the response. "What?" Li Donglai choked on his smoke, tears streaming from his eyes. While searching for something, Ma Dongxi grumbled, "I've always been the one to deceive others. No one has ever dared to trick me into losing my sister. I'll deal with him." Yuanchao, Li Donglai, and Zhong Yuanchao rolled their eyes in unison. "How did she become your sister?" "Yuanchao, you must bring her back swiftly. In recent years, there have been numerous traffickers on the trains. A friend of a relative lost his niece to one." Li Donglai appeared anxious, though he had never encountered a trafficker and was unsure of their methods. Yet, he had heard countless exaggerated tales among friends, each story morphing into 100 variations, often embellished with acquaintances' names for credibility. Following Zhong Yuanchao's gaze, Yuanchao noticed Zhong Yuanchao indeed walking alongside a rather flamboyantly dressed man. In a hushed tone, Zhong Yuanchao remarked, "Brother, you know the temper of our third sibling. Whatever she sets her mind to, she will do, and I am not permitted to interfere. She even warned me against ruining her plans." Yuanchao exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. Observing this reaction, Ma Dongxi thought, "If the elder brother isn't worried, why should I be?" However, Li Donglai was visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Your sister is about to be taken away, and you are still laughing? Hurry and bring her back." At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao halted, conversing with the man beside her. Ma Dongxi kept a vigilant eye on Yuanchao, who remained inactive, while Zhong Yuanchao, who had just spoken of his sister being abducted, showed no urgency, his tone flat as if discussing someone unrelated. The 2 men, Ma Dongxi and Li Donglai, stood bewildered, questioning the nature of this family. When their gaze returned to Zhong Yuanchao, they were astonished to see the parted man counting money in front of her. As the corners of Ma Dongxi's mouth began to lift, the man handed Zhong Yuanchao 80 yuan. However, just as he was about to place the money in her hand, he hesitated, saying, "I should accompany you. What if they refuse to let you leave?" Zhong Yuanchao's expression darkened as she retorted fiercely, "If they don't allow me to go with you, I will fight them. You mustn't go over there. Those 3 men wouldn't dare to bully a girl like me. But if you approach, what if they decide to strike you? I cannot bear that." The man felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. After all, this girl had captivated him. In a moment of distraction, Zhong Yuanchao snatched the money for herself. At that moment, the man sensed something amiss, replaying the events leading up to his boarding the train in his mind. He was a seasoned businessman, having traversed many paths and seen much of the world. Making money was as simple as eating or drinking. He believed there were few naive girls from the countryside who would not fall for his charm. Yet, he pondered why Zhong Yuanchao had so swiftly pocketed the money. An ominous premonition began to intensify. As he remained lost in thought, Zhong Yuanchao drew closer to her brother, quickening her pace until she broke into a full sprint. "Oh no!" the man exclaimed, shaking his head, and began to chase after her. Zhong Yuanchao, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, had not taken a puff, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to intervene. Ma Dongxi clenched his fist, as solid as a sandbag. Zhong Yuanchao sighed, realizing that in the end, it would be her brother who would have to clean up the mess. Li Donglai was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Why was his sister running? Why was it his brother's responsibility to clean up after her? And why were Yuanchao and Ma Dongxi remaining still? As countless questions plagued Li Donglai's mind, he suddenly noticed Zhong Xian flashing a smile at her brother and abruptly screeched to a halt. She turned and pointed at the man who was sprinting towards her, shouting, "Kidnapper! He wants to take me away to sell me." The man, who had been running with his weight leaning forward, stumbled back upon hearing her words. His sprint diminished into a jog. "Someone help me. Catch him and take him to the authorities." The man's jog transitioned into a leisurely stroll, and he began to retreat. As he backed away, he suddenly leaped, and at that moment, with all eyes upon him, he shouted, "Don't let me catch you in Lake City." With that parting remark, he bolted away, disappearing from sight. Zhong Yuanchao and Zhong Danin maintained their calm demeanor, while Ma Dongxi appeared to have found a kindred spirit. Li Donglai, however, was left stunned. Chapter 72, Successfully Attracting Attention. Before a crowd could gather, the incident dissipated into nothingness. Zhong Xian pouted, elegantly brushing her disheveled hair away from her face, and turned to greet her brother, exclaiming, "These outside scammers are utterly incompetent." Li Donglai's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Zhong Yuanchao retrieved the 80 yuan from his pocket and counted it again, saying, "Brother, making money is quite easy." Ma Dongxi, Li Donglai, Zhong Danin, Zhong Yuanchao sighed, reflecting on what he had often heard, that those who amassed wealth in the Golden Age seldom did so through clean means. Once again, I observed the rationale behind Zhong Xian's demeanor. Xian, this is Li Donglai, who has maintained a close relationship with him since the early days of his career. This is Ma Dongxi. I embrace Zhong Yuanchao with a hearty grip, proclaiming our revolutionary camaraderie runs deep as the ocean. Sister, come to Huqing, you're bound to find your brother. Tonight, I shall treat you to sumptuous delights. Zhong Yuanchao and Li Donglai roll their eyes, yet they have grown accustomed to Ma Dongxi's banter. Donglai Dongxi. This is my younger brother Zhong Dan and my sister Zhong Xian. Ma Dongxi regards Zhong Xian with a lingering gaze, somewhat intimidated. This girl possesses an undeniable charm. When Li Donglai first learned that Zhong Yuanchao's siblings were coming from the countryside, he feared the burden would weigh heavily on him. However, upon meeting Zhong Xian, he was utterly astounded. It became clear that one's prowess is often unrelated to their worldly experiences. Zhong Yuanchao is resolute and decisive, brimming with creativity and initiative. His sister, Zhong Xian, is bold yet meticulous, fierce and formidable. The Zhong siblings are truly impressive. Li Donglai mused, yet he noted that Zhong heir seemed a tad naive. In his mind, he ranked their intellect. Zhong Yuanchao, himself, Zhong Xian, and finally, Zhong Dan, with Ma Dongxi being the least astute. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao did not forget to admonish Zhong heir. You should keep an eye on the third. What if they truly deceive you? Zhong Dan protested, Brother, have you seen her suffer any misfortune over these years? She's more likely to avoid deceiving others. In a family with 3 sons and 1 daughter. During an era that heavily favored males, a girl's instinct for survival often bestows her with exceptional intelligence and emotional insight. The Zhong family does not adhere to such biases. Zhong Xian, having endured much gossip in her youth, began to amuse herself with tricks and playful antics at home. In truth, from the eldest to the youngest, they all understood her intentions yet indulged her whims. Thus, Zhong Xian's tea artistry was honed day by day. Brother, let us return home. I have not slept well these past few days. Zhong Yuanchao replied. First, we shall wash up and tidy ourselves. Later, I will take you out for a delightful meal. Zhong Dan shyly inquired, Brother, are we dining out? Having lived for 26 years, he had only been to a restaurant 2 or 3 times, all courtesy of his brother. The mere thought of the cuisine made his mouth water. Before his brother could decide, Zhong heir, with grandiosity, declared, Dining out? What can't we afford? Brother, please do not skimp today. Indeed, Zhong Xian had just pocketed 80 yuan. In her eyes, during an era when a pound of pork costs merely over a yuan. Possessing 80 yuan meant there was no eatery she would shy away from. Ma Dongxi, also intrigued, asked, Director Zhong, where shall we indulge tonight? Xinshin restaurant, came the reply. Ma Dongxi's expression soured. Jiangnan University. Following Xie Kuan's assumption of office, a significant task has been to oversee education. The city's relevant departments have been lamenting insufficient funding over the past 2 years, which has hindered the cultivation of future talents for the nation. The existence of such concerns indicates that problems indeed persist. Yesterday afternoon, Xiaokuan arrived at Jiangnan University to conduct research and today continued discussions with the university leaders regarding the potential collaboration between local communities and academic institutions. The aim is to attract more ambitious youth to this campus for learning and further studies, enabling more students to enter society and become valuable contributors. In the realms of research and social practice, in-depth discussions were held concerning the possibilities of collaboration between the university and local enterprises. Xiaokuan has little patience for superficial matters. He firmly believes that knowledge can transform destinies and that a strong youth equates to a strong nation. True to form, he declined the university's invitation to a banquet, yet sought out his old friend Zhu Lixiang privately. This professor of medical nutrition at Jiangnan University has long been an acquaintance of Xiaokuan. As they strolled through the university grounds, Zhu candidly remarked, "You've only just stepped on a campus, and yet you are making such sweeping changes. Aren't you concerned about dissent?" Xiaokuan responded nonchalantly, "Do you think my observations are misguided? Old Zhu, consider this, a university campus filled with revelry, where dance halls operate until the wee hours. Does that constitute an educational environment? It's sheer folly. The call for opening our borders has grown louder over the years, aiming to introduce advanced ideas. However, it appears these ideas are in short supply, while a plethora of disarray has flooded in. At the conclusion of today's meeting, Xiaokuan made a clear demand, the closure of the dance halls on campus. This proclamation left many leaders present momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Lixiang questioned, "If you advise research teams against blind pursuits in research and development, what rationale supports that?" This prompted Xiaokuan to recall Zhong Yuanchao, an intriguing young man who stated that over 80 of the research outcomes produced by our nation's 400,000 scientific talents are languishing in obscurity. He believes that promoting collaborative development among campuses, research institutions, and local enterprises will become the norm. He asserted that research-oriented entities should align their efforts with the needs of enterprises, thereby enhancing the conversion rate of research outcomes effectively. This, he argued, would ensure that substantial financial investments yield tangible results. Otherwise, it would merely squander national subsidies. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lixiang's eyes lit up. Only in the presence of Xiaokuan would such a talent dare to speak the truth. If other leaders had been present, he surely would have faced criticism for feigning understanding. However, Zhu regarded this commentary as spot on. This young man possesses considerable insight. Zhu expressed great interest in Zhong Yuanchao, inquiring about which institution he graduated from, Tsinghua or Peking University. When might he be introduced? Meanwhile, Xiaokuan contemplated finding a suitable time to meet Zhong Yuanchao in the coming days, as he was already somewhat acquainted with Zhong's background. Although a portion of his records remains classified, the military's classified documents are likely intended to prevent any hindrance to his development in local affairs. Xiaokuan gently patted Zhu Lixiang's shoulder, suggesting they head to the new restaurant, where they could dine and converse. Chapter 73. You are both the person and the spirit. In this era, it differs greatly from many years hence, where one merely steps outside to find a vehicle. Walking remains the primary means of transportation. After several individuals share the burden of various bags, no one is left with more than a few pounds to carry. Ma Dongxi leads the way, resembling a tour guide as he navigates through winding alleyways with Zhong Danin and Zhong Xian, sharing insights about which vendor offers the best breakfast and where to procure the most affordable goods. If not for his imposing stature and distinct Northeast accent, one might easily mistake him for a local. This likely explains why, in a decade or two, one may find the shadows of Northeast merchants in every renowned tourist destination. Zhong Xian has yearned for urban life for so long that her excitement has faded upon arrival. She adapts swiftly. Conversely, Zhong Danin struggles to acclimate, occasionally muttering nonsensical questions about the absence of fields and what they will eat. Li Donglai follows closely beside Zhong Yuanchao, feeling quite uncomfortable with Ma Dongxi's overly enthusiastic demeanor. Logically, it should be he and Zhong Yuanchao, longtime friends and brothers, leading the way. If familiarity were to dictate, it would be he who shares a closer bond with Zhong Xian and Zhong Danin. Yet, it seems Ma Dongxi has assumed the role of their elder brother's longtime friend and companion. Li Donglai quietly remarks that Ma Dongxi resembles a charlatan. Zhong Yuanchao chuckles, noting that if not for life's exigencies, who would choose to cultivate such skills, including the art of flattery? If I possessed his cheerful disposition, I certainly would not face such scrutiny at work. Li Donglai muses that in the canned goods factory, it never seems to be those diligent workers who ascend the ranks. Instead, it is often the sycophants, those who are perpetually at the beck and call of their superiors, who find themselves favored. The group arrives at the canned goods factory, the very place where their elder brother works and lives, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Zhong Danin and Zhong Xian. However, Zhong Xian, her teeth clenched in anger, turns to Zhong Yuanchao and demands, "Where is Xiling's home? I must find her." Li Donglai jumps in surprise, while Ma Dongxi remains puzzled about who Xiling is. Zhong Yuanchao, unfazed, inquires, "Is it necessary to cause trouble upon your arrival?" Zhong Xian retorts, "How is this causing trouble? I wish to express my gratitude. If it weren't for her divorce from you, I wouldn't have had the chance to come to the city at all. Isn't this merely a provocative quest to confront someone?" Ma Dongxi is unaware of Zhong Yuanchao's past, but he gathers from the brief exchanges that Zhong Yuanchao has experienced a previous marriage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Dongxi understands that the priority now is to soothe Zhong Xian's emotions. They ought to enjoy a delightful feast at the upscale new restaurant. And he hopes this young girl's impulsiveness does not ruin their opportunity for a splendid dinner tonight. Ma Dongxi quickly interjected, "Sister, that woman has already moved on from Director Zhong. She is simply blind to his virtues. What we must do now is find a more beautiful and accomplished partner for Director Zhong to infuriate her. Isn't that far more effective than engaging in a quarrel?" Zhong Xian paused for a moment, rolling her eyes at Ma Dongxi. "What a ridiculous suggestion. My brother just divorced, and before I even settle in the city, you want him to find a new wife? That would only send me back to our hometown." Li Donglai chimed in, "It's too late. He has already found someone." Huh. Both Zhong Dinin and Zhong Xian widened their eyes, one considering this good news and beginning to smile, while the other's expression fell, feeling that her days of happiness had yet to begin but were already coming to an end. Zhong Yuanchao comforted Zhong Xian, "Do not worry. Since my brother has decided to bring you both to the city, we will not be separated again. By the end of the year, we will bring our parents here, and we will settle down in the city." Zhong Xian, perhaps due to lingering psychological shadows, felt slightly better, yet she remained apprehensive about the new sister-in-law. Li Donglai pondered. "It seems Zhong Xian does not wish for Yuanchao to find a partner. If I persuade her, perhaps Yuanchao might change his mind." Zhong Yuanchao took Zhong Xian and Zhong Dinin back home, tidied up briefly, and planned to visit the school. Upon arrival, they discovered numerous retired faculty members gathered around the distribution department, engaged in animated discussions. Recently, the most talked about topics at the canning factory were two matters. First, that retired teachers, Mr. Xie and Mr. Hong, had returned to their positions and received a monthly salary of 200 yuan, and second, that Zhong Yuanchao was about to become the deputy factory director. The retired faculty members were presumably hoping for a position within the distribution department, but given its limited space, where could they possibly be accommodated? "Please wait for me here. I will check in at the principal's office," Zhong Yuanchao instructed his siblings. When he arrived at the principal's office, he found Chen Furong's expression unfavorable, while Lin Xinhai was expounding extensively about work matters. This fellow never seemed to pause. Upon noticing Zhong Yuanchao's arrival, Chen Furong finally sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you're here. All the retired teachers have come today to see if they can be reassigned within the distribution department. Director Zhong, how do you suggest we handle this?" Zhong Yuanchao refrained from disclosing to Chen Furong that this was the outcome he had anticipated. Calmly, he offered a cigarette to the principal and Lin Xinhai, smilingly remarking, "Weren't you just discussing matters with Director Lin? Surely he has some suggestions on how to resolve this issue?" Lin Xinhai chuckled awkwardly. "Yuanchao, I'm not targeting you. Please don't misunderstand. The situation has arisen, and these retired teachers frequently come to the school. If we do not resolve this thoroughly, it will become a persistent problem for us." Listening to him build suspense, Zhong Yuanchao did not rush to interrupt, casually smoking his cigarette as he allowed Lin Xinhai to continue. Lin Xin, realizing that Zhong Yuanchao had exhausted all options, hastily expressed his opinion. He acknowledged that Yuanchao rose to the occasion during the school's most challenging times, addressing the issue of retirement benefits for faculty members. However, he also noted that Yuanchao lacked sufficient experience in management. "I shall take it upon myself to handle this matter, ensuring that everyone is satisfied," he proclaimed. At that moment, Zhong Yuanchao exchanged a glance with Chen Furong. The principal was not one to act impulsively. He could have dismissed Lin Xin outright. Yet he understood that Zhong Yuanchao possessed a more effective approach, though he chose not to voice it. After all, a successful institution requires both pragmatists and sycophants. If he were to show favoritism toward Yuanchao, he would inevitably offend Lin Xin. The management of the school necessitated a delicate balance. Chen Furong was resolute in his neutrality regarding this issue, at least in his demeanor. Noticing no overt opposition in Chen Furong's gaze, he stated, "Yuanchao." Accompany Director Lin to assess the situation. Lin Xin brimmed with excitement, assuring the principal, "Rest assured, I will resolve this matter satisfactorily." In Chapter 74, The War of Women, the school had no main classes after 2 afternoon periods. Teachers in the office were engaged in discussions about the recent visit from retired faculty members. While Zhong Yuanchao's resolution of the retirement benefits issue was commendable, it faced scrutiny due to 2 retired teachers receiving disproportionately high salaries. Some argued that Yuanchao's arrangements were justified. After all, those returning to work were contributing labor and deserved their earnings. Conversely, others felt that such inequitable distribution would foster discontent, potentially igniting further discord. This was not the outcome Yuanchao had anticipated, yet the emergence of these issues was, to some extent, tied to him. He Xiaoling, who had been quietly observing, felt rather pleased. When Zhong Yuanchao had been in the limelight days earlier, he could hardly have foreseen the predicament he now faced. The adage "with great power comes great responsibility" seemed to ring true. His lack of competence was now apparent. She relished the thought of Yuanchao's humiliation, as it aligned with her desires following the divorce. Amidst the murmurs about Lin and Zhong's descent to address the matter, He Xiaoling hastily gathered her belongings. While she did not intend to gloat in front of Zhong Yuanchao, she was eager to witness his moment of despair. At the very least, she felt compelled to remind him that he now recognized his inadequacies, that he was unworthy of her. Zhong Xian and Zhong Duyin were oblivious to the unfolding events. Li Donglai had likely recounted the entire saga. Ma Dongxi casually interjected, "The unequal distribution of spoils has caused a rift." Noticing the disapproving expressions around him, Ma Dongxi quickly retracted his comment, pretending he had never spoken. Zhong Danin inquired, "I hope my elder brother is safe." Zhong Xian shook her head, replying, "Among our family, my elder brother possesses the most ingenuity. How could anything possibly be amiss?" Despite her words, a persistent expression of concern remained etched on Zhong Xian's face. It is essential to remember that during their years back home, issues of unequal distribution often precipitated violent incidents, a harbinger of ominous tidings. Observing the worried expressions of Zhong Xian and Zhong Danin, Ma Dongxi endeavored to uplift their spirits, asserting, "Worry not. Zhong guiding snack for spinning tales rivals even my own. Whenever I accompany him on errands, he regales everyone with stories of his brotherly rapport with the deputy mayor, leaving them utterly bewildered. Simply coaxing a few retired educators is hardly a feat," he added. Zhong Xian shot Ma Dongxi a glance, uncertain whether he was offering solace or inciting frustration. Li Donglai recognized the exaggeration in Ma Dongxi's words, yet he believed that Ma Dongxi remained oblivious to the fact that Zhong Yuanchao indeed knew the deputy mayor. "Had I been present that day, I am certain the deputy mayor would have equally appreciated my presence," Li Donglai resolutely thought. When Zhong Yuanchao descended, he was surprised to find a flicker of concern on his sister's face. It was merely a trivial matter, one he had anticipated. He had not expected it to trouble them. Perhaps they had misconstrued their faith in his capabilities. Upon seeing Director Zhong and Principal Lin arrive, the retired educator's excitement surged. As they sought a desired resolution today, they greeted Zhong Yuanchao warmly, yet awkwardness soon enveloped them due to their presence in that setting. However, despite their embarrassment, why not strive for the benefits they could obtain? Noticing that Zhong Yuanchao was swiftly becoming the focal point, Lin Xinhai felt a pang of envy. He had orchestrated this situation to ensure he was in the spotlight. Initially, Lin Xinhai had approached the establishment of a distribution department with a mocking attitude. However, after witnessing the department's profitability and receiving the deputy mayor's endorsement at the meeting, Zhong Yuanchao experienced a complete turnaround. Lin Xinhai was consumed with jealousy. Yet the silver lining was that Zhong Yuanchao had firmly positioned himself against the factory director. The distribution department might remain intact, but Zhong Yuanchao had to go. Lin Xinhai promptly grasped the director's sentiment, believing the department to be steadfast, while its leadership could be transient. Since Zhong Yuanchao had chosen to oppose the director, it was imperative that he be dismissed, a necessary course of action for the director. Lin Xinhai sought to create an opportunity to align himself with the director, believing that the more splendidly he performed, the greater his chances of becoming the next manager of the distribution department. At that moment, He Xiaoling also descended the stairs, initially intending to witness the commotion surrounding Zhong Yuanchao. However, upon arriving outside the distribution department, she encountered two familiar yet unfamiliar figures, Zhong Xian and Zhong Daning. They were familiar because they were Zhong Yuanchao's siblings, yet unfamiliar as she had only seen them once. Zhong Xian locked eyes with He Xiaoling immediately. He Xiaoling, with an air of arrogance, approached Zhong Xian, feeling that, having had a previous marriage with Zhong Yuanchao, she should maintain a semblance of dignity. Like a conqueror, she greeted Zhong Xian and Zhong Dayan from a position of superiority. Xian, Dayan, you've arrived, haven't you? Zhong Xian, initially seething with anger, recognized that reacting in front of such a person would be tantamount to defeat. Zhong Dayan, trying to be amiable, opened his mouth intending to call her sister-in-law, but reconsidered, given that his elder brother had divorced her. Instead, he offered an awkward chuckle, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before either could respond, He Xiaoling remarked, "What poor timing for your visit. Running into such a situation." This immediately ignited Zhong Xian's temper. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, "If I don't arrive now, when should I? You monopolized my brother before, and we three siblings couldn't even visit, as you wouldn't allow it. After our family finally rejoiced at your divorce, should I not come and keep an eye on things? What if in a few days you're begging to reconcile with my brother?" Zhong Xian's sharp wit was evident. He Xiaoling, who intended to provoke, found herself outmatched. Just as she was about to erupt, she quickly diverted her gaze to the sales department and smiled, saying, "You and your brother are alike, both valuing face over substance. Despite lacking genuine capability, you insist on putting on a faade. Do you think that now your brother has established himself in the city, your family can enjoy the urban lifestyle by flocking to him?" With a hint of schadenfreude, He Xiaoling added, "Just look at your brother, struggling to maintain his own stability. How can he possibly care for you siblings? Sometimes I think rural life has its merits. At least one can be self-sufficient." She turned to Zhong Xian with a mocking smile. "Is your brother planning to cultivate the land in the city with you too? Farm?" Zhong Xian gazed at He Xiaoling with incredulity. "My brother has been toiling under you for so many years, yet there have been no fruitful results. It seems the issue lies with the land." The crowd reacted. Chapter 75, Confrontation between former sisters-in-law. Could farming be interpreted in that manner? Ma Dongxi, quick-witted, grasped the implication, remarking on Zhong Xian's cleverness. The women from their hometown would likely not comprehend such subtleties. Zhong Dayan understood, his face flushing with embarrassment. Li Donglai, oblivious, wondered how this connected to farming at all. He Xiaoling's face turned a deep shade of anger, struggling to suppress her fury by swallowing hard. She understood the insinuation almost instantly, her humiliation transforming into a desire to unleash a torrent of curses. What she longed to see was Zhong Xian losing her composure, acting like a shrew, which would surely humiliate Zhong Yuanchao and reflect poorly on the entire family. However, the unfolding events contradicted her expectations, and her composure began to wane. Though her lips trembled with indignation, she maintained a veneer of civility. "Regardless of how you frame it, the desire for divorce between me and your brother has not been a recent development. In the past, it was she who begged me to stay. Until the last moment we discussed the matter of divorce, he stated that it was out of love for me that he wished to set me free. What do you think is the motivation behind my elder brother's recent actions? Is it not simply an attempt to demonstrate his sincerity before me, in hopes of earning another chance? Yet, the more he behaves this way, the more he appears a mere jest to me. Zhongjian, remember, it is I who has chosen to let him go." He Xiaoling made an effort to maintain her composure, articulating these words in a calm tone, holding onto the superiority of a victor. Zhong Jian's clear reasoning had quelled her anger. She remarked, "My elder brother is someone who cherishes the present. His relentless striving and effort stem from his deep emotional connections. When he persists in a course of action, it surely is driven by his own considerations. I believe the same applies to the matter of divorce." With a smile that hinted at irony, Zhong Jian gazed at He Xiaoling, stating that if a well does not yield water, one simply needs to dig another in a different location. After delivering such a striking remark, Zhong Jian, seemingly unsatisfied, added, "Moreover, if a well does not produce water, it can be filled with soil." This statement left Ma Dongxi and Zhong Jinju stunned. Even Li Donglai, usually oblivious, grasped the meaning of her words. He Xiaoling, taken aback, felt her lips tremble and her mind buzz. wanting to unleash a torrent of curses, but sensing it was ill-timed. Yet, to concede defeat was equally unsatisfactory. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "I hope when your family is driven away, you'll still have the audacity to speak so defiantly." Zhong Yuanchao scoffed, "When my second brother and I were born, it was during a great famine, and food was scarce nationwide. Even at such a tender age, my elder brother found ways to ensure our family had enough to eat. Later, when the village adopted collective ownership, there were months we barely saw a morsel of meat. Yet, our family always managed to procure bee larvae and fish to enhance our meals, occasionally even 2 wild rabbits. We endured such harsh conditions and emerged resilient. Why should we fear an uncertain future? Even if we cannot thrive in the city alongside my elder brother, we still have our land back home as a safety net." "But he's Xiaoling. Have you ever considered that when my elder brother rises to prominence, where will your family retreat to?" This is the most terrifying aspect of Zhong Yuanchao, her ability to strike at the heart of the matter. At that moment, He Xiaoling understood why she felt such discomfort witnessing Zhong Yuanchao's success. While Zhong Yuanchao could afford to say that if he lost, he would simply leave, He Xiaoling's family was conscious of their reputation. In the event of their defeat, where could they possibly go? Zhong Yuanchao, appearing delicate and fragile, had already proven her cunning by conning 80 yuan from a swindler upon her arrival. Now, facing her sister-in-law, she effortlessly rendered her speechless and defenseless. The audience, led by Ma Dongxi, was thoroughly entertained. Li Donglai silently applauded Zhong Yuanchao, thinking her remarkable and impressive. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing he should avoid seeking a partner as formidable as her, lest he risk a heart attack. Observing He Xiaoling's deep breaths, it was evident she was on the brink of exasperation. Zhong Danin remarked that the women from his hometown were all formidable, yet upon encountering Zhong Yuanchao, they could only muster polite smiles, refraining from provoking the young lady. He Xiaoling? She was yet to be taken seriously. However, He Xiaoling had not given up, for Zhong Yuanchao was about to face a significant dilemma. If he failed to address the concerns of the retired faculty members, his upcoming days would become increasingly arduous. Despite having suffered a considerable setback at Zhong Yuanchao's hands, He Xiaoling was in no rush to depart. She merely kept her lips tightly sealed, casting her gaze toward the distribution department. At this moment, Lin Zhenhe approached the situation with a problem-solving mindset, attentively listening to the opinions of the retired educators. Their message was clear. Although retired, their spirits remained vigorous. Given the school's current difficulties, they wished to lend a helping hand. They were willing to return to their positions, even if it meant performing menial tasks or maintaining cleanliness. If Lin Zhenhe were to tackle this issue directly, it would neither showcase his capabilities nor allow him to shift the blame onto Zhong Yuanchao. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to simultaneously undermine Zhong Yuanchao while addressing the problem at hand. Chen Furong, with a serious demeanor, glanced at Zhong Yuanchao, who was idly smoking and had no intention of intervening at that moment. Lin Zhenhe appeared genuinely engaged in considering the collective input, expressing sympathy at times and nodding thoughtfully. His hands were clasped in front of him, turning to face whoever spoke on his left or right. Once all the concerns had been voiced, Lin Zhenhe raised his hand to signal for order. "I believe I now understand the teacher's opinions well enough. Ultimately, your singular request is to return to your posts and contribute to the school's development and the growth of our canned goods factory. This demonstrates the high level of awareness among the educators who emerged from our affiliated school." As was customary, he began by affirming their sentiments and offering praise. Before making a pivotal transition, "I fully comprehend your desire to contribute," Lin Zhenhe stated, "but we must also consider the practical circumstances. First, I must clarify that Director Zhong has only recently assumed his role at the affiliated school and is not yet familiar with the actual situation. He may have perceived your needs and, in his eagerness to resolve the matter, acted hastily. The existence of the distribution department may indeed alleviate your immediate concerns regarding compensation. However, from a long-term perspective, it cannot resolve all issues pertaining to the benefits of retired faculty members." Upon hearing this, the crowd's tension visibly increased, and they collectively turned their gaze toward Zhong Yuanchao. Lin Zhenhe then earnestly addressed the assembled retired educators. "Please do not blame Director Zhong. He has exerted his utmost effort to resolve this matter. His limitations do not overshadow his goodwill." Zhong Yuanchao wore a smile, internally reflecting, "Your mother's name has been removed from your household registration." Chapter 76. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin Xin is not the most helpful individual. Yet when it comes to hindering progress, he excels undoubtedly. For instance, at this moment, he has succinctly glossed over the contributions of Zhong Yuanchao with just a few words, leading everyone to perceive him as an impartial and fair-minded individual. Subsequently, he meticulously enumerates Zhong Yuanchao's mistakes, laying them out for all to see. Director Zhong, having committed errors at the factory, has now taken up a position at our school with the hope of redeeming himself through diligent work. The establishment of the distribution department has, to some extent, addressed the issue of pensions for retired faculty. However, the profit estimations have proven to be overly optimistic, failing to meet the demands of all retired staff. This has resulted in a disillusioning experience for many. Yet, in full awareness of the insufficient profits, he has chosen to exaggerate his achievements by offering double salaries, aiming to attract your attention and perhaps that of the higher-ups. This, however, conveys a misleading message to our retired faculty, suggesting that anyone could return to work and receive double pay. All esteemed teachers are intellectuals. One must ponder carefully, does such good fortune truly exist? What should have been recognized as a commendable initiative when articulated by Lin Xin has been distorted into a narrative of failure, with all blame placed squarely on Zhong Yuanchao. Chaos erupted within the distribution department, anxiety spreading like wildfire. They had anticipated a favorable outcome today, but after hearing Lin Xin's remarks, it became evident that the forthcoming developments would not bode well for them. Not only would they be unable to return to their positions, but their retirement benefits might also be jeopardized. First, he offered a slight commendation for Zhong Yuanchao, only to then deliver a crushing blow, propagating anxiety and sowing discord. The issue is now laid bare, and it is time for Lin Xin to unveil his trump card. Dear teachers, please remain calm. Since the problem has arisen, I am committed to resolving it on your behalf. Although Director Zhong has created considerable trouble, as members of this institution, we must proactively seek solutions for him. I assure you that the establishment of the distribution department will, to the greatest extent possible, safeguard the benefits of our retired educators. Secondly, teachers Xie and Hong will not be able to continue in their current roles. Retired personnel should enjoy the privileges of retirement, spending their time at home with grandchildren, playing billiards, or practicing qigong. Should you have any further concerns, we can communicate individually thereafter, and I hope you refrain from gathering at the school in ways that may hinder our operations. As seasoned colleagues, I trust you possess the understanding to grasp this. Regarding Director Zhong's shortcomings in handling this matter, I am confident that the factory will provide a fair resolution, and I encourage everyone to oversee the process diligently. In the quiet of the distribution department, the only sound was the hurried breaths of the crowd. Some wished to voice their objections, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Are you not here to make a fuss? Do you not deem this situation unjust? Lin Xinha has directly stripped Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong of their positions in the name of fairness. What further grievances can you possibly have? Lin Xinha's greatest strength lies in his understanding of human nature. While Zhong Yuanchao may have assisted them, it is doubtful that these individuals will feel particularly grateful. However, if you extinguish their hopes, they will hold a genuine grudge. Once today's events unfold, Zhong Yuanchao's reputation will plummet. Lin Xinha's final statement also serves as a potential avenue for the future against Yuanchao, effectively handing a weapon to the factory director. Should the retired faculty express significant dissent, Qian Jibin could effortlessly wield that knife, leaving Zhong Yuanchao defenseless. The retired faculty present were rendered speechless, their hearts heavy with discontent. They had anticipated a satisfactory resolution today. Yet not only were they denied reinstatement, but even Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong, who had been working in the distribution department for several days, were ordered to vacate their posts. Under the guise of a fair, overarching environment, they seemed to find no outlet for their frustrations. Outside the distribution department, He Shilling caught a glimpse of Zhong Jian and thought, "Is your tongue not so sharp? The last time you spoke for your brother. Let us see if the vitriol of these intellectuals can drown you. Zhong Jian, do you realize what the greatest flaw in your family is? You are all so self-important, believing yourselves exceptional, convinced that every problem can be resolved. Has the issue been resolved now? In the end, you've only created more trouble. Let me be candid. Your brother has been at odds with the factory director for quite some time. After today's incident, whether he can retain his position as director is already uncertain." Zhong Jian felt a deep sense of anguish. He had only sought to alleviate everyone's burdens. Yet now he found himself unjustly accused, suffering in silence. Previously, he could always see his brother's smile, but beneath that faint grin lay profound sorrow. Though Zhong Yuanchao was articulate, he could find no means to defend his brother in this moment. Why should I spend my life with a man destined for mediocrity? He Xiaoling coldly delivered the final blow. Zhong Yuanchao was infuriated, yet he could not allow his emotions to overtake his judgment. He still had faith in his brother. Zhong Danin shared a similar sentiment. Ma Dongxi wiped the smirk from his face, pondering, does Zhong seem like someone oblivious to the reality of his situation? Only Li Donglai understood that Yuanchao had a backup plan. The triumphant Lin Xinhe glanced at the principal, stating, "Principal, this is how we will proceed. After Teacher Xie and Teacher Hong vacate their positions, I will assign 2 comrades from our affairs office to fill the roles, as they are currently employed and will not require dual salaries. Principal, do you have anything to add?" Chun Furong shook his head, asserting that there were no issues on his end. Lin Xinhe, unable to contain his laughter, was about to disperse the crowd when Chun Furong promptly interjected, inquiring whether Director Zhong had any concerns. Zhong Yuanchao flicked away his cigarette, but, inhaling the last puff of smoke before exhaling it languidly, stating, "I had prepared numerous positions. But since Director Lin refuses to allow retired colleagues to return, I shall seek temporary workers from outside." Instantly, the distribution department erupted into chaos. Lin Xinhe's expression stiffened, and before he could react, someone grasped his collar, exclaiming, "Lin Xinhe, what are you? You, petty man, cannot stand to see the less fortunate thrive." Lin Xinhe was caught off guard and received several spits aimed at him. Chapter 77. The stage of the manipulator and the performer. The unrest incited by Lin Xinhe was originally directed at Zhong Yuanchao. However, he never anticipated that he would become the very victim of the uproar. At that moment, Lin Xinhe resembled a frail boat adrift in a furious river, being tugged in various directions by the enraged crowd. His previously neat hair was now disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and a button from his beige suit was torn off, exposing part of his chest. He shouted hoarsely to the crowd, "Please, everyone, listen to me. Do not be agitated." An emotionally charged teacher yanked at Lin Xinhe's collar, retorting, "What do you have to say? Our retirement wages have been delayed for so long, and we sought your assistance, yet you delay day after day. All you do is offer empty promises. Now that Director Zhong is addressing our issues, you are envious, aren't you? Does it not highlight your incompetence?" The crowd, filled with indignation, unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lin Xinhe, leaving him defenseless. Zhong Yuanchao and Chun Furong exchanged glances, neither intending to intervene in this spectacle. Zhong Yuanchao, unable to contain his amusement, raised his voice, "Dear teachers, please remain calm. While Lin Xinhe may be detestable, do not let your anger compromise your health." Indeed, as soon as the crowd heard Zhong Yuanchao's words, they ceased their hostilities. However, a few individuals still spat at Lin Xinhe's face. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wiped the saliva from his face and inwardly cursed. Does Zhong Yuanchao even speak like a human? Once he observed that the crowd's emotions were gradually stabilizing, Zhong Yuanchao continued, "All of you are of a certain age and may have cardiovascular issues. It is unwise to let trivial matters rile you. I hope for your continued health so that you may contribute for many more years." Zhong Yuanchao's words reaffirmed the authenticity of his preparations for numerous positions, inciting jubilant cheers from the retired faculty members present. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Lin Xinhe resembled a stray dog, devoid of hope. Lin Xinhe had not yet surrendered. He could still struggle, unsteadily straightening his posture. He shouted at Zhong Yuanchao, "Cease your deceptive rhetoric. How can a mere distribution department accommodate these dozens of individuals? Do not compound your mistakes in an attempt to conceal them. Your actions are nothing short of deceit, tarnishing the image of our organization. And I shall report you to the factory director." Chun Furong furrowed his brow and retorted, "Lin Xinhe, you have gone far enough. Do not escalate matters unnecessarily, nor presume to be clever." Zhong has not even finished speaking. How can you claim he lacks sufficient positions? As the retired faculty and Lin Xinhe redirected their attention to Zhong Yuanchao, he stepped out of the distribution department and opened the door to what had once been several empty rooms. "Today, since we are in casual attire, feel free to explore this room. Once we officially commence work, we will all don sanitary uniforms. After all, we are processing food. Hygiene is paramount. Recently, the ice cream I produced has been selling remarkably well. This morning, over 30 vendors arrived and have already distributed the goods. I trust that by tomorrow, the number of people seeking my products will double. How could I possibly manage all this work alone? Henceforth, I will need everyone's assistance to manage this small workshop. Of course, retirement salaries will be dispersed, and those returning to their posts will also receive their wages. My aim is for everyone to earn double salaries, ensuring that each day, our lives become increasingly prosperous. As Zhong Yuanchao finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. Some gave a thumbs up, others cheered loudly, and some, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Zhong Yuanchao's hand, sharing their experiences. This morning, I heard that last night, the folks from the Dian factory brought their goods to our canning factory. Many came to the cold storage entrance this morning to collect their orders, and in no time, everything was sold out. We are undeterred by hardship. We shall follow Director Zhong from now on. Thank you, Director Zhong. At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao quickly gestured humbly, stating, "This is not solely my achievement. Without the principal's approval, neither the distribution department nor this small workshop could exist." Consequently, the crowd expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the principal, their cheers gradually drowning out Lin Shina's voice. There was no longer a place for him to speak. Seething with resentment, he shot a glare at Zhong Yuanchao before retreating in disgrace. Yet for him, this matter was far from over. He intended to report the situation to the factory director. Zhong Yuanchao had resolved the issue adeptly and led the crowd out of the workshop. However, at that moment, He Xiaoling was utterly stunned. Trembling with rage at Zhong Yuanchao's unexpected turn of events, her hands and feet cold. Why? Zhong Yuanchao should have been finished. Mere words could have drowned him. Why? Why had he escaped this calamity once again? Why had he become the beloved figure of the crowd? On what basis? He Xiaoling remained rooted in place like a wooden post. Zhong Dingyin's eyes were red with excitement. The elder brother would always be the pillar of the family. Ma Dongxi shouted vigorously at Director Zhong, exclaiming his prowess. Li Donglai, with an expression of having already seen through everything, whispered beside Ma Dongxi. The equipment in the workshop was hastily assembled by me overnight. I fail to see what there is to celebrate. Wasn't this outcome predestined from the start? Internally cursing the insufferable Ma Dongxi, Director Zhong Shiyan finally regained composure and leaned closer to He Xiaoling's ear, uttering a derogatory term. The grievances endured over the past few days, the pent-up fury, and a sense of cosmic injustice swelled within her. With Zhong Shiyan's words acting as a catalyst, He Xiaoling, a veritable powder keg, was ignited. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she turned in anger, raising her hand to strike Zhong Shiyan's face. Zhong Shiyan had anticipated such a reaction and firmly grasped the descending hand. With a quivering lip and tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Our entire family promised not to come into the city to trouble you. But you can't blame me now. You and my brother are divorced, which is why my second brother and I came. Please don't be angry. Don't hit me. I beg you." The group of retired faculty members who had accompanied Zhong Yuanchao happened upon this scene, standing frozen in place. He Xiaoling's face flushed crimson. At this point, it was too late to withdraw her palm from Zhong Shiyan's grip. What a spectacle this was, truly a stage for the insufferable and the dramatic. Chapter 78. A contest of acting between siblings. The news of Zhong Yuanchao's divorce from He Xiaoling had long spread throughout the factory. It was no secret. It even became fodder for casual conversation during meals among neighbors. Initially, it was said that Zhong Yuanchao had offended the factory director, prompting He Gui to abandon him for self-preservation. Others claimed that Zhong Yuanchao was unworthy of He Xiaoling, and their divorce was merely a matter of time. At this moment, they seemed to have uncovered something monumental. They believed the discord between Zhong Yuanchao and He Xiaoling encompassed various facets. The most significant conflict appeared to be the relationship between their families. Someone remarked, "I've heard it said that despite being married for so many years, the parents of both parties have never met." This statement instantly sparked discussion among the faculty members accompanying Zhong Yuanchao out of the workshop. Shouldn't the male be the one to take the initiative? I don't think this issue lies with Director Zhong. Another added, "Indeed, Hu Min must be rather particular. She surely looks down upon Director Zhong's family." In a flash, they expressed their opinions, soon pitying the girl who was about to receive a slap from He Xiaoling. Tears streamed down the girl's face, evoking sympathy. Was she not heartbroken due to being bullied? Teacher He, as a role model, why are you showing such a lack of kindness? Teacher He, you and Director Zhong are divorced now. The siblings have come to seek refuge with their brother. And they haven't troubled your family, have they? Isn't your family being a bit too domineering? Zhong Yuanchao had just resolved the issue of these retired educators returning to their posts, naturally earning their gratitude. When confronted with injustice, he felt compelled to stand up and act. The accusations against He Xiaoling grew louder. He Xiaoling struggled to break free from Zhong Jian's grip, her movements frantic. With one pull and a push, Zhong Jian found herself seated abruptly on the ground. She sobbed, choosing a moderate tone between wailing and weeping, a sound neither exaggerated nor understated, evoking profound sympathy and indignation. He Xiaoling, momentarily dazed, glanced at her own hand and then at the furious crowd, desperate to explain herself. "Here we go again," Zhong Yuanchao muttered, moving to his sister's side and helping her up. "He Xiaoling, you have no right to be angry." He turned to face her, devoid of accusation or fury, simply stating, "I understand. You want to assert that you neither struck her nor pushed her. She fell on her own." He Xiaoling felt as if words had been forcibly stuffed into her mouth. The explanation she intended to voice swallowed back down. She paused, then, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "But that's exactly what happened." However, the louder she became, the more feeble her protest sounded, lacking any power to persuade. She scanned the crowd for affirmation, repeatedly insisting, "I truly did not hit her. I did not push her. You all saw it." With each declaration, the onlookers offered only perfunctory nods in response, echoing, "Yes, yes. You didn't hit her. You didn't push her. It's our fault for being blind." He Xiaoling stood there, mouth agape, bewildered. Had she been the one to utter Zhong Yuanchao's earlier statement, it might have carried some weight. Yet, having been preempted by him, it transformed into an implication that she had indeed struck and pushed someone, with Zhong Yuanchao choosing not to engage in her petty antics while she shamelessly defended herself. The siblings engaged in a dramatic performance, certainly worthy of accolades, if not an Oscar, then at least a Golden Rooster. This situation had reached an impasse, and He Xiaoling's true predicament was akin to crumpling to the ground, pointing at the pair and exclaiming, "You dare to mock me." Ultimately, she abandoned all pretense of composure. Hurling curses at Zhong Yuanchao, "You are utterly shameless, and so is your entire family. You will reap what you sow." Zhong Jian clung to Zhong Yuanchao, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Just let her stop insulting our parents. It's all my fault." Zhong Yuanchao gently stroked his sister's head, opting for silence. Knowing words were unnecessary, the enraged crowd finally erupted, demanding, "He Xiaoling, look at how you've bullied others. With your character, how can you call yourself a teacher? I should teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." He Xiaoling became the target of their collective ire, her complexion alternating between crimson and pallid, her heart racing erratically. How could this be? She had come to witness Zhong Yuanchao as humiliation, only to find herself the object of ridicule. Clenching her teeth, He Xiaoling turned to flee, the hurtful words echoing in her ears. She hastily covered her ears, but those phrases persisted in her mind. Consequently, her brisk walk escalated into a run, and then into a frantic sprint. To the spectators, it appeared as though she was desperately fleeing, a clear sign of her guilt and fear. Zhong Yuanchao comforted his sister and could only apologize to everyone, saying, "I'm sorry for this incident. Please take a break and come back at 9 in the evening. I will guide you in acclimatizing to the work environment and teach you the production processes." 9 o'clock in the evening? The group was certainly reluctant. However, production cannot afford any delays. There will undoubtedly be substantial shipments tomorrow. Zhong Yuanchao added, "The wages will be calculated from today." "All right then, we'll come back at 9. Director Zhong, don't pay attention to the nonsense from the He family. Your reputation at our canning factory is outstanding." "Thank you, Director Zhong. We owe you a great deal this time. Under your leadership, our future days will surely be prosperous." Seeing everyone praising Zhong Yuanchao, Li Donglai edged forward, chin slightly raised, clearing his throat. Zhong Yuanchao glanced at Li Donglai and remarked, "The credit is not solely mine. Aside from the principal, Li Donglai has also contributed significantly. The equipment inside was all arranged by him, utilizing even the factory's discarded motors. If it weren't for Donglai's efforts, I wouldn't have been able to create so many positions in such a short time." Finally, it was Li Donglai's turn, and he felt a surge of excitement, yet he knew he must not appear overly exuberant. At this moment, he aimed for a stoic expression, as if to convey, "Am I really that impressive? I had no idea. No, no, please don't stop. Keep praising me." Li Donglai straightened his posture, awaiting accolades. Then, he heard the crowd say, "Donglai has never been particularly bright, has he? Li Donglai. Look at Donglai now. He has finally matured and is capable of handling serious matters." Li Donglai. Donglai, Follow director Zhong diligently from now on. Your future is limitless. Li Donglai thought. I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that. Your compliments are pushing me to the brink. Why is brother Yuanchao the one who is exceptional? Why is he the one with boundless prospects? Why is he the leader? After all I've done, do I only deserve to be his subordinate? It seems like you are not praising me, but rather suggesting I've turned over a new leaf. Li Donglai's smile became somewhat strained, but he thought, well, at least I've made an appearance. However, he suddenly overheard someone say, "Isn't Director Zhong at odds with your factory's upper management? He praised you in front of so many people. Can you imagine how your superiors would react? Kid, you're finished." Li Donglai turned to glance at Ma Dongxi's greasy long hair, astonished, unable to utter a word. Chapter 79. The same articulation dinner was to be had that evening. Aside from exchanging affectionate words with his siblings, it would likely involve discussions about task allocations within the factory, which directly pertained to profits. Due to Qin Furong's sensitive position, it was inappropriate for him to be present, so Zhong Yuanchao notified him and led the others away from the school. At that moment, Zhong Zhenyan was still sobbing beside her elder brother. Zhong Yuanchao glanced at her, thinking it was enough. Was this going to go on endlessly? Zhong Zhenyan took a neatly folded handkerchief from her second brother and wiped her tears, saying, "I'm just struggling to emerge from this emotional state. I need a moment to compose myself." Zhong Yuanchao grunted, "Didn't I tell you not to stoke the flames?" There was no need for such a scene. Zhong Xiaoyan felt a surge of satisfaction at the memory of He Xiuling's hasty retreat. Was she the one to initiate this confrontation, taunting me with her veiled sarcasm? I am the very embodiment of sarcasm. Zhong Yuanchao glanced at He Xiuling's face and inquired, "She didn't lay a hand on you, did she? Did she strike me? If her fingers so much as grazed me, I wouldn't be here looking as pitiful as Dayu mourning the fallen blossoms." In an instant, Zhong Xiaoyan transformed into a fierce woman. "Oh, were you merely putting on a performance just now? If that is the case, did you feign your fall as well?" Li Donglai, slow to perceive, exclaimed in astonishment, only to realize that everyone was regarding him as if he were a fool. If Zhong Yuanchao and Zhong Dan, who understood Zhong Xiaoyan well, were aware that she was acting, then why did the outsider Ma Dongxi also seem to know? Li Donglai felt they were all behaving oddly. Observing the trio of Zhong Yuanchao, his siblings, and Ma Dongxi all heading in the same direction, he could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" "We're off to dine," replied Zhong Yuanchao. Upon hearing this, Li Donglai regretted the manner in which he had inquired. He ought to have asked, "Where are we going?" This way, the ensuing collective action would have included him. By asking where they were going, he had inadvertently divided himself from them. And when Zhong Yuanchao announced their dinner plans, he could only awkwardly turn back toward home. Why hasn't Yuanchao called me yet? Are they dining without me? Am I truly superfluous? Li Donglai felt a wave of dejection. After all, Ma Dongxi, the latecomer, had grown so close to Yuanchao, while he, despite being a blood relative, felt left out. Zhong Yuanchao remained in place, lighting a cigarette and observing Li Donglai, whose forlorn silhouette radiated a sense of grievance. What was this fellow trying to play at? Zhong Yuanchao chuckled as he exhaled a plume of smoke, calling out, "Donglai, coming." Li Donglai promptly turned and dashed to Zhong Yuanchao's side. Zhong Yuanchao paused. "I merely wanted to remind you not to forget to meet me at the workshop entrance at 9 p.m. Li Donglai's mood plummeted. His lips twitched in disbelief as he gazed at Zhong Yuanchao. "You called me over, and yet you're not inviting me to join you for dinner?" The others observed Li Donglai's contorted expression, wearing forced smiles that barely concealed their amusement. Embarrassed, Li Donglai turned mechanically. "Well, I shall take my leave." Ma Dongxi placed a hand on Li Donglai's shoulder. "I've noticed that your mind doesn't function quite right. Can't you see that Zhong is inviting you to dinner? Don't you wish to join?" Stung by this revelation, Li Donglai's face flushed with heat, and he squirmed awkwardly, as if Ma Dongxi were coercing him. His mind was a whirlpool of strange thoughts. Why could even Ma Dongxi grasp Yuanchao's intent so clearly? I am academically gifted and have been intelligent since childhood. Why can't I comprehend this? Li Donglai mused, convinced the fault did not lie with him. The early summer in Lake City had grown sweltering, and as one approached the lakeside, a sticky sensation enveloped the skin. Yet, it does not in the slightest diminish the interest of those who come to stroll and wander. Men, regardless of age, take pleasure in donning sleeveless shirts. Women, too, favor cotton and silk dresses that, when caught by the breeze, puff up like balloons. Occasionally, a distant pop can be heard by the lakeside. accompanied by the enticing aroma of popcorn wafting through the air. A few young girls can be spotted at the water's edge, back to back, intertwining their legs, hopping on one foot, singing in unison as they weave flower baskets, crafting a basket to carry to the southern hills. The games of the boys possess a more competitive spirit. They transform discarded newspapers into square paper bundles, tossing one to the ground while holding another, then striking it forcefully, toppling it over to signify victory. Some boys showcase their unique skills in marbles, for instance, tucking them in their trousers and proclaiming, "I shall perform a trick shot." At this moment, Zhong Yuanchao takes on the role of a tour guide, gesturing towards the spire in the distance. That is the Leifeng Pagoda. In front lies the broken bridge in the snow, opposite is the willow waves and oriole, and further ahead are the lush forests and the Sioux Causeway at dawn. Zhong Danin is captivated by the scenery here. Usually reserved, excitement and enthusiasm are etched upon her face, as if these landscapes, which once only existed within the lines of poetry, have suddenly manifested before her eyes, creating a surreal sensation that feels almost unreal. Yet, a mere reach away, the tangible beauty brings immense delight. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Zhong Yuanchao takes a deep breath and sighs. This must be a true portrayal of the lakeside gathering of egrets and the willows before the cicadas sing. Zhong Yuanchao speaks earnestly, and Zhong Danin nods enthusiastically. "I was just thinking the same thing, but I had forgotten. You're truly sharp, brother." Zhong Xian has always admired her elder brother, though she refrains from praising him openly in front of everyone. "Impressive." Ma Dongxi gives Zhong Yuanchao a thumbs up. Li Donglai glances at Ma's unsophisticated demeanor, smirking. "Is that all you can say? Who do you look down upon? You think only Zhong can articulate such thoughts? I, Ma Dongxi, am no fool either." Ma Dongxi gazes at the willows by the lakeside, admiring the shimmering water with vigor, exclaiming, "It's incredibly green, simply breathtaking." Li Donglai, suppressing a grin, finally manages to hold back, not wishing to stoop to this ruffian's level. The new Xian restaurant stands adjacent, with a welcoming host at the entrance. Zhong Danin and Zhong Xian, newcomers to this bustling city, feel somewhat out of place. Zhong Danin struggles to let loose, being her first time in a metropolis, while Zhong Xian is filled with curiosity, particularly captivated by the beauty of the girl at the entrance. It is only when the hostess guides them inside that Zhong Xian comprehends the purpose of her presence. Previously nonchalant, Ma Dongxi brushes his hair and straightens his posture, walking with an air of confidence. The once carefree Ma Dongxi suddenly adopts a more pretentious demeanor. Li Donglai, intrigued, queries, "Have you been possessed by a spirit? This place caters to cultured individuals. Do I appear as though I have received a higher education?" Li Donglai nods, indeed, like an unpolished gem of education. Their playful banter brings a smile to the face of the hostess leading the way. Chapter 80. The cuisine of culture. The new restaurant may appear antiquated at first glance, yet a more fitting description would be vintage, given its legacy of over 70 years. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by the rich ambience of the Republic of China era. The entrance is adorned with photographs of renowned figures, including Hu Shi, Mr. Zhou Shuren, and Su Zhima. Zhong Yuanchao strides confidently at the forefront, exuding a calm demeanor that suggests familiarity with the establishment, while his younger sibling Zhong Shuyan follows closely, curiously surveying the somewhat dilapidated surroundings, pondering the financial circumstances that led her brother to choose such a venue for their meal. In contrast, Zhong Dani appreciates the restaurant's charm, leaving one to wonder how just 4 days prior he had been engaged in the most menial of tasks. Li Donglai, oblivious to the nuances, observes as Ma Dongxi's legs tremble, contemplating how Zhong's demeanor belies his first-time visitor status. The server's keen gaze scans their group, swiftly identifying Zhong Yuanchao as the patron of significance, while the others, presumably relatives from his hometown, are there to broaden their horizons. Zhong Yuanchao is quite familiar with this establishment, which typically attracts individuals of stature, literary giants from the Republic era and influential figures from the post-liberation business and political spheres, all enchanted by the poetic allure of the place. The window-side tables, once reserved for deluxe set meals 2 decades hence, now allow for a more casual seating arrangement. As the server presents the menu to Zhong Yuanchao, he glances at it briefly before proceeding to place his order. Husher's hometown dishes, sautéed prawns, Westlake vinegar fish. Are they fresh? Yes. Then a whole fish, followed by autumn water beauty, dompa pork, and crispy fried bell. He concludes with a request for a bottle of Fen liquor. Zhong Yuanchao notices Ma Dongshi's scrutiny and inquires, "Why are you looking at me?" Ma Dongshi swallows hard, marveling at Zhong's expertise in selecting dishes. Zhong Yuanchao smirks, contemplating the frequency with which he visited this place in a past life, yet refrains from jesting. Zhong Shuyan, perplexed, muses over her brother's apparent reverence for this establishment, feeling unimpressed by its allure as a newcomer from the countryside. Once Zhong Yuanchao finalizes the order, she hurriedly retrieves a well-concealed laundry detergent pouch. "Brother, this is what father asked me to bring you when I left." The pouch's design unmistakably indicates it was a gift from their father, and its contents are substantial enough to lead Zhong Yuanchao to suspect it represents his remittances from military service and subsequent work, perhaps supplemented by their accumulated savings from selling grain and pigs over the years. Observing his brother counting the bills, Zhong Shuyan can't help but scoff at their father's favoritism, noting that the proceeds from their recent silkworm cocoon sales have been fully included. Zhong Yuanchao is momentarily taken aback. "How do you know?" To which Zhong Shuyan replies, "I memorized the serial numbers of the bills." Li Donglai, caught off guard, struggles to regain composure. Finally, Zhong Yuanchao hands back the laundry pouch to Zhong Shuyan, declaring, "From now on, you will manage our finances." "Really?" she confirms, already repacking the money with a satisfied smile. Zhong Dayan has never paid much attention to financial matters. His primary concern lies in the beauty of his surroundings. "Brother, this place is truly magnificent, as if it has stepped right out of a storybook." This thought brought to mind memories of his mother, who would often remark upon seeing the pond outside their home. The lotus leaves stretch endlessly towards the sky, and the blooming lotus glows vividly under the sun. Initially, he considered this an exaggeration, but upon arriving here, he realized such scenes indeed exist. "Is that grass again?" Ma Dongshi glanced at Zhong's second brother, who appeared quite talented and notably more affable and approachable. Zhong Xian, holding a handkerchief, blew his nose. "When will the dishes be served? I'm starving." The stark contrast in personality between the two siblings was quite pronounced. "Serve the dishes. Everyone is hungry." Yet Ma Dongshi waved his hand. "Today we have siblings, both new and old friends. Let Director Zhong say a few words." Zhong Yuanchao had similar thoughts and raised his glass, saying, "There's no need to welcome the second and third brothers because we shall never be separated again. And there's no need to thank Dongshi and Donglai, for family does not speak in separate tongues. Let us toast to a bright future for me and the fulfillment of your wishes." This declaration sent shivers down Ma Dongshi's spine. Li Donglai felt a stirring within him, as if something was welling up from deep inside, even causing a slight sting at the tip of his nose. After so many years, the second and third brothers could finally be with their elder brother. The group clinked their glasses excitedly and drank. But their attention quickly shifted to the food. Zhong Dayan's mouth watered at the sight, while Zhong Xian found the dishes unappetizing, primarily due to the absence of chili peppers. Ma Dongshi, hungry as ever, eagerly began to partake. Li Donglai, however, pretended to inspect a piece of tofu before placing it in his mouth. Zhong Yuanchao recalled that there should be a storyteller in the restaurant, though he had not yet taken his place. Nonetheless, Zhong Yuanchao decided to share a story himself. This dish, originally known as one-pot stew, is a Huizhou cuisine. But due to Hushi bringing it here and having resided for a considerable time, it became a signature dish named after his hometown. The group, led by Xie Kuan, had dined long enough that when they proceeded to settle the bill, they overheard someone telling a story. Intrigued, they turned to listen and were pleasantly surprised, taking seats nearby. When a waiter approached to serve, Xie Kuan raised a hand to halt him, preferring to continue listening to Zhong Yuanchao's storytelling. Except for Zhong Xian, everyone found the flavors of the dishes delightful, especially as they could also hear the intriguing tales behind them. The conversation flowed from the stories of the dishes to the person of Hushi. Zhong Yuanchao recounted how, on the day of Hushi's wedding, he took a liking to the bridesmaid. This scandalous anecdote left everyone in the room astonished, marveling at Zhong Yuanchao's depth of knowledge, surprised that a mere dish could hold such history. In Zhong Dayan's mind, his elder brother was indeed omniscient. "Brother, what is the significance of this dish?" Zhong Xian inquired. "What about stir-fried eel with green chili peppers? Is there a particular reason for using thick, long eels?" "You are mistaken," he retorted, having witnessed Zhong Yuanchao's extensive knowledge. The waiter also glanced over at him, eager to discern whether he was indeed a fountain of wisdom. Laosen is not entirely incorrect. However, this dish is named Autumn Water Maiden, a creation of Shi Liangkai for his wife, Shen Xiushui, during the Republic of China era. It epitomizes the sentiment of cherishing love over celestial beings, a true display of affection. This revelation evokes a sense of envy among the listeners, who are captivated. Zhong Yuanchao adds, Xinqiu Shui is Shi Liangcai's third wife. The third wife? That's quite impressive. Li Donglai responds with admiration. Zhong Jian rolls her eyes in disbelief, questioning. What kind of man finds pride in marrying a third wife? Are you not satisfied with just one? Do you aspire to have three? Li Donglai shifts uncomfortably, murmuring. I don't have even one wife. Zhong Jian chuckles. Then you should take a cue from my elder brother. He has been divorced once. Zhong Yuanchao gazes gently at his sister. Hurry and eat. Have a little more. We are heading to the train station shortly. I will buy you a ticket back home. Chapter 81. Success requires performance. Each individual's perception of food varies. Some eat merely to satiate their hunger, while others seek the pinnacle of flavor. Here, the culture of dining. The scenic ambience and the indulgence in an era's atmosphere alongside exquisite service make for a remarkable experience. In the current Lake City, this restaurant stands as a paragon of fine dining, boasting a cultural richness far surpassing the newly established renowned eateries. Zhong Yuanchao demonstrates his knowledge not only of the tales behind Shi's hometown cuisine, but also of the stories surrounding Shi Liangcai and Xinqiu, including the adjacent villa modeled after the Yihong Garden. His insights astound Xia Kun, who has been listening intently, to the point where Zhu Lixiang eventually seeks him out, exclaiming, Where have you been? I found you here. Xia Kun quickly ushers Zhu Lixiang to sit down, urging, Don't rush, listen to him. Following Xia Kun's gesture, Zhu Lixiang turns to the table where several people are engrossed in Zhong Yuanchao's storytelling while savoring their meals and drinks, creating quite an enjoyable atmosphere. However, Zhong Jian's experience diverges significantly. Isn't this just tofu with meat? An isn't that just oil residue? It's rather greasy. The fish lacks any fishy odor, yet carries a hint of earthiness. The dish she was most intrigued by, Autumn Water Maiden, disappoints her due to the peppers being rather mild. Her candid remarks elicit a mix of frustration and amusement. The frustration stems from Zhong Jian disrupting the dining atmosphere, while the humor arises from her straightforwardness. Li Donglai observes Zhong Jian, remarking, Yuanchao, Jian's forthright nature is quite endearing. Zhong Yuanchao and Zhong Danin exchange knowing smiles, a shared understanding known only to them as brothers. Though Ma Dongxi comprehends it as well. Ma Dongxi takes a swig of his drink and mutters, Brother, you wouldn't believe it, when we disembarked. Zhong Jian tricked a human trafficker. As Ma Dongxi recounts the tale, the expressions of everyone at the table, as well as those nearby, become increasingly complex and difficult to articulate. Li Donglai was deeply moved. Reflecting on his own experience as a guinea pig for Zhong Yuanchao, and recalling how Zhong Xian deftly outmaneuvered the traffickers, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. You siblings are quite remarkable. It seemed that Li Donglai was also reminded of his reaction after indulging in that box of ice cream, his backside sore. Zhu Lixiang was the first to take note of Zhong Yuanchao, who left a profound impression on him. Zhong spoke in a measured tone, pausing at key moments to allow his words to linger, creating a sense of anticipation. When discussing amusing topics, his intonations further engaged his listeners. Most importantly, it was his knowledge that set him apart from the tall, long-haired individual across from him. Zhong Yuanchao spoke not frivolously, but with a foundation of insight. Zhu Lixiang inquired, Who is that young man? Xia Kun replied, Isn't he the one whose critical research findings are gathering dust in a file cabinet? Is it him? Zhu Lixiang exclaimed with excitement, having expressed a desire to meet him, only to encounter him unexpectedly. Zhong Yuanchao and his companions were engrossed in conversation when the two approached with their glasses raised. Apart from Zhong Yuanchao, no one recognized these individuals. But seeing Zhong rise instantly prompted them to do the same. It was evident that Zhong frequently frequented this place. Otherwise, how would he encounter acquaintances here? Moreover, his discerning eye suggested that these two possessed an air of distinction that set them apart from the average citizen. Zhong Yuanchao was equally surprised to run into the esteemed Xia Kun and promptly invited him to sit. Xia Kun, smiling and waving his hand, declined, saying he had brought an old friend to introduce. This is Professor Zhu Lixiang from Jiangnan University, specializing in medical nutrition. Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor shifted dramatically as he placed his glass down and bowed at a 90-degree angle, ceremoniously addressing him. Mr. Zhu, my students send their regards. Zhu Lixiang hadn't felt such excitement in a long time. The term Mr. had become a ubiquitous form of address for men in many large cities. However, he understood that Zhong Yuanchao's formality signified the utmost respect for intellectuals and teachers. Mr. was the highest title. Zhu Lixiang, a man with a sense of nostalgia, found Zhong Yuanchao's grand gesture particularly gratifying amidst the cultural atmosphere reminiscent of the Republic of China. Xia Kuan observed in astonishment. Zhu Lixiang quickly raised Zhong Yuanchao from his bow, prompting Zhong to explain, "These younger siblings have just arrived from my hometown, so I brought them here for dinner tonight." Everyone exchanged warm greetings with Xia Kuan and Zhu Lixiang in turn. Xia Kuan remarked, "I mentioned your situation briefly to Professor Zhu, and he expressed a desire to meet you. We've already dined, so how about you escort us?" After sharing a drink, Zhong Yuanchao was keen to seize the opportunity. The three of them strolled along the lakeside road. Seizing the moment while Zhu Lixiang was still assessing Zhong Yuanchao, Xia Kuan inquired, "Has work at the factory been going smoothly these days? I imagine there must be some resistance." Zhong Yuanchao was quite familiar with the intricacies of the system. Following the research, it was highly likely that Qian Jibin had subtly filed a report. The esteemed Xia would likely face considerable opposition. Noticing the seasoned glint in Zhong Yuanchao's eyes, Xia Kuan felt a twinge of apprehension but quickly masked it with a smile. In any line of work, resistance is inevitable. It's the hurdles that fuel our motivation. How about you? How is the distribution department faring? The stage for Zhong Yuanchao has arrived, and the small factory has taken shape, with sales channels already established. Wu Hui from Dian Factory personally sought my assistance. At this juncture, Xia Kuan's expression became somewhat unnatural, likely due to surprise. He took Zhong Yuanchao's ramblings at face value. Zhong Yuanchao cast a sidelong glance at Xia Kuan, deliberately pausing to allow him to digest the information before continuing, stating that invigorating the economy through targeted initiatives is indeed commendable. I possess the channels necessary to diversify the products of the school-run enterprises, steering them toward a more varied sales approach. This was indeed the case. However, the method of development transitioned from proactive to reactive under Zhong Yuanchao's influence, suggesting a sense of being compelled. Xia Kuan inhaled deeply, reflecting on how, merely a week after the survey, Zhong Yuanchao had unveiled such a significant undertaking. The crux of the matter lay in Zhong Yuanchao's diversification of sales, which served as a model for the Huqing canning factory. Was this not akin to online education? Xia Kuan's conviction solidified as he recalled the conversation from that day when he urged Zhong Yuanchao to consider the role of deputy factory director. "Have you given it any thought?" he inquired. Zhong Yuanchao initially appeared flustered, then slightly embarrassed, chuckling foolishly. "I've been too busy and completely forgot about it." "You forgot?" Xia Kuan saw through Zhong Yuanchao's thoughts, but refrained from exposing him, remarking, "This marks your second refusal. Next time, it won't be so easy." In ancient times, Lu Xuanda visited the thatched cottage thrice. Now, the esteemed Xie San is compelling Wang Zhong. In an attempt to soften his refusal, Zhong Yuanchao responded, "I genuinely forgot. My primary concern these days has been the health of the children at the school. These youngsters are generally frail, struggling with their appetites and development. They are the flowers of our nation. This cannot continue. I plan to conduct a sample survey across the city's primary and secondary schools to ascertain if this is a widespread issue. Furthermore, I aspire to develop health supplements that will stimulate their appetites and strengthen their constitutions. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. If the youth aspire to strength, their bodies must be robust." Listening intently to the conversation, Zhu Lixiang could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "A kindred spirit. Truly a kindred spirit." How am I a kindred spirit?" Zhong Yuanchao responded, puzzled. At that moment, his theatrical nature mirrored that of Zhong Shi. Chapter 82. A stable persona. Zhu Lixiang is an expert in medical nutrition at Jiangnan University. Zhong Yuanchao had previously worked at Jiangnan University for a time and had crossed paths with Zhu Lixiang on several occasions. Zhong Yuanchao was well aware of Zhu's area of expertise, nutrition, in which he was an absolute authority by the late 1990s. Although Zhong Yuanchao had not conducted any surveys on student development, he had considered seeking an opportunity to consult Zhu Lixiang. Fortune smiled upon him, leading to the earlier conversation. This provided him with a valid excuse to explain his busy schedule to Xia Kuan while simultaneously piquing Zhu Lixiang's interest. This maneuver could be described as quite masterful. Zhu Lixiang felt he had discovered a kindred spirit in Zhong Yuanchao, recognizing his youth yet profound insight. In his excitement, he maintained a serious demeanor, saying, Yuanchao, your thoughts resonate with my own. I am currently engaged in a project that requires practical application for a certain formula. We wish to take the lead. Yet you have already done so. Zhong Yuanchao waved his hand, modestly declining the compliment, suggesting that it merely reflected a shared perspective among heroes. To Xie Kuan's surprise, the two men found an instant rapport, and he did not expect Zhong Yuanchao to be so open. Zhu Lixiang observed Zhong Yuanchao with admiration, emphasizing the importance of conducting a comprehensive and universal survey to produce a compelling report. In his mind, Zhong Yuanchao mused that this could very well be the precursor to big data. Zhu Lixiang invited Zhong Yuanchao to visit him at the school in the coming days for a thorough discussion. Zhong Yuanchao, not one to be coy, eagerly accepted, mentioning that he could also attend to some matters at Jiangnan University. Attending to matters? Am I not right here before you? What is it? Zhu Lixiang inquired. Adopting the tone of an old friend, Zhong Yuanchao explained that his sister, having come from humble beginnings, had not gone to university and had been too proud to attend a vocational school. Now, he wished for her to study finance and accounting at Jiangnan University, so that she might become a competent homemaker in the future. Zhu Lixiang assured him, leave this matter to me. When you come over, bring your sister along, and I will give the teachers a heads up. With that, the arrangement was made. The trio strolled for a while, but Xie Kuan, mindful of Zhong Yuanchao's mealtime, said, I have several important meetings in Haiqing tomorrow. I hope to hear your affirmative response upon my return. What response? Zhong Yuanchao was momentarily taken aback. Xie Kuan's expression darkened. The deputy factory director, Zhong Yuanchao, sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten. After bidding farewell, he turned to light a cigarette, feeling quite pleased. Xie Kuan and Zhu Lixiang continued their walk. How was Zhong Yuanchao? Did he disappoint you? Xie Kuan was curious about Zhu Lixiang's impressions. After reflecting on their conversation and actions, Zhu Lixiang thoughtfully replied, he exhibits a balance of flexibility and decisiveness, with clear objectives. Engaging with someone like him is not burdensome. However, I am intrigued by how he manages to cater to others' preferences. Zhu Lixiang's insight resonated with Xie Kuan. He sighed deeply. I share your curiosity. To welcome my brother and sister, shall we meet at the new restaurant? That seems excessive. Not only is it expensive, but the cultural atmosphere here is also peculiar. He continued, the way he converses with you is entirely different from how he speaks with me. With you, he is candid and straightforward. With me, he plays coy and evasive. Do you think he truly forgot about my suggestion for him to be the deputy factory director? Zhu Lixiang smirked, rather than forgetting. It seems he prefers to disregard it. His sister and brother exhibit the demeanor of those who have received education, with aspirations for their careers, emphasizing the importance of their education, experience, character, and refinement. He seems to lean towards the simplicity of the academic atmosphere rather than the complexities inherent in the educational system. Perhaps he does not wish to become a victim of struggle, nor does he desire to be a mere pawn. Zhu Lixiang suddenly smiled, and with a shift in tone, he acknowledged the possibility of his reluctance being a fade. It can be said that your analysis is remarkably astute. Xie Kuan chuckled, well aware of the intricacies of human nature. Yet, no matter how complex Zhong Yuanchao's character may be, it cannot obscure his innate talent to navigate the tides of the era. This alone is sufficient for Xie Kuan's admiration. When Zhong Yuanchao returned, the dishes on the table were nearly devoured. Quite impressive in terms of appetite, Zhong Yuanchao remarked, not knowing whether to commend or jest. As Li Donglai pointed at Ma Dongxi, declaring, he consumed it all. Ma Dongxi, unfazed by their disdainful gazes, replied nonchalantly while picking his teeth. If they hadn't stopped me, I would have licked the plate clean. Amidst the laughter, Zhong Xian placed the remaining food in front of her elder brother, urging him to eat. You hardly touched your food earlier. Hurry up and eat. Don't go hungry. This rare display of tenderness from Zhong Xian was noteworthy. For when Zhong Yuanchao returned home, her teasing had been relentless. Is it because she feels like a guest under her elder brother's roof now, hastily trying to curry favor? Zhong Yuanchao teased, eliciting an eye roll from Zhong Xian. While Zhong Yuanchao enjoyed his meal, Ma Dongxi inquired, I thought you were quite the braggart, but to my surprise, you genuinely know cultured individuals. What is the story behind that Professor Zhu? He is an expert in medical nutrition in our country, quite authoritative, Ma Dongxi praised, nodding vigorously. And that person surnamed Xie, what is his background? Zhong Yuanchao replied, Vice Mayor Xie Kuan. Ma Dongxi stumbled over his words. What? You're not boasting? You really know the big shot Xie. He seemed to have missed a significant opportunity in life. Zhong Yuanchao chuckled and made a playful remark that left everyone puzzled, then asked, "What would you do if I introduced you?" Ma Dongxi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What would I do?" "Of course, I would shake his hand and toast him with a drink. When I return home for the spring festival, I'll have the confidence to brag to my parents that the vice mayor of Jiangnan Lake City has shared a drink with me." Li Donglai feigned calmness, yet felt regretful, pondering how he could have presented himself better had he known the individual was the vice mayor. Alas, he had missed a splendid opportunity. Zhong Xian harbored admiration but seldom expressed it, asking curiously, "Why doesn't he carry himself as grandly as our father, despite holding such a high position?" Before Zhong Yuanchao could respond, the second brother, Zhong Duyin, interjected, "It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with the little devils." The others chimed in, "Zhong Fu, I no longer have a son like you." Chapter 83, Task Allocation. Today, Zhong Xian made a small profit and insisted on settling the bill. However, when the waiter placed the check in front of her, she immediately shrank back, nestling beside her elder brother. After swiftly consuming his meal, Zhong Yuanchao pulled out a substantial handful of cash from his pocket, the cost of which equated to 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. Yet he exhibited no signs of concern. Zhong Diyin felt a pang of regret. Zhong Xian feigned indifference, but her frequent glances at the departing money betrayed her true feelings. Ma Dongxi had encountered boastful individuals before, who spoke grandly while dining and drinking, yet turned utterly oblivious when it came time to settle the bill. In contrast, Zhong Yuanchao was a man of few words but great resolve. As for Li Donglai, he pondered whether Yuanchao's funds belonged to the distribution department and if such expenditures were permissible. Zhong Yuanchao casually ordered a portion of fried spring rolls to take away. As they exited the Xian restaurant, Zhong Xian remarked on the mediocre taste of the meal, questioning the exorbitant price for such ordinary fare and vowing never to return. Unlike Zhong Xian, Ma Dongxi, with his thick skin, seized the moment to retort, recalling how they had refused to let him lick the plates just moments prior. And now they regretted their decision, eliciting laughter and playful scorn from the group. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness, as Zhong Yuanchao savored the final gifts of nature before the full onset of summer. With a cigarette in hand, he adopted a serious demeanor, announcing his intentions to organize the upcoming tasks. "Xian, in a couple of days, accompany me to Jiangnan University. I've arranged for you to enroll in a distance learning program in accounting through my contacts." Zhong Xian was taken aback. After years of toil in the fields, she had finally come to the city, her prospects for earning a living laid out before her. Why pursue further education? "Brother, I do not wish to study. You must learn accounting if you wish to manage finances. It is not merely about crunching numbers. You need to understand the establishment of a financial system. While calculating a few figures may seem easy now, as the business expands, financial and tax matters will become your responsibility. If this aspect is neglected, our family may face dire consequences. The money you earn today through luck can just as easily be lost tomorrow. Knowledge is the foundation upon which you can establish yourself in society and continue to progress." Zhong Yuanchao felt no need to expound further. She should comprehend the essence, though she might have some reservations. He then turned to Ma Dongxi, assigning him as a representative to engage with the Hualing factory. "With your capabilities, securing an agency should pose no challenge." While it might be difficult for Ma Dongxi to make promises without support, he now had the backing of Zhong Yuanchao's school-run enterprise and established sales channels. A little self-promotion would likely suffice. He thumped his chest, declaring, "Zhong, this is a trivial matter. If you require me to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, I'll secure Hualing factory for you." His boast elicited a chorus of playful jeers. The second-in-command, responsible for food processing materials, was advised to coordinate with Li Huanshi, as they would jointly oversee that aspect. With everyone assigned their roles, Li Donglai looked expectantly at Zhong Yuanchao. "What about me? You shall serve as a reserve. Important tasks will be entrusted to you later." Instantly, Li Donglai felt a surge of significance, though he couldn't help but notice the peculiar expressions directed his way. "I understand now. They must be envious. My bond with Yuanchao is undoubtedly the strongest," Li Donglai thought with determination. The school possessed a capable team. Outside the factory, there exists a group of individuals. With a few trusted aides at hand, the small factory has been established and the project is on the verge of fruition, just as they are about to take flight. Zhong Yuanchao ponders what else might be lacking. After much contemplation, it dawns upon him that they are in need of a sister-in-law. Upon returning to the canning factory at precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhong Yuanchao notices a throng gathered outside the school's distribution department. As soon as they spot him, they warmly approach, some even offering him cigarettes. Accepting the cigarette, Zhong Yuanchao affirms that his presence is still felt among them. Lighting it, he injects a hint of humor intertwined with earnestness as he establishes the rules. Tonight's overtime is merely an exception. In the future, the fixed working hours will remain from 8:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the afternoon. Should overtime be necessary, additional remuneration will be provided. He hopes that everyone will adhere to the labor regulations regarding attendance. If personal matters arise, taking a leave of absence is permissible. However, frequent delays may lead to a redistribution of responsibilities, consequently affecting one's salary. Surely, there are no objections to this arrangement. He emphasizes the importance of addressing these issues up front to prevent misunderstandings in the future. Next comes the practical training in the workshop, where Zhong Yuanchao personally guides them, allowing for hands-on practice. Taking a moment, he carries a package of fried snacks to the elderly lady's home. Noticing her brother's secretive demeanor, Zhong Ziyan decides to follow him. Meanwhile, Qiu Jingyi, unable to sleep, dons her reading glasses and peruses some aged tomes under the light. The meal laid out on the table remains untouched. Zhong Yuanchao, resembling a nagging elder, chides her for not eating, despite having specifically requested her favorite dish, lamenting the waste. Qiu Jingyi mutters, "I have no appetite." Just as she finishes her sentence, the fried snacks obstruct the elderly lady's mouth. "Who wants this? Take it away, though it is quite crispy," exclaims the charming elderly woman. At that moment, a knock resounds at the door. Zhong Yuanchao wonders aloud who would come knocking at such an hour, only to find it is his own sister. Zhong Ziyan, entirely at ease, pushes past her brother and enters the room, curious about the covert activities within. Upon spotting the elderly lady indulging in the fried snacks, she stands straight, momentarily speechless. "This is my sister. She and my brother just arrived. This is Teacher Qiu." Upon realizing it is a teacher, Zhong Ziyan hastily bows, "Hello. Teacher, I'm so sorry. I thought my brother was up to no good." Qiu Jingyi casts a glance at Zhong Ziyan, but remains silent, continuing to savor the fried snacks. Not one to be idle, Zhong Ziyan quickly grabs a cup and fills it with water, offering it to the elderly lady. She tested the water temperature. It was somewhat hot. Then she fetched another empty cup, transferring the water back and forth between the two vessels until the temperature was just right. Only then did she respectfully place it beside the elderly lady. Had it been someone else, the old woman would have long since dismissed them. However, during this time, she cast several calm glances at Zhong Ziyan. Ziyan helped the elderly lady with her foot wash and attended to her as she prepared for bed. "There are still many old comrades waiting for me at the distribution department. I may be a bit busy tonight, so I would like Ziyan to take care of you." Qiu Jingyi rarely spoke up. "You go on with your tasks." Qiu Jingyi was not fond of interacting with strangers, yet she was curious to observe Zhong Ziyan's character, especially since there was a significant chance she was Qi Mu's sister-in-law. Qiu Jingyi, as a teacher, often found herself burdened with endless worries. Chapter 84. Opportunities favor the prepared. As July approached, the canned food factory in Huqing seemed unchanged. Yet, subtle transformations were occurring. For instance, the direction of public opinion had shifted. Previously, there were murmurs about Zhong Yuanchao opposing the factory director, seemingly doomed. However, it wasn't long before Zhong Yuanchao established a small factory at the school, producing a delightful treat known as ice cream, which quickly gained popularity. He had repurposed the factory's vacant cold storage, and the lines for his product grew longer each day. Now, not only individual vendors, but also numerous wholesalers sought to procure goods from him, though all were met with Zhong Yuanchao's firm refusals. Witnesses noted the substantial sums of cash flowing into Zhong Yuanchao's pockets, eliciting both admiration and envy from onlookers. It was precisely because of Zhong Yuanchao's capabilities that the factory workers concluded Qian Zhibin's persistent suppression of him stemmed from a fear that Zhong's talents would overshadow the factory director, diminishing his authority. Meanwhile, another inconspicuous character was grappling with growing pains. Unbeknownst to him, his workload had recently increased, filled with menial and tedious tasks. Although these duties seemed trivial, they could swiftly lead to reprimands from the branch director when complications arose. This unfortunate individual was Li Donglai, whose branch director, He Gui, was irate. Initially, Li Donglai was puzzled by the situation. Upon reflection, he recalled a remark from Ma Dongxi, who suggested that Yuanchao had seemingly thrust him into the spotlight to receive public praise, all while he had become a target for criticism. Ultimately, Li Donglai found himself in the line of fire, solely due to Zhong Yuanchao's commendation, leaving him at a loss. He Gui's fury was fueled by two factors: a suggestion from Qian Jibin and the fact that his precious daughter had suffered a significant setback at Zhong Yuanchao's hands, returning home in tears and remaining despondent for several days, until Qian Jibin explicitly ordered actions against Zhong Yuanchao. Li Donglai was left to serve as a convenient outlet for frustration. On this particular day, Qian Jibin undertook two significant actions. Firstly, in light of the complex circumstances surrounding the Huqing canning factory, he resolved to transfer the management of the affiliated school to the Municipal Education Bureau, adhering to a philosophy of simplicity and striving for new heights. Consequently, the Huqing canning factory would no longer bear the responsibility of leadership and oversight over the school. The application for this transfer had already been submitted. Secondly, regarding Zhong Yuanchao's disregard for established procedures and his unauthorized use of factory premises, which did not comply with safety regulations, the utilization of the cold storage facility by the school-run enterprise would be suspended. Furthermore, Qian Jibin would hold Zhong Yuanchao personally accountable, seeking compensation for the economic losses incurred. The Huqing canning factory remained Qian Jibin's domain. Anyone attempting to assert themselves before him would inevitably face repercussions. It must be said that Qian Jibin's strategic maneuvering was remarkably astute. His swift and decisive actions were largely motivated by the persistent rumors regarding Zhong Yuanchao's potential promotion to deputy factory manager, which had been exacerbating tensions within the factory. Should Zhong Yuanchao actually ascend to this position, how could Qian Jibin maintain his dignity? It is worth noting that He Gui shared similar sentiments. On June 30th, far away in Haiqing, after completing the morning training session at the ballet troupe, Qi Mu, as per her usual routine, practiced for an additional 30 to 40 minutes. Upon finishing her final movement, she was unexpectedly greeted by applause from the empty training room's entrance. The appearance of Su Rian took Qi Mu by surprise. Previously, she had been a mere shadow within the dance troupe, but recently, the creative team seemed to have taken a greater interest in her, providing deliberate guidance and engaging in occasional conversations. However, it was rare for someone to watch her perform an entire piece as Su Rian did today. As long as the observer was not teacher Qiu, Qi Mu exuded confidence, approaching Su Rian with grace, playfully acknowledging, "If I don't dance well, please don't laugh at me." Sister Rian. If Su Rian were to speak candidly, she would note that Qi Mu's physical attributes were not ideally suited for ballet. Her bust was ample, and her posterior pronounced. Yet, this young woman, in pursuit of her dreams, went so far as to compromise her physique, wrapping herself tightly. Perhaps this is what it means to dedicate oneself to art. Su Rian remarked that within their troupe, the foundational skills did not vary significantly. The differences lay in the details. Over the past few years, Qi Mu had consistently outperformed her peers in practice and meticulous attention to detail. Even as someone who is often critical, Su Rian found it hard to nitpick Qi Mu any further. Qi Mu took this as a compliment, her dimples appearing as she smiled beautifully, evoking a sense of envy in Su Rian. However, Su Rian possessed her unique charm, and standing before Qi Mu, the comparison was not as stark as one might think. Just as Qi Mu pondered Su Rian's presence in that space, she heard Su Rian counsel her. While diligence is admirable, at your level, it is paramount to protect yourself. Excessive training can lead to injury. Opportunities favor not only the prepared, but also the healthy. Su Rian then retrieved a notification from her bag, addressing Qi Mu. A position among the principal performers has been allocated to you. Qi Mu seemed to have only half listened to Su Rian's words. She carefully glanced at the document again, until she confirmed from the notification that she had become one of the lead actors. A wave of goosebumps enveloped her body, and the excitement surged in overwhelming waves. Biting her lip, she began to tremble, and after holding it in for quite a while, she could no longer contain herself and leaped off the ground in joy. However, amidst her jubilant bouncing, she suddenly covered her mouth with the hand that held the document, tears glistening in her eyes. Su Rian, witnessing Qi Mu's emotional display, reflected on her own journey from years past and sighed inwardly, thinking that her fortune paled in comparison to Qi Mu's. Su Rian appeared to carry a wealth of stories, envying Qi Mu while lamenting her own circumstances. Recognizing the intense joy mingled with tears in Qi Mu's expression, she understood the girl needed space. She left her with a parting remark. Recently, our group has been burdened with heavy performance tasks, so take a few days off. but do not forget to practice during your rest. Chimu wept for a considerable time, yearning to share this delightful news with her family, yet doubting they would truly feel proud of her. She longed to relay the news to her teacher, believing that the teacher would surely be pleased, even if she did not voice it. After crying for a while, Chimu's smile returned. Oh, and what of that man who had sent her a message in the night? He would surely understand her joy. This peculiar thought suddenly sprung to her mind, leaving her somewhat baffled. Soon, however, she realized it might simply be because of a few well-chosen words from that gentleman, Zhong Yuanchao. Regardless, she could return to Lake City now. She could visit her teacher. Chapter 85. Good fortune approaches as Chimu descended the stairs, preparing to dine. She received a letter from her teacher in the mailroom. Dear Chimu, my beloved student, I hope this letter finds you well. This is my first letter to you, written with a mix of excitement and regret. Once, I was merely your guidance teacher, yet I found myself unwittingly entwined in your life. You remind me so much of my younger self, so beautiful and so determined. For 6 years, I have refrained from speaking to you, fearing that my concern would lead to your emotional unraveling before me. I feared I would resent myself for not insisting you follow the path I deemed right. Upon reaching this point in the letter, Chimu's emotions once again spiraled. Her teacher had thought of her. She indeed cared. Chimu suddenly recalled Zhong Yuanchao's words from that evening, realizing he had spoken the truth. Wiping her tears, Chimu sought to avoid drawing attention to herself. She continued reading, met with a barrage of sentimental phrases, until a particular line caught her attention, shifting the tone. Little Mu, one must be self-reliant and strong. Yet there is no need to be excessively so. A delicate woman is like a solitary boat upon the vast sea. When the waters are calm, she may sail freely. However, when storms arise, she still requires a safe harbor. Zhong Yuanchao seems to be a fine young man. I attempted to introduce you to him, but alas, he does not regard you. At this point, Chimu could no longer bear to read further. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. He does not regard me? How could he not regard me? On what grounds does he dismiss me? He has been divorced, so why would he look down upon me? Caught in this perplexing loop of logic, Chimu continued to ponder until someone approached her. Chimu, someone is looking for you. Upon raising her head, she was greeted by the gentle smile of Xie Cohen. Uncle Xie. He chuckled. I came to Haicheng for a meeting and thought I'd drop by to see you before heading back to Hucheng. Chimu, surprised, inquired, is there a ride back? Why do you want to return? She joyfully nodded. Today, everything seemed to be going splendidly for her, save for one lingering thought. Why would he look down upon me? With nothing much to take, she gathered her belongings, picked up a bag, and settled into Xie Cohen's vehicle. Uncle Xie, I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for your efforts on behalf of the retired staff at the Hucheng canned food factory. Xie Cohen waved his hand dismissively. I hardly contributed much. It was largely thanks to a young cadre from the factory who spearheaded the establishment of a school-run enterprise, effectively addressing the issues concerning the retired staff's benefits. I didn't assist you in any significant way. Xie Cohen's unexpected appearance at the school's distribution department that evening was no mere coincidence. He had visited Chimu's father when he returned to Hucheng for his new position. Chimu happened to be at home, and upon learning that Xie Cohen had taken charge of Hucheng's finance and education, and recalling her teacher's predicaments, she sought his help. Thus, the conversation between Xie Cohen and Zhong Yuanchao transpired that night. Perhaps this was fate. Yet, at that moment, she did not perceive it as such. Rather, she found Zhong Yuanchao increasingly irksome. That person is named Zhong Yuanchao, right? She casually asked. Xie Cohen looked at her in surprise. You know him? I met him once at my teacher's house, but we are not acquainted. He is a good person, but why does he engage in such bothersome affairs? Zhong Yuanchao's distinct face flashed through Chimu's mind. Xie Cohen's gaze flickered. Perhaps Zhong Yuanchao had shown particular care for her teacher while assisting the retired staff, which was why they had met once. However, this implied that Zhong Yuanchao was not well informed about Chimu's family situation, nor did he have any significant ties to her family. Xie Cohen was a relatively selfless individual, capable of maintaining an impartial stance, yet wary of entanglements due to the potential for future controversy. Thus, he was particularly cautious about keeping his distance. Speaking of which, he should soon confirm Zhong Yuanchao's position as deputy factory director. The distribution at the cold storage entrance of the Hucheng canned food factory had shifted from once to twice daily, occurring at 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Having just collected all the revenue from the previous day, Zhong Xian carried a large bag of cash. akin to purchasing groceries, and told Zhong Yuanchao, "I went to teacher Qiu's place." Zhong Xian had completely settled into Qiu Jingyi's household, as Qiu Jingyi found it too cumbersome for Zhong Xian to constantly travel back and forth. Living with two brothers was also inconvenient for her. Hence, she invited Zhong Xian to move in with her. In this manner, Zhong Yuanchao could devote himself earnestly to his career, while Zhong Xian could attend to the elderly matriarch, and in the future, under her supervision, he could diligently pursue his studies. Truly a multifaceted gang. Zhong Yuanchao felt a profound sense of relief, recognizing that although his younger sister often harbored many schemes, she held a deep respect for her teachers, perhaps due to their mother being one herself. He contemplated taking some time in the coming days to visit Jiangnan University. As the day drew to a close, Zhong Yuanchao returned to the school for a glimpse of the production situation. To his surprise, he found someone already waiting for him, without prior notice. Xia Kuan had been standing outside the workshop for quite some time. Did the esteemed Xia particularly enjoy surprise inspections? Upon hearing the sound, Xia Kuan turned, casting a satisfied glance at Zhong Yuanchao. He accepted the cigarette Zhong offered, and as the heat outside was palpable, Zhong led Xia into his office, switched on the fan, and poured him a glass of cool water from a large container. How remarkable it is to see such transformation in just 3 days. Initially, there was merely a modest distribution department, yet within a month, you have established this small factory, Xia remarked with curiosity. I wonder, do you manage to sell all this ice cream you produce daily? Zhong Yuanchao poured a bit of water into the ashtray and placed it beside Xia. Not nearly enough. Customers are clamoring to procure goods every day, and now some wholesalers have set their sights on us, often mingling with the small vendors to grab supplies. Initially, the aim was merely to secure the retirement benefits of retired staff, yet it seems that profit has emerged as well. What a twist. Xia Kuan was amused by Zhong Yuanchao's words. Regardless of whether they are state-owned or private enterprises, everyone comes to me lamenting losses and pleading for assistance and subsidies. Yet here, you are not only making a profit, but seem dissatisfied. I suspect you are reaping benefits while pretending to be modest. Xia Kuan had no intention of beating around the bush. He explicitly stated the purpose of his visit. First, I wish to observe the production conditions of the small factory. Secondly, it pertains to your role as Deputy Factory Director. Chapter 86. 2 conditions. This is my 3rd time seeking your opinion. Are you willing to serve as the Deputy Director of the Huqing Canned Goods Factory? Xia Kuan's demeanor became serious, and the atmosphere shifted as they broached the subject of work. Zhong Yuanchao appeared nonchalant, taking a drag from his cigarette. I will agree to be Deputy Director on the condition that you fulfill 2 requests. Many were vying for advancement. A position of merely Deputy Department Head was now being elevated to that of Deputy Director of a municipal state-owned factory. Who else could make such demands? It seemed unlikely anyone else could be found. After all, Xia Kuan held Zhong Yuanchao in high regard. Speak, what are the 2 conditions? After much contemplation, Zhong Yuanchao articulated his terms. Firstly, as Deputy Director, I will only be responsible for the school-run enterprises. I shall not concern myself with any other affairs of the Huqing Canned Goods Factory. And the second condition? Xia Kuan inquired with curiosity. With a smile, Zhong Yuanchao replied, let us discuss the first condition. Once you acquiesce, we shall proceed to the second. The implication is that if the first condition is not met, there is no need to discuss the second one. Xia Kuan, filled with curiosity, did not rush to respond, wondering why such caution was exercised. Zhong Yuanchao smiled, stating that it was not caution but a desire not to squander time on futile endeavors. Based on my understanding of the Huqing Canning Factory, to describe it as a place of decline and misguided actions would not be an exaggeration. However, the emergence of such circumstances often signifies that a company's lifespan is approaching its end. Xia Kuan, being a finance professional, was well aware of this principle. What intrigued him was Zhong Yuanchao's unwavering certainty. Xia Kuan looked earnestly at Zhong Yuanchao and asked, can you provide me with a rationale? Zhong Yuanchao replied that for any organization or enterprise, change should be the norm over an infinite time span. Stagnation implies obsolescence. However, the professional lifespan of a corporate leader is limited compared to that of the enterprise, thus stability and gradual change become their norm. Managing a company with such a mindset, decline becomes a natural trajectory. Zhong Yuanchao added, given the current circumstances, the situation is indeed challenging. My time is finite and precious, hence I am reluctant to waste it. Xia Kuan gasped, finding it rare and remarkable for someone of Zhong Yuanchao's age to possess such profound insight. The issues currently plaguing the Huqing canning factory cannot be resolved merely by changing a position or an individual's attitude. Zhong Yuanchao had grasped this concept thoroughly, which is why he was only interested in managing the enterprise affiliated with the school, leaving other operations of the Huqing canning factory untouched, or rather, beyond his reach. Xie Kuan fixed his gaze intently on Zhong Yuanchao's face. Zhong Yuanchao, unflinching, met his stare and stated, "I agree to take on the role of deputy factory director." Hoping to set an example for the Huqing canning factory through the school-run enterprise, demonstrating what it means to shift perspectives and embrace diverse sales strategies. Whether they choose to learn from it is entirely their prerogative. You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. Xie Kuan mused silently, understanding Zhong Yuanchao's current mindset. If Zhong Yuanchao had already reached this point and the overall operational strategy of the Huqing canning factory had not changed, then bankruptcy would be their fate, and no one could save them. Xie Kuan nodded. "I agree to the first condition. What is the second?" As Zhong Yuanchao extinguished his cigarette and brushed the ash from his trousers, he declared, "One day, when I decide to leave the Huqing canning factory, or to depart from the school-run enterprise, you must not impede me." Zhong Yuanchao clearly had aspirations beyond this role. Xie Kuan was curious about his future plans and how far Zhong Yuanchao intended to elevate this school-run enterprise. If Zhong Yuanchao wished to leave the Huqing canning factory, he would need at least 2 or 3 years. Perhaps during that time, his thoughts would evolve. Holding on to this notion, Xie Kuan nodded. "I agree to both conditions." Zhong Yuanchao let out a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude to the deputy mayor for valuing him, vowing not to disappoint such high expectations. Xie Kuan, both amused and perplexed, remarked that his hopes for Zhong had been entirely dashed by the 2 conditions he had presented. What was Liu Bei's repeated visit to Zhuge Liang's humble abode for? If not for his formidable intellect? Xie Kuan's persistent invitations for Zhong Yuanchao to assume the position of deputy factory director stemmed primarily from his admiration for Zhong's insights and remarkable initiative. Particularly, Zhong's assertion that in this era, one must be proactive and embrace change resonated deeply. Zhong courteously invited Xie Kuan to stay for dinner, but Xie Kuan promptly declined, stating he had just returned from a meeting in Haiqing and had come directly to see him. This statement seemed intended to emphasize the significance he placed on Zhong Yuanchao. With a wave of his hand, Zhong replied, "No need for explanations, my friend Xie. Your decision to forego dinner here saves me the expense. I should be pleased." As Zhong Yuanchao escorted Xie Kuan outside, he noticed the dust and mud on the car, indicative of a recent long journey. Thanks to the efforts of such a prominent figure, the economy of Huqing began to show signs of improvement over the subsequent years, laying the groundwork for its future development as a new first-tier city. Comrade Xie was indeed a figure worthy of admiration. After bidding farewell to Xie Kuan, Zhong Yuanchao stood at the school gate, momentarily lost in thought, until he saw Chen Fu returning with a grave expression. Initially intending to converse briefly at the entrance, Zhong observed that Chen appeared troubled and perhaps unable to speak freely outside, so he followed him to his office. As soon as half of Zhong's body crossed the threshold, Chen Fu eagerly pulled him inside, peering out to ensure no one was eavesdropping before shutting the office door with a resounding thud. "What a scoundrel Qian Jibin is!" he exclaimed, venting his frustration. What could possibly trigger such a fierce outburst from the principal? Chen Fu inhaled deeply, explaining, "I just returned from the agency, and Qian Jibin has already conferred with the leaders of various departments and branches. At tomorrow's meeting, he intends to impose a punishment on you." "Punish me?" Zhong Yuanchao tilted his head in disbelief. Chen continued, "Even more outrageous. He has ordered the retrieval of the cold storage unit, forbidding our school-run factory from using it." Zhong's expression darkened. "Wait a moment. Are you implying that I am less significant than a cold storage unit? Old Chen, you are being unreasonable. When we were establishing the distribution department and factory, you called me brother with such familiarity. When faced with a difficult childbirth, the doctor asks whether to save the mother or the child. You resolutely choose the child. What a cad you are." Chapter 87. Anticipation begins at this point. "Do you still have the bandwidth to quibble over such matters?" Chen Fu interjected awkwardly, hoping to divert Zhong from fixating on this issue. Zhong Yuanchao was not in a hurry to share his fortunate news with Chen, nor did he relish seeing him in a state of agitation. His primary aim was to solicit Chen's assistance with certain matters. Observing Zhong's calm demeanor, Chen Fu, infuriated, plopped down onto a chair, only to rise again shortly thereafter. Pacing back and forth within the room. Consider the predicament at hand. Without a cold storage facility, where shall we store the ice cream in the future? The goods from the Dayan factory could indeed be temporarily housed in a warehouse, but with the small factory at the school producing such an abundance of ice cream daily, where shall we place it all? I implore you to provide a solution. Zhong Yuanchao jested with Chen Furong, lamenting that he was merely a laborer, doing his part and leaving the rest to fate. He expressed his frustration, stating that despite exhausting all possible avenues, if others were intent on obstructing his path, what could he do? Chen Furong, initially under the impression that Zhong Yuanchao had a strategy, was taken aback by his apparent resignation. With a heavy sigh, Chen Furong mused that fortune and misfortune often intertwine. If we are not permitted to use the facilities, then so be it. Perhaps we should simply allow the retired educators to return home. The distribution department should close its doors. If we cannot issue payments, then why should I fret over it? Chen Furong was beginning to despair, though Zhong Yuanchao perceived it merely as a fade. Indeed, not 2 minutes later, Chen Furong inquired tentatively about the vice mayor's promise to appoint Zhong Yuanchao as deputy factory director. What had become of it? Zhong Yuanchao feigned ignorance. Chen Furong forced a smile, moving his chair closer to Zhong Yuanchao, urging him to consider the retired educators. It would be prudent to approach the vice mayor and express his willingness to accept the role of deputy factory director. Zhong Yuanchao jestingly reproached, "Old Chen, you truly lack compassion. Just moments ago, you deemed the cold storage more vital than my position. Yet now you implore me to sell myself." Chen Furong, growing impatient, retorted that he would willingly sell himself if anyone desired him. But alas, no one did. "Yuanchao, please consider assisting me and these retired educators. Your ascension would bring hope to us all." Zhong Yuanchao replied, "Old Chen, I cannot bear the burden alone. If you wish for me to assume the position of deputy factory director, you must promise me one thing. I cannot be the sole contributor while you merely observe." Without hesitation, Chen Furong agreed. "Whatever you need me to handle, rest assured, I shall do it without complaint." Once Zhong Yuanchao successfully lured him into the scheme, he continued, "Having served as principal for so many years, you are quite familiar with the other school heads in the city. Recently, I have been collaborating with a university professor on a project involving a sampling survey among primary and secondary schools to assess their physical development and nutritional intake. I would appreciate your assistance in communicating with the principals of all primary and secondary schools in Huqing within the next month or two, facilitating my research." The workload was considerable but manageable. However, Chen Furong was more curious about Zhong Yuanchao's motives. The latter waved his hand dismissively. "Do not inquire into the reasons. The fewer who know, the better. Just agree, and I shall instantly become deputy factory director." Chen Furong recalled the expressions of the retired educators during the period of unpaid salaries and the humiliation he felt in hiding from them, fearing a repeat of such circumstances. He nodded solemnly. "I agree. Let us proceed as you suggest." Zhong Yuanchao was satisfied, exhibiting no extraneous gestures. Chen Furong, momentarily taken aback, urged him, "You ought to take action. Go and invite Deputy Mayor Xie out for dinner tonight without delay. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences tomorrow." Zhong Yuanchao shook his head, declaring, "I shall not go." "Why not? On what grounds do you refuse?" "Zhong Yuanchao, how can you renege on your word? You previously tasked me with this matter, and I have agreed to let you assume the role of deputy factory manager. It is not akin to sending you to the gallows," Chen insisted. Zhong Yuanchao replied, "Deputy Mayor Xie has already visited earlier, and I have consented to the position of deputy factory manager. He should be notifying the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission now, and the personnel order for tomorrow should be forthcoming." Chen Furong's eyes widened as he approached Zhong Yuanchao, forcefully pushing him on the shoulder. "You rascal! Are you trying to play me?" Zhong Yuanchao's expression darkened. "Is this how one converses with a deputy factory manager?" Chen Furong quickly retrieved his fine cigarettes from his pocket, offering, "Here, let me light one for you." Unexpectedly, old Chen displayed such tact. Moments ago, he feared the arrival of tomorrow. Yet now he found himself anticipating the meeting with a tinge of excitement. That evening, Zhong Yuanchao examined the account books prepared by Zhong Xian at Xiu Jing's home. He encouraged her to study accounting in middle school, eventually leading into taxation, not out of mere whim, but because of the aptitude she had exhibited since childhood. In the past, when the old secretary managed the Collective S Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhong Xian had briefly worked as an accountant, thus her ledgers were quite well structured. However, Zhong Yuanchao was dissatisfied, remarking, "Your method is a rolling accounting approach, which was acceptable in the past for large collectives. It may appear profitable, but now the accounts pertain to our own interests. This is precisely why I advised you to study accounting. Future records must adhere to a statistical method. Every transaction, input and output, labor, raw materials, transportation, must be meticulously documented and traceable." Zhong Xian, who despised mundane tasks devoid of challenge, found the complexity of this work igniting her eagerness for school. After giving her a few instructions, he turned to inquire about the elderly lady. "She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Xiao Jing casually replied. "She is a well-behaved child, though she does grind her teeth in her sleep." Zhong Xian, feeling a bit shy, playfully protested, "I do not. You're making things up." As nightfall approached, Zhong Yuanchao stood, dusting off his clothes, ready to return home. In the shadows, a figure was approaching. Upon spotting Zhong Yuanchao's familiar silhouette beneath the streetlight, she contemplated calling out to him, but hesitated, wondering why she should. After all, they were not well acquainted. Qimu lowered her head and turned to enter the hallway. Upon hearing a sound behind her, Zhong Yuanchao glanced back, but did not see Qimu. With a buoyant step, Qimu made her way to her teacher's door, only to be met with an unfamiliar voice, a girl's voice. "Xian, when does Yuanchao plan to take you to school?" asked the teacher. It became clear to Qimu that the girl inside was named Xian, and she listened intently from outside. Zhong Xian appeared to be preoccupied with some tasks, thus spoke nonchalantly, "Who knows? He has been entangled with matters at the workplace and the factory these past few days. Perhaps in a couple of days." Xiao Jingyi interjected, noting that it was essential for Yin Chao to have reliable aides. Otherwise, how could he possibly manage alone? "He holds you in such high regard precisely because he considers you his most trusted confidant." Zhong Xian felt a swell of pride, thinking, "I am indeed his closest companion." "Ah, teacher, let me assist you to bed. Reading for too long is detrimental to your eyesight. I can rest in bed, while you should focus on your studies." "You must not relax," she insisted. Qimu lingered outside for a considerable time, surmising that the young woman inside shared an exceptionally close bond with Zhong Yuanchao. Moreover, it seemed she was there to tend to the teacher in his stead. The teacher generally preferred solitude, and the harmonious interaction between him and this young woman must surely be a testament to her connection with Zhong Yuanchao. What, then, was the nature of their relationship? Qimu pondered this question internally before knocking on the door. "Who is it?" "It is I, the teacher." After a cacophony of sounds from within, the door finally swung open. To Qimu's eyes, Zhong Xian appeared delicate and pristine, possessing a certain unadorned beauty. Conversely, in Zhong Xian's gaze, Qimu resembled a star that had stepped out from the pages of a magazine. How could such a petite face exist in this world? How could her chin be so pointed? Despite her slender limbs, her figure seemed to have an unusual heft. It defied logic. Yet, what captivated Zhong Xian most was Qimu's visage, as if enhanced by filters and beauty enhancements. "Is it Xiaomu?" Xiao Jingyi's voice emerged from within. Qimu smiled and nodded graciously at Zhong Xian, then stepped into the room confidently, exclaiming, "Teacher, I have come to see you." Only then did Zhong Xian realize so. She is my sister-in-law. Her beauty was not merely a few streets ahead of his Xiaoling. It was a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. Zhong Xian found it impossible to divert her gaze from Qimu, not only for her beauty, but also for the unique aura she exuded. Even Zhong Xian, the village belle, could not help but concede that Qimu was indeed a touch more beautiful. Could my brother's looks possibly be worthy of her? Zhong Xian critically assessed in her mind. "Xian, this is the student I often mention, Qimu." Upon witnessing Qimu nod slightly to Zhong Xian, Xiao Jingyi added, "Since Yuanchao is frequently occupied, I have entrusted you to look after him." Clearly, anyone who could care for the teacher in Zhong Yuanchao's stead must be someone of great significance to him. Qimu felt she had unraveled the nature of the bond between Zhong Xian and Zhong Yuanchao. "Teacher, I just recalled something important, so I shall leave you two to converse." With that, Zhong Xian turned to exit the room. Xiao Jingyi, wise beyond her years, understood perfectly well what Zhong Xian intended to do and made no attempt to stop her. The room was left with just the teacher and the student. "Why have you suddenly returned?" Xiao Jingyi's gentle demeanor always carried a hint of playfulness, as if she were delighted by the student's arrival, yet simultaneously questioning why it had taken so long. Mu reported to her teacher about the busyness of recent performance tasks, explaining that she had taken a few days off, and, most importantly, she wanted to share the delightful news of becoming a lead actor. Do your parents know you are back? Mu replied that she had gone home first upon her return in the afternoon. As she spoke, she handed a document from her bag to Qiujingyi. Upon seeing the official document, Qiujingyi let out a soft sigh, her face radiating pride. The students she nurtured were always driven to strive for excellence. Yet she understood the hardships that accompanied the pursuit of success on this path. Mu sensed that her teacher had countless thoughts to share, but their conversation felt somewhat distracted at that moment. She longed to inquire about the relationship between the girl she had seen earlier and Zhong Yuanchao. Yet the words eluded her. Qiujingyi seemed to deliberately steer the conversation away from that topic, focusing instead on Mu's interactions with her colleagues at work. This subject excited Mu. She shared how the creative team had been supportive and offered her guidance, emphasizing the significant role they played in her becoming a lead actor. Qiujingyi praised her student, stating that her relentless efforts had finally been recognized, and this achievement was truly deserved. However, in her heart, Qiujingyi pondered the reality that many strive diligently, yet not all can attain success. As Zhong Ji entered the house, Zhong Dinin hurriedly put on his pants. Having returned without knocking, Zhong Yuanchao had just taken a cold shower and was drying himself off while attempting to tidy his hair, which stood up as if struck by lightning. Zhong Ji glanced at her older brother with disdain, questioning why he couldn't use separate towels, one for bathing, one for drying his face, and another for his feet, rather than relying on just one. Zhong Yuanchao dismissed her concern, arguing that towels have no memory. They do not recall what they have dried, so they do not mind being dirty. Zhong Ji grimaced at his untidy appearance, wondering how he would find a partner. Zhong Yuanchao nonchalantly dug at his ear, responding that when seeking a partner, one should focus on inner qualities. Noting that men are generally rough around the edges and such details are inconsequential. Zhong Ji scoffed in response. It was only then that Zhong Yuanchao realized she was supposed to be taking care of their grandmother. "Why are you back?" he asked. "Oh, it's nothing," she replied. "Her student came to visit, and I felt like I was intruding on their reunion, so I left." "Student?" Zhong Yuanchao swiftly placed a towel atop his head, hastily donned a shirt, and then changed into a fresh pair of trousers. He retrieved a clean pair of socks from the drawer and slipped into a pair of leather shoes. At this moment, the towel had subdued his hair, which had been tousled by the recent electric shock. Grabbing a comb, he vigorously styled his hair close to the scalp. Zhong Zhiyuan switched to a sarcastic tone, remarking, "Brother, when seeking a partner, one must look beyond the surface." To which Zhong Yuanchao retorted, "Nonsense. If there's no exterior to speak of, who would bother to consider your interior?" As he combed his hair almost to the point of irritation, he mused about the importance of a stylish side part. After a final glance in the mirror, Zhong Yuanchao deemed himself presentable, slamming the door behind him as he departed. Zhong Danin, witnessing the spectacle, stood in stunned silence, pondering what had transpired. Zhong Zhiyuan scoffed, "Humph. Who knows?" Zhong Yuanchao dashed towards the old lady's residence, but soon slowed his pace. Realizing that such a direct approach would seem overly deliberate, he altered his destination and found a concealed spot along the route to the canning factory, waiting patiently. Before long, a familiar figure emerged at the entrance of the building. Lighting a cigarette, he prepared to encounter his wife serendipitously. After visiting the teacher, Mu was enveloped in a mix of excitement and surprise, alongside a tangle of complex emotions. Regardless of how she felt, all her sentiments were intertwined with Zhong Yuanchao. Primarily, she was thrilled to see that the teacher had regained her health, appearing a bit plumper, and her legs were noticeably stronger, allowing her to walk unaided, indicative of a healthy, elderly woman. This was a testament to Zhong Yuanchao's attentive care, or more accurately, the diligent care provided by the girl closely associated with him. The source of her conflicted feelings stemmed from her confusion regarding Zhong Yuanchao's deep concern for the teacher. She couldn't fathom why, despite his busy schedule, he would go out of his way to find someone to assist her. As these complex emotions intertwined, they inevitably reminded Mu of the day Zhong Yuanchao confidently approached the stage to present flowers. She recalled that evening when he had unexpectedly declared the impossibility of their relationship as he escorted her home. Lost in her thoughts, she felt a sudden surge of emotion, a feeling that was neither anger nor mere annoyance. After traversing a short stretch of dimly lit path, a familiar silhouette appeared beneath the streetlight. Initially, Mu thought her eyes were deceiving her, but upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed Zhong Yuanchao. She pondered how he had arrived from this direction. But just as she contemplated this, they were destined to pass each other. The most awkward moments between individuals often arise when their relationship hovers in the liminal space between familiarity and distance, despite their acquaintance being merely superficial. Encountering each other at an ambiguous distance leads to an internal struggle over whether to acknowledge one another. Should she nod in his direction, fearing he might not see her? Or should she refrain, worried about appearing impolite? Yet, he was likely caught in the same quandary. Thus, it often occurs that individuals feign ignorance of one another until they find themselves face to face, at which point they share a tacit smile. Are you here? Just arrived. Have you eaten? Then, turning away, they exhale with relief, as if they have just completed a task laden with immense pressure. The dynamic between Zhong Yuanchao and Qi Mu embodies this sentiment. When Qi Mu first laid eyes on Zhong Yuanchao, she was compelled to call out to him. Yet she restrained herself. On this occasion, she also intended to forego greeting him in advance, firmly believing that he would initiate the conversation. Unfortunately, she misjudged Zhong Yuanchao. Had he been inclined to approach her, he would have confidently made his way to Qiu Jing's family rather than seeking a place to intercept her. Zhong Yuanchao appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze lowered, exuding a hint of despondency as he focused solely on smoking. Though the air was rich with the fragrance of osmanthus, he could only stifle the urge to indulge in its scent, choosing instead to walk in solitude. Call me Zhong Yuanchao. He had already brushed past Qi Mu, and as his heart sank, her soft call brought a foolish smile to his face. Yet his movements were slow. He paused, glanced around, and then mechanically turned back, tilting his head as he finally acknowledged her. From these subtle nuances, it was evident that Zhong Yuanchao was desperately rifling through his memory. Does he no longer remember who I am? Qi Mu felt a surge of irritation. You're Xiaomu? Huh. Qi Mu was thoroughly disinclined to engage with Zhong Yuanchao, regretting her decision to call out to him. However, given the situation had escalated to this point, she could only sarcastically remark, Director Zhong, you're so busy that you don't even remember who I am. Only then did Zhong Yuanchao stub out his cigarette, sheepishly scratching his head. There has been so much on my plate that I've become rather forgetful. He glanced back towards Qiu Jing's family. Are you headed to see the teacher? I'll accompany you. I'd like to pay a visit as well. No need. I just came from the teacher's place. I saw you on my way here. Didn't you already visit the teacher? You saw me, yet you didn't call out? Zhong Yuanchao internally scoffed, masking his confusion. Oh, I seem to recall having been there. Observing Zhong Yuanchao's demeanor today, Qi Mu surmised that he was likely facing some troubles. His eyes were vacant, his hair damp, and he couldn't even recall recent events. Empathy and curiosity are innate traits of women. Otherwise, they wouldn't huddle together in groups, eagerly indulging in gossip. Had Zhong Yuanchao hurriedly gone to Qiu Jing's family, it would have left Qi Mu with the impression that he was specifically seeking her out. When pursuing a woman without absolute certainty, maintaining a sense of decorum, resolutely refraining from confession, and avoiding obsequiousness are the keys to remaining unscathed. It is vital to spark her curiosity and encourage her investment, achieving proactive outcomes through passive means. Zhong Yuanchao was evidently eager to bind his fate with Qi Mu, envisioning a future that included marriage and children. However, he understood that such matters should not be rushed. Qi Mu was intrigued by the drastic emotional shift of Zhong Yuanchao, who was typically composed and self-assured. Although she intended to leave, her lips betrayed her thoughts, and she inquired, Zhong Yuanchao, have you encountered some trouble? This question proved effective. Her courage to ask ensured the continuation of their conversation and narrative. Many would, at such a moment, feign indifference, projecting an image of grandeur, dismissively waving their hands and insisting, it's nothing, you needn't concern yourself. Yet, internally, they yearn for the other to inquire further, silently pleading for that curiosity to be expressed. In relationships where familiarity is established, such playful dynamics might thrive. But in less intimate connections, the female party often refrains from probing out of politeness, resulting in a conversational deadlock. Repeated scenarios like this could lead to the gradual dissolution of any budding relationship. Zhong Yuanchao did not pretend to be strong. Instead, he fumbled uncertainly, searching for a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and seeking a light, embodying a state of utter disarray. After a prolonged search, he was still unable to find a match, emphasizing his bewilderment. Qi Mu observed him, her empathy surging forth. Finally, Zhong Yuanchao offered a wry smile and said, "You must be heading home. Allow me to escort you. We can talk as we walk." Qi Mu's mind was preoccupied with the potential troubles Zhong Yuanchao might be facing, unaware that he was actually searching for the mother of his child, who felt misplaced. "Let us go," she said, slightly turning her body, awaiting this man to walk alongside her.